When my husband returned from his campaign, he brought with him a woman who was both his long-lost beloved and my dear confidante. The entire city rejoiced in his accomplishments, yet I alone understood the truth. Those glorious feats were built upon the silver I had exchanged for my dowry to reward the troops. Before the gathered crowd, he stood protectively behind the pitiful figure of her, declaring, "Fuhuan, be more understanding. The princess shall be your wife, while you shall be but a concubine." I smiled a bitter smile at that, mocking my 3 years of soul-crushing solitude and the fortune I had squandered, only to nurture 2 ungrateful wolves. He presumed I was fatherless and motherless, without allies, and thus could be easily manipulated. Little did he know, on that night when I cast aside our marriage contract, and he knelt before my new residence, pleading in despair, the door opened. The powerful regent knelt on one knee, personally adorning my feet with exquisite pearl-embroidered shoes, his face brimming with affection. He looked up and, with a sly smile directed at the pallid-faced Ji-han outside, proclaimed, "What she does not want, I shall claim." Chapter 1. The General returns to the capital. Miss, the General has returned to the capital. At last, you may consummate your marriage and silence those who dare gossip behind your back. Upon hearing the maid's words, Chu Fuhuan, slender as a willow, felt a wave of anguish swell within her. As she gazed toward the city gates, her heart ached intensely. 3 years prior, she had wed into the General's household. Watching her childhood friend, the young General, adorned in crimson, strikingly handsome, and with a beguiling smile, lift her veil momentarily left her breathless. Yet before their union could be consummated, Ji-han departed for war, leaving no word behind. At first, everyone spoke of her good fortune in marrying her childhood sweetheart, with a mother-in-law who was both generous and enlightened. However, after enduring 3 years of a lonely marriage, the whispers and rumors began to multiply. To preserve the already waning prestige of the General's household, she, for the first time in 15 years, bowed her head amidst mockery and disdain from others. She sacrificed her dignity and repurposed her dowry, gaining the favor of influential families to safeguard the General's standing in the capital. Otherwise, even if her husband achieved glory at the border, he would be usurped by others. Though the capital and the border seemed worlds apart, they were intricately connected. The vibrant young woman, who had blossomed into a cautious and reserved figure over the span of 3 years, now stood beneath a leaden sky, the gentle rain mingling with her tears. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer. A procession emerged through the city gates, slowly approaching. Ji-han sat astride a magnificent steed, his battle armor worn yet imposing. As he surveyed the crowd, women lining the streets threw fragrant sachets, but he did not accept a single one. Chu Fuhuan felt a bittersweet smile tug at her lips, but just as quickly, her expression froze. Behind her husband sat a woman clad in read vision of his long-lost love. She was the emperor's niece, my confidante, and the Princess Lu Hua, who had been wed to the Western Liang. Their eyes met, and Lu Hua, hidden behind Ji-han, raised an eyebrow, her voice trembling slightly. "Fuhuan, are you waiting for your husband? But he is in a hurry to enter the palace on my behalf. It's my fault for keeping you waiting a bit longer." Ji-han halted his horse, shielding Lu Hua behind him. How can you blame her? The marriage alliance should have been for Fuhuan. She can endure hardship, but you, my precious one, are different. He straightened his back, resolutely shielding Chu Fuhuan from view, as if to create a world for Lu Hua alone. It seemed as though they were the destined pair. Chu Fuhuan's heart tightened, and she bit her lip, fighting back tears. Her gaze drifted past Ji-han's tall figure, landing on the vibrant red of Lu Hua's attire. "Lu Hua, it is fortunate you have returned to the capital. The prince and princess mentioned just the other day how they missed you." Lu Hua looked momentarily taken aback, tugging at Ji-han's sleeve with a gentle, almost pathetic force, as if she bore an immense grievance. Ji-han's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Fuhuan, do not speak foolishly. Lu Hua's return to the capital is not merely for family, it is for me." Chu Fuhuan continued to ignore him, addressing Lu Hua. "The journey from the border is long, and being of noble birth, why did you not travel by carriage?" Ji-han's voice turned cold. "Do you not hear me? Fuhuan, I have brought Lu Hua back to request the emperor's decree for our marriage. In this victory, I seek nothing but to wed Lu Hua. Marry her? With our military achievements? Our..." Ji-han furrowed his brow. His features were striking, yet his words were distant. "The military achievements were earned by my blade and spear, and have nothing to do with you. I once promised you that should I achieve military success, I would elevate you to the status of a noble wife. But Lu Hua needs me more. He stated earnestly, Fuhuan, Lu Hua has endured much suffering in the Western Liang. You were the one meant to go in the first place. With the palace upheaval, her husband is perished and her stepson has ascended. According to the rules, she must bear the shame that should have been yours. What you owe her can only be repaid with your noble title. It is only just. Hearing such a ridiculous claim, Chu Fuhuan laughed bitterly, her thin frame trembling like a delicate willow in the wind. Repaying with a title? Or is it my life that must be sacrificed? Husband, do you truly believe you are justified? Jihan's softened demeanor hardened once more, a hint of impatience crossing his face. Chu Fuhuan corrected him. It was indeed she who should have gone to the Western Liang. She is the emperor's niece, of royal blood. I am merely the legitimate daughter of a noble family, with no ties to the royal family. The Duke and Duchess of Changle could not bear to part with her and urged the ministers to consider me as a substitute, but the Western Liang rejected such a notion.
He knew everything.
He merely relied on my unwavering obedience, confident that I would not protest. Chu Fuhuan's smile turned bitter. Jihan gazed at her for a long moment, disappointment evident in his eyes. Indeed, you are unlike Lu Hua, more calculating and deeply scheming. You enjoyed 3 years of wealth and luxury, yet remain ungrateful. Very well, if you cannot understand me, further discussion is futile. With that, he spurred his horse towards the palace. In an instant, the murmurs around them grew louder, all eyes fixed upon Chu Fuhuan's humiliation. Her hand trembled as she held her umbrella, losing grip as it fell to the ground. The fine rain fell upon her head, quickly forming droplets. The chill penetrated to her bones. Husband, you no longer want me, do you? For a fleeting moment, Jihan's heart softened, guilt washing over him. Yet sensing the tremor of the woman behind him, he steeled his resolve. I'm sorry. I must make amends for Lu Hua's regrets over these 3 years. And what of me? Chu Fuhuan pressed on, disregarding her dignity and pride. She too had envisioned making up for her husband's lost time after 3 years apart. Yet, his thoughts were solely on compensating another woman. Is your compensation merely demanding to marry the princess as your primary wife? A primary wife is still a concubine. Are you truly willing? Jihan's expression remained impassive, not a concubine, but a wife-me one and only legitimate wife. Fuhuan, after 3 years in the household, you ought to have learned to be more understanding. Chu Fuhuan laughed at herself. Am I not understanding enough? Must I request a divorce for you to feel somewhat satisfied? Jihan sighed softly. Fuhuan, there is no need for such harsh words. You know well that we only paid our respects to heaven and earth. We have not. You know I have always regarded you as a sister. The maid, Bai Su, could no longer contain herself, General. My lady has waited for you, for 3 years, managing everything in the household. Even if you do not cherish old feelings, you should. Chu Fuhuan interrupted. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Let us return home. She turned and walked away, her silhouette cold and resolute. Jihan gazed at Chu Fuhuan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Before him, Princess Lu Hua softly called out, Jilang. He immediately lowered his head, his gaze tender. Do not be afraid, I shall conquer the city of Shiliang with remarkable achievements. I will exchange my military merit for an imperial decree, and the emperor will surely acquiesce. Lu Hua shook her head, her voice rising deliberately for those on the street to hear. I have always said being a concubine is sufficient. I cannot betray Fuhuan, for we are acquainted. Jihan, however, insisted on not allowing her any grievance. I will handle this matter properly, you need not worry. As for Chu Fuhuan, she is quite understanding and may not cause a fuss. Moreover, she originally owes you. I know you possess a kind heart and do not wish to contend. However, what rightfully belongs to you should be returned to you. Fear not, I shall reclaim everything for you. Chapter 2. Heartless betrayal. General Ji entered the palace to report on his duties, and by the time he returned to the estate, it was well past the hour of view. In Bai Shui Yunju, the candles flickered dimly. The dishes on the table remained as they had been served, yet no steam rose from them. Chu Fuhuan sat quietly at the table, pouring from a jar of plum wine. Husband, you have returned? She stared blankly at Jihan as he entered, forcing a smile that barely colored her pale face. On their wedding day, they had sealed this jar of wine and buried it beneath the phoenix tree at Bai Shui Yunju, vowing to drink it together upon his victorious return. Upon seeing the wine, Ji Han's expression softened, yet he uttered the same words. Fuhuan, you must understand. The princess is noble and can only be my legitimate wife. Fuhuan's hand faltered while pouring, spilling half of the wine. How was it that she, the wronged one, was now deemed unreasonable? What kind of logic was this? She smashed the jar with a forceful crash, startling. You do not deserve to drink this wine.
You.
Ji Han's eyes darkened, sharp as a blade. Fuhuan interrupted him. Since the general has already made his plans, perhaps you could share them with me. She was no longer the gentle, soft-spoken person she had been 3 years ago. Now, she was even less considerate than the princess. Ji Han steeled his resolve. I exchanged my military merit for an imperial marriage decree, which the emperor has already granted. In a few days, the decree will arrive at our residence. Fuhuan, as long as you are obedient, I shall not abandon you. If you are willing to step down to the status of a concubine, allowing Lu Hua to be the legitimate wife, you may still oversee the household's affairs.
Fuhuan nearly laughed.
To be the main lady reduced to a concubine, merely to manage the household like a steward? Must she forever remain their subordinate? Neither Lu Hua nor I care for the power and status you are so infatuated with. What we desire is to be together, growing old side by side. Ji Han spoke softly, his tone gentle whenever Lu Hua was mentioned. The candle wick sputtered, casting shadows that flickered across the room, much like the past 3 years of Fuhuan's life full of uncertainty. To not be infatuated with power, yet to barter our achievements for your companionship? Do you remember what you said to me on our wedding day? Ji Han stepped forward, gently brushing a stray hair from her brow, his heart softening slightly. Yet ultimately, he stated, the affections of youth do not count. Fuhuan felt as though her heart was being torn apart. With a simple phrase, do not count, he had confined her to the crumbling general's estate for 3 long years. With the old general gone, the estate had been an empty shell since their youth. For 3 years, she had been the one holding it together. With his promise to never forsake her, she sold her dowry and sent the proceeds to the front lines to reward the soldiers. Did he think so many soldiers would fight valiantly for him without reason? She hadn't even used her own funds to support her brother stationed at the border. She could not accept this. I do not consent to your marriage with Lu Hua. Ji Han, however, remained indifferent, replying coolly, the emperor has arranged the marriage, and your disapproval is irrelevant. Now, no one could stop him. With the Chu family's elders gone, no one would support Fuhuan. He scoffed and turned to leave. Bai Su, unwilling to let it go, attempted to chase after him for clarification, but Fuhuan stopped her. Do not lose your composure. I am the rightful wife of the general, legally married. The imperial decree has yet to be issued, so let us wait and see. Having endured for 3 years, she would not simply yield. Just then, a servant's voice called from outside, "Second madam." Bai Su approached the door, and upon opening it, saw a young servant from the estate. Miss Bai Su, here are the bills from Tongxin Hall, Pingjin Pavilion, and Xioi Workshop. As the month ends, they require the second madam to verify the accounts. If all is well, silver should be delivered tomorrow. Bai Su frowned at the bills but took them, sending the servant away. Upon returning to the room, she informed Fuhuan, in spring, when the seasons changed, the young lady added new clothing for the family and crafted a batch of jewelry for the women. The old lady's medicine expenses have not been settled since the new year, and it is all included here. She roughly calculated a total of 630 taels. Bai Su felt a pang of regret. Your dowry is being consumed this way, it will eventually run dry. It was acceptable before, but in these current circumstances, the debts of the general's estate have nothing to do with my dowry. Fuhuan pointed to the signature on the bills, marked with the seal of the general's household. Though the money is mine, all accounts are recorded under the name of the general's estate. These 3 bills should be returned, stating that the debts of the general's household should be settled by the account manager from the public funds. Bai Su gasped, but there are no funds in the public account. If there are no funds, have them return all the clothing and jewelry received. As for the old lady's medicine, well, that cannot be returned. We shall sell off some assets. There are valuable items in the old lady's room that should suffice to cover the debts. Bai Su nodded. I will go right away. Fuhuan sat at the table for a moment longer, calculating the time. Indeed, before long, not only did Bai Su return, but the steward followed. Madam, the old lady requests your presence. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice slightly trembling. Fuhuan rose, smoothing her dress. Let us go. Bai Su hurried to catch up, whispering. For the past 3 years, the old lady has treated you well. Our actions will seem like a betrayal, and the meeting may be somewhat awkward. Chu Fuhuan smiled bitterly. On the 2nd of last month, the Princess of Changlu came to visit the old lady. The general's estate has had no dealings with the Changlu royal household. Do you think the princess suddenly came for no reason? Bai Su gasped, understanding the implication. In the quiet bamboo residence, the elderly matron sat regally at the platform. As Jihan's mother, she was still quite young, merely 46. She had 3 children, her eldest son Ji Xian, her second son Jihan, and her youngest daughter Jiru. Both sons were married, and the eldest daughter-in-law, Zhua, quietly stood by her side. The youngest daughter, at 17 and yet unmarried, was currently speaking to the matron, saying, "When she arrives, mother need not be polite. How dare she covet the possessions in this house? She is simply out of line." The footsteps outside halted as a maid approached to announce her arrival but was met with Bai Su's glare, causing her to retreat. Chu Fuhuan twisted the handkerchief in her hands, recalling a spring day when Jiru had clung to her arm, pleading for another set of the flowing floral skirt, declaring her the best sister-in-law in the world, and vowing that anyone who dared to bully her would be her enemy. Now, the situation had flipped, and the faces had changed. Once, she merely believed that the youngest child of the Ji family had been spoiled. It is only now that she comprehends the truth. A crooked bamboo will never yield straight shoots. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, Chu Fuhuan pushed open the door. Jiru was startled, immediately scolding the maid who had failed to announce her arrival. "What good are you, wasting food? You can't even keep an eye on the door." However, the old lady tugged at Jiru, her face a mask of panic. "Fuhuan, you have arrived just in time. Our family has encountered a grave calamity. What shall we do?" Chu Fuhuan felt the old lady's hand grasping hers tightly. The princess is pressuring for marriage, and the Wang family of Changlu is exerting pressure on the Ji family. What are we to do? She has already been married once, her reputation tarnished. It is all the fault of the Wang family of Changlu, disregarding you, an orphaned woman. Chu Fuhuan coldly pushed away the old lattice hand. The old lady muttered her dissatisfaction, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. She harbored no discontent towards the power the princess wielded, even threatening herself for the sake of the princess. The Duke of Li's household has fallen, leaving her without support. Yet, Chu Fuhuan remained unafraid. Since childhood, the people of the capital knew that the legitimate daughter of the Chu family was not to be trifled with, yet only Jihan perceived her as obedient and easily bullied. Throughout her life, the only one who could impose upon her was Jihan alone. Chapter 3. The death of my elder brother. Indeed, my parents are no more, and I am left with but a brother. However, my elder brother serves at the border, holding the esteemed rank of a third-grade general, a position superior even to that of General Ji. Chu Fuhuan suppressed the chill that crept into her heart and chuckled lightly. The Wang family of Changlu has misjudged me. They've surely chosen the wrong person to bully. She was subtly reminding the old matriarch that she had a brother of equal stature as a general. She was not without support. A flicker of disdain momentarily crossed the old matriarch's eyes, and upon noticing it, Chu Fuhuan realized how naive she had been to trust the wrong people. She had foolishly believed that calling Lady Ji mother would afford her the same protection as a true mother would. It was only now that she understood that in the Ji household, genuine affection could hardly be reciprocated. "Miss, let us send a letter to the general." Bai Su, ever brave and protective of her mistress, regarded the Ji family with disdain. She tugged at Chu Fuhuan's sleeve and shot a glare at the old matriarch, urging for the general's return to advocate for the young lady. The third-grade general from the Duke of Li's family overshadowed the Ji residence. Chu Fuhuan looked towards the old matriarch, seeking her reaction to Bai Su's words, only to hear Jiru remark, "Send a letter? I fear we may need to burn paper for that." Bai Su's expression hardened. "What do you mean by that, third miss?" Just as she was about to pursue the matter further, Jihan entered, holding something in his hand. He approached Chu Fuhuan and slowly extended the item. Speaking with measured gravity, "Fuhuan, your elder brother has fallen in battle." At that moment, Chu Fuhuan discerned that what she held was indeed her brother's death notice. She felt as if she had been frozen in place, her mind racing back to the flicker of disdain in the old matriarch's eyes when her brother had been mentioned. So this was the truth. Why did the general not present me with this notice sooner? She inquired, her lips pressed tight, striving to maintain her composure. Jihan, irritated by her lack of submissiveness and her failure to understand the dynamics of their situation, muttered, "I forgot." Chu Fuhuan let out a laugh tinged with bitterness. "Forgot? Such a significant matter, and you claim to have forgotten? Perhaps you awaited this very moment to crush me before the Ji family. Beside her, Bai Su covered her face, stifling her sobs, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Chu Fuhuan stifled her own tears, having endured enough of this humiliation. Very well. Ji Han misconstrued her response as acceptance of the grim reality and scoffed. Behind Lu Hua stands the Wang family of Chengle. What grounds do you have to contest her? Moreover, you have a younger brother to protect. Fuhuan, you must learn to assess the situation wisely. The old matriarch shot him a disapproving glare and took Chu Fuhuan's hand, saying, Ji Han has been at the border for too long. He speaks too bluntly. I shall rebuke him later. Now that your elder brother has met with such a fate, if you feel the need to cry, do so. Do not hold back. Her tone was gentle, and regardless of the Chu family circumstances, she regarded Chu Fuhuan as her cherished child. It was a pity that the once glorious Duke of Li's family had dwindled to just 2 children. Chu Fuhuan understood the old matriarch's shrewdness. Her words circled around, each one a gentle nudge for her to recognize the present reality. This mother-son duo, one playing the role of the villain and the other the victim, shared a common goal. Silently, Chu Fuhuan withdrew her hand, feeling suffocated by the atmosphere in the room. The old matriarch, waiting in vain for her to bow her head in obedience, grew stern. Fuhuan, we cannot provoke the Wang family of Chengle. But know that your mother does not favor Lu Hua. After all, she is not blameless. Her words were dismissive and perfunctory, conveniently absolving the Ji family of any responsibility. Chu Fuhuan suppressed her rising disgust, smiling instead. Is that so? Then I shall seek out the Wang family of Chengle. I trust that both the prince and the princess are reasonable individuals who would not dare to bully an orphan of the Duke's family. Her expression was soft, yet her demeanor was eerily calm, causing a flutter of anxiety in the old matriarch, as if something was spiraling out of control. She stammered, her face reddening.
Why?
Every reaction from Chu Fuhuan was entirely contrary to their expectations. Seeing their mother in distress, Ji Han's expression shifted. This is nonsense. What sort of place is the Wang family of Chengle? What is your status? Do you not see the reality, even now? After spending so long in the inner quarters, you have become this ignorant? Indeed. Chu Fuhuan nodded with a smile, her posture straight and unyielding, yet she felt as though she were on the verge of shattering. Compared to Lu Hua, who could drive a wedge between us without a sound, I am the ignorant one. But I hope you realize that your lack of love renders my every action wrong, not that I am inherently at fault. She was disinclined to elaborate further. Grabbing Bai Su's hand, let us depart. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Wang family of Chengle. With that, she slammed the door behind her, leaving a room full of bewildered faces. Jiru scoffed. All these years, she has been pretending. Her true nature is finally revealed. We need not be courteous to her any longer. Once Princess Lu Hua enters the family, all debts will be settled, and she will no longer be of any use to us. Ji Han frowned at this. For years, what has sustained us apart from my remittances? The household has relied solely on the funds I send back. Madams Wu sighed. Your second brother's salary barely covers the daily expenses of the general's residence, let alone the ongoing social engagements in the capital. For the past 3 years, we have been dependent on the support of your sister-in-law. The bridal dowry of 88 lifts has dwindled to less than half. Ji Han's face flushed with shame. The prestigious 4th-grade general's residence, relying on a woman's dowry for survival? What about the shops and estates outside? Surely they must yield some profit? None at all. Madams were replied coolly. Not only do they yield no profit, but they also incur losses. The Ji family lacks business acumen. Those shops and estates have been consistently losing money. Your sister-in-law even has to pay substantial wages each month. She has always treated her well. It is only right that she repays some of this kindness when the opportunity arises. Impossible! Ji Han exclaimed. Is there not a single profitable venture? Does Chu Fuhuan not care? Mother has always managed these matters, forbidding your sister-in-law from intervening. Madame Zhou glanced at the old matriarch, offering a respectful bow. Your daughter-in-law is unwell, so I shan't impose further. Mother, you should have a good talk with your second son. I take my leave. With her departure, the old matriarch's face darkened with anger. Ji Ru quickly interjected. Do not worry, mother. Once Princess Lu Hua is married in, everything will be fine. The princess will have far more than what Chu Fuhuan possesses. Our family shall still live well. The old matriarch nodded, advising Ji Han, Do not heed Chu Fuhuan's wild claims. She lacks the courage to confront the Wang family of Chang'e. Now that her elder brother has died, she has lost her last pillar of support. She cannot possibly have that kind of confidence. Ji Han furrowed his brow. No wonder Chu Fuhuan appeared so self-assured.
It all made sense now.
She was truly calculating and unlikable. Chapter 4. The secret purchase of a shop upon returning to Fuhuan residence. The moment Chu Fuhuan closed the door, the tears she had held back began to cascade down her cheeks. She curled up on the floor, hugging her knees, her shoulders trembling silently. Bai Su, alarmed, cried out, "Young miss, please let it out. I am truly frightened to see you like this." After a long while, Chu Fuhuan finally lifted her head, her eyes red but her gaze resolute. "From now on, we must rely on ourselves to survive. Once we have entered this narrow alley, we must turn back in time. I cannot allow myself to be mired in this quagmire for life. I shall seek a divorce." Having served her since childhood, Bai Su could see through her thoughts. "Young miss, you wish to divorce?" "Indeed, my relationship with Ji Han has come to an end. However, I shall not bring it up hastily. My own suffering shall not permit anyone to tread upon my dignity." Chu Fuhuan rose, her legs feeling slightly numb. Reminiscent of the Lantern Festival when she was 7, frozen in the snow. Yet back then, Ji Han extended his hand to her, wrapping her in his cloak, rescuing her life, and bringing her back to the capital. Now, however, Ji Han wields a knife, plunging it into her heart time and again. Out of gratitude for a life-saving favor, she cherished the young man, falling for him at first sight, and devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Ji family. The joy she once felt has now turned into profound regret. Each tear she sheds now a reflection of her past naivety. Dragging her weary body, Chu Fuhuan carefully placed the letter of resignation into a small box. Just as she closed the lid, footsteps echoed from outside. Ji Han pushed open the door, demanding a clear answer on how she might acquiesce to this matter. "Chu Fuhuan, I have no time to waste. State your demands, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Chu Fuhuan replied with a faint smile, "I shall not comply. However, since the emperor has already consented to this marriage, there is no need for you to rush. Simply await the imperial decree, at which point I shall gracefully step aside." "You are ungrateful." Ji Han pointed at her, but ultimately said nothing more and turned to leave. Waiting for the emperor's decree? How could one wait? He had sought the decree through military merit, and while the emperor agreed, he had stipulated that as long as Chu Fuhuan nodded in consent to her own resignation, he would issue the decree without hesitation. A feeling of suffocation washed over him as he departed. The next day, as dawn approached, the creditors arrived. The three establishments, Tongxin Hall, Pinjin Pavilion, and Shui Workshop, all demanded payment. Steward Ji Zhong knelt before the matriarch and Ji Han, a distressed expression on his face, stating, in total, there are 630 taels of silver, with Tongxin Hall accounting for 280. Currently, the public account holds not a single coin, and I am utterly at a loss. Ji Han had just returned from court, his face clouded with shadows. How could there be not a single coin? He found it hard to believe. 630 taels was not an exorbitant amount. What household did not face such expenses during seasonal transitions? Were there truly no preparations made? The steward, resigned, explained, there were funds, indeed, but they were the second mistress's dowry, which was taken this morning. She has stated that upon the arrival of the imperial decree, she shall seek a divorce. All the items used from her dowry over the years have been meticulously recorded, and we shall owe her upon settling accounts. The matriarch, confused, asked what items were borrowed. What does she demand of us? Has the matriarch forgotten? 3 years ago, when the second master left the household, we incurred losses. At that time, the second mistress voluntarily offered her dowry to cover the deficit, and you deemed it a loan from the general's residence. Since then, we have kept accounts. What? The matriarch was taken aback, unable to fathom such shamelessness. The steward bowed his head, unable to speak, yet filled with disdain. The second mistress had claimed it was a gift, not a loan. Yet the matriarch insisted on maintaining her lofty ideals, now refusing to acknowledge her debt. The matriarch clutched her chest, lamenting, I defended her. Yet she has schemed against us for so many years, having already distanced herself from us. She seeks to bring disgrace upon the general's residence. She shoved Ji Han, insisting, you go find her. I care not whether you plead or seize, but this debt must be settled today. Her dowry must continue to benefit the general's residence. The troubles you have caused must be resolved by you. Ji Han felt displeased. Using a woman's dowry was inherently dishonorable. Very well, I shall handle this matter. You need not worry, mother. After Ji Han left, the steward followed suit. The matriarch turned to Mama Duan beside her, asking, "What do you think the second master will do to resolve this? What can he possibly do?" Mama Duan pondered. Perhaps he will seek a loan from Princess Lu Hua? That could work, the matriarch agreed. Ruer is right. As a princess, Lu Hua must have an even greater dowry than Fuhuan, who was merely the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li. Moreover, the princess's mother surely dotes on her and would not treat her unfairly. Whatever is hers is ours. Ji Han paused outside, contemplating. He needed to repay the debts quickly. Otherwise, news would spread, and the general's residence would be left with no dignity, especially if it reached Lu Hua's ears. He cherished her and would never ask her for money. Summoning the steward, Ji Han resolved to sell some properties to alleviate the immediate crisis and to avoid monthly losses. News swiftly reached Bishui Yunju, whereby Su, incensed, exclaimed, "The young lady has managed those shops for 3 years, hoping to run them well upon the general's return, yet he decides to sell them without consideration. It's infuriating." Fuhuan comforted by Su. "The shops are registered under the matriarch and the third young lady's names. They are not our concern. Even though I exerted effort, the profits still flow into her coffers." Bai Su nodded vigorously. The young lady has finally seen through it. But what should we do moving forward? Where there is a will, there is a way, Fuhuan replied without hesitation. You shall procure some silver and inquire at the pawnshop regarding how many properties Ji Han has sold, and at what price. Offer 30% less than the listed price to buy back all the shops. Bai Su was perplexed. Fuhuan ruffled Bai Su's hair, saying, "Silly girl. We cannot remain in the Ji family any longer. We must plan for our future. Years ago, when my parents moved half the Duke of Li's residence to provide me with a dowry, it was squandered on the blind.
Now,
we shall use the Ji family shops to reclaim those losses." Bai Su understood. "I shall go at once." With Bai Su gone, Fuhuan began contemplating her future. Remaining in the Ji family was untenable. She needed a place to settle. The residence of the Duke of Li still stood, but its vastness required considerable manpower to manage, an expense she could not afford at present. She needed to find a source of income swiftly. Before announcing her desire for a divorce, she must secure a place to land and retrieve the remainder of her dowry for peace of mind. Ji Han was somewhat concerned with appearances in such matters, which made negotiation difficult, particularly with the matriarch and the third young lady, who were both quite troublesome. Extricating herself without complications would not be easy. She needed a clever strategy. Furthermore, Ji Han seemed unwilling to discuss divorce. He only mentioned her resignation, never uttering the word divorce. Entering the general's residence had not been easy, and leaving would be no simpler. Thus, she decided to bide her time. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Ji Han and Lu Hua must not benefit from her predicament. Ji Han's aspirations to marry Lu Hua smoothly would never come to fruition. Chapter 5. Such shamelessness. Bai Su returned in the evening, carrying 4 property deeds, 2 from shops in the capital and 2 from estates in the suburbs. She had secured them at 40% of the price, officially processed through the pawnshop, leaving the Ji family with no grounds to contest. "Young lady, keep these safe. Do not let the general see them." Fuhuan sat at her desk, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Realizing that Ji Han truly did not understand the value of those shops, they were the best properties owned by the Ji family. Our future life in the capital need not be extravagant. These few shops would suffice. These shops were the legacy of the old general, spacious and well-located. They could generate substantial revenue, yet the Ji family lacked the acumen to manage them. She had previously offered to manage these businesses for the matriarch, but the matriarch had never trusted her, often regarding her as inept. If one day the old shop becomes renowned, one cannot help but wonder if the Ji family will regret their actions. The next day, Lu Hua entered the residence and went directly to Qingzhu's secluded abode to converse with the elderly matriarch. By the time Fuhuan arrived, the old lady was holding Lu Hua's hand, beaming as she remarked, "It must be the royal princess, graceful, courteous, and empathetic. If our daughter-in-law were to possess even half of your virtues, there would be no need for you to make this trip." Lu Hua gently shook her head, comforting the matriarch as she replied, "I should have come. This matter arose because of me, and I feel indebted to Fuhuan." Ji Han stood beside Lu Hua, unable to tear his gaze away from her face. Fuhuan had never seen Ji Han look at her with such intensity before. Having assumed he was naturally reserved in expressing his emotions, she realized now that it was not a lack of feeling but rather an unwillingness to reveal it to her. Upon her arrival, the old lady fell silent. Lu Hua's gaze fell upon Chu Fuhuan's delicate face, coldly scrutinizing her. Compared to 3 years prior, she had matured. Her skin was fair and radiant, her features exquisitely beautiful, captivating anyone who dared to look. Now, Chu Fuhuan exuded a serene demeanor that evoked an involuntary fondness. However, Lu Hua found this admiration exceedingly irksome, resentment bubbling within her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Yet, she suppressed her jealousy, bending slightly and cautiously addressing her. Fuhuan, you have come. This feigned politeness pained Ji Han deeply.
You need not be so, he thought.
If anyone should be blamed, it is I. Lu Hua, however, shook her head, saying, "It is my fault. You acted to save me and to ensure that I would not face scorn upon my return to the capital. You are my savior. All blame rests with me." She turned her gaze toward Chu Fuhuan, tears welling in her eyes.
It is all my fault.
If only you could forgive me and accept me, I would do whatever you ask. I do not wish to compete with you. Having been married once, she understood that Ji Han's affection stemmed from a longing for what he could not attain, leading him to romanticize her in his memories. Once he possessed her, it would be difficult for her to vie with Chu Fuhuan. She was acutely aware of Ji Han's unrequited love, deliberately adopting a submissive demeanor, her tears evoking pity.
Indeed.
Her tears softened Ji Han's heart. He rose from his seat and embraced Lu Hua, whispering, "What wrong have you committed? You are a princess, a treasure. To have you wed to me is a blessing I could never have dreamed of." When he looked at Chu Fuhuan again, a glimmer of malice darkened his expression. "Is this what you wished for, to see Lu Hua so humbly beg? What decorum is this? Such shamelessness." Chu Fuhuan scoffed. "Lu Hua, it appears you do not wish to contend with me. Since you are willing to be a concubine, I shall consent. And we shall choose an auspicious day for your arrival, with a small sedan chair to bring you into the residence." Lu Hua was taken aback, and Ji Han blurted out, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Fuhuan finally replied, "I mean precisely what I say. A sedan chair to bring Lu Hua into the family, a cup of tea to honor me, and thereafter we shall be sisters." She glanced at the old lady, a faint smile on her lips, recalling how her mother had once declared that Lu Hua, having lost her purity, was unfit to be the legitimate wife. Now it was settled. Lu Hua willingly accepted the role of concubine, relieving her mother of concern for the family's honor. Lu Hua's face paled in shock, while the old matriarch's complexion turned ashen, feeling as though her very essence had been stripped away. Lu Hua lowered her head in distress, yet a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Ji Han quickly kissed her forehead, soothingly assuring her, "Do not listen to her. You are the finest girl in the world, and we have never thought ill of you. It is she who cannot bear to relinquish her status as the legitimate wife and seeks to sow discord." Chu Fuhuan observed the farcical scene with cold detachment, finding it both absurd and laughable. She coolly reminded them, "No matter how much you argue, the reality remains the same. If she wishes to enter the Ji family, her only path is as a concubine, unless I were to perish." "But do you dare take such a step, Ji Han?" Lu Hua's face turned pale, retreating into Ji Han's embrace. "Fuhuan, it is all my fault. Do not blame General Ji. But your brother too has sacrificed himself for the country, and you should hold on to a sense of righteousness. In the past, I offered myself for the peace of our two nations, even if you do not feel gratitude. You ought not." Chu Fuhuan's gaze was piercing, fixed coldly upon Lu Hua. "Is that so? For what reason? You are well aware, or else you would not have been so eager to seize." Ji Han shouted, "Enough." A wave of murderous intent surged in his eyes. Chu Fuhuan showed no fear. Her response icy. "Very well, I shall be silent, yet I am curious to see how long you can endure without my consent." Her gaze traveled over Lu Hua's abdomen, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Unmarried and already with child. Do you dare let anyone know? By Su, let us depart." Outside, the rain began to fall once more, reminiscent of the day Ji Han returned to the capital, lightly drizzling and cool. Bai Su intended to fetch an umbrella, but Chu Fuhuan dashed into the rain, unwilling to let Ji Han off easily, her grievances genuine. Bai Su felt a pang of sympathy for her young mistress, yet felt powerless to assist. In a moment of desperation, she burst into the old lady's chamber, shouting, "If you continue to bully her like this, you will surely face retribution." Heaven will not spare you. A thunderclap echoed, as if striking Ji-han directly. The gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour, but Chu Fuhuan laughed amidst the deluge. Feeling exhilarated, Bai Su, witnessing the scene, felt tears well up in her eyes, as if the spirited girl of the past had returned. How nostalgic those days were. The following day, Chu Fuhuan experienced a slight nasal congestion. Bai Su prepared slices of ginger in hot water, adding a bit of brown sugar. After sipping it, Chu Fuhuan perspired slightly. Bai Su inquired, "What are your plans for today, miss?" "The household is already preparing for the marriage of Princess Lu Hua. I heard this morning that the general is arranging the betrothal gifts and even quarreled with the old lady over it." Chu Fuhuan merely chuckled. The imperial decree has yet to arrive, yet he prepares betrothal gifts? Who does he intend to marry? Moreover, the general's treasury is empty. What will he use to prepare the gifts? Bai Su nodded. "Everything we own has been secured. I have the key, and no one may touch anything without your consent." Chu Fuhuan rose. "Let us change our attire. Today we shall venture out to inspect the shops. We must greet the outside world. We need to establish a clear boundary with the Ji family and ensure they do not covet our shops any longer." Chapter 6. Who has wronged you? The two hurriedly set out, and the news quickly reached the old matriarch. Presuming that Chu Fuhuan truly intended to visit the Long Lo Wang residence, only to learn she was going to inspect the shops, the old lady erupted in anger, cursing, "She leaves no retreat for the Ji family. Such a venomous woman should never have been allowed to enter." Ji Ru, standing nearby, attempted to placate her mother. "Do not be overly enraged. We must discuss this matter with the second brother. The princess is already a remarried woman, and the betrothal gifts should be waived." The old lady twirled the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist, her mood calming somewhat. However, she still had to consider how to address the Long Lo Wang residence, as she owed respect to the prince and princess. A comprehensive plan was necessary. Chu Fuhuan visited 7 shops in one breath and sent an old steward who had served the Chu family for decades to the outskirts of the city to convey her intentions to 4 villages. From now on, the Chu family shops would recognize her alone. After completing these errands, she purchased some items for Bai Su to carry and made her way to Chongqing Alley. The 5th household in Chongqing Alley belonged to the elder sister of the old matriarch, whom the Ji family referred to as Aunt. This aunt, having lost her husband in middle age, lived alone, relying on them for support over the past 3 years. However, she was a kind-hearted woman. Years ago, it was she who persuaded Ji-han to propose early, urging him not to let the heart of his childhood sweetheart grow cold. This very persuasion allowed her to enter the family smoothly. For this, she felt immense gratitude and had treated her aunt as her own mother over the years. When the carriage arrived, the door of the residence was slightly ajar. Bai Su stepped forward to push the door open, and a maid sweeping the courtyard paused upon seeing them, exclaiming, "Second madam." Chu Fuhuan smiled and replied, "I came to see my aunt. She must be in the inner courtyard. I can go by myself. You continue with your duties." The maid seemed hesitant to stop her, but ultimately refrained from speaking. The residence was not large, and it didn't take long for them to reach the courtyard of the aunt. Just after passing through the moon gate, a voice from within an ajar room cried out, "Are you all mad? You want to drive Chu Fuhuan out of the house?" The words nearly brought tears to Chu Fuhuan's eyes. Her aunt had always protected her, and even at this moment, she continued to stand by her side. Besides her dowry, Chu Fuhuan had numerous estates and shops that could sustain the Ji family for a lifetime without worry. "How can you be so foolish?" Her aunt continued. "Do you really believe that Princess Lu Hua would willingly support the Ji family like Chu Fuhuan? It's sheer folly. Even if Lu Hua were willing, the Wang family of Changlo would never allow it. When your plans fail, how will the entire general's household survive?" Her aunt, filled with indignation, commanded, "Go back and tell Ji-han that I don't care what methods he employs. He must ensure that Chu Fuhuan remains stable. Women are to be soothed, and as for Lu Hua, we can delay that." Chu Fuhuan covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to retch, and turned away. Bai Su chased after her until they reached the outside of the residence, where Chu Fuhuan finally expelled a mouthful of bitter bile. It was utterly revolting. She realized that her dedication to the Ji family had been misplaced from the very beginning. Leaning against a wall, she wandered aimlessly, the rainwater falling on her face failing to awaken her senses. It wasn't until she heard the sound of hooves behind her that she was jolted back to reality, only to be splashed with mud as a carriage passed by. The carriage came to a sudden halt, and the curtain was lifted from within, revealing a face so stunning it bordered on the ethereal. The man, just past his youth, had long, elegant features and a tall stature. Dressed in a purple brocade robe that accentuated his noble and aloof demeanor, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Fuhuan? She snapped back to reality. Upon recognizing him, she was momentarily stunned, then sighed inwardly, bending her knee in a respectful greeting. Your Highness, the fifth prince. Song Ting-si, the second son of the Empress, was known for his arrogance and unpredictable temperament, instilling a sense of dread among the court officials, even more so than the crown prince. Rumors spoke of his ruthless nature, wielding immense power in the court, to the point where even the crown prince had to tread carefully around him. Everyone expected him to incite a power struggle in the capital, yet 3 years ago, on the day of Fuhuan's wedding, he had inexplicably requested to be sent to the frontier, heading in the opposite direction of Jihan. Now, leaning against the side of the carriage, he lifted the curtain with one hand and pressed his fingers to his temple, suppressing his anger as he asked, "Who has wronged you?" Fuhuan was taken aback, unsure of why he would inquire so. She hadn't expected that after 3 years, he would still recognize her at a glance. "No one has wronged me." She took a half step back, lowering her gaze. In that moment of distraction, she noticed Song Ting-si dismounting from the carriage, opening an umbrella and holding it over her head. He was no longer the boy of their childhood. Now, he was tall and imposing, casting a shadow over her with a gaze that was both intense and overwhelming. Fuhuan's heart skipped a beat, and she found herself unable to retreat. Memories flooded back of a rainy day in their youth when they had fought, and she had pushed him into a muddy pit, covering him in muck. He had yelled and cursed, nearly invoking the names of her ancestors in his fury. Yet, on their way back, as the rain intensified, he had sheltered her with an umbrella, leaving himself exposed to the downpour. Later, when he fell ill, the Empress had interrogated him about how he got so muddy, and he had insisted it was his own fault, never revealing her involvement. They had grown up together, and even during their quarrels, they cared for one another. However, now that she was married, she had to be cautious. The youthful antics had become mere memories. Your Highness has returned to the capital after a long journey. I shall not trouble you further. Thank you for the umbrella. She took the umbrella from his hands without hesitation, pulling Bai Su along as she turned to leave. Song Ting-si watched her depart, her slender figure appearing as if it could be swept away by the wind. Had her face not remained unchanged, he might have failed to recognize her as the once notorious little tyrant of the capital. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes. 3 years prior, she had waved goodbye to him with a bright smile. When he had asked her if she had truly decided to marry Jihan, she had nodded vigorously, declaring that she had finally awaited this day. Yet, why had she been crying on the street just moments ago? Su Yang, investigate the general's household, he commanded, his expression darkening like gathering storm clouds, suffocating those around him. Even the horses pulling the carriage shivered, instinctively moving aside to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Su Yang recognized that his master was truly enraged. That night, Fuhuan came down with a fever. Bai Su, in a panic, sought a doctor. But Fuhuan stopped her with a firm grip, shaking her head. Just bring me a damp cloth to place on my forehead. I'll lie down and sweat it out. Do not summon a doctor. It would be too conspicuous. But miss, you cannot let this illness linger.
I know my own body.
Fuhuan coughed a few times and was about to recline when the door swung open abruptly and Jihan entered, soaked from the rain. Why are you here? Bai Su instinctively reached out to stop him, exclaiming, the general should have announced his arrival. My lady needs rest. This is not appropriate. She is my wife. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Jihan replied coldly, glancing at Bai Su before commanding leave. Reluctantly, Bai Su departed, casting a baleful glare at Jihan as she exited. Jihan suppressed his emotions and turned to Fuhuan, speaking patiently. I know my engagement to Lu Hua has put you in a difficult position. I've been thinking these past few days. It is understandable that you would not want to be a concubine, as it carries a negative connotation. Therefore, if you agree to one condition, I can make you my primary wife and ensure you and Lu Hua are treated equally in this household. Fuhuan appeared intrigued. What is the condition? Jihan took a deep breath. Regarding the betrothal gifts, the treasury is nearly depleted. I was considering selling the old residence of the Duke of Ligua, which is still available, to use as the betrothal gift. This way, you would essentially be purchasing the title of primary wife for yourself.
Fuhuan.
It was you who led the family into this predicament. For years, you have controlled the household finances, and after managing the general's household for 3 years, all the funds have been exhausted, leaving us in significant debt. We have been lenient, showing you mercy, and you should be grateful. Fuhuan couldn't help but laugh. If he were not so shameless, he might have some semblance of dignity. His unreasonable arguments only served to make her appear in the wrong. Even now, he was begging for help without the humility to bow. Sooner or later, he would pay for his arrogance. Fine, I will handle the Duke's estate tomorrow. Jihan left, satisfied. As night fell, Fuhuan slept lightly, vaguely sensing someone sitting by her side. Thinking it was Bai Su, she opened her eyes only to find it was Song Tingxi. Their gazes locked, and she caught a faint whiff of alcohol on him. She averted her eyes first. What brings you here? The night was dark and dreary, devoid of moonlight. Song Tingxi's expression was somber as he looked down at her.
Fuhuan.
Why are you so spineless? In our childhood contests, you never lost. Why is it that now, facing Jihan, you have no temper at all? After he wronged you, you are willing to sell out the Duke's residence to marry him? Did you owe the Ji family in your past life? His anger was rare and palpable. Fuhuan sat up, her head bowed. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but this is my family matter. I can handle it myself. There is no need for you to intervene. Song Tingxi raised an eyebrow, his long-term exposure to the battlefield lending him an air of danger. The chilling aura enveloped her. Fuhuan instinctively shifted back, and he realized he might have frightened her. He reigned in his intensity, and the atmosphere softened. Indeed, you have fallen ill. When did you start calling me Your Highness? You used to call me by my name without hesitation. Yet only 3 years have passed, and you have become such a stranger. Fuhuan shook her head in disappointment. Yes, she could hardly recognize herself anymore. In the past, within Jian City, there were only 2 prominent figures of their generation, the domineering royal son, Song Tingxi, and the fearless daughter of the Duke of Li, Fuhuan. There were even whispers in their youth about when Song Tingxi would finally win a match against Fuhuan. However, ever since she married into the Ji family, her life had transformed entirely, becoming increasingly unrecognizable to herself. I've heard about your family situation, Song Tingxi said, his gaze icy as iron. I came to tell you something. The king of Chang'e has more than just Lu Hua as his daughter. He has a pair of children outside. You should understand what I mean. Fuhuan's eyes brightened. She understood. The existence of other children implied that the king of Chang'e might not depend solely on Lu Hua for his legacy, suggesting that his considerations might differ from those of the queen. Thank you, Your Highness, she expressed sincerely, but Song Tingxi shook his head. The old Fuhuan had never referred to him as Your Highness, always addressing him directly by name. Now, the familiarity had dulled to this extent. Do you need me to take charge for you? His tone lacked the previous awkwardness and hostility, now imbued with a touch of gentleness. Fuhuan shook her head. No need. I can manage myself. Then show your true mettle. He stood, casting her one last glance. Very well, Fuhuan, live your life well. I shall take my leave. He turned and departed without looking back, leaving Fuhuan to sit on the couch, bitterly smiling. Live well? That seems to be the very thing I cannot do right now. Having been on watch, Bai Su, who had dared not breathe a word during Song Tingxi's visit, finally gathered the courage to approach, trembling as she asked, Miss, why did His Highness come? Fuhuan glanced at her. Did you not hear? He came to inform me about the king of Chang'e. Bai Su reached out to check her forehead, which was still warm. But after the commotion, her spirit seemed to have revived. What are your plans, miss? After some contemplation, Fuhuan replied, Tomorrow, we shall visit the king of Chang'e's residence. Bai Su, puzzled, asked, Are you really going to plead with the king and queen? She paused. Plead them for what? To spare us and prevent Princess Lu Hua from marrying into our family. Fuhuan chuckled softly. I could never lower myself to plead for such matters. If a man loses his heart to me, there is no way to regain it. Even if I block one Lu Hua, there will be others in the future. So, your intention is to negotiate a deal with the royal residence. Bai Su exclaimed. Jihan needs funds to marry Lu Hua, and I must find a way to procure that money. That night, Bai Su could not sleep well, her mind racing with thoughts of what her mistress intended to do at the royal residence. Would they treat her poorly? What if things went awry? Could they escape? Jihan also found himself restless. With Chu Fuhuan's firm stance against leaving or divorcing, the matter of his marriage to Lu Hua seemed to have reached an impasse.
Today,
He had managed to persuade Chu Fuhuan to accept being a secondary wife, and she had finally relented, but he had yet to inform Lu Hua. To have one legitimate wife and one secondary wife felt too unfair to Lu Hua. After all, she was the princess he had admired since childhood. How could he allow her to face such indignities? Jihan resolved to wait until the bride price was secured before discussing matters further with Chu Fuhuan. She had always been soft-hearted towards him. Perhaps if he knelt and pleaded, she might agree. For Lu Hua's sake, a single act of supplication would be worth it. Chapter 8. The Princess Reborn. After a night of sweating, Chu Fuhuan awoke the next day feeling better. She had breakfast at home and promptly set out with Bai Su. Bai Su looked tense, worried about going empty-handed. Chu Fuhuan gently smoothed her furrowed brow, reassuring her. We visited the king of Changle's residence before. In our childhood, we went as many as 8 times in a single day. I even knocked out Lu Hua's tooth once. We weren't afraid then. Why be afraid now? Bai Su recalled those times, feeling as if they belonged to a past life. Madam, we have arrived at the royal residence, the coachman announced from outside. Chu Fuhuan took Bai Su's hand as they disembarked, and upon looking up, she saw the plaque of the king of Changle's residence hanging high. Everything unchanged from many years ago. Once a granddaughter of the Duke of Li, she was now but the second wife of a 4th-grade general's house.
how humiliating.
My lady wishes to see the queen, Bai Su announced, stepping forward to present the invitation. Please inform her that we have come to discuss Princess Lu Hua's marriage. With this pretext, they were soon ushered inside. The Queen of Changle greeted her in the front hall, exuding the same air of grandeur. She seemed pleased to see Chu Fuhuan, pulling her down to sit without waiting for her to bow. I have heard that you are willing to step down from your position as the legitimate wife for Lu Hua's sake. How touching. After all, you have grown up together. The bond forged over many years is indeed unique. Lu Hua has suffered greatly in Xiliang, and only you can truly understand her plight, willing to plan for her future. The queen wiped at her eyes, though no tears fell. Fuhuan, rest assured, we will not let you sacrifice your position without compensation. You are a pitiable child. Having lost your parents at a young age, you once had a brother to rely on, but now he is. Fortunately, the future legitimate wife of the general's residence is Lu Hua. The bond you share from childhood will ensure she takes care of you. Bai Su nearly lost her temper at the queen's words, but Chu Fuhuan remained unfazed. The queen spoke the truth. Her voice was calm, her gaze steady. The general's residence was already preparing for Lu Hua's arrival. Today, I have come to discuss the bride price with the queen. The general's residence believes that since Lu Hua is a twice-married woman, the bride price cannot be the same as that of an untouched maiden. Furthermore, the general's residence appears affluent on the surface, but internally, it is already in decline. Therefore, the bride price they can offer is truly limited. The princess of Changle fixed her gaze upon Chu Fuhuan for quite some time, a cold smile gracing her lips. Yet over these years, it seems the general's residence has been faring quite well. Indeed, Chu Fuhuan replied, a smile upon her face. For this prosperity, I have sacrificed half of my dowry. At that time, as the rightful wife, it was my duty. However, now that Lu Hua is to become the legitimate wife, she must shoulder this burden. Thus, I felt it necessary to inform you, Your Highness, that Lu Hua's dowry must be scrutinized by the general's residence in advance. If it is insufficient, she shall not be worthy of marriage. Of course, I trust that the royal family would not slight Lu Hua. After all, Your Highness, you have only this one daughter, and her dowry should certainly not be less than what was bestowed upon me by the Duke of Li. Otherwise, when the princess is wed, if her dowry pales in comparison to that of the Duke's legitimate daughter, where would the dignity of the Changle royal family lie? Furthermore, it must not be less than Lu Hua's first marriage, lest it be seen as a grave disrespect to the general's residence. The princess of Changle furrowed her brows tightly. She could certainly discern that Chu Fuhuan was unwilling to step down to a concubine status, yet this was inconsequential to her. Lu Hua was a princess. As long as the Ji family consented, driving away a solitary girl like Chu Fuhuan would pose no challenge. However, if the Ji family was merely a faade, having been supported by Chu Fuhuan in the past, and now expecting Lu Hua to provide for them in the future, she would need to deliberate carefully. As a servant brought in tea, Chu Fuhuan sipped slowly, not rushing to speak. After all, the urgency was not hers. Lu Hua's pregnancy was already beginning to show. As long as she remained calm, it was the Chengel royal family that would be anxious. At that moment, a maid entered and whispered to the princess of Chengel. "The princess wishes to see you." The princess nodded, smiling at Fuhuan. "Please have a seat. I shall return shortly." In the back room, Lu Hua paced restlessly, her mood exceedingly fraught. She had overheard the conversation between Fuhuan and the princess and sensed the hesitation in the latter.
Yet,
She could not allow the princess to waver. She must marry Jihan, not only because she carried a child but also because in her rebirth, she had foreseen Jihan's future. He was an exceptionally promising young general, destined to ascend rapidly from the 4th rank to the 1st in merely 5 years. His forces expanding from the current 100,000 to 800,000. In the future, Jihan would hold immense power, with influence that spanned the court. She could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. "Did you hear that?" The princess grasped Lu Hua, reminding her to remain composed. "Firstly, your health cannot withstand such pacing, and secondly, we must reconsider the Ji family." "There is no need for reconsideration." Lu Hua waved her hand, her tone resolute. "Just listen to me. No matter what conditions the Ji family proposes, agree to them. Moreover, we cannot fully trust what Fuhuan says. Do not forget what kind of person she is." The princess of Chengel understood all too well. In the past, during the height of the Duke of Li's power, Fuhuan had been a tyrant in the capital. Even the Chengel royal family had to tread lightly around her. Yet times had changed. Fuhuan's current predicament was no longer what it once was. "Mother, just remember that I must marry Jihan. Everything else, let us see how Fuhuan responds." After a cup of tea, the princess of Chengel returned to the front hall. She committed Lu Hua's words to memory. Yet, to prepare a dowry for Lu Hua that matched her first marriage was simply impractical. Even comparing it to the dowry given to Fuhuan by the Duke of Li, she lacked confidence that she could provide such an amount. She did not wish to show weakness, yet Fuhuan saw through her bravado. However, her purpose in visiting today was not to demand a dowry from the Chengel royal family. She had come to negotiate with the Duke of Li, setting down her teacup. She spoke leisurely. "Your Highness need not feel troubled. I am aware that during Lu Hua's marriage, most of her dowry was provided by the emperor.
now,
To marry a 4th-rank general, how could one expect a dowry equivalent to that of a marriage alliance? And speaking of this union, it is inherently illogical." The princess of Chengel looked puzzled. "Which matter do you refer to?" "Naturally, I mean Lu Hua's marriage to Jihan, which undermines the princess's dignity. Previously, a marriage alliance would indeed involve a wedding. However, if the husband resides in the capital, according to the customs of past dynasties, it should entail establishing a princess's residence and inviting the prince consort to take on his responsibilities of managing the household and serving the princess." The princess of Chengel displayed a troubled expression. Inviting a prince consort would indeed be preferable, but that was a privilege reserved for a genuine royal princess. And Lu Hua was merely the daughter of a prince. Yet Fuhuan continued, "Regardless of her origins, as long as she is called a princess, Lu Hua must uphold the demeanor befitting her status. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Chengel royal family reside? If she were to marry a powerful minister, that would be one thing, but for a mere 4th-rank general to reduce her to such a lowly status, can you bear that, Your Highness? Furthermore, the Ji family lacks the means to marry a princess. Thus, my point is, if the Chengel royal family truly values Lu Hua, they should maintain her dignity and arrange for her to marry General Ji." Noticing the princess's expression softening, Fuhuan added fuel to the fire. "Lu Hua and I grew up together. Regardless of our childhood quarrels, just as you mentioned, Your Highness, the bond formed through shared upbringing is irreplaceable. Of course, I also do this for myself. I, Fuhuan, will never consent to be a concubine. If I part ways with Jihan, it shall be a formal divorce. If you invite Jihan to be the prince consort and provide me with a graceful exit, I shall part from Jihan, and we shall remain free of obligations to each other." She employed both soft and hard tactics, stating, "However, if you insist on making things difficult for me, forcing me to request to step down as a concubine, then from this day forth, I shall be a thorn in their sides, and they will bear the shame of having coerced a legitimate wife into becoming a concubine through military exploits. Your Highness, do you wish for your daughter to live a peaceful life, or do you prefer her to be restless every day? Choose wisely." The princess of Chengel was exceedingly vexed by Fuhuan's demeanor, yet such an attitude felt all too familiar. Wasn't this the same Fuhuan of yore? As for the matter of inviting a prince consort, it was not entirely impossible, however. She had already invested a considerable portion of her dowry into the Ji family over the past 3 years and had little liquid cash remaining. With a heavy sigh, Chu Fuhuan said, "If your highness is willing, perhaps consider purchasing the estate of the Duke of Li." The princess of Changel was intrigued. If she could acquire the Duke of Li's estate and spread word that Chu Fuhuan had willingly sold it, it would signify her intent to support Lu Hua's marriage to Jihan. At the very least, it would yield a substantial sum of cash. And if she could negotiate for a bit more, it would enhance her reputation. "How much silver do you require?" Chu Fuhuan retrieved the deed from her sleeve. 1,000,000 taels. The princess of Changel furrowed her brow slightly. 1,000,000 taels? That is quite a hefty sum, causing one to wince. The princess had initially assumed that Chu Fuhuan would ask for 500,000, allowing her to add an extra 100,000 as a gesture of goodwill. This way, the news could be spun positively. However, with Chu Fuhuan demanding 1,000,000, it exceeded her financial capacity. She wished to negotiate but found herself unable to voice it. Seeing her discomfort, Chu Fuhuan smiled lightly. "Never mind, I was merely suggesting. If your highness does not wish to proceed, I shall not insist. As for Lu Hua's marriage to Jihan, I reiterate, unless Jihan is invited to be the prince consort, I willingly accept a divorce. Stepping down as a concubine is out of the question." She stood, pulling Bai Su along. "Let us depart." The princess of Changel also rose, saying, "Wait. The Duke of Li's residence has been acquired." The steward, carrying silver notes, took Chu Fuhuan with him to the yamen. Upon their return, Chu Fuhuan found herself with 110 taels of silver tucked away in her sleeve. Why did the princess bestow an additional 100,000 taels? Bai Su was perplexed. She observed that the princess did not seem particularly affluent enough to part with such a sum, yet she still generously offered 10,000 more, which truly baffled her. Chu Fuhuan smiled, indicating that there was nothing difficult to comprehend. It was merely a matter of wanting to enhance the Wang family's reputation in future discussions. Others would perceive that she had chosen this path for the sake of money. A person who could sell their own family would surely be believed to relinquish her husband to a princess for wealth. Realizing this was the underlying motive, Bai Su felt a pang of sympathy. If the young lady had already resolved to part ways with General Ji, she ought to retain the Duke's residence. After all, they needed a place to call home. Yet, Chu Fuhuan sighed, stating that with only herself and Xing'e remaining in the Chu family, living in such a large estate, filled with memories of the past, became a burden. How would they manage? Furthermore, if she clung to the Duke's residence, how could the princess of Changel decisively seek a son-in-law? The Ji family had wronged her, diminishing her dignity, but she was not one to be easily bullied. They must receive their due retribution. If humiliation was to be shared, then let it be shared equally. Her divorce and Jihan becoming a son-in-law seemed just fine. Bai Su suddenly envisioned the Ji family's frantic reaction and felt a sense of satisfaction. They wished to marry a princess and greedily claim a dowry.
Now,
the princess desired to marry a general instead. It would be intriguing to see how the mere 4th-rank general's household could contend with the Wang residents of Changel. Lu Hua understood the princess of Changel's intentions clearly. Though she found it somewhat troublesome, she did not entirely dismiss the princess's decision. Inviting Jihan to be the prince consort was indeed a splendid idea, as it would not only rid them of the Ji family's greed, but also allow her to live a secluded life with Jihan. In 5 years, he would be a man of immense power, and she hoped that by then, he would have eyes only for her, enjoying all the accolades and not allowing the Ji family to share in any glory. As for the Duke of Li's residence, acquiring it aligned perfectly with her desires. Once the most splendid symbol in Jiuan City, it was even more imposing than the Wang residence of Changel. It brought back memories of her childhood, where she was often overshadowed by Chu Fuhuan. Now it belonged to her. Lu Hua believed this decision was astutely made. However, the Ji family was on the verge of madness. This matter swiftly reached the general's household. Upon hearing the news, the old matriarch smashed a vase in a fit of rage, only to regret it later, as it was a valuable antique. Ji Ru was bewildered. Why choose to purchase the Duke's residence specifically? They knew well it belonged to the Chu family. Was Chu Fuhuan meddling? The old matriarch, still retaining some rationality, reasoned that regardless of whether Chu Fuhuan was involved, the decision to buy or not lay with the Wang family of Changel. They could have avoided any controversy by not purchasing that estate. Yet they did so anyway, which was a blatant insult to the General's household. Furious, she commanded, "Call your second brother and your eldest brother. We must discuss this matter thoroughly." Jiru nodded and was about to leave when the old matriarch added, "And bring Chu Fuhuan too." Chapter 10. Don't be cowardly. As the evening breeze blew gently and the lights began to twinkle, the group was summoned to the Qingzhou quiet residence. Chu Fuhuan and Bai Su donned plain attire, while Jihan wore a striking crimson long gown. This ensemble even drew a frown from the matriarch, Lady Zhua, who noted that the eldest family had been dressing in somber tones lately due to the recent news of Chu Fuhuan's elder brother's demise in battle. Though months had passed since his death, for Chu Fuhuan, it felt like a recent event. They could do little else. But they ought to be mindful of Chu Fuhuan's feelings in their attire. Over the years, she had supported the main branch, and Lady Zhua remembered that well. Yet Jihan continued to wear bright colors and no one believed him when he claimed it was unintentional. Bai Su was nearly livid, casting a fierce glare at Jihan. Had it not been for Chu Fuhuan's restraint, she might have confronted him. "It is unnecessary," Chu Fuhuan softly interjected. "When the day comes of your demise, we shall dress similarly." "Chu Fuhuan, would you dare repeat that?" Jihan's expression shifted dramatically, his voice nearing a roar. He increasingly felt that Chu Fuhuan was impervious to reason. How had he been so bewitched to marry her? "When the day comes of your demise, I shall dress similarly," Chu Fuhuan repeated, fulfilling his wish. With a cold smile, she inquired, "What more do you wish to hear?" "I shall share it all with you. We are still husband and wife. For the sake of our past, I shall still heed your words for now." "Enough. Stop with the meaningless chatter," the old matriarch interjected, her expression grim, then turned to Chu Fuhuan. "I heard that you visited the Wang residence of Chang'e today. After your departure, news spread that they intended to seek a son-in-law for Princess Lu Hua. Fuhuan, are you aware of this matter?" "I am aware," Chu Fuhuan replied, her face reflecting confusion. "But Lu Hua is a princess. Unless she is to be married off for an alliance, a wedding within the capital necessitates a son-in-law to come to her. This has been the rule through the ages. Does mother not know this?" The old matriarch, of course, was aware, but that applied to the emperor's daughters, true princesses. Lu Hua was merely the daughter of a prince, and her title was bestowed for the sake of a marriage alliance. Why should she seek a husband? How could she presume to monopolize the lineage of the Ji family's general? "Is this matter a result of your meddling?" The old matriarch's expression darkened further. "I know you harbor discontent towards Lu Hua, but we have already made the situation clear to you. The Wang family is pressing for marriage. The decree from the emperor mandates that the General's household must comply, whether we wish to or not. Why don't you understand?" "I am not causing any disturbance," Chu Fuhuan retorted, raising an eyebrow. "It was General Ji who approached me, asking me to sell the Duke's residence and use the proceeds to marry Lu Hua. I thought, given our marriage, I should not be too distant from him, so I agreed. However, the Duke's residence is vast, and it once held great glory. Surely mother is aware of this. Finding a buyer in such a short time is no easy task. I can wait, but General Ji and Princess Lu Hua likely cannot. To expedite the sale, I sought out the Princess of Chang'e. She indeed had the means to purchase it, yet after acquiring it, she stated her intent to convert the Duke's residence into the Princess's residence, choosing a day to invite a son-in-law. I have thus fulfilled General Ji's wish, as he has always admired the Duke's residence and now finally has the opportunity to reside there. Furthermore, with the princess inviting a son-in-law, the Ji family will not need to prepare a dowry. Instead, the Wang family will provide them with a sum of silver. I have already agreed with the Princess of Chang'e that once the engagement is finalized, I will immediately divorce General Ji, ensuring he does not face any inconvenience with Lu Hua. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement for the General's household. Mother, do you not see the logic in what I am saying?" The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Jiru only heard that the Wang family would provide the Ji family with a sum of silver, and she began to calculate how much that might be and how much she could claim for herself. She was no longer a child and deserved to prepare her own dowry. Chu Fuhuan, considerate of her, gently remarked, "The troubles faced by General Ji today must never befall my little aunt in the future. You are delicate, and when you marry, you will become someone's wife. Without adequate dowry to support herself, how could one endure the days in her in-law's home?" Jiru instinctively nodded, only to receive a fierce glare from Jihan. Did you suggest to Princess Changla that Lu Hua should come to our door? Ji Han glared at Fuhuan. His teeth clenched as he spat out the word, absurd. Yet, Fuhuan saw no absurdity in it. Isn't this a royal custom?
Besides,
Did you not say that you two were deeply in love, a true love in this world? If it is true love, why should one be concerned about the external reputation? Is life in any household not fundamentally the same? Love is paramount. If you are willing to let a legitimate wife be cast aside for a concubine, what is wrong with the royal residence allowing you to be a son-in-law? She curled her lips, her voice growing colder. It's merely a case of fish finding fish, shrimp finding shrimp. They are quite compatible. Ji Han raised his hand, intent on striking her, but Fuhuan lifted her chin defiantly, narrowing her eyes. If you dare to hit me, tomorrow I shall step out with a bruised face, telling everyone you beat your legitimate wife to force me into concubinage for Lu Hua. I wish to see how you and Lu Hua will stand in the capital thereafter. Ji Han could not bring himself to strike her. He could disregard his own reputation, but he could not tarnish Lu Hua's good name. Such a pure and perfect woman must not be ruined by his momentary impulse. He lowered his hand, pointing at her. It is your unwillingness to step down that has incited the wrath of the Changlu royal residents, and they have vented their anger upon me. Fuhuan. You venomous woman. How could I have ever married you? Fuhuan pondered. How could I have joyfully married you? The man she had loved since childhood, the man she had waited for 3 long years, now revealed himself to be so shameless. After a prolonged silence, Ji Han felt as if he had struck a cotton ball. His strength dwindled. His face burned with shame as he turned to leave. Only the couple in the room remained, exchanging awkward glances, both feeling deeply uncomfortable. Finally, it was Mrs. Zhua who stepped forward, bowing slightly to the old matriarch. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Without waiting for a response, she tugged at her husband and departed. As they brushed past Fuhuan, she whispered, "Do not cower." Chapter 11. The wretched members of the Ji family. Fuhuan would not cower. She too intended to leave. Yet the old matriarch's sharp voice rang out, "Stop." She lazily turned back. "Is there something else, mother?" The old matriarch took a deep breath, striving for calm. "I understand your displeasure, but I have explained the pros and cons of this matter to you. Why can't you see reason? You belong to the general's household. If your husband becomes a son-in-law, what will you do? Have you not thought of yourself?"
Fuhuan nodded,
affirming that it was precisely for her own sake that she had made such a decision. "If he becomes a son-in-law, I shall seek a divorce." "Nonsense!" The old matriarch exclaimed in anger. "It takes a lifetime to share a boat, and a century to share a bed. Is it so easy to part ways? Have you considered how difficult life will be for a divorced woman? Your parents are no longer here. If you divorce Ji Han, what will you do? Listen to your mother. Let them be, and you go your own way. You are still the lady of the general's household." "That may be so." Bai Su, beside her, was frantic. "How can you just relent so easily?" The old matriarch sighed in relief. "Finally, she is understanding." However, Fuhuan calmly replied, "I intend to give all of my dowry to my brother, including the silver from selling the Duke of Li's estate. From now on, I shall reside with the Ji family and share their hardships." The old matriarch was taken aback. "What did you say?" Ji Ru was equally shocked, exclaiming, "How dare you?" Fuhuan remained unfazed, smiling lightly. "How is it that a wife of the general's household cannot partake of your family's provisions? Pray tell. Why should I marry into this family? Would it not be better for me to live independently with my own wealth?" Ji Ru gritted her teeth. "Traditionally, a woman depends on her dowry. How can you shamelessly demand to benefit from the Ji family? Therefore, the younger aunt should agree to Ji Han becoming a son-in-law, for only then could she regain a substantial dowry. Otherwise, given the current state of the general's household, she might face untold hardships in her future marriage." Ji Ru fell silent, seemingly recognizing the validity of Fuhuan's words, yet she still yearned for her dowry. Fuhuan, sensing her thoughts, sighed. "It is futile to rely on me. In just 3 short years, half of my dowry has already been spent. Even if I do not part ways with Ji Han, I cannot simply give everything to my brother. What remains must sustain the daily expenses of the general's household." Ji Ru fell silent again, as if caught in a deadlock. The old matriarch's expression shifted numerous times, but she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Fuhuan pulled Bai Su and turned to leave. The old matriarch, suppressing her anger, muttered, "Is there really no one who can handle her? Ji-ru reflected on this, pondering. I heard that the fifth prince has returned to the capital. He seems to be Fuhuan's sworn enemy. The old matriarch shot Ji-ru a glare. How could you even think of that? What kind of person is the fifth prince? Are we in a position to reach him? That night, Ji-han drank and secretly went to the Changlo royal residence to see Lu Hua. The royal residence was heavily guarded, but due to Lu Hua's instructions, they allowed Ji-han to pass. He entered smoothly, and as he walked through the grand halls of the Changlo royal residence, he momentarily felt that it was only natural for the royal residence to desire him as a son-in-law. The fourth-rank general's household paled in comparison. The royal residence was at least 5 or 6 times grander. The jade and stone beneath his feet were far smoother than those in the general's residence, clearly having undergone meticulous polishing. Though being a son-in-law did not mean residing here, the Duke of Li's estate was even more magnificent than the Changlo royal residence. What made him worthy of marrying Lu Hua? Was it merely a debt of gratitude for saving her? That seemed insufficient. After all, she was Lu Hua, the white moonlight he had admired since childhood. He could not allow her to suffer even the slightest indignity. Initially furious about the prospect of becoming a son-in-law, Ji-han quickly soothed himself. When he finally saw Lu Hua, he tightly embraced her. I have caused you distress. Tears glistened in Lu Hua's eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Ji-lang, I am sorry. This was not the intention of the Changlo royal residence. It was Fuhuan who suggested this to my mother. I understand everything, Ji-han said, unable to bear seeing Lu Hua in such a state. He hurried to comfort her. Fuhuan has always been a tyrant in the capital, full of malice. You are not like her. You are kind and gentle, always considering others, which is why you cannot compete with her. What should I do? Ji-lang, my mother has been swayed by her, and I cannot change my mother as mine now. How can I bear to see you suffer like this? I was determined to go to the Ji residence to honor my mother-in-law, but now. Ji General. The maid, Suyu, who remained in the room, grew anxious during dinner. My princess had a quarrel with the prince and princess over this matter and was even struck, leaving a bruise on her cheek. Ji-han then noticed the mark on Lu Hua's left cheek. His heart ached, and the last vestige of his struggle vanished. He directly promised, I shall not let you be put in a difficult position any longer. Do not argue with your parents. I am willing to become a son-in-law. Lu Hua leaned against his shoulder, a fleeting smile of triumph gracing her lips. Ji-lang, do not blame my parents. They are only concerned for me. I have suffered for 3 years in Shiliang, and they worry about me marrying out, which is why they purchased the Duke of Li's estate. They say that the Duke of Li's residence originally belonged to the Chu family, who oppressed the Ji family for many years. Even the marriage between you and Fuhuan was orchestrated by the Chu family, compelling you to marry. My parents wish to avenge you. They even proposed to add your name to the deed after our marriage. Ji-lang, I cannot bear the thought of you becoming a door-to-door prince. Yet I cannot bear to be apart from you. Ji-lang, my weight cannot extend much longer. My belly has begun to show. This is our child. And the doctor says it is a boy. I cannot bear to terminate this pregnancy. No, I cannot. Ji-han grew anxious. Our child must be born safely. Lu Hua, this is the child I have longed for, and for you and our child, I am willing to do anything. After Ji-han left, Lu Hua quickly wiped away her tears. Her previous look of grievance vanished.
Suyu poured her tea.
After a sip, she expressed her disdain, noting that while Zhongjin is commendable in many aspects, their tea pales in comparison to that of Shiliang. Suyu was puzzled. Did not the princess wish to marry General Ji wholeheartedly? Why then insist on him becoming a door-to-door prince? What if he is unwilling? Lu Hua leaned against the window, tilting her head back, and lazily declared that he would agree. For as long as I am Lu Hua, he will surely comply. As for me, I wish to marry Ji-han, not the Ji family. Those scoundrels of the Ji family are unworthy of my service. Chapter 12. 2 bandits after returning home. Ji-han pondered throughout the night and resolved to become the door-to-door prince. He had finally brought Lu Hua back and cultivated genuine feelings. He could not let this opportunity slip away. The next day, after attending court, he sought out the old lady to plead his case. The old lady placed her teacup down heavily, suppressing her emotions. You are a distinguished young general with notable military achievements. Having seized a city in Shiliang during your first battle, your future is boundless. By marrying and entering our home, all the glory will belong to the Ji family, bringing honor and prestige. However, Should you become the door-to-door prince of the Prince of Chanlo, your merits would no longer be associated with the Ji family. Moreover, your children would take the surname Song, not Ji. My son, are you truly willing to demean yourself to this extent? Upon reflection, Chu Fuhuan is not without merit. At least she is willing to spend all her wealth on the Ji family. But Lu Hua is a second wife. Enough. Ji Han interrupted for the first time. His voice raised. Lu Hua is my beloved. I will marry her without question. Besides, the emperor has consented. It cannot be altered. Mother, rest assured. Even if I become the prince at the princess's residence, I will not neglect the Ji family entirely. Our future child may still bear the Ji surname. As Lu Hua is kind and sensible, she will agree. And what of Chu Fuhuan? Are you truly content to part ways with her? As long as I can swiftly rid myself of her and prevent her from interfering with my marriage to Lu Hua, I will agree to a divorce. Foolish. The old lady lamented, pained by her son's lack of unity with her. If you divorce her, she will take all her dowry with her, leaving not a single coin for the Ji family. She possesses 80,000 taels in silver notes, in addition to the 110,000 taels from selling the Duke of Li's residence, along with the income from shops and estates. The Ji family could squander her wealth for 3 generations. Ji Han was taken aback. The Duke of Li's residence sold for 110,000 taels? The old lady scoffed, stating that she had initially requested 100,000 taels, but the Princess of Chanlo provided an additional 10,000. Ji Han understood. The Princess of Chanlo was also considering his future, genuinely looking out for him. With such an arrangement, it would portray Chu Fuhuan as greedy and ungrateful, rather than him, Ji Han, as a cruel husband abandoning his first wife. Surely, Lu Hua must have persuaded the Princess of Chanlo to act in this manner. Her thoughtfulness for him was overwhelming. Ji Han felt a surge of gratitude, dismissing the old lady's concerns, stating, "My mind is made up, mother. There is no need for further discussion. I have no interest in Chu Fuhuan's dowry. Once I marry Lu Hua, the Prince of Chanlo will certainly provide the Ji family with a sum for daily expenses." The old lady, infuriated, struggled to catch her breath. Outside the door, Jiru heard these words, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The Prince of Chanlo would only offer a sum for daily expenses? What then of her dowry? Chu Fuhuan brought so much wealth and yet lived in such circumstances. If she brought less, would she not be bullied by her in-laws? Jiru pondered briefly before rushing to Bai Shui Yunju. Today, Chu Fuhuan was at home, busy packing with Bai Su. The maid outside could not stop Jiru, who barged in, leaving the maid apologizing to Chu Fuhuan. Chu Fuhuan waved her hand, dismissing the maid. Then Jiru saw the box of treasures being packed, her eyes shining, especially at the sight of a fist-sized South Pearl atop the pile. A treasure she had never encountered before. Chu Fuhuan, what are you doing? Jealousy consumed Jiru, and she rushed forward to guard the box, feeling insecure and ultimately sitting atop it. These are all from the Ji family. You're not planning to abscond with our money, are you? Not a chance. You can't even think about it. These are mine. Bai Su was furious. Third miss, are you even being reasonable? Do you not know what belongs to the Ji family? If you doubt it, we can call the accountant to check the accounts and see if these items belong to the Ji family, or if they are on my young lady's dowry list. Bai Su was not one to back down. She pulled Jiru off the box with force. The contents were precious items. If the third miss damaged them, she could not afford the cost. You dare push me? I'll make you pay. Jiru, red with rage, charged at Bai Su. Chu Fuhuan stepped forward, seizing Jiru's raised hand. Since I was 4, no one has dared to act recklessly in front of me. Anyone who bullies me, even if they are the emperor's child, I will not hesitate to retaliate. And you, Jiru, these items do not belong to the Ji family. They are my personal possessions. If you dare to touch them, I will not hesitate to escalate this matter. If the Ji family is unashamed, I am equally unafraid. After all, those without shoes fear nothing from those who wear them. I would gladly let all of Jiuan City know the true nature of the Ji family. So, what will it be? Do you dare to create a scene? Jiru, intimidated, fell silent, but her resentment lingered. She spat at Chu Fuhuan. How shameless of you. Do you wish to drag the Ji family down with you? Who is dragging whom down? Chu Fuhuan's pupils narrowed, a flicker of malice in her eyes. Who wasted 3 years of my life for nothing? Who squander my dowry? If you cannot afford to eat, then do not eat. If you cannot wear jewelry, then do not wear it. Shouting at me serves no purpose. With that, her gaze fell upon Ji-Ru, adorned in gold and silk, and after a moment, she commanded by Su, remove everything she is wearing. In the past, when she called me second sister-in-law, I willingly obliged. Now that she insults me as shameless, I shall no longer indulge her. Without hesitation, Bai Su approached and stripped Ji-Ru of her jewelry. Ji-Ru screamed, unable to break free from Chu Fuhuan's grip. She had never realized that Chu Fuhuan possessed such strength, nor that her maid was equally formidable. When Bai Su removed the earrings, she nearly tore Ji-Ru's earlobe. Tears streamed down Ji-Ru's face from the pain, but no one offered her sympathy. Chu Fuhuan and Bai Su, resembling two bandits, swiftly stripped her bare. Bai Su even tore her clothing in the process. The garment was crafted with funds provided by my daughter, yet it would be inappropriate for you to leave here in a state of undress. Thus, I have deliberately torn a corner, rendering it unsuitable for use in the future. May the third young lady take this lesson to heart. Chapter 13. Reckoning. A stream of debts. The news of Chu Fuhuan's bullying of Ji-Ru swiftly reached the ears of the matriarch. She felt that the household was slipping from her grasp. It seemed as though Chu Fuhuan was on the brink of rebellion. Yet, she was also acutely aware of Ji-Ru's intentions. The public accounts revealed a deficit. And when Ji-Ru marries, the Ji family would undoubtedly be unable to present a respectable dowry. Previously, as long as Chu Fuhuan resided within the general's residence, she would surely contribute to this dowry. However, with Ji Han's impending marriage to Lu Hua, there was no way for Chu Fuhuan, whether through divorce or as a concubine, to bear the brunt of this financial burden any longer. Therefore, this situation needed to be addressed while Chu Fuhuan was still present, in order to secure a favorable outcome for her daughter. Chulan, she instructed her chief maid, go find Chu Fuhuan and convey to her that if she wishes to divorce, she must leave behind the sum of 800,000 taels in silver as compensation for the general's household. Chulan furrowed her brow. And if the second madam inquires about the reason for the compensation, how shall I respond? Simply state that she has chosen to divorce, thereby disgracing the general's household, and thus must provide compensation. Chulan nodded and prepared to relay this message, but at that moment, the steward, Ji Chong, entered with Bai Su. After exchanging pleasantries, the steward said, Matriarch, the second madam has organized the accounts owed by the general's residence over the years, and Miss Bai Su has brought them to the public office. The accounts office has sent me to inquire what the matriarch intends to do. The matriarch was taken aback. Accounts? What accounts? The steward explained, these are the funds borrowed by the general's residence from the second madam over the past 3 years, as was agreed upon at the time of borrowing. Bai Su stepped forward, unfurling the ledger in her hands, and earnestly informed the matriarch, originally, we intended to settle these accounts once the general returned home. However, with the general's plans to marry anew, it is timely to address these matters now. This ledger details the funds borrowed since my lady's marriage into the general's residence, with each expenditure meticulously recorded. The total amounts to 210,000 taels of silver. We kindly request that the matriarch arrange for the accounts office to settle this. The matriarch felt a tightening sensation in her throat. It was evident that Chu Fuhuan had pinpointed her vulnerabilities. Yet, she could not fathom how such a vast sum could have been amassed. 210,000 taels. In merely 3 years, had the general's residence truly spent that much of Chu Fuhuan's money? Surely, this was a fabrication meant to deceive the general's household. The matriarch resolved to dispute the claims. However, Bai Su was well prepared. She exchanged a knowing glance with the steward. If this is a deception, you may judge for yourself. The steward nodded and addressed the matriarch. This is indeed no deception, for after each accounting session, the second madam would always send a copy of the accounts to the public office for record-keeping. Initially, the matriarch reviewed them, but later found it burdensome and delegated the matter to me and Chulan. The matriarch furrowed her brow and asked Chulan, is this true? Chulan reluctantly nodded. Every time, I would meticulously verify the accounts with Steward Ji, confirming their accuracy before affixing my seal. The second madam would provide 2 identical ledgers. Once both were signed, one would remain in the public office while she retained the other. Thus, the accounts from these past 3 years are indeed documented and verifiable. The matriarch's expression shifted tumultuously, nearly breaking her composure. After a long silence, she begrudgingly stated, yet it cannot possibly amount to 210,000 taels. The steward patiently elucidated. Aside from daily expenses, there are also several shops operated by the household. Due to insufficient income, the second madam has covered the wages. Furthermore, the general's residence incurred significant expenses when a dilapidated building collapsed and required reconstruction. Last year, the second madam purchased a new residence for the matriarch's elder relative in Chongqing Alley and renovated it at her own expense. The matriarch, having fallen ill last year, spent nearly a year on medication, including a rare century-old ginseng. Additionally, the third young lady's jewelry and garments require monthly updates. Moreover, the second madam organized the family burial rites, yet the matriarch did not contribute a single coin for the celebratory feast. Oh, and let us not forget, the matriarch personally borrowed a sum for the wedding of her nephew from her family, which remains unpaid. The matriarch felt that the steward had become a mouthpiece for Fuhuan. It was clear he was aligned with her interests, and Fuhuan, too, was inexplicably supporting the steward. Had everyone in the household lost their senses? Bai Su added, "My lady wishes to clarify that the expenditures from the Ji family exceed 210,000 taels. Far more has been sent to the border regions over the years. In order to win over the soldiers for General Ji, my lady has continuously sent silver to the front lines. However, she has taken responsibility for that, acknowledging that it was her own decision. Thus, the general's residence is only obliged to repay the 210,000 taels, nothing more. Matriarch, we kindly urge you to expedite this matter. Please ensure that the funds for this month's rice, flour, oil, and vegetables are returned within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in the emptying of the large kitchen, and you will have to fend for yourselves regarding food." The matriarch's face turned pale. Did she intend to starve the entire family?
To starve me?
Bai Su shook her head. The lady has made it clear. It is not the duty of a daughter-in-law to support her husband's entire family, especially since she is merely a divorced woman. As for you, with 2 sons and a daughter at home, it is their obligation to care for you, not that of an outsider. Furthermore, the silver my lady possesses was brought from her family. It is not yours to claim, nor can it be attributed to your daughter-in-law's family. The spirits of the Duke and Duchess are watching. Should you act excessively, they will surely seek you out. The matriarch shivered, feeling an unsettling chill in the room. Bai Su observed her reaction with a cold smile. For the next 3 days, the household's provisions would be considered as my lady's hospitality. After 3 days, the repayment of the funds would be expected, and after another 3 days, the 210,000 taels of silver would be due. What if I refuse to repay? The matriarch scoffed. What can Fuhuan do? There is indeed nothing she can do, Bai Su replied candidly. However, if the general's residence fails to repay the silver, Princess Lu Hua will never be allowed through the doors of this household, unless she willingly accepts the role of a concubine. As long as my lady remains the second wife of the general's residence, this debt need not be repaid. The matriarch felt as though she had been firmly grasped by Fuhuan, or perhaps it was Jihan who was firmly under her control. Although the emperor had nodded in approval of the marriage, the imperial decree had yet to arrive, leaving the Ji family utterly powerless against Fuhuan. This seemed to be a stalemate. Chapter 14. When to depart the Ji residence. Bai Su departed, and the steward intended to follow, but the matriarch stopped him. He kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet her gaze. The matriarch coldly exclaimed, "Speak. How much have you gained from Fuhuan that you defend her so?" The steward shook his head. "I have taken nothing. I am a distant relative of the Ji family, not one to assist outsiders in deceiving my kin. What I spoke of today is indeed accurately recorded." Bai Su declared, "If the Ji residence refuses to acknowledge the accounts, I will take legal action." The matriarch doubted that Fuhuan would pursue legal action. However, Qiulan, trembling with apprehension, remarked, "The second madam has gone mad. She is capable of anything." The matriarch's expression darkened as she pondered, "Is she at home today?" The steward shook his head. "The second madam has returned to the duke's residence, claiming she needs to gather her belongings to make room for Princess Lu Hua and the second young master." In a secluded mansion, a woman dared to defy expectations. The elderly servant, having been struck in the lung, clutched his heart in frustration. The residence of the Duke of Li, situated on the ancient street where official families resided, exuded an old-world charm and opulence. A pair of jade-carved stone lions stood majestically beside the crimson gates, and as one ventured further in, the winding paths led to secluded corners, embodying the essence of numerous poetic inspirations, meticulously attended to at every turn. The courtyard featured pavilions and towers that were even more exquisite, filled with countless rare treasures and exotic flowers. Ever guarded, they required little additional care. Fuhuan traversed all the courtyards before returning to her chamber, where she had resided before her marriage. The chaise lounge by the window was crafted by her father's own hands. She sat down, gazing at the profusion of blooming flowers outside, tears streaming down her face. Outside, Bai Su witnessed this poignant scene and could not help but join her in tears. It was only when she noticed a figure leaning against the pillar at the entrance that she regained her senses. Quickly wiping her tears, she rushed forward to pay her respects. "Your Highness, the fifth prince." Song Tincture glanced at her, his demeanor cool and distant. Bai Su felt a chill run down her spine, casting a pleading look toward the tall figure of Su Yang, who stood a short distance away. He was the fifth prince's attendant, and after 3 years of absence, they had grown somewhat estranged. Fortunately, Su Yang waved her over. Bai Su cautiously glanced at Song Tincture and saw that he had turned his attention back toward the unclosed door, looking inside. She quickly made her way to Su Yang and whispered, "What brings you here?" Su Yang replied softly, "We heard news that Miss Fuhuan sold the Duke of Li's residence. His Highness said she would surely come to collect her belongings today, so we thought we might assist." Bai Su, puzzled, asked, "Have you been of any help?" Su Yang shook his head, explaining that although that was their intention, the prince had merely stood there since their arrival, and Miss Fuhuan had not asked him to leave, allowing him to remain in silence. Throughout the encounter, neither had spoken a word, leaving them both in confusion. Bai Su glanced back at Song Tincture, shook her head, and hurried into the room to help Chu Fuhuan with her belongings. When Chu Fuhuan had arrived, she had brought several maidservants, all of whom had previously served her at Bishi Yunjun. Though they were servants of the general's household, they had cultivated a bond over the years. Following the incident with General Chu, they had seen Chu Fuhuan dressed in somber attire and had voluntarily changed into plain clothes as well. Feeling fatigued, Chu Fuhuan called for tea. During their casual conversation, the atmosphere shifted. The maidservant suddenly became too timid to speak. Bai Su, however, retained her courage. She entered the room and, in a hushed tone, asked Chu Fuhuan, "What does the fifth prince mean by this?" Chu Fuhuan, upon hearing the full story, chuckled lightly. "He stands there for so long without speaking or assisting with the house. He must be here to oversee us, as though we are to be unceremoniously ejected. Do not jest, the Prince of Changlu could hardly afford to send the Emperor's legitimate son to supervise us. They would not dare offend the Duke of Li now. Not with the fifth prince commanding an army of 700,000. The Prince of Changlu would be terrified." With a soft sigh, Chu Fuhuan reflected on how much had changed in the past 3 years, herself, Jihan, and Song Tincture. Yet, she yearned to reclaim her former self. "I shall step outside for a moment," she announced as she rose and exited the room. Upon seeing her emerge, Song Tincture did not shy away from looking at her. Noting how she stood just a step away, perhaps feeling the proximity, Chu Fuhuan took half a step back. He appeared displeased, his brow slightly furrowed, but ultimately said nothing. Chu Fuhuan spoke candidly, suggesting they sit in the main hall. "Standing here, do you not see how everyone is apprehensive toward you? They dare not speak, and the atmosphere is stifling. I am accustomed to a more relaxed environment." Song Tincture, seemingly ignoring her words, countered, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chu Fuhuan hesitated, uncertain, and finally resolved to leave the Ji residence and devise her plans gradually. "When will you leave?" he inquired. "Once I have gathered my belongings here and prepared my new residence, I shall go and discuss divorce with Jihan." Song Tincture narrowed his eyes. "Where will you reside?" "The Duke of Li's residence is not the only property I possess. I have lost my husband, not my means of support. The Chu family is substantial. I will not find myself destitute on the streets after leaving the general's household." In the sunlight, Chu Fuhuan's face glowed softly, as if veiled in a thin mist, accentuating her delicate beauty. Song Tincture ceased his inquiries, continuing to observe her, making her feel somewhat uneasy. "Fuhuan, why were you so determined to marry Jihan?" he asked. There had been no signs of affection between them. They had merely crossed paths a few times. They were all young, attending the National Academy together, engaging in childish banter. He had never suspected there was anything amiss between Chu Fuhuan and Jihan. However, since the Lantern Festival that year, Chu Fuhuan had been devotedly following Jihan around, calling him brother Jihan incessantly. Jihan had relished the attention, taking her along wherever he went. Afterward, Chu Fuhuan had become even more aggressive, playfully engaging in fights with him, even jumping on his back and biting his shoulder when he teased her. He could not understand when this closeness had begun. A bitter sense of helplessness washed over Chu Fuhuan, her gaze growing dim. She felt no desire to elaborate. "It was when we were very young," she replied, attempting to deflect the question. Song Tincture studied her pale face for a moment before refraining from further inquiry. After all, there was little point in discussing the past when they were on the verge of separation. He changed the subject. "Is Fuxing aware of your situation with Jihan?" Chapter 15. The mysterious cause of death. Song Tingxi's mention of Chu Fuxing referred to Chu Fuhuan's younger brother. After the passing of their parents, they had been left with only each other. Her brother had long been stationed at the border, while her brother remained at the National Academy. Chu Fuhuan had always supported him. She shook her head. "He does not know." Then, she earnestly implored, "Please do not tell him just yet. He will find out eventually." Song Tincture replied calmly, "He is your only family. Such significant matters cannot remain hidden. Eventually is still too soon. He is still a child. He is 9 years old. He is not a child anymore. Is there enough help at the new residence? If not, we can purchase more." Song Tincture fell silent, crossing his arms as he regarded her. Chu Fuhuan lowered her gaze, her attention drawn to him. Today, he wore a snow-gray long robe, adorned with silver thread embroidery of cloud patterns at the cuffs and waist, exuding simplicity. He rarely donned such muted colors, often proclaiming that one should live vibrantly, not in a dull manner that could bring about despair. Today's subdued attire seemed intentionally chosen to align with her somber mood. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Fuhuan lowered her voice. "Could you assist me in investigating something?" He raised an eyebrow. "Is it regarding your brother?"
Yes.
"My brother is a third-rank general, and having earned great military merit early on, he should not have been sent into battle lightly, especially to the extent of death. In the conflict between Zhongjin and Xiliang, Jihan, despite his youth, managed to capture a city. Why did my brother perish in battle? I wish to write to the Western Front. Many of my brother's subordinates are old acquaintances of mine. However, with my brother deceased, I am uncertain of their current circumstances. There are many of Jihan's men in the Western Front, and I do not want them to discover that I am investigating this matter." Song Tincture pondered. "Do you suspect that Chu Fuxing's death is connected to Jihan?" "It is hard to say," she replied candidly. "Regardless of the connection, this matter must be investigated. I cannot disregard this matter based solely on a death notice. He is my elder brother. When I married, he generously shared half of the bride price he had prepared for my future sister-in-law, fearing that I might suffer injustice in the Ji family." Her voice was soft and slightly nasal. The fact that Lu Hua could return from Xiliang indicates that the military strength of Xiliang is indeed challenging to contend with against Zhongjin. Moreover, since Jihan's return, he has yet to present me with the death notice, which leaves me with a lingering suspicion that something may be amiss. "Very well," Song Tincture solemnly agreed. "I shall investigate on your behalf." She bowed to him, expressing her gratitude to the fifth prince. Song Tincture waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Upon exiting the residence, he instructed Su Yang to look into matters concerning the western border. After acknowledging, Su Yang added, "Miss Fuhuan has changed a great deal compared to before. She seems almost unrecognizable." Song Tincture remained silent, glancing back at the Ligua residence.
Su Yang inquired.
"Should we summon the royal carriage to assist in transporting her belongings? I noticed Miss Fuhuan has packed numerous large trunks. We may need several carriages." However, Song Tincture declined, stating that at such a time, it would not be prudent to tarnish her reputation. She must walk this path alone. No one can assist her. Chu Fuhuan did not return until evening. Upon learning that Jihan had yet to come back, she discovered that the reason was Lu Hua's illness. The steward followed her quietly, whispering, "There has been no response from the old lady. It does not seem like she intends to repay the money. Should the second madam consider alternative methods? Such a significant sum must be recovered." Chu Fuhuan was well aware of the situation. If they could swiftly return the money, the Ji family would not have accrued such debt. Ultimately, it was a matter of finances. The Ji family had been depleted ever since the old general's departure. "Has the old lady made things difficult for the steward?" she asked. "Bai Su has informed me that the steward has spoken favorably of me in front of the old lady. She is astute and will surely recognize that he is on my side." The steward smiled helplessly, acknowledging that whether she realized it or not, he could hold his head high. Moreover, for years, it had been the second madam who paid the wages of the servants. Without her, He might have returned to the countryside to farm long ago. Should the second madam depart, the state of the general's residence would be uncertain, and managing a household with empty accounts is no easy task. The second madam is aware of this. 210,000 taels is beyond the Ji family's means. You should plan accordingly. After the steward departed, Chu Fuhuan returned to Bu Yunju, where the servants had prepared a meal. Exceptionally, she invited the 4 maidservants accompanying her to the Liguagong residence to join her. The 4 maidservants appeared somewhat reserved. Yet Bai Su understood her intentions and took the initiative to serve everyone rice before sitting down herself. The 4 maidservants were named after the 4 seasons: Chun Yu, Xia Yun, Qiu Shui, and Dong Shuang. They had been assigned to serve in this courtyard when Chu Fuhuan married into the general's residence. Belonging to the first rank of maidservants, with their contracts still held by the general's household. However, they were astute and recognized the reality of their circumstances. After following the second madam, they understood the difference in their lives. Like the steward, they were aware who had been supporting them financially over the past 3 years. Furthermore, the first rank of maidservants in Bu Yunju received higher wages than those in Qingzhou Yoju. How could they bear to part with such a good mistress? Upon hearing of their master's brother's death in battle, the 4 immediately changed into plain garments. It would be disingenuous to say that Chu Fuhuan was not moved. To seek a divorce, one must have capable allies. Rather than bring in new ones, it was wiser to rely on those already familiar. I appreciate everyone's hard work today, she began. The 4 maidservants straightened up, directing their gazes toward her. Chu Fuhuan smiled. There is no need to be so formal. We have known each other for 3 years and are quite familiar with one another. What was, remains the same. However, some matters are destined to change. And thus I wish to hear your thoughts. Wherever the second madam goes, we shall follow, they replied in unison. Bai Su reminded them. Now that plans to leave the general's residence are in motion, there will no longer be a second madam. You may call me Miss from now on. Chun Yu nodded. Very well. Mississippi. Yet our contracts remain with the general's residence, and we are not free. Chu Fuhuan replied. Should you decide to follow me, I will find a way to retrieve your contracts. At worst, I shall pay a little more silver. The general's residence can be swayed by money. However, following me may not afford the same prestige as the general's residence, which may indeed be a hardship for you. Chun Yu shook her head. There is no hardship. Prestige cannot be eaten. Moreover, if we do not follow you, the general's residence will owe us wages. Chu Fuhuan finally smiled. Very well. Then we shall depart the general's residence together. Since you have chosen to follow me, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly. At the Chang Lo Wang Fu, Ji Han stood before Lu Hua's chamber, listening to the physician Qi lament. The princess has suffered 2 miscarriages in Xiliang and has not properly recuperated, which has harmed her health. It is indeed a rare blessing that she is able to conceive again, but ensuring the safety of this pregnancy will be exceedingly difficult. Please, physician Qi, Ji Han implored, think of a way. We must protect the child at all costs. Qi nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If we can preserve this pregnancy, the princess may still have the opportunity to bear children in the future. However, if this child is lost, the possibility of another pregnancy will be nearly impossible. Furthermore, this child is a boy, and it would be a great loss if we cannot safeguard him. Ji Han took a step back and bowed deeply to Qi. Your medical skills are exceptional, and you are renowned as a master of the Taiyuan hospital. I beseech you to do everything in your power to save Lu Hua and her unborn child. I am willing to pay any price for their safety. Qi raised his hand, saying, What are you saying, General? You are a dignified 4th-rank general. What price could I ask of you? Besides, I am a healer. Saving lives is my duty. The Chang Lo Wang Fu has always treated me well. I shall do my utmost to ensure the princess retains this child. Ji Han returned to his chamber, where Lu Hua wept. The princess of Chanlo was also in tears. Upon seeing him, she approached, wiping her eyes and saying, This child has suffered greatly in Xiliang. She feels her frail body is unworthy of you, and in despair, she contemplates ending her life. Believing she cannot even protect your child. You are still young. Regardless of whether this child survives, you'll have other opportunities in the future. The Chang Lo Wang Fu will spare no expense to ensure her recovery, so do not worry. After the princess spoke, she sighed heavily and departed. Ji Han hastened to Lu Hua's side, sitting down beside her and embracing her gently, patting her back as he comforted her. You must not entertain thoughts of despair. All I have ever wanted is you. If we have a child, It is a beautiful addition, but if not, we shall not force it. Do not speak of unworthiness. It is I who am unworthy of you. You are a princess, a treasure of noble lineage. I do not care about the past in Xiliang. As long as you return, as long as you are by my side, I care for nothing else. Lu Hua sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, but I care. I want to protect our child. You cannot be without an heir, nor can I bear the thought of another woman bearing your child. Ji Lang, I want you to belong solely to me, for all eternity. Ji Han's heart raced with emotion, surprised by the depth of Lu Hua's feelings for him. Yet, she continued to cry, expressing her uncertainty about the child's safety and her own inadequacy. The maidservant Suyu, standing nearby, also wept, lamenting, if only the princess had not gone to Xiliang, your child would already be walking by Ji General's side. Ji Han was moved by her words. But Lu Hua shot Suyu a glare, reproaching her for speaking out of turn. Suyu insisted, the princess endures such suffering precisely because she chooses to remain silent. She glanced at Ji Han and asked, does the general not know? My princess has long harbored feelings for you, ever since she was barely 10. Always keeping you in her heart. Yet, you have been seen frequently with the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li. That Fuhuan, so wild and arrogant, even pursued my princess into the Wangfu to confront her after she merely glanced at you a few times. This is well known to all. Indeed, it was common knowledge. And Ji Han was aware of it too. He had only heard about the altercation between Fuhuan and Lu Hua. Not understanding why Fuhuan had been driven to such fury that she stormed into the Chang Lo Wangfu, assaulting Lu Hua and knocking out her teeth. For this, he had ignored Fuhuan for half a month. However, he could not continue to ignore her, as at that time, Fuhuan was his best option, the most refined young lady within his reach. In truth, neither the Chang Lo Wangfu nor the Duke of Li's residence were attainable for him. Even his mother had advised him that marrying the daughter of the Duke of Li would spare him a lifetime of struggle. Yet, he never anticipated that Fuhuan's attack on Lu Hua stemmed from his own presence. Suyu continued, her voice thick with tears, because of Fuhuan. The princess dares not reveal her affection for the general. On the day of the marriage alliance, as the general personally escorted the princess out of the city, she wept inconsolably in the carriage, glancing back even as the procession moved far ahead, all for one last look at the general. Did the general truly know nothing of this? Ji Han was taken aback. He was completely oblivious. He had adored Lu Hua since childhood, and had he known that she harbored similar feelings for him, he would never have considered Fuhuan. To him, Fuhuan had always been a secondary option, a fallback when he had no better choices. Because Fuhuan was infatuated with him and would not abandon him, he felt free to pursue more desirable prospects, knowing that regardless of the outcome, Fuhuan would always be there waiting. On their wedding night, the princess's thoughts were solely of the general. Suyu's final words shattered Ji Han's heart. At that moment, he felt not only sorrow for Lu Hua but also an overwhelming hatred for Fuhuan. It was all her fault. She was the reason he and Lu Hua had missed each other for so many years. It was her arrogance that prevented them from being together. Lu Hua glared at Suyu Neil. Who allowed you to speak such things? She clutched Ji Han's sleeve. Her cheeks flushed. It's all in the past. There's no need to bring it up again. You must not blame Fuhuan. She acted out of her affection for you, treating you as her own possession, unwilling to let anyone else encroach upon you. Ji Lang, please do not hold it against her.
Princess.
Suyu knelt beside the bed, looking up defiantly. Even now you still defend her? You are too soft-hearted, which is why you have been bullied by her all these years. It should have been her going to the marriage alliance, not you. It wasn't because the enemy state looked down on her status, nor was it because the Duke of Li was reluctant to part with his daughter. It was a conspiracy among the adults to push you out. Moreover, the Duke of Li's residence even framed the Chang Lo Wangfu, claiming the prince had schemed to send Fuhuan instead. How could that be? Who could have challenged the Duke of Li's residence at that time? The general of the Chu family had achieved numerous victories at the borders, and with the Duke's long-standing friendship with the emperor, they had always held sway over the Chang Lo Wangfu. What audacity did the Chang Lo Wangfu have to send the Duke's daughter to the marriage alliance? Ji Han felt she spoke the truth. The Duke of Li's residence had indeed been beyond the Chang Lo Wangfu's reach. Lu Hua cried, scolding Suyu. Do not speak of the past any longer. It is all behind us. Yet Suyu retorted, the princess's illness is the result of these past 3 years. all because of Chu Fuhuan. These events should never have transpired. It is all her fault. Chapter 17. Chu Fuhuan must die. Jihan felt as if he could crush his teeth in rage. If only he could return home and eliminate Chu Fuhuan right now. He would do anything to restore Lu Hua's joy and health. Jilang. Lu Hua wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his shoulder. Do you despise me? I am not pure like Chu Fuhuan, who has remained untainted even after 3 years of marriage to you. Sometimes I wish I were like her so I could give you my best. Unfortunately, I am not as fortunate. My innocence was tarnished by an old man, and after his death, his son. Jihan's heart was filled with unquenchable hatred. His mind fixated solely on avenging Lu Hua. Do not speak like that, he comforted her. In my eyes, you will forever remain as pure as the first day. My feelings for you are unrelated to your past. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will dare to harm you. I will erect a fortress of victories to protect you. Not even Chu Fuhuan, nor the emperor himself, will dare to trouble you. Do you believe me? I believe. Lu Hua's words were heartfelt. In this world, no one trusted Jihan more than she did. She knew his future, understood that every word he uttered would soon come to fruition. She held him tightly, her greatest support in this life, a smile emerging at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her smile made Jihan's heart race, yet with Lu Hua expecting a child, he could only endure. Thankfully, his hatred fueled his resolve, and he gritted his teeth, assuring her, I will avenge you. But Lu Hua shook her head. The revenge has already been taken. You captured a city from Xiliang and killed the second prince. That was revenge enough for me. Jihan felt that was far from sufficient. Everything you endured was caused by Chu Fuhuan. No one who harms others deserves to live freely. She must pay the price. Lu Hua smiled with satisfaction. The outcome she desired was approaching. Jihan was finally going to take action against Chu Fuhuan. She had awaited this day for so long, from her past life to this one, dreaming that Chu Fuhuan would meet a tragic end. Why should she suffer in Xiliang while Chu Fuhuan enjoyed the life of a general's wife in the capital? Why should she serve one man after another while Chu Fuhuan could remain by Jihan's side for eternity? In her past life, General Ji had not taken a concubine, yet had 3 children with Chu Fuhuan. This tale of theirs spread throughout Jiuan City, reaching even Xiliang. In this life, she must ensure that such glory and happiness belong solely to her. Chu Fuhuan must die. Lu Hua clung to Jihan, refusing to let him leave. He spent the night by her side, only departing at dawn. Before leaving, he gazed tenderly at the sleeping Lu Hua and said, Had I known you harbored feelings for me, I would never have considered Chu Fuhuan. She is nothing compared to you. On this day of rest, after Jihan left, he returned directly to the general's residence. Upon entering, he was informed that the old lady had been waiting for him all night, unable to sleep. Jihan felt a surge of irritation, as the old lady often voiced her disdain for Lu Hua's status as a second wife. And because there was no silver in the public treasury, she was fixated on providing Lu Hua with a lesser dowry. Consequently, he held a strong opinion against her. Moreover, for the past 3 years, the family had been utilizing Chu Fuhuan's dowry, which had unnecessarily complicated matters between him and Chu Fuhuan. If it were not for these entanglements, if the Ji family did not owe a debt to Chu Fuhuan, he could have openly proposed a divorce. With his considerable military achievements, even the emperor would not interfere in his family matters at such a time. He could sever ties with Chu Fuhuan without a second thought and smoothly marry Lu Hua. Where would there be the troubles that exist now? It is all the old matriarch's fault. Had she entrusted the family businesses to Chu Fuhuan, regardless of profit or loss, the responsibility would have fallen squarely on her shoulders. If there were profits, they could be used for household expenses. If there were losses, it would be due to Chu Fuhuan's inept management, necessitating compensation from her dowry. Such a prudent strategy the old matriarch failed to employ, resulting in the entire family being under Chu Fuhuan's thumb and causing Lu Hua to suffer such indignities. It is truly infuriating to contemplate. He did not wish to see the old matriarch, but the servants informed him that the second madam intended to cut off the military residence's provisions. Upon hearing that Chu Fuhuan was involved, Jihan's anger flared anew, and with a stern countenance, he made his way to Qingzhou Yujing. The old matriarch had indeed barely slept through the night, her eyes shadowed and her bags drooping. Ji Ru was beside her, attempting to console her, saying that once the second brother returned, he would surely advocate for them, urging their mother not to be angry. Just as she spoke, Jihan entered the room, and Jiru was the first to complain. Second brother. You must do something about Chu Fuhuan. She and her maid beat me mercilessly, not only stealing my jewelry but also tearing my clothing, leaving me utterly humiliated. Look at my ear. That by Su tore my earlobe, and it's bleeding. It hurts terribly. The old matriarch, weeping, recounted her grievances, embellishing by Su's words from the previous day. In the end, she implored Jihan, "You must think of a way. We cannot allow her to continue this uproar. There are so many mouths to feed in the household. She is now demanding that we repay the 210,000, but where are we to find such an amount unless we sell this residence?" Jihan wanted to argue that even selling the military residence would not fetch 210,000. A mere fourth-rank general's residence could not compare to the Duke of Li's estate. Not to mention 210,000. Even 110,000 would find no buyers. His agitation grew, yet his resolve regarding a certain decision also solidified. Gritting his teeth, he declared to the old matriarch, "Rest assured, that money will not be repaid. I will not divorce her. She can never think of leaving the Ji residence. Even if it comes to ruin, she shall perish here." With that, Jihan stormed out, leaving the old matriarch bewildered by his meaning. Ji-ru was also puzzled. But she remarked, "What does it matter? As long as it keeps us from repaying the money." Jihan proceeded to Bishi Yunjing, where Chu Fuhuan had just risen. He said with a stern expression, "Come with me." Bai Su immediately stepped in front of Chu Fuhuan, questioning, "Where does the general intend to take our young lady?" "It is none of your concern." Jihan extended his hand, forcefully pushing Bai Su aside. As a martial general, his strength was considerable. He exerted at least half his strength in this push. Bai Su was sent flying sideways, crashing into a table, and blood spilled from her forehead. In Chapter 18, The Pursuit of Marriage, Chu Fuhuan furrowed her brow at Bai Su, then without further ado, tore down the bed curtains, twisting them into a rope, and directly attempted to strangle Jihan with it. At first, he did not comprehend her intent, but by the time he realized, it was too late. The curtain tightened around his neck, constricting his breath. Coming from a family of martial generals, Chu Fuhuan possessed considerable strength, and she was nearly choking him. It was only when his face turned crimson that she coldly remarked, "Dare to strike me? Do you believe I will not kill you?" Jihan wanted to retort that he did not believe her, for as a general with military accolades, he would not easily trade his life for hers unless she herself wished to perish. Yet, recognizing her current predicament, with no support from her family, it seemed she might indeed be desperate enough to risk her life. For a life as precious as his, it would not be worth trading for hers. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to address. The reckoning for Chu Fuhuan must be executed by his own hand. Jihan nodded, his voice hoarse as he admitted, "I was wrong." Only then did Chu Fuhuan release him, watching as he coughed while clutching his neck, before inquiring, "What do you want from me?" After a brief pause, Jihan replied, "Actually, it is nothing significant. I have been back for a while, and we have not had a proper conversation. So, I thought since the court is not in session today, we might take a trip outside the city. I want to show you the military camp, introduce you to my brothers who have fought alongside me for 3 years. Fuhuan, we need not have reached this point. We have never been enemies. The bond we share from growing up together is not something to be forgotten, no matter the circumstances. Would you not agree?" Bai Su vigorously shook her head at Chu Fuhuan, adamantly refusing to believe that Jihan sought her family merely for a conversation. However, Chu Fuhuan responded with a calm smile. "Very well, let us go." She cast Bai Su a reassuring glance, instructing her to keep watch over the residence and to remember to tend to her wound, charging it to Ji's account. Outside the residence, a carriage awaited them. Chu Fuhuan boarded first, followed closely by Jihan. The steward, Ji Chong, sensed something amiss and hurried to Bishi Yunjing to find Bai Su. Meanwhile, Bai Su was emerging from the courtyard, blood visible on her forehead, clutching a handkerchief, clearly not inclined to seek a physician. Ji Chong approached her to inquire what had transpired, but Bai Su merely shook her head, saying, "I am just stepping out." By the time Ji Chong realized he should summon a carriage, she had already vanished from sight. Jihan's carriage carried Chu Fuhuan out of the city, where silence enveloped the interior. Yet, Jihan's voice persisted, repeatedly questioning her. "You know full well that Lu Hua has admired me since youth. Yet you selfishly treated me as your possession, forbidding anyone from approaching. Why do you have such cunning at such a tender age?" You even chased Lu Hua to the Wang family of Chanlo and assaulted her in your jealousy. How could you be so malicious? What sins did I commit in my past life to be entangled with you in this one? You have caused both me and Lu Hua great suffering. Ji Han's anguish was palpable, tears nearly spilling. Chu Fuhuan appeared lost in thought, believing she had indeed obstructed Ji Han and Lu Hua's relationship, serving as a barrier between them. However, upon reflection, she realized that Lu Hua had never truly harbored feelings for Ji Han. It was inconceivable that she could love him. In her youth, Lu Hua aspired for greatness, and Ji Han, a mere minor character, would never have captured her attention. Lu Hua had always sought to ascend the ranks, and her initial engagement was not due to the Western Liang's perception of the Duke's daughter as insufficiently noble. In truth, the envoys of Western Liang had their eyes set on her from the start. That matter had once seemed certain. She was to be the chosen one. Her mother had fallen ill from weeping over it, and her father had been left with lingering health issues due to his distress. It was indeed the machinations of the Wang family of Chanlo, and while the emperor had attempted to intervene, the Western Liang envoy found her appealing. Ultimately, Lu Hua was chosen because she herself desired to go. She believed that the position of Empress of Western Liang carried far more weight than that of a mere county princess in the midst of the Jin court. Song Tingshi once remarked that Prince Chong Li's aspirations were as lofty as the heavens, yet his fate was as fragile as paper. Ever since his failed bid for the throne, he has felt that the Jin dynasty owes him a crown. Coincidentally, Lu Hua possesses a similarly ambitious temperament. Thus, she chose an unconventional path, opting to marry into the Western Liang in hopes of harnessing its strength to rival the Jin dynasty. How she managed to persuade the Western Liang envoy remains a mystery. It is inconceivable that Lu Hua would ever regard Ji Han with favor. His initial status was never within her considerations. As for the incident where she chased Lu Hua into the royal palace, it was not driven by Ji Han, but rather by Song Tingshi. They had grown up together, and during their most ferocious brawls, she had even climbed onto his back to bite his face. However, despite their playful quarrels, any disparaging remarks about one another would invoke her wrath. On that occasion, Lu Hua had spoken ill of Song Tingshi, and she had overheard it. The specifics of the comments escape her memory, but they likely revolved around the matter of the crown prince. Lu Hua claimed that Song Tingshi was merely a favored faade, while the emperor truly favored the son of consort Yu. Being young and lacking foresight, she felt indignant that Lu Hua would dare to speak of Song Tingshi in such a manner. She could tolerate Lu Hua's jibes, but not those from others. Hence, she stormed into the Changlo royal residence to confront Lu Hua. In hindsight, she realized that the reason neither the prince nor the princess dared to intervene was due to their fear of inciting her wrath and tarnishing their reputation. Regardless of whether Lu Hua actually said those words, if she insisted upon it, people would believe her. The Changlo royal family could not afford such a scandal and had to swallow their grievances. Thus, the incident passed into oblivion. Unexpectedly, a decade later, Ji Han brought it up again, framing it as a rivalry between her and Lu Hua. Chu Fuhuan found this utterly absurd. At the time, not only did Lu Hua not harbor feelings for Ji Han, but even if she did, she would never resort to violence over such matters. She was a person of principle, far too dignified for such petty disputes. But could she share this with Ji Han? Absolutely not. Chapter 19. Entering the red tent, Chu Fuhuan felt no desire to speak. She merely observed as Ji Han fell into the trap laid by Lu Hua. Yet, she could not quite articulate what kind of trap it was, for Lu Hua's sudden interest in Ji Han was entirely unexpected. Perhaps 3 years of life in the Western Liang had exhausted her, and Ji Han's conquest of a city had moved her deeply. Chu Fuhuan murmured almost inaudibly, "Quite well." Ji Han, unable to comprehend, inquired, "What did you say?" Chu Fuhuan shook her head and replied, "You and Lu Hua are a perfect match." Ji Han narrowed his eyes at her, his determination solidifying. The audacity of Chu Fuhuan, who remained unfazed even after her true nature was exposed, was remarkable. She clearly felt no remorse for her actions, believing that everything was her due and that she could act with impunity in the capital. To her, both he and Lu Hua were mere playthings. Gritting his teeth, he realized that their fates held no value to her. "Chu Fuhuan, you truly make one feel nauseated." Chu Fuhuan nodded, affirming that indeed, it was of no consequence. The carriage continued onward for another half-hour before finally coming to a halt. Ji Han forcefully pulled Chu Fuhuan, commanding, "Get down." In an effort to prevent her from strangling him again, He maintained a deliberate distance. Chu Fuhuan did not resist and followed him down from the carriage, only to discover that Jihan had indeed brought her to the military camp on the outskirts of the capital. 5,000 soldiers, who accompanied Jihan in his triumph, were stationed at the camp. Chu Fuhuan had lost track of who commanded the camp, having once known, as she had secretly visited with Song Tingsher. However, for the past 3 years, she had devoted herself to the general's household, neglecting all external affairs and contacts. It had been a full 3 years since she last visited this military encampment. Jihan tugged at her arm with considerable force, causing her to furrow her brow, aware that he likely harbored ill intentions. She had made things difficult for the Ji family, and now it seemed he was poised to exact his revenge. They had known each other since childhood, shared a bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts, and spent 3 years as husband and wife. She had done everything within her power for the Ji family, only to be met with the fate of being cast aside as a concubine. At this point, she was genuinely curious to see how far Jihan would go in his vindictiveness. Dragged into the military camp, the scene felt more akin to apprehending a war criminal than to escorting a wife. Many soldiers who returned with him witnessed this spectacle and gathered around, greeting him with jovial smiles. When they turned their gaze upon Chu Fuhuan, their eyes glinted with predatory interest. "General, who is this?" they inquired. Jihan replied, "A maid who has committed a grave offense at home. I have brought her to serve as a military concubine." The soldiers erupted in cheers, their gazes towards Chu Fuhuan becoming increasingly audacious. Chu Fuhuan understood his intentions, her heart still fluttering with surprise. It was utterly ridiculous. No matter the circumstances, they were not yet divorced. She was still his wife in name. How could he bring himself to make his wife a military concubine? And what of these soldiers, whose lustful eyes were fixated upon her? Did they not realize that the silver they had received over the past 3 years came from her marriage dowry? Jihan had already begun to push her toward the throng of soldiers. Chu Fuhuan felt no fear. She stumbled forward a few steps, steadied herself, and coldly addressed the soldiers. "Does no one here find me familiar? On the day the army returned to the capital, surely someone must have seen me? Do you truly believe I am merely a maid who has erred in the general's household?" As she spoke, some stepped forward to scrutinize her, quickly recognizing her as the general's wife. The soldiers looked to Jihan, seeking clarification on the situation. Yet, some retorted, "Who cares who she is? The general said she is a maid, so she is a maid. The general is to marry Princess Lu Hua. The emperor has already approved it. Henceforth, the only general's wife will be Princess Lu Hua. As for the rest, the cast-off wife is no different from a maid."
Oh,
What a vast difference. A maid is a registered servant, while a concubine is less than that. They can be beaten or sold at the mistress's whim. Hearing this, others began to rethink their assumptions. The future wife of the general was to be Princess Lu Hua. What relevance did the woman before them hold? On the contrary, dragging her into the red tent as they pleased would serve to alleviate a significant inconvenience for the general. Not only would they have a woman to share, but they would also win a favor from the general, a true win-win situation. As Chu Fuhuan witnessed the shifting gazes of this crowd, she realized that for the past 3 years, she had not only failed to distinguish between friend and foe, but had also inadvertently nurtured a pack of wolves with her dowry. Someone had already gone to inform the general within the camp. When that officer arrived, Chu Fuhuan scrutinized him closely, but still could not discern his identity. He was likely a new figure appointed during her absence. The general did not know her either. He simply greeted Jihan with a smile. After grasping the situation, he glanced at her, his expression reflecting hesitation. The camp did indeed have red tents, for the soldiers were human and had needs. However, the women within those tents were all of low birth and willingly registered for such roles. They would serve for a span of 3 days in exchange for a handsome sum afterward. To put it plainly, it was all about making money. Such an act of sending a maid condemned to death directly into the red tent had never occurred in the military camp on the outskirts of the capital. Seeing his hesitation, Jihan smiled and said, "The emperor has already given his consent regarding my union with Lu Hua, and the imperial decree will soon arrive at the Ji residence. At that time, General Lu will undoubtedly come to toast to our joyous occasion." Upon hearing this, General Lu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then I shall preemptively congratulate you, young brother Ji." With a grand gesture, he signaled for his men to seize Chu Fuhuan and take her away. Jihan watched as Chu Fuhuan was dragged off by 2 soldiers, finally releasing a sigh of relief. The suffocating sensation he experienced when Chu Fuhuan had him by the throat had left him with a psychological scar. He had even forgotten to resist at that moment. Chu Fuhuan had seemed like a different person then, and he had an inkling that she might possess martial skills. Chapter 20. Do not fear. It is I after all. From the moment she pulled aside the tent curtain, her movements were exceptionally swift, and her strength was precisely controlled. As a military general, he was acutely aware of such matters. He could discern who was skilled and who was utterly defenseless with a mere glance.
Yet,
How could Chu Fuhuan possibly possess martial prowess? He knew her too well. They had known each other since childhood and had nearly seen each other every day. Unless something had transpired over the past 3 years that he was unaware of. But training in martial arts was not akin to learning to cook. 3 years was ample time for many things. Moreover, Chu Fuhuan had a household to manage. As he mused, Ji Han coldly chuckled. He had indeed overthought things. Chu Fuhuan hardly resembled someone who could wield martial skills. In her youth, she had the backing of the Duke of Li, and everyone in the capital had to give her some measure of respect. Now that the Duke of Li was no more, what did she have left? Not only could she be bullied by anyone, but those she had once tormented might even turn against her. Ji Han felt he had discovered a new path. He could attempt to ally with those old acquaintances. In that case, he would not have to confront Chu Fuhuan alone. Others would gladly assist him. The fifth prince had returned to the capital as well. If anyone harbored animosity towards Chu Fuhuan, it would undoubtedly be the fifth prince. Chu Fuhuan, you are ungrateful, so do not blame me for being unjust. I shall undoubtedly avenge Lu Hua. Ji Han departed, signaling to his subordinates. Hurry to the red tent and indulge yourselves. The soldiers grinned lewdly, rushing forward. He then reminded them, let 3 enter at a time. That way, everyone can quickly have their turn without waiting too long. As Ji Han left, a wave of resentment coursed through him. Lu Hua had been with 3 men in Xiliang. First, the old emperor she was married to, and after his death, she had been taken into the homes of his 2 sons. Just the thought of the suffering Lu Hua endured made Ji Han feel that even 1,000 cuts to Chu Fuhuan would not suffice to quell his fury. Such torment must be reciprocated. Why should Lu Hua suffer outside while Chu Fuhuan basked in wealth and luxury in the capital? Such a woman deserved to perish. She was unworthy of living a pure life. As Ji Han sat in his carriage returning to the city, halfway through the journey, he suddenly sensed 2 swift horses brush past the side of the carriage. The driver gasped, startled. As the horses galloped so rapidly that the dust they kicked up obscured his own horse's vision. Ji Han pulled back the curtain to look out, catching a fleeting glimpse of 2 figures that soon vanished from sight, leaving him with little time to discern who they were. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. The carriage continued toward the capital, and he leaned out to glance back, asking the driver, "Did you see who those 2 were?" "I did not catch a glimpse. The horses were too fast. I only saw 2 shadows. They must have been in a great hurry." In the military camp on the outskirts, chaos had not been witnessed in years. No one had anticipated that the woman dragged into the red tent would suddenly go mad after 3 soldiers from Xiguan entered. People were left bewildered by the sudden outcry from the soldiers, followed by the sounds of bodies colliding. Then the tent door was pushed open. Chu Fuhuan emerged, bloodied, holding 3 severed heads. The previous commotion had been replaced by a profound silence. Those who had come to gawk, their lewd smiles still lingering, now found themselves staring in shock as one of their jesting comrades appeared, grasped by the hair, headless. Some noticed the clean cuts at the neck, evidently made with a single stroke. They gazed at the woman before them in astonishment, finally realizing she was skilled in martial arts. And her prowess was formidable enough to secure an overwhelming victory against 3 soldiers simultaneously. Ji Han had not merely sent them a military courtesan. He had delivered a harbinger of death. The camp descended into chaos, and people shouted for General Liu. Chu Fuhuan paid no heed to their cries, continuing to stride forward, heads in hand. As she walked, she spotted someone rushing towards her, moving at such speed that it was almost a run. Her vision, clouded with blood, led her to mistakenly believe it was General Liu. The figure not only approached her but also did not halt upon reaching her, extending a hand to grasp her. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, raising her hand to strike. However, she was unexpectedly seized by the arm and pulled into an embrace. Her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively struggled but then heard a familiar voice, soothing and reassuring, saying, "Do not fear, it is I, Song Tingsher." She exhaled in relief, her body relaxing. She had no desire to move, resting against him. She felt drained of energy, yet still clutched the 3 heads tightly. Su Yang observed his master holding Chu Fuhuan, but she did not reciprocate the embrace, making him feel his master was at a disadvantage. He considered taking the heads from her, but she would not relinquish them, no matter how he tried. She told Song Tingsher, "I want to return to the capital and throw these heads in Jihan's face. I wish to enter the palace and confront your father, demanding to know his intentions. Why did he consent to Jihan's marriage to Lu Hua? It is not that I cannot bear it. Rather, I am unwilling. Why must everyone bully me?" Song Tingsher gently rubbed her head. "All right, I will take you back to the capital." He led her away, and throughout the ordeal, General Lu did not dare show his face. A soldier approached him, informing him that the 5th prince had personally taken the young lady away and lowered his voice to add, "I overheard the soldiers from Shiliang saying that the young lady is not the maid condemned to death from the Ji residence, but rather the legitimate wife of General Ji, the previously unrestrained daughter of the Duke of Li." General Lu was so enraged he nearly set fire to his command tent. He realized he had been manipulated by Jihan. That wretched Jihan had embroiled him in the conflict between the princess of Lu Hua and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li. To make matters worse, the 5th prince had come. Who could fathom the terror he felt when he saw the 5th prince charge into the camp like a madman from a distance? The emperor's legitimate son, when enraged, could even lash out at the crown prince. He dared not go near him, especially when he witnessed the 5th prince cradling the girl holding 3 severed heads as if she were a precious gem. He knew he was doomed. Such blatant protection and such reckless embrace, even a fool could discern the intentions of the 5th prince. Moreover, even without the involvement of the 5th prince, if something were to happen to the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li in his camp, it would certainly be beyond the capability of a mere 3rd-rank general to bear. Damn that Jihan, with no grievance or enmity. Why must he seek to harm him so? Chapter 21. I Want a Divorce. Song Tingsher protectively escorted the individual all the way to the city gate, where the guards were left utterly bewildered. Had they lost their minds? In broad daylight, a woman drenched in blood, clutching 3 severed heads. What could this possibly mean? Yet, no one dared to approach her with inquiries, nor did they have the audacity to impede her passage, for Song Tingsher was present. Some guards exchanged uncertain glances, asking their companions, "Is everything truly all right? Whose heads are those? And who is the lady before the 5th prince?" The reply was a shake of the head. The blood obscured any clear view. Could she be the lady favored by the 5th prince? But I have heard that he has never been interested in women, having not even a maid to warm his bed in all these years. What sort of woman could possibly catch his eye? The surrounding individuals were astounded. How dare one speculate on the 5th prince's thoughts? Are they tired of living? Upon entering the city, Chu Fuhuan conferred with Song Tingsher. "Lend me your horse. I wish to return to the general's residence on my own. I do not want to involve you in this. Besides, with a mere 4th-rank general like Jihan, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I can handle them myself." After speaking, she glanced back at him. "How did you know I was taken to the military camp by Jihan?" Song Tingshi's face darkened. "You should thank your maid. Her loyalty is commendable." Chu Fuhuan frowned. "I will ensure she understands not to disturb you again. She won't dare next time." Song Tingsher grimaced. "Next time?" Without further comment, Chu Fuhuan deftly dismounted him from the horse, one hand bearing the 3 severed heads and the other gripping the reins. The onlookers scattered, as if they had encountered a living incarnation of the King of Hell. Riding Song Tingshi's steed, Chu Fuhuan returned to the general's residence, forcefully kicking the half-closed door open, only to find Jihan standing within. Jihan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Chu Fuhuan's sudden return, coupled with the 3 severed heads in her possession, plunged his heart into despair. Those very 3 men had fought alongside him into the Western Liang, beheading the 2nd prince and rescuing Lu Hua. He had promised that as long as Jihan lived, he would never mistreat these brothers. Lu Hua had echoed similar sentiments, earning their unwavering loyalty. Those vows still echoed in his ears. Yet now, living men had been reduced to lifeless heads, staring vacantly. The heads, cleanly severed at the neck, bore the marks of a blade. The cuts were precise, the execution swift and efficient, devoid of hesitation, reminiscent of seasoned soldiers accustomed to the battlefield. Could it have been the subordinates of General Lu? No, Jihan realized his mistake. It couldn't have been soldiers. Such precision, such strength, could only have been wielded by a general. Was it General Lu? Unthinkable. General Liu had no reason to aid Chu Fuhuan in slaughtering his own men. That would be a breach of military law, and he was not so reckless. Thus, the only possibility remained: Chu Fuhuan was skilled in martial arts. The mere thought sent chills down Jihan's spine. Instinctively, he began to contemplate an escape route, searching for justifications. At that moment, however, Chu Fuhuan approached him. As her foot crossed the threshold, Jihan instinctively recoiled, his heart racing, panic etched across his face. Chu Fuhuan, unfazed by his turmoil, raised the severed heads and suddenly hurled them forward. With uncanny accuracy, the three heads struck Jihan's face, prompting a horrified scream that lingered long after. Then, Chu Fuhuan addressed him in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. "You think you can bully me? You are unworthy. For now, I do not wish for a divorce, but if you seek to cast me aside, you are merely dreaming. I want a divorce." Jihan, listen closely. "I
Want a divorce."
Her temper flared, and none could restrain her. After tossing the heads at Jihan, she mounted her horse and set off towards the imperial palace. The way was clear, as the guards of Juan City appeared oblivious to her presence, allowing her passage unimpeded, for the fifth prince followed closely behind. No one dared provoke the ire of the fifth prince. However, the imperial guards at the palace gates could not simply let her pass. Fortunately, Chu Fuhuan did not force her way in. She knelt at the palace entrance, loudly declaring to the guards, "The emperor's niece has wronged me thus. If the emperor does not see me and does not take my side, I shall expose this matter for all to see, and let the world judge." Song Tincture stood behind her, not too far yet not too close. The guards could only catch a glimpse of his expression, which seemed rather ominous. They promptly reported Chu Fuhuan's kneeling at the palace gates to the emperor, who was left deeply troubled. For he was in the wrong. Although the emperor should not involve himself in the affairs of his ministers, he had hoped to cultivate Jihan, the young general, thus granting him some hope. This hope was clearly meant to encourage Jihan to resolve matters himself, with the understanding that if Jihan could persuade Chu Fuhuan to relinquish her status as the primary wife, a decree could be issued. He knew this was unfair to the deceased Duke and Duchess of Li, yet the living must continue to live. With the border situation unstable and the court in need of capable individuals, he could not disregard Jihan. However, he had not anticipated that the Ji family would devolve into such chaos. The old emperor, increasingly agitated, slammed the documents on the table to the floor. The eunuch Zhou Qi hurried to retrieve them, then helplessly advised, "Ultimately, one can only blame General Ji for his incompetence. He cannot even manage his domestic affairs," leading to Miss Fuhuan's disturbance at the palace. He still expects to enjoy the blessings of companionship. He truly is deluded. The old emperor glared fiercely at Zhou Qi. "Are you implying that you are defending that Chu Fuhuan? She has been married for 3 years. How can she still be called a maiden? Though she is married, the fact remains that the marriage has not been consummated. So referring to her as a maiden is not entirely erroneous. I am not advocating for Miss Fuhuan. It is simply that I have heard whispers regarding today's events. General Ji has gone too far." Zhou Qi recounted the day's occurrences. The old emperor's expression darkened. "Jihan actually committed such an act?"
"No."
"How did you come to know this?" Zhou Qi laid bare the facts. "Your Majesty, it would be best to permit Miss Fuhuan to enter. She is currently kneeling at the palace gates, with the fifth prince accompanying her from a distance. I learned of this from the fifth prince's messenger. If you do not wish to provoke the fifth prince, do not make things difficult for Miss Fuhuan." The old emperor hurled the previously retrieved documents to the ground once more. "The fifth prince is outside? Why did you not say so earlier? Quickly, let Chu Fuhuan in." Chapter 22. Recklessness. Chu Fuhuan was invited into the imperial palace, but Song Tincture did not follow her inside. The old emperor was exceedingly displeased and, unwilling to allow Chu Fuhuan into the inner palace, commanded her to continue kneeling outside. Anger surged within Chu Fuhuan's heart. She thought that since she had already offended him, it would be better to offend him thoroughly. In the past, when her parents were alive, they had always addressed the old emperor as Uncle Emperor. Now that the Chu family had perished, he had allied with the Wang family of Changlu to bully her. A solitary girl. If the emperor himself could act without shame, what did she have to lose? Thus, she knelt outside the inner palace, raising her voice. "May I ask, Your Majesty, why do you permit your niece to destroy my family? Why, knowing that Jihan is already married, do you still consent to his union with Lu Hua? Is it because you believe the Duke of Gui's residence has no one to defend it, or do you think my status inferior to that of a royal princess? You once promised me countless reassurances, saying, "Little Fuhuan, do not fear. If your husband dares to mistreat you, come to the palace to find your uncle emperor, and he will support you. Now that I have come to your door, how can you refuse to see me? Is it reluctance or guilt that keeps you away?" The old emperor was taken aback. He pointed out the window and asked Zhou Qi, "Does she not realize that she cannot even address me properly, preferring you over your majesty? Has she gone mad?" Zhou Qi smirked, who wouldn't lose their mind in such circumstances. "I believe Miss Fuhuan is handling herself rather well. If the old duke were still alive, our palace would surely be in disarray." The old emperor admitted, "If Chu was still here, Jihan would not dare." Zhou Qi continued, "Not just Jihan, but you wouldn't dare either. If the old duke were alive, and Miss Fuhuan declared she would not let the emperor rest, do you think he would have dared to act as he does now?" The old emperor shivered at the thought, recalling how many years ago Duke Li had sought him out for a drink to vent his frustrations, resulting in the emperor missing court for 3 consecutive days. He could no longer criticize Chu Fuhuan. After all, he felt guilty. Zhou Qi was right. He was indeed taking advantage of Chu Fuhuan's lack of the old duke's support. Their relationship had grown distant over the years without the duke to bridge the gap. When he truly considered the matter, he felt pity for both Lu Hua, his niece, and Chu Fuhuan. Yet he believed that since Jihan harbored such intentions, their lives could not continue harmoniously. Rather than prolonging the entanglement, it would be better to separate early. He could still arrange a suitable match for her. He had previously stated Jihan was unworthy, and Chu had agreed. But she insisted on marrying him. Alas, he thought, go tell her to cease her disturbances. She must understand that even virtuous officials struggle with family matters. Jihan seeks to marry Lu Hua through military achievements, and I cannot disregard the morale of the border soldiers. Inform Chu Fuhuan that if she desires liberation, she must rely on her own abilities. As for the matter of the 3 soldiers' execution today, as long as General Lu does not pursue it, and Jihan does not cause a stir, I shall not investigate further. Zhou Qi conveyed the emperor's words to Chu Fuhuan verbatim. After contemplating for a while, she concluded, "I see. What it means is that the emperor will not intervene. So, I may act with impunity." Zhou Qi was taken aback, but he didn't say you could act recklessly. "If the emperor feels otherwise, let him speak to me directly. If he does not, then I shall interpret it this way." She turned to leave, declaring, "If you wish to witness my capabilities, then let me show you. If this escalates, I will not be the only one embarrassed. If we are to lose face, let us do so together. If the emperor fears nothing, why should I?" Her loud declarations reached the old emperor's ears. Upon Zhou Qi's return, the old emperor pointed outside, agitated, asking, "Whose temper does she resemble?"
Huh? Whose?
"She is the very embodiment of the late Duke Chu. Truly, like father, like daughter, she has inherited her father's audacity and shamelessness to a T." Zhou Qi urged him, "Do not be angry. After all, you have known Miss Fuhuan for years. When she was a child, she even singed your beard. You did not dare to speak then."
Did you?
The old emperor felt a bit embarrassed at being reminded of that. Yet, he was not one to disregard the truth. He had the courage to admit necessary facts. However, he always felt that aside from resembling the old duke, Chu Fuhuan bore the shadow of another person. Who could it be? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled, she resembles the 5th prince. Zhou Qi chuckled. "Isn't that your own selfish desire? You are so eager to dismantle the union between Miss Fuhuan and General Ji. Is it truly for Princess Lu Hua? Your true concern is the 5th prince, isn't it? Stop pretending." As Chu Fuhuan left the palace, no palace attendants dared to speak to her along the way. Yet many pondered within themselves that this young lady from the Duke of Li's residence had not set foot in the palace for 3 years. Who would have imagined that upon her return, she would still be so poised and fearless? The emperor seemed as powerless against her as ever. It was truly perplexing how such a remarkable young woman was overlooked by General Ji. What was so special about Princess Lu Hua? Upon exiting the palace, the horse she had ridden remained. Being Song Tingxi's steed, it was quite grand. It was only then that she noticed the horse seemed extraordinary. It was a chestnut color, standing at least 1.5 times her height. Its fiery mane and robust physique, devoid of any blemish, exuded both elegance and strength. Clearly a fine specimen among horses. Chu Fuhuan had heard of such horses, reputed to be a hybrid of hot and cold blood, known for their endurance and thick skin. Before taming, they were known for their fierce temperament, yet once trained, they displayed great loyalty and understanding. She recalled hearing 2 years prior about Song Tingsher acquiring a fine steed that accompanied him bravely into battle at Dingguan. This must be that very horse. She felt a twinge of regret. Had she known it was this horse, she would not have so hastily requested to borrow it. However, after 3 years apart, he had become surprisingly agreeable. The remarkable steed seemed to recognize her, initially standing patiently, but now approaching her eagerly, nudging her face with its head. Chu Fuhuan felt her spirits lift considerably and, without further hesitation, nimbly mounted the horse, making her way to the Jian City government office. The guards at the palace gate exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of confusion. The daughter of the Duke of Li's residence was skilled in martial arts? They had never heard of such a thing. They could not have misjudged, for the horse was indeed too tall for her. She had to use her lightness to leap onto its back. Chu Fuhuan departed the palace and headed straight for the government office. She sensed that Song Tingsher seemed to be following her from a distance, and for a moment, she was uncertain of his intentions. Oh, by Su. Why did you have to seek him out? Upon reaching the government office, Chu Fuhuan rushed in, dragging the household registration officer out, and swiftly mounted her horse, taking the officer all the way to the gate of the general's residence. The officer, in his 40s, had never encountered such absurdity in his lifetime. He contemplated resisting, but faced with Chu Fuhuan's formidable presence and the distant gaze of the fifth prince, who was watching closely, he felt utterly powerless. Thus, he was compelled to follow her, nearly losing his stomach due to the swift pace of the horse. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the general's residence, where he was unceremoniously pulled down from the horse. Chu Fuhuan gave him a shove and bluntly stated, "Lordly, over the years, you have had dealings with the general's residence, and surely you have reaped some benefits. Today, the general's residence has significant matters to address, and it directly pertains to you. I must trouble you to come along." As she spoke, she observed the grand doors of the general's residence being opened by Ji Chong and the increasing crowd of onlookers. She raised her voice, recounting the hardships she had endured while guarding an empty house, her diligence in managing the general's affairs, her meticulous care for her mother-in-law, and the grievances she had suffered from being wronged by the cold-hearted and the treachery with Princess Lu Hua. After detailing all these, she elaborated on the numerous contributions she had made to the general's residence over the years. At that moment, Ji Han happened to overhear Chu Fuhuan reciting her grievances as if she were reciting a lesson. From substantial renovations to the house and graves to the minutiae of daily necessities, she even mentioned how Ji Ru required goat's milk baths every 10 days. The onlookers were astonished to learn of the extravagant lifestyle of the sister of a fourth-rank general, leading to a flurry of discussions. While many expressed dissatisfaction, a few believed that Chu Fuhuan had indulged the Ji family's bad habits too much. Ji Han's expression darkened further. Someone approached him, whispering in his ear. Ji Han's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward. "Have you met with the emperor?" "Chu Fuhuan, are you so unwilling to let go? Do you not realize how ridiculous you appear in your obstinacy? Your relentless obstruction of my marriage to Lu Hua serves no benefit to you. Do you think that if I do not marry Lu Hua, I can continue with you? I find you repulsive." The crowd gasped at his words, sympathizing with Chu Fuhuan. The recent news about the fourth-rank general's intention to dismiss his legitimate wife in favor of marrying Princess Lu Hua had spread throughout the capital. But hearing it from Ji Han himself was a shock of a different magnitude. Many could not contain their emotions and began hurling cabbages at Ji Han. At this moment, Bai Su also rushed out from the residence, standing beside Chu Fuhuan, whispering, "The 3 heads are still in the front yard. No one knows how to handle them." The old lady and the third miss intended to come to the front yard, but they dared not due to those heads. "Miss, what shall we do?" Chu Fuhuan fixed her gaze on Ji Han, pulling the household registration officer closer, and declared loudly, "I have invited Lord Li here today to serve as a witness and to prepare a document. Ji Han, the general, is shameless, ungrateful, and has acted with utter disregard for decency. He is unworthy to remain my husband. I request that Lord Li draft a divorce decree on the spot. I wish to sever ties with Ji Han, reclaim my dowry, and demand all the debts owed to me by the Ji family, leaving the general's residence openly. From this day forth, Ji Han and I shall be like strangers, each finding our own happiness. Furthermore, As he is the divorced husband, he shall not take any of his assets or current cash. All must belong to me. I willingly relinquish my share of the general's residence, but all his remaining properties must be transferred to my name. Otherwise, I shall take legal action and pursue this matter relentlessly. Her voice grew steadier as she continued. Until all properties are transferred to my name, I shall refrain from sealing the divorce decree, and the office shall not file it. It shall only be validated once I have completed the inventory of the properties. Initially, the household registration officer did not comprehend her intentions, wondering if Fuhuan truly wished to separate from General Ji. After all, she was demanding both assets and cash. Would General Ji be able to comply? If the decree was not established, their marital bond would remain intact. Thus, it appeared she did not want to part ways. However, as she concluded, a realization dawned upon him. As long as the divorce decree remained unvalidated, Fuhuan would still be recognized as the legitimate wife, preventing Princess Lu Hua from entering the residence. Therefore, it seemed the eldest daughter of the Chu family was not unwilling to leave. Rather, she was intent on vexing Princess Lu Hua and prolonging her predicament. This was indeed a clever move. Who had ever heard of a wife divorcing her husband? General Ji's desire to marry Princess Lu Hua had become nearly impossible. His countenance faltered as he helplessly addressed Fuhuan. Such a matter of divorce is unprecedented. I truly do not know how to proceed. Fuhuan replied, then start thinking about how to proceed from this moment. Every situation has a beginning. Why can I not be the first to initiate a divorce? Moreover, this needs to be handled swiftly. I shall give you half an hour. I will attend to some matters within the residence, and you must remain here to ponder. If you do not come to a conclusion, you shall not leave. If you do, you shall not leave either. Should you require any documents, simply send someone back to the office to fetch them. You must stay here, or I will not hesitate to involve you in this. Lord Li's complexion changed as he considered her words, anxious to defend himself, but fearful that she might reveal something incriminating. Moreover, the watchful fifth prince was not far off. If he dared to leave, he would surely not see the light of day again. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to call out to Fuhuan just as she, accompanied by her maid, tried to enter the general's residence, only to be instinctively blocked by Ji Han. Chapter 24. You dare! Fuhuan did not halt her steps and forcefully shoved Ji Han aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way." Ji Han stumbled back like a piece of paper, nearly falling to the ground had it not been for a servant nearby who caught him. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. Without time to dwell on his embarrassment, Ji Han feared that Fuhuan's madness would bring harm to the residence. He pushed past a nearby servant and stumbled into the general's residence, urgently instructing the doorman, "Close the gate. Shut the gates." However, Fuhuan, walking ahead, turned back and declared, "Whoever dares to close the gates, I will have their head." The doorman immediately froze in place. Moments later, flames erupted throughout the general's residence. As thick smoke billowed, someone tentatively remarked, "Could it be that the general's wife intends to burn everyone in the residence alive?" With the fire blazing, the fire brigade quickly arrived on the scene. Just as they prepared to rush into the residence, they saw Fuhuan emerging alongside by Su, followed by the 4 seasonal maids, steward Ji Chong, and a host of weeping Ji family members. Upon seeing the firefighters, Ji Chong hurried forward to clarify, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. There's no serious fire. We simply have a few undesirable structures we decided to burn down. It's no trouble for you to have come. We sincerely apologize." The firefighters exchanged glances, ultimately deciding it was best not to involve themselves in the Ji family's affairs. After all, the Ji family claimed it was not a fire, so they bore no responsibility. The old matriarch, unwilling to relent, cried out in anguish, "How can there be no fire? The arsonist is right here. How can you disregard this? Quickly, seize her." The firefighters, overwhelmed with annoyance, replied, "Apprehending criminals is the responsibility of the Ninonfu. We are here solely to extinguish fires. We have no business with the old lady," and they departed without looking back. The old matriarch, tears streaming down her face, accused Fuhuan of arson, claiming she intended to burn her entire family alive. She declared her deserving of the gravest punishments, alleging she had plotted against her husband, her mother-in-law, and the entire family. She was accused of severe transgressions and should rightfully be dismissed. Fuhuan couldn't help but laugh. For everyone was still standing here. "Whom have I killed? Moreover, the places I set ablaze were all renovated with my own funds over these past 3 years. Every brick and tile of those houses was purchased with my dowry from the Duke of Lee's estate. Thus, whether to burn or keep them is entirely up to my whim. I invested in their construction, and now that I wish to sever ties with my husband, I cannot dismantle the houses to take with me. Naturally, they are to be set aflame. This, too, is a boon for you, as burning these houses will reduce the debt of 210,000 taels by a portion, lightening your burden, if only a little. Instead of wasting your time cursing me, you should return to safeguard the other properties that remain untouched. The wind is fierce today, and should the flames spread, I shall bear no responsibility. With that, she took a deep breath. And do keep a close watch on my dowry chests. I still possess the list. If anything goes missing, I shall hold you accountable for each and every piece. You rascals, consuming yet unwilling to relinquish the bones. Even if you manage to swallow them, I will cut you open and retrieve each one. Do not think that just because the Duke's estate is devoid of people, you can act with impunity. Do not believe that my parents' and elder brother's absence renders me a pliable soft persimmon for you to mold as you please. Memories of the past 3 years flooded her mind like a flickering lamp. The days of toil and hardship only served to deepen her frustration. Overwhelmed with grievance, she yearned to charge forward and strike the G family. Just then, someone from behind leapt forward and embraced her tightly. Her nose tinged with acidity, she almost shed tears. Fortunately, she managed to hold them back, turning to shield the newcomer and covering his eyes with her hands. Fuxing, do not look at these people, they are too filthy, and it will taint your eyes. With your elder brother gone, we are all each other has in this world. Fear not, dear child, your sister will protect you and will never allow anyone to bully you. Chu Fuxing trembled, desperately trying to pry her hands away from his eyes. Sister, do not cover my eyes. I cannot see what they look like. I must remember their faces so that I can avenge you when I grow up. Sister, as long as you are here, I fear nothing. I have grown up too, and I can protect you. Sister, please leave the G residence. Let us live for ourselves. I beg you, sister, leave the G residence. Chu Fuhuan nodded and removed her hands from his eyes, replying earnestly, very well. She then turned to the household registration officer. Have you come to terms with how to handle the divorce? If not, allow me to assist you in this matter. We can follow the procedure for divorce. I had already drafted the divorce papers upon my arrival at the residence, in duplicate. You shall take these 2 copies of the divorce decree, have General G affix a seal, and then submit them to me. Once I receive the repayment from the General's estate and the properties under his name, I will add my seal and deliver them to the office. At that time, you shall file the divorce papers, and the marriage certificate from years past will be annulled. This matter will be settled. She casually handed the 2 identical divorce decrees to the household registration officer. Proceed as I instructed. The officer gazed at the divorce decree penned by a woman, finding everything exceedingly peculiar. Yet, he dared not cross her, for she was not someone he could provoke. He glanced at Ji Han, who appeared pale, resembling a corpse, fixated on Chu Fuhuan with a deathly glare, oblivious to everything else. The old matriarch, too, seemed ready to speak, but upon meeting his gaze, she displayed a fierce countenance, opening her mouth in silence to utter, "You dare." Chapter 25. I, Ji Han, swear to heaven. Lord Li's eyes darkened ominously. Why would he not dare? No law explicitly prohibits a husband from being divorced. With Chu Fuhuan taking the lead, perhaps in the future, divorce would become as commonplace for men as it is for women. Moreover, it was abundantly clear who held the upper hand at present. Chu Fuhuan hailed from the esteemed Duke of Lee's family, a name of great renown, shrouded in layers of heritage that none could fathom. Although her parents were deceased, she had ample resources to rely on. Furthermore, there was the 5th prince, lurking in the distance, observing with keen interest. The queen's legitimate son. If he truly viewed Chu Fuhuan as a rival, she would have perished countless times over. A rival? Merely a pretense. As the commotion escalated, the officials from the court sent 2 squads to investigate. The household registration officer took one last look at the divorce decree in his hand, steeling himself, and addressed the approaching officers, "Return to the office and fetch my official seal." The officers, always eager for excitement, immediately dashed back to the office. In their haste, they rode a horse to save time. Upon acquiring the official seal, the household registration officer wasted no time, promptly stamping the 2 copies of the divorce decree. The old matriarch of the Ji family felt her heart plummet at the sight. It wasn't until this moment that Ji Han realized he had been divorced by Chu Fuhuan. What a tremendous humiliation. Yet Chu Fuhuan stated, the divorce decree has not been submitted to the court for record, so it is not yet effective. Earlier, I burned some items in the residence, which shall account for 50,000 taels of the debt. Therefore, you still owe 160,000 taels. Once you settle that, I will ensure the divorce decree is filed with the court. Ji Han, I advise you to repay the money swiftly, so you can become a respectable son-in-law and put our matters behind us. If you continue to entangle yourself with me over this 160,000 taels, I shan't mind, but you might want to inquire if Lu Hua would be so forgiving. Silence. Ji Han interrupted her, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. 3 days. I will repay you within 3 days. Chu Fuhuan, the greatest regret of my life is marrying you. My even greater regret is rescuing you from the snowy outskirts 12 years ago. I thought that even if we could not grow old together, you would at least remember our past fondly and make concessions when I encountered true love. Never did I expect your selfishness and ingratitude to reach such depths. It is utterly disgraceful. Today I, Ji Han, swear to heaven, I will repay you the money within 3 days, and from this moment forward, you are to leave the general's residence and never show your face to me again. Chu Fuxing picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Ji Han's head, but unfortunately, he dodged it just in time. Chu Fuhuan comforted him. Do not act rashly. If we were to accidentally kill him, where would we procure the money? Moreover, a scoundrel like him is not worth you getting your hands dirty. She held on to Chu Fuxing and took the divorce decree from the household registration officer. I will send someone to submit the divorce decree to the court for record in 3 days. I will trouble Lord Lu once more. Lord Lu swiftly assured. Not a trouble at all. With that, he cast a glance at the old matriarch of the Ji family, then turned and left with the officers. Chu Fuhuan was reluctant to linger at the Ji residence, but she still had matters to attend to. She needed to take the 4 seasonal maidservants, serving in her courtyard with her. Thus, she broached the subject of a transaction with Ji Han. I wish to take the 4 seasonal maidservants from Bishiyan residence, 500 taels each, purchasing their contracts. In total, that would relieve you of 2,000 taels. Do you agree? The 4 seasonal maidservants standing at a distance, upon hearing this, revealed expectant expressions. Ji Han, however, responded with a firm price, 2,500 taels each. 4 of them amounts to 10,000. The seasonal maidservants were astounded. When had they become so valuable? Madame Eyre is not easily deceived. She will undoubtedly not fall for such a ruse. The 4 of them were disheartened, their dreams of leaving the general's residence shattered in an instant. However, in that moment of despair, the clear and resolute voice of Chu Fuhuan rang out. All right. The steward, Ji Chong, hurried back to fetch the contracts. The hearts of the 4 maidens revived with hope. Yet, old Madame Ji remained unsatisfied. Chu Fuhuan's too eager agreement made her feel that Ji Han was still at a disadvantage. Even with an additional 10,000 taels, Chu Fuhuan would still make the purchase. She wished to caution Ji Han, but upon seeing him cast a fierce glance her way, she was too frightened to utter a word. The old madam understood that the future of the general's residence relied on whom. She could not afford to offend the son. In significant matters, she must heed Ji Han's words. At last, Chu Fuhuan departed with 4 contracts, accompanied by the 4 maidens and by Su, holding Chu Fuxing in one hand and leading a fine steed with the other. Ji Han fell into contemplation as he gazed at the horse. Meanwhile, old Madame Ji urged, hurry back to the residence. Close the gates. Are you still not embarrassed enough? After scolding the steward, she continued, you showed no urgency when the residence was set ablaze. Yet you are quick on your feet when it comes to handing over contracts. You treacherous wretch. After berating him, the old madam took Ji Ru back inside. The steward's expression darkened, but he refrained from confronting the old madam. Standing at the threshold, he called out, everyone disperse. The family shame must not be aired outside. It is fine for many to witness the spectacle, but now that several have already departed, we must ensure those who remain do not harbor resentment. Soon, General Ji shall become a prince consort, a title of great prestige, yet his disposition is notably petty. Those who incur his ire shall find no fortune in their future. The crowd swiftly dispersed, and the entrance of the Ji residence grew quiet. Ji Chong exhaled in relief and returned to secure the gates. Old Madame Ji instructed Ji Han, come with me. Then, casting him another glance, she added, "You too." Ji Chong, with no choice, followed them to the Qingzhou courtyard. Once inside, the old madam could no longer contain herself and sternly questioned Ji Han, "Where do you intend to procure that 160,000 taels of silver? Even if the four maidens have reduced it by 10,000, there still remains 150,000. Go to the public treasury and see. They cannot even produce 10 taels. How do you expect to conjure up 150,000? Ji Han sat in a pearwood chair, deep in thought for a long while, tapping the tabletop with his fingers, each sound stirring the heart. With no cash at hand, he would have to use the shops as collateral. As Chu Fuhuan had said, this matter could no longer be delayed. "Mother, we cannot afford to delay Princess Lu Hua's child. It is a male heir." Ji Ru could not sit still. "Then let us seek silver from Princess Lu Hua. It is unreasonable for our family to bear the entire cost." Silence. Ji Han, losing his patience, retorted, "Have you not learned your lesson? If it weren't for the vast amounts of silver you have squandered over these past 3 years, I wouldn't be in such a passive and shameful position. I've heard you require at least 3 new outfits each month, and you insist on buying new jewelry every month. Ji Ru, who do you think you are? Are you a noble lady of some grand family? Do you possess mountains of gold or silver to sustain such extravagance? I am merely your brother, not your father. I am not obliged to support you. Return to your room at once and repay all the benefits you have received from Chu Fuhuan over the years." Startled and enraged, Ji Ru grasped the old madam's arm, weeping, "Mother, look at him. He is incapable of earning a living and takes his frustrations out on me." Ji Han, in a fit of anger, lashed out at anyone within earshot. "I earn a living? On what grounds? By seniority, I have an elder brother above me. If anyone should provide for the family, it should be him. Why is everything expected of me? In just 3 short years, you have squandered so much silver from Chu Fuhuan behind my back. I must ask, why should our Ji family be responsible for buying a house for Auntie's family? And why should we borrow from Chu Fuhuan to pay the bride price for Uncle Son?" His words were directed at the old madam. "Mother, if you wish to assist your maternal family, you should do so from your own personal funds. No one would dare object. But why must you encroach upon my savings? Do you not realize that if those funds are not used to subsidize those unrelated to us, they would all be sent to the West Gate to secure my subordinates and bolster my provisions? My life in the West Gate could be much easier." Old Madame G's facade crumbled, and her frown deepened. "How are they not related? They are your kin."
What kin?
"I am under no obligation to spend silver on them. Mother, you might ask yourself, if a relative of the Ji family were in such a situation, would you be willing to part with silver for Chu Fuhuan?" Old Madame Ji scoffed. "Why wouldn't I? Isn't it true that you wanted the money for a bribe?" Ji Han replied coldly, "You used the excuse of repairing graves to host a lavish banquet, pocketing all the gift money. What have we, the secondary house, gained? Now that Chu Fuhuan is demanding a reckoning, you might as well sell off the valuables in this house. She didn't burn it down, but I know all the valuable furnishings were provided by her. The 150,000 taels must be returned in full." Chu Fuhuan chose to settle at the 7th house on Mingyue Alley, the innermost dwelling of the lane. The residence comprised 3 courtyards and 2 side yards. Its size could not compare to the former Duke of Li's residence, nor even to the Ji residence.
Yet,
Chu Fuhuan found it perfectly suitable. After all, Fuxing usually resided at the Imperial Academy, and with her as the sole occupant, it would be peaceful. Moreover, she cherished this house, for it was a gift from her elder brother on her 10th birthday. Since that year, he had gifted her a property each birthday. Whether a house, a shop, a manor, or fertile land, anything that could elevate her status was bestowed upon her. Not only on birthdays but also during the New Year, the Dragon Boat Festival, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Any occasion worthy of celebration became a reason for her brother to present her with gifts. She had once advised him to retain some for himself, especially considering Fuxing. Yet, her brother assured her there was no need for concern. In the future, all that belonged to the Duke's residence would be theirs to inherit, which far outweighed what he had given her. She agreed, and felt comforted by it. Over the years, she had never seriously pondered why her brother gifted her these things. She merely perceived them as his affection. It was only after Ji Han's demand for her to voluntarily renounce her marriage that she realized her brother was accumulating capital for her future. Because she held these assets, she would not be reduced to destitution after leaving her marital home, nor would she find herself homeless after the Duke's residence was sold. With these possessions, Even if she could not reclaim her dowry, she could still thrive in the capital, comfortably counting her wealth. This was her leverage against the Ji family and the capital for Fuxing's future bride. The house had been tidied up both inside and out, gleaming with cleanliness. In the afternoon, Bai Su and the four maidens were busy organizing their belongings. Summer Yun suggested, "If the young lady is to reside here regularly, we should plant more flowers in the courtyard to adorn the vases." In the past, the young lady could not even choose such simple pleasures in the general's residence. But now life is set to improve. Bai Su pondered for a moment. "Then I shall go buy more flower seeds tomorrow. The young lady loves to arrange flowers. And even without guards, the residence will be much more tranquil." "Excellent. And let us also craft a new batch of garments for the young lady. Everything she wore in the general's residence should be discarded in favor of new attire. Indeed, let us exchange all that can be exchanged, and sever all ties with the general's residence from this moment forth." Inside the room, Chu Fuxing sat in a chair, tightly embracing his sister, Chu Fuhuan, unwilling to let go. The fear of losing their parents lingered vividly in his mind, and today he was forced to confront those memories once more. He felt both terrified and heartbroken for his sister, wanting to weep, yet fearing that such vulnerability would make her feel unsupported. Thus he stifled his tears and, raising his chin, reassured her, "Sister, do not be afraid, for I am here. Xinger is already 9 years old and can protect you. Sister, please do not think of Ji Han any longer. He is not a good man. Brother has often said that Ji Han is a petty person who will inevitably betray you. Only with the prosperity of our maternal family can we suppress his wicked intentions. Sister, does brother truly possess such foresight that he might perish in battle? Will we never see him again?" Each word from Chu Fuxing pierced through Chu Fuhuan's heart, memories of their brother swirling in her mind like a tempest. She fought back tears, but ultimately could not hold them back any longer. In Chapter 27, Master, Chu Fuxing reached up to wipe her tears away. "It is nothing. Brother once said that from the day he stepped onto the battlefield, he dedicated his life to the land of Zhongjin. To guard our home and protect our nation was his lifelong aspiration." Chu Fuhuan nodded vigorously. "Yes, we are both proud of brother. From now on, we shall rely on each other. I will take good care of you, ensuring that my Xinger does not suffer. When you grow up and wish to marry, I shall buy you a grand mansion, for I have wealth." However, Chu Fuxing shook his head vigorously. "I do not want a grand mansion, nor do I wish to marry. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and I will protect you." Chu Fuhuan chuckled softly. "Silly child. How can one grow up without marrying? I shall not marry. I wish only to remain by your side forever." That night, Chu Fuxing fell ill with a fever, babbling incoherently, calling for brother and cursing Ji Han. Bai Su placed a damp cloth on his forehead while weeping. The young master puts on a brave front, claiming he will be strong and take care of himself and his sister. Yet he is still but a child, and the upheavals of the past 2 years have been too great a burden for him to bear. "Miss, I shall go fetch a doctor." Chu Fuhuan shook her head and sat at the bedside, taking her brother's pulse. "It is merely a case of fiery distress. It is not severe. I shall write a prescription, and you may send someone to fetch the medicine." She rose and went to the table, picking up pen and ink to write the prescription. She then pointed out a specific ingredient to Bai Su. "This herb is common, but my dosage may differ from what other doctors typically prescribe. Be sure to instruct the apothecary to measure according to my prescription. Do not skimp." Bai Su nodded, lamenting, "Miss, your skills have lain dormant for 3 years. And I nearly forgot that you possess medical knowledge. It is truly regrettable that you have been buried in the affairs of the Ji family." Chu Fuhuan shared that sentiment. 3 years had passed as if it were but a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, everything had returned to its original state, yet those who once kept her company were no longer present. Dong Shuang soon returned with the medicine. There was a clinic just outside Mingyue Alley, which proved convenient. Although it was night, a little extra coin persuaded the young apothecary to open the door without hesitation. She opened the medicine pouch, confirming that the herb Miss had mentioned was indeed present, but the apothecary muttered that he had never encountered such a dosage and questioned the writer's medical knowledge. Warning not to cause harm. Dong Shuang hesitated, uncertain. "Miss, is this prescription reliable?" Bai Su reassured her, "Do not worry. Our Miss's medical skills are unmatched. Perhaps even among all the physicians in Jiuan City. Just because she has not practiced certain tasks in these years does not mean she cannot perform them. The Ji residence has only dulled her brilliance, delaying her talents." Dong Shuang sighed in agreement, General Ji truly is blind. As the maid prepared the medicine, Chu Fuxing drank it and sweated profusely, sinking into a deep slumber. Only then did Chu Fuhuan feel a sense of relief as she opened the storeroom. She retrieved a soft whip from a chest made of golden silk Nanmu wood, her eyes gleaming with determination. She would uphold the family for herself and her brother. Caressing the cherished whip, she was lost in memories. The whip, intricately woven from celestial silkworm silk mixed with golden and silver threads, shimmered with brilliance. Its slender body was as light as air yet remarkably resilient. The handle was carved with celestial motifs, adorned with blue gemstones resembling stars, both splendid and exquisite. Holding it felt like grasping the cosmos itself. Upon seeing the whip, Baisu's tears fell like rain. "It is the dream of stars, miss. You had not touched it for 3 years." Though the whip appeared beautiful and harmless, it could take a life with a single strike. Nearby, Chunyu inquired with confusion, "Is the barbed tail not a weapon of harm?" Baisu nodded approvingly. "Indeed, that is why I always say that the G residence has truly wasted these 3 years. Neglecting our Mississippi." She was literate at 3 and practiced martial arts at 4, excelling in both arts and arms. How could Ji Han, a mere half-hearted soldier, possibly compare? He may be skilled in leading troops into battle, but in a one-on-one confrontation, he would not stand a chance against our miss. Baisu's face beamed with pride as she spoke. "The Ji family has stumbled upon a treasure, yet failed to cherish it. They have trampled upon our miss's dignity. And they shall surely face retribution." Under the clear moonlight, Chu Fuhuan lightly tapped her toes, and in an instant, she soared into the air. The dream of stars in her hand seemed to come alive, sometimes soft as silk, wrapping around her fingers, and at other times, fierce as iron, slicing through the night sky, leaving trails of gold and silver in its wake. Her movements flowed like water, with each whip and retraction executed with precision. The whip danced like a graceful serpent in the air, its speed so swift that it was nearly invisible. Trees trembled under the force of her inner strength, scattering leaves like confetti. This continued for what felt like an incense stick's duration. Finally, with a flawless spin, the whip returned to her hand like a spirit retreating into its lair, silent and serene. She stood there, calm and composed. The maids were left in awe, while Baisu breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively remarking, "Thank goodness, Mrs. Martial Arts have not dulled." Chu Fuhuan, however, shook her head, acknowledging 3 years without practice. "I am certainly inferior to my former self. I have not seen Master during these years. I wonder how he has fared, and why he has not come to see me." Since the age of 4, her master had appeared nightly, whisking her from her slumber to train in the mountains surrounding the capital. His lightness of foot was extraordinary. The journey from the Duke of Li's residence to the outskirts took a horse a considerable time, yet he could traverse it in half that duration. His speed was so remarkable that even when dashing past the city guards, they felt only a gust of wind, failing to catch sight of him. She did not know where he came from, but he had warned her that should she reveal his existence, she would be cast far away, never to see her parents again. Terrified, she could only cry while practicing her martial arts. Years passed, and not only did her skills improve, but she also grew accustomed to being snatched awake in the dead of night. She even developed a regular routine, waking at the appointed hour. From the ages of 4 to 8, her master eventually ceased to come for her, prompting her to sneak out of the city on her own. In order to avoid detection by the officials and to scale the lofty walls of Jian City, she employed every conceivable strategy and exerted all her efforts. During that time, her skills in lightness of body improved significantly, to the point where her master finally praised her, remarking that she bore some resemblance to the eldest senior brother. In truth, she had never laid eyes on this so-called senior brother, who existed solely in the anecdotes shared by her master. Her master himself was not particularly old. Although he often referred to himself as an elder, he appeared to be no more than 30. He was quite the handsome man. Chapter 28. Complete liberation. She had once inquired of her master why he taught her martial arts, to which he replied that it was a matter entrusted to him. Even now, she remained unaware of who wished for her to learn these skills. Fortunately, the martial prowess she had developed was genuine. While she may not have mastered all 18 weapons, she was proficient in at least 70 to 80% of them. Particularly, the soft whip was her specialty, capable of overcoming steel with its flexibility and unexpectedly claiming lives. During her training, she had not utilized this whip, but rather an unsightly implement that her master had acquired from an unknown source. She never cared much for the aesthetics of weapons, having trained with that ugly tool for many years. It was not until her 15th birthday that her master gifted her the beautiful whip, claiming it to be a birthday present from her senior brother. Her senior brother had never given her a birthday gift before. This whip was the sole exception. She cherished it dearly for its effectiveness and practicality. Regrettably, she had only wielded it for a year before marrying. Her master was furious over this decision, chasing her until dawn, threatening to beat her to death. Yet, she was then infatuated, believing that Jihan had saved her and that she owed him a debt of gratitude. Her master was so enraged that he nearly fell ill but ultimately could not bring himself to scold her harshly. Thus, she married. Afterward, her master never reappeared. Chu Fuhuan felt a profound sadness. It had been 3 years, and she had not once thought of her master. At first, she had been angry with him and refused to contemplate it. Later, the myriad affairs of the Ji family consumed her thoughts, leaving no room for such reflections. Is the young lady truly skilled in martial arts? The maidservants of the Four Seasons were astonished, questioning why they had never known before.
Bai Su sighed.
Because it was never necessary. During her time in the general's residence, the young lady had dedicated every day to the affairs of the Ji family, which was a bottomless pit. In the 6 months before her marriage, she spent 5 months simply reconciling accounts, ultimately uncovering a significant debt, with the general's funds being utilized by the old matriarch to subsidize her maternal family. Biting her lip, she felt a surge of frustration. At that time, the young lady was at a loss, fearing that voicing her concerns would offend her mother-in-law, yet not speaking up would leave the debt unresolved. In the end, she had no choice but to use her dowry to cover that substantial shortfall, all while pretending nothing had transpired in front of the old matriarch, preserving her dignity. As for the accounting matters, the old matriarch soon began imposing further restrictions, insisting the young lady adhere to the proper decorum. With the third Miss S affairs being numerous, the young lady became increasingly absorbed in the Ji household, hardly having the energy to tend to her own needs. In the course of her musings, she came to accept that perhaps the turmoil surrounding General Ji and Princess Lu Hua was fortuitous, providing an opportunity for the young lady to extricate herself from the Ji family. To remain ensnared in such a household for a lifetime would be the most dreadful fate. Inside, Chu Fuhuan watched over Chu Fuxing throughout the night. It was only in the early morning, after her brother's fever had subsided, that she fell into a deep slumber. Chu Fuxing, 10 years her junior, had nearly grown up clinging to her side, and their sibling bond was exceptionally strong. After the events of the previous day, he was reluctant to return to his studies in the National Academy, wanting to spend a few more days with his sister. However, he understood that only through academic achievement and entering the court could he establish himself and gain the right to protect her. Thus, he dutifully returned to his studies. By noon, Chu Fuhuan finally awoke. The maids of the Four Seasons had prepared meals and brought them to her room. Bai Su remarked, "The household still lacks sufficient help. I will go to the market shortly to procure 2 cooks and a few attendants to guard the entrance. Additionally, we need more maids for menial tasks. It would be even better if we could find those with some martial skills." After contemplating, Chu Fuhuan agreed that while finding additional hands was manageable, they particularly needed a steward. It would not do for Bai Su to be burdened with everything. When you have the chance, inquire with Ji Chong to see if he would be willing to leave the Ji household. He is a clever man, well versed in his duties. Bai Su hesitated. Ji Chong is quite capable, but he is still a distant relative of the Ji family. However, Chu Fuhuan shook her head. He is merely a son adopted by the Ji family, a child taken in to prevent a branch from dying out due to his father's inability to have children. By all accounts, he does not even carry the Ji surname and has no true familial ties to them. Bai Su's face lit up with realization. Oh, I have heard of this before. How could I have forgotten? Perfect. We were just discussing going back to the General's residence this afternoon to retrieve the young lady's dowry. I'll take the opportunity to ask him then. In the afternoon, Bai Su brought the Four Seasons maids to the General's residence. With the list of Chu Fuhuan's dowry in hand and the steward Ji Chang's assistants, they quickly accounted for all the items. There were still some shortages, such as a pair of blue and white jade vases, a green jade pillow, a set of Dotsai lotus porcelain bowls, and 3 antique paintings. Ji Chong remarked, "Let it go. Compared to the 47 carts of dowry, those missing items are trivial. The second lady has managed to reclaim most of the items, which is already akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. If we continue to press, we may find even more discrepancies." Bai Su concurred with Ji Chong's assessment, recognizing that obtaining the majority of the items was commendable. Thus, she hastily organized for all the boxes to be loaded onto the waiting carts. The carriage team was hired, and the driver assisted in transporting the boxes. Seizing this moment, Bai Su shared their intentions with the steward. Ji Chong was elated, rubbing his hands together in disbelief. Is the second lady truly so generous? Does she really wish to have the Ji family as steward? Bai Su reminded him, you can no longer refer to her as the second lady. She has severed all ties with the Ji family. From now on, you shall call her the young lady. Ji Chong nodded repeatedly. Yes, the young lady. As long as she has no objections, I can leave the Ji household at any moment. Rest assured, I am not a servant. After all, I am a distant relative of the Ji family, akin to kin. Therefore, I cannot be treated as a servant. Once the affairs of the household are settled and someone is appointed to liaise with me, I shall take my leave. At this point, Ji Chong wiped away a tear, lamenting, though we are relatives, the Ji family has treated me as a mere servant. If it were not for the second lady, it would have been the young lady caring for me. Without her, I cannot imagine what my life would have been like. The 47 carts of dowry were swiftly taken away. This scene did not escape the notice of Ji Ru, who was lurking nearby, infuriated by what she witnessed. Chapter 29. She cannot be married off. Ji Ru, lifting her skirts, rushed into the Qingju courtyard without a thought for propriety, her brows furrowed in anger. She recounted to the old matriarch the details of Bai Su removing all the dowry. Wiping her tears, she indignantly exclaimed, are we really just going to let them take everything? Isn't this too lenient on Chu Fuhuan? She does as she pleases. Is there no sense of justice? Those items, once they entered the Ji family, belong to us. This is outright robbery. Mother, we must report this to the authorities. The old matriarch's face twisted with rage. But she hesitated at the thought of taking legal action. As long as it was not a divorce, a woman's dowry could be taken with her upon marriage. Reporting it to the authorities would be futile. Moreover, your second brother has stated that those items must be returned intact. Otherwise, if any further disturbances arise, his marriage to Princess Lu Hua will be delayed yet again. You are well aware of Princess Lu Hua's condition. It is likely that she cannot wait much longer. Then let him divorce her. Ji Ru exclaimed, demanding that her second brother sever ties with Chu Fuhuan. Once he is rid of Chu Fuhuan, those items will rightfully belong to the Ji family again. The old lady began to sense an issue, her expression darkening ominously. That day, after Chu Fuhuan set the general's residence ablaze, did she not declare her intent to divorce your second brother, claiming all his assets as her own? Ji Ru was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? We are to lose her belongings and also sacrifice some of our own? Not just some. Your second brother possesses numerous shops and estates, which amount to a substantial fortune. The old lady felt a sharp pain in her heart, her anger bubbling over. And she was on the brink of losing her mind. Ji Ru was nearly frantic. Her dowry was still uncertain. How could she bear to watch everything unfold before her eyes? If she could not rely on her second brother, she still had her elder brother. Someone had to provide for the family. Thus, she proposed, why not let the eldest sister-in-law support the family from now on? The old lady pondered for a moment and instructed Mama Li, summon Madame Zhua. After a brief interval, the first wife, Madame Zhua, entered the room. Ji Ru, being impulsive and lacking in foresight, immediately lashed out as soon as Madame Zhua arrived, accusing her of being lazy and self-serving, berating her without restraint. Madame Zhua stood silently, her expression unwavering. Ji Ru's fist struck the cotton, losing its strength in an instant. The old lady sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. Do not hold it against Ji Ru. Although her words are harsh, her reasoning holds merit. You are the primary branch, and it is only natural for the elder brother to provide for the family. However, for years in our household, it has been the younger brother supporting the elder. The younger brother has nurtured the Ji estate for so long, besides gratitude. You must also recognize that it is only right for the elder branch to take on the responsibility of providing for the family. As the eldest, it is time you shouldered your obligations. From now on, the duty of providing for the family will rest upon you. Madame Zhua smiled slightly, showing no resistance. If that is the case, then the Ji estate shall henceforth be known simply as the Ji estate, not the general's residence. The reason the second brother has been providing is that this has always been his home. The elder branch merely resides under his roof. We have repeatedly suggested separating the estate, yet mother has never consented. What do you mean? Ji Ru shrieked. If you do not wish to support the family,
Just say so.
Madame Zwa shook her head, asserting that it is only right for sons and daughters-in-law to care for their parents-in-law. If we were to separate the estate, Mother could accompany us. However, this is the general's residence, and it is only natural for the general to provide for the family. If we were to take on the responsibility of supporting the general's residence, then the second brother would be branded as unfilial. The emperor governs with benevolence and filial piety. If the second brother's reputation for unfiliality spreads, it would be detrimental to the entire Ji family. The old lady felt that Madame Zwa was impervious, using filial duty as a means to intimidate her. Separate the estate? And have her move out? Absolutely not. What would become of the title she so desperately desired? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room. Ji-ru could no longer withstand the pressure. She asked Madame Zwa, if Mother and I were to join you, or if we were to rename the general's residence to Ji Estate, how much dowry could the eldest sister-in-law provide me? Madame Zwa calmly replied, whatever is in the public treasury will be yours. And if there's nothing, then it depends on whether Mother is willing to sell family assets or to part with her own dowry to share with her younger sister-in-law. Ji-ru was taken aback, nearly biting her tongue in shock, her head spinning as she angrily retorted, do you not wish to offer any gesture as the eldest sister-in-law? When Chu Fuhuan was around, she would provide her own dowry to enhance my betrothal gifts. Why can you not do the same? Because I have witnessed the fate that befell Chu Fuhuan. Madame Zwa's tone was calm, yet her words were unwavering. She had given her all to the Ji family, only to end up in such a dire situation. Does my younger sister-in-law truly expect me to use my dowry to subsidize the family? Of course, even if I wish to assist, I lack the means, as I do not possess such funds. In truth, my younger sister-in-law need not worry excessively about the dowry, considering whether she can even get married is still debatable. Furthermore, it is not only my younger sister-in-law who may struggle to marry, even daughters of the elder branch are affected, and I must consider them as well. Ji-ru was stunned. I cannot get married?
Why?
Madame Zwa chuckled lightly, relishing in the moment. Reflecting on her own daughter, she coldly remarked, the affairs of the second branch have become such a spectacle that half the capital is now watching the Ji family's disgrace. With a brother like that setting the example, who would dare marry a daughter of the Ji family now? Ji-ru was utterly bewildered. She had never considered this perspective. Indeed, she had thought that with her second brother marrying Princess Lu Hua, she would be related to the royal family and thus more desirable. Yet, upon hearing Madame Zwa's words, an icy chill ran through her. It is all Chu Fuhuan's fault. Ji-ru ground her teeth in fury. It is all that wretched woman's doing. Madame Zwa frowned slightly. What does it have to do with her? It was General Ji who, in his pursuit of new pleasures, made a mockery of the situation, failing to conceal his intentions, riding alongside Princess Lu Hua on the day of his return to the capital. Before everyone, he declared his intention to marry her. The entire city bore witness. What concern was it of Chu Fuhuan's? Ji-ru was left speechless. At that moment, Ji-han entered the room, his face stern as he observed them for a moment, then turned to Ji-ru, saying, I have sent someone to your quarters. You should return and keep an eye on things to prevent any damage to your possessions. The continuous blows left Ji-ru feeling faint, and she screamed, What do you mean? Chapter 30. The Rift in the Family. Ji-han coldly scoffed. I mentioned yesterday that those ornaments in your room were purchased with Chu Fuhuan's money. Currently, the household owes Chu Fuhuan a debt of 150,000 taels, which must be repaid within 3 days. Thus, those items must be sold. There is no time to waste.
Why?
How dare you touch my belongings? Ji-ru exploded, jumping up and running outside. The old lady was so furious that her heart ached, her breath coming in ragged gasps. If you have the ability, sell everything in my room too. That is indeed the plan. Ji-han nodded coldly. I still remember what was originally in this room. As for the items added later, I ask Mother to relinquish them and cease their use. With a wave of his hand, the people waiting at the door immediately entered. Ji-han pointed, and they began to remove the belongings from the old lady's room, quickly emptying it of nearly everything. The old lady was left dumbfounded, realizing Ji-han was serious. A hint of fear creeping into her voice as she trembled and asked, Must it come to this? Without hesitation, Ji-han replied, I intend to marry Lu Hua, and this matter has already been reported to the emperor. If the family affairs cannot be resolved, I will have no explanation to offer to him. The Wang family of Changle has inquired about the wedding date. What do you think I should do, Mother? Perhaps you could explain to the Wang family of Changle? The old lady did not dare to. Faced with royal relatives, she felt a tinge of trepidation. Do not worry, mother, for the missing items will be replaced from the treasury, though the materials may not be as fine. And the craftsmanship may not compare to the previous ones. After all, a fourth-ranked general's residence should only use items of that caliber. Mother, you have indeed overstepped in the past. After speaking, he turned to Madame Zhua. Without waiting for him to speak, Madame Zhua immediately produced a silver note from her sleeve. Over the years, Fuhuan has also supported the elder branch. I've kept records of every single tale of silver. And this is what the elder branch owes in return. She did not hasten to hand the banknote to Ji Han, merely stating, over the years, we have dined on Fu Huan's generosity. This sum of silver cannot be produced by your elder brother at the moment, but I shall extract a portion from my dowry to cover the meal expenses. However, second brother, we agreed that upon receiving these items, you must provide me with a receipt. Ji Han glanced at the banknote in her hand, which amounted to 1,000 taels. It was not a large sum. Yet in times like these, a little is better than none. Once my sister-in-law has compensated the meal expenses, I will duly prepare the receipt and affix my handprint. Zhua responded affirmatively, stating that once the meal debts were settled, the primary house would no longer have any ties with the general's residence. Your elder brother and I will move out to live independently. Rest assured, we will send a monthly allowance back to honor our mother. This is the general's residence, originally. Neither your elder brother nor I should have resided here. The old matriarch finds it inappropriate. We are all family, after all. What does it mean to say what is, or isn't appropriate? The eldest also carries the surname Ji. Zhua inquired of the old matriarch, since we are family, must the previous year's meal debts still be settled? The old matriarch regarded Ji Han, contemplating just how much the debts from 3 years could possibly be worth. Then she heard Zhua say, I asked the steward to estimate it. Calculated at 5 taels of silver per day, it totals less than 6,000 taels. Let us proceed as my sister-in-law suggested. Ji Han interjected, but he was no fool. While his sister-in-law sought separation from the estate, there was little to be gained in the division of assets. You mentioned this is the general's residence. I understand. Zhua managed to articulate, her pent-up frustration gradually dissipating. She smiled, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. We shall take nothing from the general's residence, not even the household items. We will only depart with our personal clothing and belongings. Once we have organized our things, second brother can have the steward come to settle accounts. Everything belonging to the general's residence is documented. It will be apparent if we have taken more than we are entitled to. Seeing her eagerness, Ji Han's expression darkened.
Zhua.
However, feigned ignorance, bowing respectfully to the old matriarch before hastily departing. The old matriarch was left in a daze. Did no one care for her anymore? Hesitating, she called for Ji Han to halt, her voice tinged with sorrow. If you are to become a son-in-law by marriage and allow the eldest to live separately, what will become of me and Ji-ru? Do you intend to abandon us? Ji Han replied coolly, Ji-ru is no longer a child. She will eventually marry. As for you, while you may say you will reside here alone, there are still many servants attending to you. How could you possibly be left lonely? Lu Hua and I will frequently return to visit you, ensuring you are not mistreated. The old matriarch sensed something was amiss. A feeling of abandonment washed over her. Glancing around at the now empty house, her sense of loss intensified. How would she carry on in the days to come? She opened her mouth, unsure of how to advocate for herself. Ji Han disregarded her, instructing Mama Li to procure the missing items from the storeroom before leaving. The old matriarch regretted her decisions. Had she been wrong? The Ji family should not have expelled Fuhuan. Her departure had left emptiness in its wake. It was over. Everything was over. Mama Li attempted to reassure her, saying, this is merely a difficult phase until Princess Lu Hua enters the household. Once the general marries her, our lives will improve. In truth, the proposal of separation from the estate by the First Lady is beneficial. This way, the gifts from the Wang family of Changlo will be exclusively yours, and you need not provide for them any longer. Conversely, did not the First Lady promise to send an allowance for filial piety each month? That is a privilege you will enjoy. The old matriarch remained unconvinced, her eyes soon brimming with tears, for the truth remained that the marriage was yet to be formalized. And Ji Han was set to become a son-in-law by marriage. Regardless of the general's actions, he was still her son, bound by duty to honor her. Even Princess Lu Hua would not dare bear the reputation of an unfilial daughter-in-law. After Mama Li's counsel, The old matriarch felt somewhat enlightened and quickly instructed Mama Li to select quality items from the storeroom. In Minghua Alley at the Chu residence that evening, Chunyu brought back news that the general's residence was selling its shops again. Chu Fuhuan pondered for a moment, then rose to her desk and swiftly wrote down information regarding several estates and shops. She then instructed Chunyu and Bai Su, keep a close watch on these properties. They belong to Jihan, and as we are still nominally married, he has no right to sell his private assets without my consent. Furthermore, I stated on the day of our separation that a divorced woman cannot reclaim her dowry. Thus, a divorced man must forfeit all properties under his name to me. We must reclaim these possessions. Even if I do not desire them, simply considering the fury it would incite in him, leading him to despair, is enough to justify our pursuit. Chapter 31. Jihan's redemption. From the afternoon until dusk, Jihan busied himself selling off family assets. The jewelry in Jiru's room had been entirely stripped, and the furnishings in the old matriarch's quarters reduced to a mere bed. The once grand residence felt eerily vacant. The primary house had sent banknotes and dowry to cover meal expenses, adding several thousand taels to their coffers. Jihan calculated the items sold and those yet to be sold. Altogether, they could yield around 50 to 60,000 taels. The household had also reduced the number of servants, allowing for significant savings in future expenses. Coupled with his remaining shops and estates, he estimated that the total would approach 150,000 taels. Should there still be a shortfall, he could request 2 additional shops from the old matriarch. He needed to sever ties with Chu Fuhuan swiftly. After today's court session, the emperor had inquired about his family matters, and he feared that if this dragged on, not only would Lu Hua grow impatient, but he would also be unable to provide satisfactory explanations to the emperor. As the night wore on, he contemplated how to celebrate with Lu Hua. The following morning, he began selling the shops he owned. His father had left behind a considerable estate, primarily held by the old matriarch, with only a small portion allocated to him and his elder brother. However, 3 shops, 2 estates, and 100 acres of arable land could suffice to settle the 150,000 taels. Jihan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was no longer inclined to dwell on gains or losses. He viewed the 150,000 taels as his means of redemption. As long as he could be with Lu Hua openly and honestly, it would all be worth it. The pawnshop was eager to take on this business. For the 3 shops were favorably located, the estates were expansive, and the 100 acres of land were indeed fertile, yielding substantial produce. Even if they could not sell immediately, the pawnshop could absorb the properties for now and gradually resell them later. They inquired about Jihan's intentions, haggled over the price, and ultimately reached an agreement that satisfied his expectations. Jihan readily handed over the land deeds to the pawnshop and prepared to collect his payment. However, the pawnshop representatives insisted, "We must first visit the government office together. You should bring the property deeds, and we will bring the banknotes. In front of the official, we will transfer ownership, and payment will be made on the spot." Jihan agreed, clutching the documents as he followed the pawnshop representatives to the Jiuan government office. On the way, he continued to plan how to celebrate with Lu Hua. Yet, upon entering the government office, all his delightful fantasies crumbled. The official handling the property transfer lamented, "General, to sell these assets, both you and Madame Chu must be present to sign. It requires the consent of both parties as you are still married. During the marriage, the sale of fixed assets necessitates mutual agreement." Jihan's mind buzzed, and he felt as if he were swaying. Before he could regain his composure, the official added, "If I recall correctly, the relationship between you and Madame Chu has been rather strained, has it not? It seems she wishes to divorce you. If that is the case, these assets should rightfully belong to Madame Chu." Enraged, Jihan exclaimed, "On what grounds?" The officer chuckled and remarked, "Isn't it the established rule to divorce a wife? A woman cast off cannot even take her dowry with her, and all her possessions revert to her husband's family. Similarly, the act of divorcing a husband should follow suit." What nonsense! Jihan slammed the table with a resounding bang. Never in history has there been talk of a woman divorcing her husband. That wretched Chu Fuhuan is simply spouting drivel. How could you, as an officer, indulge in such nonsense alongside her? After being berated, the officer retorted with a cold laugh, "This is not mere nonsense." On that day, when the household registration official returned from the general's residence, he informed the governor of this matter. The governor's stance is that the laws of Zhongjin do not explicitly prohibit women from divorcing their husbands. If there is no prohibition, it implies permission. As for what the general claims about traditions, the past is the past, and the present is the present. We are merely handling official business. If General Ji has objections to the laws of Zhongjin, he may address them with the emperor himself. This matter is too significant for us to manage, so please do not trouble us. The crowd was left disheartened, their expressions full of disdain. Ji Han felt as though his face was being ground into the dirt by these individuals. The pain was unbearable. He was reluctant to engage further with them and turned away, flinging his sleeve to cover his face. From a distance, he could still hear them murmuring to the officer. What kind of situation is this? He sought us out to sell his belongings for money. And who would have known he was secretly disposing of his assets behind his wife's back? Truly, there are all sorts of people in this world. Ji Han covered his ears and fled in despair. On his way back to the general's residence, he pondered deeply, longing to berate Chu Fuhuan for her despicable actions, her shamelessness, and her lack of sentimentality, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Yet, he did not even know where she had moved to in order to confront her. Moreover, he still wished to preserve the last vestige of his dignity. Ji Han urged himself to remain calm. The immediate priority was to gather 150,000 taels of silver. If he could not sell his own properties, he would have to sell those belonging to the old lady. Over the past 3 years, most of the expenses had been borne by the old lady's family, such as his aunt's estate, which should be sold to raise funds. Resolutely, he decided to return home and request the property deed from the old lady. The old lady hesitated, claiming she had none. Ji Han did not believe her, asserting that when his father passed away, aside from the portions allocated to himself and his elder brother, their mother must have retained at least 10 shops, 7 or 8 farms, and nearly 1,000 acres of arable land. How could she say there was nothing? Was she unwilling to part with it? If that were the case, she should reclaim what had been given away. The estate occupied by his aunt must be reclaimed, and the betrothal gifts given to his cousin must also be retrieved. Furthermore, all the expenses incurred over the years with the Bien family, he was not oblivious to them, should be returned. The old lady was alarmed, protesting. To reclaim what has already been given? What will happen to my face? Which is more important, your face or your life? Ji Han replied in a low voice. After this morning's court session, the emperor summoned me to inquire about these matters at home. If we do not resolve this issue properly, the emperor may grow dissatisfied, especially since I am to marry his niece. Mother, you should weigh this carefully. The old lady was indeed frightened. After much contemplation, she reluctantly agreed to part with 3 shops, which she instructed Mama Li to deliver to Ji Han. The Bien family was her maternal family, and she could not bear to ask them for anything. However, Ji Han was correct. The emperor was protective of his niece and would place pressure on the Ji family. The situation was no longer merely about repaying Chu Fuhuan, but also about placating the emperor's wrath. No matter how reluctant she was to part with her wealth, monetary concerns paled in comparison to the value of life. Moreover, she was eager for Ji Han to marry Lu Hua promptly. At that time, the Wang family of Chanlo would surely not treat the Ji family poorly in order to maintain their own image. Perhaps what was given away now could be compensated later. Thus, she felt both a pang of regret and an optimistic hope. Chapter 32. Chu Fuhuan. You cannot compete with me in the courtyard. Chu Fuhuan casually fed fish to the koi in the pond while absent-mindedly accepting a deed from her maid. Such a low price for such prime land. How could Ji Han bear to sell it? Their ancestral heritage would be squandered. She mused with great interest. When that day arrives, and Ji Han discovers that his shop has changed hands, what expression will he wear? Ji Han, unable to gather the required 150,000 taels, was compelled to seek out the old lady once more, extracting 2 more farms before finally amassing the necessary sum. Although he breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits remained heavy. He realized that after relinquishing these assets, the old lady truly possessed nothing left. What had become of the properties left behind by their father after his early demise? For all these years, Chu Fuhuan had been supporting those individuals, paying their wages. If the properties were gone, to whom had Chu Fuhuan been paying those wages? He summoned the steward. To his dismay, Ji Chong stood before him and coldly stated, "Those shops, farms, and fertile fields must have been gradually given to the Bien family by the old lady. As for the wages given by the second wife, those were naturally paid to the Bien family servants and shopkeepers." What? Ji Han was furious. Everything had been given to the Bien family? And Chu Fuhuan was expected to cover the wages? Indeed, it was all at the old lady's behest. Ji Chong spoke plainly. explaining that the Bien family would frequently come to solicit favors, and before each visit, they would flatter the old lady, praising her to the extent that she felt compelled to consider herself the foremost member of the Bien family. Flattered, the old lady would grant whatever the Bien family requested. Although she would often regret it afterward, she could not bring herself to reclaim what she had given away. The Bien family was astute. Once they received their possessions, they would immediately proceed to the government office to finalize the transfer, not waiting an extra moment. Jihan was so incensed that he wished to confront the old lady, yet he feared the tarnish of disloyalty that might arise from such an action. It would be detrimental to him and to Lu Hua. Forget it, he resolved, attempting to quell his emotions and slumping into a chair. From now on, keep a close watch on the residents. If anyone from the Bien family comes calling or sends any correspondence, report it directly to the princess's residence. They must not be allowed to take advantage of the general's house any longer. Ji Chong hesitated. Second master, you might want to find another steward. Last month, you deducted half of the wages for all the servants. We understand your difficulties, but we must also live. I can only stay for another 10 days before I leave. Jihan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped the implication. You intend to follow Fuhuan? Ji Chong remained silent. Yet his silence struck Jihan like a resounding slap across the face. He gasped for breath, struggling to suppress the rage that threatened to erupt. Are you really going to follow Fuhuan? After a moment of silence, Ji Chong carefully retreated outside before daring to speak. That's my business. The second master need not concern himself. I, too, bear the surname Ji. According to family hierarchy, you should address me as uncle. Of course, I was adopted, and I am not a true member of the Ji family. However, I must remind you that as long as my name remains in the Ji family genealogy, I will always be considered an elder. Jihan felt as though he were losing his mind. The entire world seemed to conspire against him, and now even a steward dared to show him disdain. Was the household falling apart without Fuhuan?
Get out.
Leave this instant. Tomorrow, I shall send word to my family, requesting that your name be struck from the genealogy. The Ji family does not need someone like you. Ji Chong was overjoyed. I will go and settle the accounts, and once that is done, I will leave. Jihan smashed a teacup in frustration. This family had become uninhabitable. It was utterly disintegrating. He even found himself relieved that Fuhuan was seeking to sell properties to the Wang family of Chonglo and began to feel grateful for his decision to leave the general's residence and become a son-in-law. Only with Lu Hua by his side could he find a moment of solace and peace. At this moment, a servant outside the door relayed a message, stating that a maid from the Chengel Wangfu was waiting in the main hall to see the general. Jihan hurried to the hall and immediately spotted Lu Hua's personal maid, Suyu. Without waiting for him to inquire, Suyu stepped forward and handed him a box. This is a gift from our princess for the general, she said. Inside are 150,000 taels of silver notes. The princess was ill recently, and the madam did not inform her of the events here to avoid worrying her. Upon hearing the news today, the princess prepared these silver notes and sent me to deliver them to you, General. Please use this money for Miss Chu. She spoke earnestly, her eyes reddening. The princess said she cannot bear to see you in a difficult position nor witness you selling your assets. She has kept in mind all the efforts you have made to marry her. Jihan was at a loss for words, the pent-up anger of these past few days dissipating in the presence of Lu Hua's generous gift. However, how could he accept Lu Hua's silver? Once he did, he would lose face before her. The mere intention behind her gesture was enough. He declined, saying, Please inform your princess that I understand her feelings towards me, and my feelings for her are as bright as the sun and moon. I cannot accept the silver. I have already gathered 150,000 taels and can dissolve my marriage with Fuhuan tomorrow. Let Lu Hua wait at home in peace.
We will soon be wed.
Suyu left, repeatedly expressing the princess's desire to help the general and her wish to be with him. She even said that the princess insisted that what is hers is also the general's, urging him not to regard her as an outsider. Jihan could not help but exclaim, how can there be such a wonderful woman as Lu Hua in this world? Compared to her, Fuhuan is utterly detestable. He failed to notice Suyu's barely concealed smile and her triumphant expression. Suyu returned the silver notes unaltered to the Chengel Wangfu. Lu Hua caressed the small box, excitement spreading in her eyes like a flame. With this, she felt even more splendid. Her lips curled into a cold smile as she thought, Fuhuan, you cannot surpass me. The more you act this way, the more Ji-han will despise you and wish to distance himself from you. Last time you won, but this time I shall not allow you to triumph again. Su-yu, confused, asked, "What do you mean by last time and this time, your highness?" Lu Hua turned to her, smiled radiantly, and simply stated, "I will soon marry Ji-han." 3 days later, Bai Su arrived to inform Ji-han to bring the silver notes to the yamen. Eager to resolve the matter, Ji-han mounted his horse and set off. The household registration officer bore witness as Ji-han handed over the 150,000 taels to Chu Fuhuan. He believed the matter was concluded and awaited her to present the divorce decree. Yet, Chu Fuhuan did not hand it over. Chapter 33. Officially divorced, she smiled at Ji-han and extended her hand. "What about all the properties under your name?" "They all belong to me." Ji-han, gripped by the fear of his long-standing nightmares, found this moment all too real. A chill ran through him as he could not help but question, by what right? Losing the last shred of composure, his handsome face twisted into something loathsome. Chu Fuhuan averted her gaze and coolly replied, "By the very fact that I was your legitimate wife. If I do not hand over this divorce decree, you cannot be with Lu Hua." "I am not in a hurry, can you afford to wait?" Ji-han furrowed his brow. "How can you be so unreasonable?" "Just like you," she retorted. "You are utterly shameless." The insult felt more invigorating than any compliment. Chu Fuhuan smiled faintly. "The feeling is mutual." Ji-han clenched his fists several times, forcing himself to calm down.
Fine.
"I will give you everything. As long as I can sever ties with you, I will provide whatever you want. I hope we never meet again. Seeing you once is nauseating." Chu Fuhuan remained silent for a moment, her smile growing colder.
Nauseating?
"Yet you are the one who is tainted." With that, she sat quietly, waiting for the servant to return with the property deeds. Once in hand, she sought the official's assistance in transferring the records. Only then did she sign the divorce decree and affix her seal, officially ending her marriage. The officer recognized this as a historic moment. It was the first time a woman had initiated a divorce since historical records began. Not only would it be inscribed in the annals of the Jin dynasty, but it would also hold a significant place in the grand narrative of history. He could not help but admire Chu Fuhuan, rising from despair to radiance. It was evident that her former husband was beneath contempt as he departed. He even hurled insults, lacking any semblance of dignity. At the general's residence, Ji-han ordered the doors closed but had firecrackers set off outside. The commotion was so loud that many passers-by were drawn to the scene. Some speculated that Ji-han was celebrating his newfound freedom, laughing uproariously. The ex-husband daring to celebrate his divorce was almost comical, as if he feared others would not realize he had been cast aside by a woman. This affair could have been conducted quietly, allowing General Ji to preserve some dignity, but the uproar made that impossible. Ji-han, embarrassed, quickly ordered the firecrackers to cease. His good mood plummeted once more. At the Chu residence, Chu Fuhuan dismounted the carriage to find Ji Chong approaching from the porch. "Miss, has everything been arranged?" he asked. Chu Fuhuan smiled. "Yes, from now on, I will have no ties to the Ji family." "That's wonderful." Ji Chong could no longer hold back his tears. "I have seen everything you have done over these 3 years. The Ji family has been excessively cruel. You invested so much wealth into their household, yet received not even a word of gratitude in return." Bai Su, holding the deed, quickly advised, "Let us not dwell on the past. We are now independent. Let us close the door and enjoy our lives." Ji Chong nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "Yes, we will live our own lives." He patted his bundle. "After spending so many years in the general's residence, I left with only 2 sets of clothing. But I am content. At least they allowed me to leave freely. From now on, I will assist the young lady in managing the household. You can trust me. I will not disappoint you." In addition to Ji Chang's arrival, the household welcomed new faces, 2 cooks and 2 maidservants to assist in the kitchen, as well as 6 rough servant girls and 6 young boys in the front courtyard. They were efficient, capable, and of good character. As they stood in the courtyard, upon seeing Chu Fuhuan enter, they all bowed and greeted her. "Servants, greet the young lady." Chu Fuhuan sat in the pavilion and asked Bai Su to inquire about their past experiences so that records could be kept. The young boys were all around 16 or 17, while the 6 rough servant girls ranged from 15 to 23. The cooks were slightly older, nearing 40, and the 2 maidservants assisting in the kitchen were around 25 or 26. Chu Fuhuan felt this age mix was just right. It would prevent the household from feeling too somber while also ensuring that the younger servants would not overlook anything. She entrusted these individuals to Ji Chong and assigned the financial matters to Dong Shuang. Dong Shuang was adept at managing accounts, having been familiar with the myriad debts in the general's residence, having faced the ledger countless times. Unfortunately, during that time, Fuhuan had always believed Ji Han would eventually return to support her little family, forgetting that he was a part of that family, and even if he returned, it would only lead to more disappointment. With the addition of Ji Chong and the newcomers, the Chu residence began to buzz with life. After lunch, Chunyu assisted Fuhuan with her ablutions. She mentioned that the two cooks, one from the north and the other from the south, were skilled, with the southern cook being adept at preparing dishes from Shu. The young lady had a penchant for spicy food, enabling her to switch flavors at will. This reminded Fuhuan of her own fondness for spice. In her youth, she had refrained from spicy food, but her master, who relished it, would often carry spicy snacks during their evening training sessions. Initially, these treats were forced into her mouth as a form of punishment, causing her to cry from the heat for years, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it. Later, her love for spice blossomed, and while residing in the Duke's residence, she would request the cooks to prepare various spicy dishes. However, upon moving to the Ji family, where the entire household despised spice, the kitchen ceased to incorporate even a hint of chili. She once had a dish prepared in the small kitchen at Bu Yunju, which unexpectedly caused a commotion for Ji Ru, who had rushed in. Ji Ru cried for 3 days over it, and it was only through a set of exquisite pearl headpieces that she was pacified. Reflecting on it now, it seemed Ji Ru's tears stemmed not from the chili, but rather from her desire for the headpieces, hoping to barter her distress for them. With such a disposition, should she marry in the future, it may be wiser for her to remain independent. Bai Su lamented that one could simply prepare whatever one desired without regard for others' opinions. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the marketplace to procure some chili, though it is regrettable that in Jiuan City, it is challenging to find the aromatic and fiery peppers from Shu. Perhaps we should find a way to source them ourselves for sale, Chu Fuhuan suggested. With so many shops at my disposal, particularly those of the Ji family which have seen better days, it is evident that the staff is not up to par. Tomorrow, you may dismiss them all, as the ownership has changed and there is no reason to retain them. Once the shop is quiet, I shall inform you of the business we will pursue. That evening, Suyang arrived. Upon entering the hall and seeing the graceful figure, he clasped his hands respectfully and stated, "Miss, regarding the matter you entrusted to the Crown Prince for inquiry, I have some news. The Crown Prince has sent me to convey it to you." Chapter 34. Threats. Su Yang's expression grew somber. The reason General Chu perished in battle was due to the Western Liang forces breaching his defenses. However, the breach appeared suspicious, as if the Western Liang had prior knowledge of the defenses and easily infiltrated. Chu Fuhuan's heart sank at this revelation. "Are you implying that the defense plans were compromised? Such vital information cannot simply leak out," she responded, a wave of bitterness washing over her. If her elder brother had died in battle, she might have borne the injustice. But if he had been betrayed, then she would have to uncover the truth and avenge him. The Chu family had not been extinguished yet. How dare they? Suyang lowered his head slightly, concerned that Chu Fuhuan might become overwhelmed with anger and harm her health. "The details are still under investigation, and the Crown Prince feared you might worry, hence my early arrival. Additionally, congratulations on your release from the Ji family." Chu Fuhuan sniffled, regaining her composure, and smiled wryly. "It seems your master shares in my relief?" Suyang, straightforward as ever, replied, "Indeed, the Crown Prince seldom hosts banquets for guests, primarily to advocate for women's rights in divorce and to investigate the breach of defense." Realizing he had overstepped, he hastily excused himself. After Su Yang's departure, Chu Fuhuan paced her room, her mind filled with doubt. Ji Han had returned from the West Gate as well. He was still a subordinate of her brother. If her brother had fallen in battle, why was Ji Han unharmed? Where had he been during the breach? If the battle that claimed her brother's life bore any suspicion, the court would surely be in uproar. Yet, the capital remained eerily calm. Was someone deliberately concealing the truth? Without concrete evidence, she could not report to the court. Uneasy, Chu Fuhuan resolved to investigate the military camp. Donning her night attire, she quietly slipped out of the Chu residence and made her way to the outskirts of the capital. This was a route she had often traversed. From within Jiuan City to the outside, she could find her way with her eyes closed. Her master had once praised her lightness of foot, likening her to a bolt of lightning, unparalleled in skill. Regrettably, she had not practiced for 3 years. Her internal strength waned, and what once felt effortless now required her to pause and catch her breath twice along the way. As she passed through the city gates, the guard sensed a shadow flit past and inquired, "Was that a wild cat?" She breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have been mistaken for a mere animal and not recognized as a person. Her destination was the military camp on the outskirts of the capital. Upon arrival, she felt slightly winded. Pressing her hand to her heart, she steadied her breath and resolved to relearn martial arts. To lead an independent life and protect her brother, she needed to possess genuine skills. Dressed in black and moving silently, she initially sought information from the 3,000 soldiers Jihan had brought back. However, she inadvertently discovered General Liu pacing anxiously in the commander's tent, having dismissed the guards on duty. Curiosity piqued. She lingered in the shadows and soon noticed a letter resting on General Liu's desk. His agitation seemed to stem from this correspondence. As he would glance at it periodically, his hands clenched in fists, a surge of resentment evident in his eyes, along with a hint of complex emotions. Eventually, he crouched in a corner of the tent, tugging at his hair in despair. Seizing the moment, Fuhuan caught a glimpse of the letter's contents, leaving her astonished. The letter revealed knowledge of General Liu's mother being a Western Liang native, and it urged him to comply or face public exposure. As a general, one's ancestry was scrutinized upon enlistment. Even in urgent border recruitments, there was a streamlined inquiry process. It was inconceivable for a general to have a mother from an enemy nation and still rise through the ranks. Unless, of course, this was a closely guarded secret known only to General Liu and his mother. Moreover, it was likely that his mother had long since become a registered citizen of Zhongjin, erasing all traces of her Western Liang heritage. It was conceivable that she had never considered her origins significant and had no intention of betraying Zhongjin or aiding Western Liang. General Liu himself was devoted to serving Zhongjin wholeheartedly. However, such a secret, once exposed, could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. If the truth of his mother's background emerged, it would be unacceptable to the court and the populace, who could never accept a Zhongjin general bearing Western Liang blood. The enmity between Zhongjin and Western Liang ran too deep. She empathized with General Liu's distress, but was more intrigued by the identity of the letter's author. After observing for a while and committing the handwriting to memory, she withdrew from the commander's tent and began to move about the camp. The 3,000 soldiers Jihan had returned with had faced a wrath, and General Liu regarded them as unstable, thus grouping them together and designating their tents distinctly. Unfortunately, Fuhuan gained little from her efforts, as the soldiers were in deep slumber, offering no conversation. She was not surprised, having never expected success on her first attempt. She could return the following day and the day after that, treating it as practice. On her way back to the city, her agility had improved noticeably, and the guards only sensed a breeze passing by without catching sight of her form. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if someone were following her. Each time she glanced back, she found nothing amiss. Resigned, she continued on. Upon returning to the Chu residence, she hurried to her study, ground ink, and took up her brush, carefully replicating the letter she had just read. After completing her writing, Fuhuan couldn't shake the feeling that the handwriting bore a striking resemblance to something familiar, albeit only vaguely so, insufficient to recall whose it might be. With a sense of perplexity and speculation, she retired to her chamber for the night. The following day, as she was preparing herself, Bai Su approached to report, "Miss, the Countess has arrived." The Count referred to the Earl of Rongan, residing in the city of Juan, and the Countess bore the surname Chu, being Chu Fuhuan's own aunt. 7 years junior to the Duke of Li, her aunt had married into the Earl's household, a union that had caused quite a stir in Juan at the time. Yet, the Chu family had provided a substantial dowry to facilitate the marriage, which her aunt willingly accepted. However, after her marriage, the aunt had maintained little correspondence with the Duke of Li's household, especially following the passing of their grandmother, which diminished their contact even further. When her parents passed away, she had harbored hopes that her aunt would offer some solace, yet all she received was a token of condolence, sent via a messenger, without even a personal visit. She remained unaware of how the Chu family had offended her aunt, just as she was puzzled by her aunt's sudden appearance at this juncture. Regardless of the reason, the current state of the Chu family could scarcely withstand any further turmoil. Chapter 35. Outburst. As Chu Fuhuan entered the main hall, the Countess had already consumed 3 cups of tea. Observing her niece's calm demeanor and radiant grace, the Countess's expression darkened, and she reprimanded, lazing about in bed. Do you still possess the semblance of a woman? Life grows increasingly dire, yet your airs seem to escalate. How dare you keep your elders waiting? Chu Fuhuan furrowed her brow slightly, yet, out of respect, she performed a proper curtsy and greeted her aunt. The Countess scoffed. Do not call me that. It is embarrassing. You have brought about such a scandal, and you still find time to sleep at home? If I were you, I would be seeking a rope to hang myself or shave my head to become a nun. Bai Su, serving tea, bit her lip, tempted to retort, but was restrained by Chu Fuhuan. She seated herself across from her aunt, her expression solemn as she inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your visit today? The Countess, unwilling to be addressed as aunt any longer, became further incensed. You dare ask? Chu Fuhuan, do you think I wish to darken your doorstep? A woman's life is dictated by her father at home and by her husband after marriage. Once married, you are of that household. Chu Fuhuan raised an eyebrow, casually sipping her tea. The Countess's fury escalated. Even if your husband wishes to cast you aside as a concubine, you must endure. Living for a man is the utmost priority in a woman's life. If it becomes unbearable, separation is still an option, yet you have audaciously stirred up a divorce scandal. What do you think this will do to the Chu family's reputation? You may not care for your own well-being, but must you drag us down with you? Do you realize the disgrace you have brought upon us? Your cousin's impending marriage has been called off because of your actions. How do you justify this? Understanding her aunt's anger stemmed from her own concerns, Chu Fuhuan cast a glance at Bai Su, who queried, Why was Miss S' engagement annulled?
Why?
The Countess retorted, her eyes narrowing. Is it not due to your divorce scandal that has caused such a public uproar? Chu Fuhuan, your reputation has never been unblemished. You have never exhibited the grace and virtue expected of a lady. In the past, the Duke of Li's household offered you support, but now, you still do not know to bow your head and behave? How could we not be implicated? Your cousin's engagement was called off simply because she bears the blood of the Chu family. They fear that all Chu daughters are of the same ilk. Bai Su was taken aback. Such interconnected matters were indeed humiliating. But must the young lady endure a lifetime of subservience for these people? When they scolded her, did they ever consider her plight? She looked at her mistress with sympathy. Chu Fuhuan raised her brow, her gaze unwavering upon her aunt. However, the Countess has not engaged with me in years. Since your marriage, it seems you have distanced yourself from the Chu family. My reputation is of no concern to you, nor is your distress a reason to unleash your ire upon me. When my parents passed away, the Countess merely sent a token of condolence. Frankly, that gesture was less than what our neighbors and friends offered. It is evident that you no longer consider us family, as you could not even be bothered to attend your own brother's funeral. And what of me? I have been bullied by the Ji family to the point of notoriety throughout Jiuan, and the Countess must have heard of it. Yet, you have never intervened to assist your niece in her time of need. Where were you then? Each word struck the Countess like a sharp blade, piercing her heart. Nevertheless, she quickly dismissed her feelings. An orphaned girl held no value in her heart. Chu Fuhuan's smile remained faint. The questions she had pondered countless times in her heart no longer bore significance. To outsiders, it appeared that both she and the Chu family had severed all ties. Thus, the Countess should not have come to see her, but rather to confront the family that initiated the annulment. She should inquire how they would react if their daughter endured similar indignities, whether they would allow their daughter to be mistreated or hastily send her away with a dowry. With this, she hoped the Countess would comprehend that they were entirely different entities. You cannot assist me, nor can you blame me. I shall resolve my own matters. Do not unleash your frustrations upon me. Rising, she departed without a backward glance, the Countess's shouts of condemnation trailing behind her, berating her as unworthy. Lamenting her deserved mistreatment by the Ji family, cursing her to never know the warmth of a complete home, and even wishing her ill. As if Chu Fuhuan were the singular villain, Bai Su seethed, her impulse to confront the Countess almost overwhelming, yet she was firmly restrained by Chu Fuhuan. Why must she speak to you in such a manner? She is your aunt. The indignation bubbled within her. You have suffered such injustice, and she offers no words of support, instead coming here to berate you. How could she act so? Yet, Chu Fuhuan remained unfazed. For she did not regard her as a true aunt. They were not of the same mother. Their grandmother was merely her legitimate mother, while she was the offspring of her grandfather's concubine. Though she had been recorded under her grandmother's name since childhood, there remained an undeniable distance that rendered them estranged. But the Duke's household has not neglected her. Bai Su asserted. I have seen the dowry list from her wedding. It was indeed lavish. And the matriarch provided her everything she could. Why, then, does she cut ties with her family after marrying? Is she dissatisfied with the Duke's household? Does she not realize that, should she encounter difficulties, the Duke's household is her only refuge? Chu Fuhuan fell into contemplation. Indeed, the Duke of Li's household was her aunt's only support. It was customary for women to find ways to maintain their ties to their maternal families post-marriage. Yet this aunt appeared to regard her family as if it were tainted, seemingly eager to distance herself. What could have caused such a rift? The murky waters of her family's affairs grew increasingly opaque to her. Chapter 36. Discretion before Chu Fuhuan could unravel her thoughts. The steward announced the arrival of Madame Ning. Accompanied by Bai Su, she returned to the main hall. A sense of unease creeping in. Could it be that the Ning family had also encountered trouble? The young master of the Ning family was also in the midst of courtship. Chu Fuhuan smiled gently at Bai Su's distressed expression. What is there to fear? Madame Ning is my aunt, and her husband, Mr. Ning, holds a position as a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue. In the past, when the Su family married off their daughters, one was wed into the esteemed Li Guogong residence, while the other tied the knot with an ordinary young man from the Ning family. Despite their differing statuses, both the Chu and Ning families maintained a harmonious relationship, frequently visiting one another. Recently, however, a scandal had erupted involving the general's residence, and although her aunt did not publicly defend her, she did send a maid to convey a message. If things became unbearable, she could part ways with Jihan and take Fu Xing to live with the Ning family. Grateful for this assurance, she welcomed her aunt's visit today, knowing she would not treat her with the same familiarity as her own mother. Accompanied by Bai Su, she entered the main hall where her aunt was conversing with Chun Yu, praising her beauty and character, and even pressing a bracelet into her hands, instructing her to take good care of Chu Fuhuan. Chun Yu, startled, retreated until she saw Chu Fuhuan enter, allowing her to relax into a corner. Chu Fuhuan smiled and approached Madame Ning, bowing respectfully. Madame Ning grasped her hand, wiping away tears as she lamented how thin she had become, her eyes sunken. A wave of sorrow washed over Chu Fuhuan, yet she suppressed it, replying with a faint smile that she had invited chefs from the north and south, and would soon regain her health. Madame Ning nodded, expressing her relief that Chu Fuhuan was mindful of her own well-being, as her own concerns lay with her family. She explained her absence, detailing the grave illness of the matriarch, which had kept her preoccupied and unable to visit. Chu Fuhuan, taken aback, inquired about the severity of the situation. Madame Ning shook her head, revealing that it had not improved, and the doctor had indicated it was a matter of days. Bai Su was equally shocked, recalling the matriarch's previously robust health. Madame Ning sighed, recounting how the matriarch had always treated her like a daughter, and in her current state, it was inconceivable for her to leave her side. Today, however, the news of Chu Fuhuan's predicament could no longer be concealed, prompting the matriarch to insist on her presence. With a look of deep concern, Madame Ning held Chu Fuhuan's hand tightly, reassuring her not to fear. For if Jihan could act in such a manner, it spoke volumes about his character. She urged her to sever ties with him, disregarding the opinions of others. For life should be lived for oneself, not for the judgments of society. Tears streamed down Chu Fuhuan's face as she nodded, choked with emotion, acknowledging the wisdom of the matriarch. Madame Ning wiped her tears and reminded her of her childhood visits to the Ning family, emphasizing the matriarch's affection for her. She then broached the sensitive topic of her cousin's broken engagement, clarifying that there was no blame placed on Chu Fuhuan, as her cousin had chosen to call off the match due to the negative sentiments expressed by the other family. The matriarch had learned of the distress Chu Fuhuan faced at Ji's residence and had insisted on her cousin's decision to withdraw from the engagement, thus severing ties with that family entirely. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chu Fuhuan listened as Madame Ning continued, reiterating that Jihan's actions indicated his lack of integrity, and similarly, the other family's words revealed their unsuitability. They had managed to avert a misfortune, and she felt fortunate to have done so. She assured Chu Fuhuan that they would move forward, and once the storm had passed, she would assist her in finding another suitable match. There were still honorable families in Jiuan City, and even without the Li Guogong residence, she would not allow Chu Fuhuan to be wronged. Madame Ning spoke with genuine emotion, her eyes brimming with compassion. Fuhuan softly acknowledged her words, blinking away tears. After sharing a meal together, she personally saw Madame Ning out of the residence. Upon returning, she promptly arranged for an ample offering of gifts, including a rare ginseng and precious medicinal herbs, planning to visit the matriarch that evening. As Chun Yu tidied up, she inquired why Fuhuan did not accompany Madame Ning but instead chose to wait until nightfall. Bai Su interjected, explaining that Fuhuan wished to keep her medical skills discreet, especially as they were now establishing their own household. That night, under the cover of darkness, Fuhuan quietly knocked on the Ning residence's door. Once welcomed inside, she beheld the matriarch lying weakly on her sickbed, her pallor alarming. It was evident that she was gravely ill, often lost in a deep slumber. Even the maid keeping vigil had succumbed to sleep. Fuhuan stealthily entered with her medical kit, extracting a small box and waving it beneath the maid's nose, who remained in a deep slumber. Gently, she checked the matriarch's pulse and felt the back of her head, quickly identifying a swelling indicative of a hematoma. Carefully, she turned the matriarch onto her side, revealing the injury, which was clearly the result of inadequate medical treatment, evidence of previous attempts to draw blood, yet the swelling persisted. It appeared the esteemed physicians had not been summoned, particularly not the renowned Dr. Meng, whose expertise could have alleviated the matriarch's condition swiftly. Resolute, Fuhuan decided that she would take matters into her own hands. Chapter 37. As before having returned from the Ning residence, dawn was approaching. The demands of her treatment had drained her, and she collapsed onto her bed, falling asleep fully clothed without a moment's delay. She remained in slumber until midday, awakening to find Bai Su absent and the courtyard enveloped in an eerie silence. Puzzled, she furrowed her brow and opened the door slightly, peering outside. To her surprise, she spotted Song Ting-si leaning against the corridor. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, he exuded an aura of gracefulness, devoid of the battlefield's starkness. Appearing more gentle in the midday sun, the golden rays accentuated his noble features, enhancing his distinguished presence. Upon hearing the door creak, Song Ting-si glanced her way. Catching sight of her sleepy visage peering out, her eyes barely open. Her tousled hair resembled a small lion cub, reminiscent of one her mother had once cared for. "When did you arrive?" she inquired, her brow knitting together. "Have you frightened away all my maids again?" Song Ting-si gestured towards Bai Su, who stood in the corner, revealing that one had indeed remained. Startled, Fuhuan abruptly closed the door and, after a brief pause, emerged fully dressed and refreshed. Bai Su hurried over, whispering that the fifth prince had been there for nearly 2 hours, having come directly after morning court without stating his purpose, simply standing there. With a sigh, Fuhuan instructed, "Prepare lunch. I am quite hungry. Since he is here, let us dine together." Upon concluding her words, she addressed Song Tingshi, stating, "The fare here is no match for that of your Eastern Xian Palace. If His Highness wishes to dine, he may partake. If not, you are free to depart." Song Tingshi stepped forward, contemplating the matter. Since she was already present, the choice of food was inconsequential. "Then let us indulge in some chili," she declared, gritting her teeth and instructing Bai Su to have the chef prepare dishes from Shu. Though Song Tingshi could not tolerate spicy food, she had often been ridiculed for this very reason during her childhood. After her marriage to Ji Han, this tidbit had inevitably reached the ears of the Ji family. Consequently, the matriarch had made her stand in punishment for 3 whole days, chastising her for her audacity to mock His Highness. It was said that even dogs would be vexed by such a thing as chili, and it was indeed normal for His Highness to abstain from it. Her fondness for it was deemed peculiar. After 3 years of abstinence, she could finally indulge her cravings, though regrettably, she had been unable to procure particularly fine chili in Jiuan City. The newly appointed cook was quite skilled, despite the average quality of the chilies. The dishes retained an exquisite essence of Shu flavors. The spice was not overwhelmingly hot, but rather aromatic, reminiscent of the flavors her master had once conjured. Fuhuan dove into a bowl of lamb, nearly becoming ensnared in it. Song Tingshi chuckled softly. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks, observing the table laden with Shu-style dishes, each one infused with chili. Despite the passage of years, he still did not possess a strong affinity for spice. Yet he was no longer as averse as in his youth. After all, as a military leader, he could hardly afford to be finicky about food, A simple flatbread with chili sauce sufficed during battles. There was a cook in the eastern camp, a native of Shu, and the local commander had learned of his distaste for spice and sought to dismiss him. Yet he had insisted on keeping the cook, even requesting that he prepare copious amounts of chili sauce. Relying on the piquancy and his own obsession, he had managed to persevere. However, the chef at Chu Fuhuan's residence had been particularly generous with the chili today, and he found himself struggling to cope. Noticing his reluctance to eat, Chu Fuhuan nudged several of her favorite dishes closer to him. Seeing this, he instinctively mirrored her actions. Their hands brushed inadvertently, and the softness of her touch made him pause. Your cousin mentioned that particular family which has close ties with the Wang family of Chang'e. Chu Fuhuan's chopsticks halted midair as she acknowledged this with a simple, "Oh," before continuing to serve herself. There are numerous tales regarding your relationship with Jihan in Zhuan City, most of which cast you in an unfavorable light. Chu Fuhuan smiled lightly. I have divorced Jihan, set fire to several locations within the general's residence, and reclaimed all my dowry, as well as the funds I had invested in the Ji family over these past 3 years. In the end, I even pried a few shops and lands from Jihan's grasp. Not only did this tarnish the Ji family's reputation, but it also diminished that of Princess Lu Hua. They may concoct schemes of revenge, yet they shall not harm me. Setting down her chopsticks, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Song Tingsher. Thank you, Your Highness. For what? He inquired. For assisting me on several occasions. She poured him a cup of sweet tea, suggesting it might alleviate the spiciness. It is indeed curious. We have fought since childhood, and everyone knows of our contentious relationship. Yet at this moment, you are the one aiding me. My childhood friendship with Jihan, our 3 years of marriage, have led us to this absurd state. Song Tingsher found himself puzzled by her definition of childhood friendship. Why did she consistently refer to Jihan as her childhood companion? If growing up together constituted such a bond, then he and she should rightfully hold that title. Their acquaintance had begun long before Chu Fuhuan had even met Jihan. Your Highness, Song Tingsher interjected, unable to contain himself, you never used to address me as Your Highness. I was younger then, lacking in understanding. Back then my father was still alive, and with him, as my support, I felt invincible, even capable of throwing the Empress's legitimate son into the mud, without fear of consequence. However, times have changed, my father is gone, and the Duke of Li's residence has fallen. Should I continue to be ignorant of rank and propriety, no one would tolerate me any longer. Just observe the general's household. Had the Chu family retained its former prominence, Jihan would never dare to speak of his affections for Lu Hua in my presence. One must learn to gauge the times. So your notion of gauging the times is merely adopting a respectful demeanor and addressing me as Your Highness? He narrowed his eyes at her, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his face, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by resignation. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to this. What is there to fear? But the opinions of others can be daunting, he mused with a smile, shaking his head. If you truly cared about public opinion, you would not have divorced your husband in public. If you were truly concerned with others' perceptions, you would not have burned the general's residence. Chu Fuhuan, I understand that 3 years can feel interminable. I too have endured 3 years along the border. And I comprehend that certain opportunities, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. But can you not at least give it a try? Perhaps, even without the Duke of Li's residence, you could still be the renowned Chu Fuhuan of Zhuan City. You could still live freely, with unrestrained joy. She raised her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with confusion. Can things truly return to how they once were? Yet the past felt so distant. As she pondered this, the voice of the steward rang out from outside, brimming with excitement. Miss, there are guests. They claim to be your friends. Chapter 38. With us here, no one shall bully you again. 4 individuals entered the lively Chu residence, welcomed into the courtyard. Song Tingsher remained seated, picking up her chopsticks once more, mimicking the act of delicately placing a piece of chili into her mouth, a gesture that prompted her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Chu Fuhuan watched in astonishment. What could possibly compel you to do this? Are you inflicting pain upon yourself? But soon, Jiang Ling's voice broke through with surprise. Your Highness, you are dining at Chu Fuhuan's home now? To which Feng Li teased, had this been in the past, would Chu Fuhuan have whipped you to the point of losing your teeth? Tang Xiaoyu chimed in. To be welcomed into her inner circle speaks volumes of the bond between you and Chu Fuhuan. Finally, Lu Xiaohua entered, delivering a playful kick to Tang Xiaoyu. Are you the only one with eyes? Or the only one with a tongue? The courtyard erupted in merriment, a vibrant scene that brought moisture to Fuhuan's eyes, blurring her vision. Time seemed to rewind to many years ago, when they were all youthful, naive, and boisterous. In their early teens, they roamed Jiuan City, unrestrained and carefree, with the young men of noble lineage, and she being the sole girl among them. Initially, some had resisted her, but with a deft whip, she quelled their objections. As time passed, her fierce encounters with Song Tincture earned her a reputation for being formidable, and she often left him conceding defeat. Eventually, as they matured, the distinctions of their social standings began to emerge, and only a few remained in the capital. Among them, Song Tincture was the most extraordinary. As a prince and the empress's legitimate son, many families instructed their children to be cautious in his presence, lest they offend his highness. Gradually, despite his elevated position, he found himself isolated. Save for her and the four before him, they treated him as they always had. She gazed at them, lost in thought. Although they had all grown, to her, they still appeared as the youthful figures of her memories. She recalled each of their unique quirks, the fighting techniques they favored, and their preferred foods and drinks. As she reminisced, tears blurred her vision.
Fuhuan.
Jiang Ling stepped forward, standing before her. Though you often bested me in our youth, I would not have honed my skills without your relentless training. Feng Li, with a twinkle in his eye as he brandished his sword, suggested, shall we have another try? I believe you can no longer best me. Tang Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Xiaohua's sleeve, saying, Fuhuan, do you recall when I sought your hand in marriage? You rejected me and cast me out. That has lingered in my heart ever since. Today I have brought my wife with me for you to see. Look, is she not more beautiful than you? Lu Xiaohua retaliated with a sharp kick, retorting, if you cannot speak properly, then seal your lips. No one here considers you a mute. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to Fuhuan, scrutinizing her from every angle before candidly declaring, you are indeed a touch more beautiful. Fuhuan, I have long heard of your legendary status. Yet, back then, I was confined by my family, burdened with endless lessons in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as the incessant memorization of women's etiquette. I was desperate to escape that household. Now, however, the Tang family is unconcerned with such matters, allowing me to venture out with Xiaoyu more frequently. Fuhuan chuckled softly, her fondness for Lu Xiaohua evident. She admired him, the esteemed granddaughter of Master Lu, a renowned talent in Jiuan City. They had never crossed paths before, often speculating about whom Master Lu would eventually marry her off to, with some even suggesting Song Tincture due to their matching statuses. Yet, it was surprising to see her wed to Tang Xiaoyu instead. Fuhuan, you won't hold it against me for lacking martial skills, will you? I know you are not one to prioritize such trivialities. You can mingle with the street urchins of the city. You are a kind-hearted girl. Fuhuan, you are truly admirable, having accomplished many things that countless women only dare to dream of. You are exceptional, and I hold you in high regard. Fuhuan felt a swell of emotion, her tears flowing freely as her pent-up grievances erupted. She sat in her chair, weeping like a child bereft of candy. Jiang Lin did not understand. Fuhuan, you have never cried before. Yet Lu Xiaohua grasped the reason behind her tears and embraced Fuhuan, both of them weeping together. Tang Xiaoyu, eager to console, added, in truth, on the day Han returned to the city, we were also present. However, we were not there to see him. We came to see you. Ever since you wed Han, we have only encountered you at a few grand banquets, where you remained by the side of the elderly lady of the Ji family, appearing obedient and more demure than Xiaohua. We were left uncertain about how to greet you, unsure whether to address you as Fuhuan or as the general's wife. Later, you attended fewer grand gatherings, and the last time we saw you was at the funeral of the Duke and his wife. Fuhuan, we all wanted to help you. We had agreed to confront Han together, vowing that unless he was thoroughly beaten, we would reverse our names in writing. He sighed heavily at this point. Regardless of whether he is a general with military accomplishments, we were ready to face imprisonment together. I refused to believe the emperor would execute all of us. Even Lu Xiaohua, feeling the urgency, insisted they would enlist the support of the old master to seek justice for her. However, when the fifth prince returned to the capital, we knew that we need not intervene. He would handle the matter on your behalf. Fuhuan, the fifth prince informed us that this path must be traversed by you alone, much like how you chose to marry Han against everyone's objections. Initially, You were alone in this, and it must remain so. Fortunately, all is now behind you, and you have emerged triumphantly, akin to a stunning victory in battle. Chu Fuhuan is still our beloved Chu Fuhuan. At some point, Song Tincture stood and Chu Fuhuan, peering through her fingers, caught sight of him. He stood bathed in sunlight, having endured 3 years of warfare at the borders, yet still possessing the youthful charm of a boy, stubborn, free-spirited, proud, and graceful. It seemed he was gazing at her, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a starry river, capable of illuminating all the moments she had missed.
Fuhuan.
Tang Xiaoyu spoke again. With us here, no one shall dare to bully you again. It was splendid that you kicked Jihan. Now we can all play together once more. Indeed, these years without you have been rather dull.
Fuhuan.
Do you remember the jar of wine we buried in our childhood? We have yet to dig it up. They had contemplated unearthing it years ago, but they had to wait for her and for the 5th princess return to the capital. Now that both of you are back, let us seize the day and go excavate the wine.
Yes.
Let us dig up the wine. We shan't return to the capital tonight. We shall sing to the moon and reminisce about our past. Chapter 39. Even a fool can see his affection to retrieve the wine. They venture to the outskirts, with Chu Fuhuan guiding the horse, heading towards the city's edge. Laughter filled the air as they galloped on horseback. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu Fuhuan appeared dazed. This was where she had first fallen for Jihan. Taking a deep breath, she approached the ancient pine tree beneath which the wine was buried, kneeling to dig with a small shovel. A decade had passed, and the earth was compacted tightly. With each scoop, tears threatened to spill. On her birthday that year, Jianglin had caused a mishap and failed to arrive, leaving her with deep regret. He had purchased an ancient brewing recipe to share with everyone. They were all so young, full of lofty aspirations, laughing and teasing one another. 10 years later, they reunited at the peak of their lives. The youthful spirit they once had still lingered. Once the earth was cleared, she carefully unearthed the cherished jar of wine, opened the lid, and exclaimed, "Let us drink freely. If it's not enough, we can return home for more of the decade-old brew." She took the first sip. It was strong, bringing tears to her eyes as it scorched her heart. It may not have been the finest wine, but its essence remained. Perhaps the bond of friendship from years past lent a unique joy to even the less palatable wine as they shared it. Seated in a row beneath the tree, Chu Fuhuan had Lu Xiaohua to her right and the quietly composed Song Tincture to her left. There were no barriers between the genders, no awkwardness. They took turns passing the wine jar. The bright moon illuminated their youthful faces. Eventually, Tang Xiaoyu, having had too much to drink, clung to Lu Xiaohua, lamenting how Chu Fuhuan had rejected him in the past. Lu Xiaohua laughed in disbelief, pinching his fair cheek. You still wish to marry her?" In her heart, she had always favored Chu Fuhuan, and could not help but sigh. Why did Fuhuan ever choose Jihan? I recall when they wed. Even my grandfather remarked that the disparity between their families was too great. Feng Li chimed in, "I heard Jihan once save her life. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, she had sneaked out of the city, and when she tried to return, her carriage overturned, likely in this vicinity." Lu Xiaohua gasped, "And what of the coachman? Did he not save her?" "The coachman fell off the cliff with the carriage and perished. Fuhuan should have fallen too." "So Jihan rescued her from the cliff?" "No, it was on the mountain. When he arrived, Fuhuan was lying in the snow, nearly frozen. However, the details are now impossible to verify." Lu Xiaohua's heart sank. "I suspect she was saved by someone else first, but that person could not ascend easily." And Jihan seized the opportunity in a brief moment. Listening to this, Chu Fuhuan could not help but reflect on that fateful day when she was 7 years old. She had been sitting comfortably in the carriage, chatting with the coachman, who urged her to return quickly lest the mistress discover he had taken her out without permission, which would surely bring punishment. She laughed and reassured him, "Uncle Lu, this is not your first punishment, so fear not. My mother does not hit. At most, you'll be hungry for a day. Don't worry, I will secretly bring you food." Just as she was saying this, the carriage overturned, and she found herself tumbling about inside, unsure of the cause. Later on, it seemed as though she was cast out, but certainly not directly thrown into the snow. Rather, she was suspended in midair. She lost consciousness, and upon awakening, found herself in the presence of Jihan. At that time, Chu Fuhuan was still young and did not grasp the intricacies of the situation. Yet now, a sudden panic gripped her heart. Had she truly abandoned her genuine savior to follow Jihan? Startled, she gave herself a sharp slap. Beside her, Song Tingsher had never diverted his gaze for even a moment. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Fuhuan, somewhat sobered from her intoxication, replied with a mix of bitterness and self-mockery, "Jihan accused me of being ungrateful, and he is right. I have indeed been ungrateful." Song Tingsher smirked slightly, affirming her statement. That night, everyone had indulged in excess, but only Chu Fuhuan was truly drunk. Jiang Lin observed the beautiful woman under the moonlight and remarked, "Drinking, much like martial arts, requires consistent practice. Otherwise, one becomes obsolete. Chu Fuhuan has restrained herself far too much these past 3 years. She must drink more often." Feng Li added, "Now that she is living independently, she is free. We should visit her often." Tang Xiaoyu, slightly tipsy, consulted with Lu Xiaohua. "May I join? I swear I harbor no romantic feelings for her now. My heart belongs solely to you." Lu Xiaohua smiled lightly. "Whether you go or not is of no concern to me. I shall frequently seek out Fuhuan." Amidst their banter, they mounted their horses and returned to the capital. Lu Xiaohua's gaze shifted to Chu Fuhuan, who was shielded by Song Tingsher, riding together. Since childhood, she had heard tales of the rivalry between the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li and the fifth prince, engaged in life-and-death battles. Yet now that both were before her, she felt they were not as the rumors depicted. Jiang Lin chuckled at her words. "Where is this life-and-death rivalry? They have always fought amongst themselves. Whether there was cause or not, they would still spar. If a third party intervened, they would unite to confront that individual. They could engage in playful combat, but should anyone dare to harm one, the other would fight fiercely in defense." Feng Li nodded, noting that the fifth prince had never shown true anger towards Fuhuan, despite his displeasure towards others. This time, when Fuhuan extricated herself, he had exerted pressure both before the emperor and at the Jiuan government office. Otherwise, how could she have so easily secured her freedom? Lu Xiaohua seemed to understand, exclaiming, "So, the fifth prince actually holds affection for Fuhuan, does he not?" Jiang Lin laughed. "Even a fool can see that, yet Chu Fuhuan remains oblivious." Lu Xiaohua blinked. "Are you implying that I am the fool, or that Fuhuan is even less perceptive than a fool?" Tang Xiaoyu sighed, recalling how, during Fuhuan's wedding to Jihan, the fifth prince had suddenly departed for Dingguan to avoid the turmoil. "Ah, Chu Fuhuan, you are indeed oblivious to your fortune." She truly was unaware of her blessings. Resting in Song Tingshi's embrace, murmuring curses at Jihan. After a moment, she lamented, "I miss my parents and my elder brother. I once had such a beautiful family, and now it is all gone. Thankfully, I still have a single star left. I only have 1 star now. Song Tingsher, how I long to return to my childhood." Upon their return to the capital, they all returned to their respective homes. As Song Tingshi's horse arrived at the entrance of the Chu residence, Chu Fuhuan had already fallen into a deep slumber. He dismounted, carried her into her chamber, and gently laid her on the couch. Bai Su entered to attend to her, and he quietly stepped outside, leaning against the corridor in silence. The next day, when Chu Fuhuan awoke, Bai Su recounted the events of the previous night, adding, "The fifth prince left at dawn. I feel as though he is somehow different from before." "How is he different?" "He remains the same." Chu Fuhuan sat up on the couch, pressing her temples. It had been many years since she last drank, and she found herself unaccustomed to it. Suffering from a severe headache. "Allow me to massage your head, miss." Bai Su moved behind her and began to gently knead her temples. "Now that we live independently, there are no rules, nor anyone to serve. You may sleep as late as you desire." Yet, she had grown accustomed to rising early. Chu Fuhuan, somewhat helpless, admitted, "At this hour, I am already awake. It has become a habit." Bai Su began to tear up, prompting Chu Fuhuan to nudge her with her elbow. "What are you crying for? Did you not just proclaim our newfound freedom?" "I am not crying for that," Bai Su sniffled. "I am happy for you, especially seeing those childhood companions of yours yesterday. It brought me great joy. It has been many years since we last saw them. I wonder if you think of them." "I know I do. I think of them too," Chu Fuhuan replied candidly. "I was quite surprised they came to see me. Later, I realized it must have been Song Tingsher who invited them, as they were unaware of my move to this place. Only he could inform them." "Not necessarily," Bai Su countered. "Did not the Chu family's matriarch come to visit us on her own? And the aunt also sought us out. When we were moving, many onlookers followed us. Those curious would have learned where the Chu residence is, and it is no longer a secret." "Is that so?" Well, it is for the best. Sooner or later, someone would know. We need not hide. Zhuan City remains the same Zhuan City, and I, Chu Fuhuan, am still the same Chu Fuhuan. In the coming days, have Dong Shuang tally the shops acquired from the Ji family. Have those who need to be compensated been settled? I have been paying the workers for these shops over the years. Any losses have been promptly addressed, and currently, the balance should be even. Contact our fabric shop and have them coordinate with the region of Shu to arrange a shipment of peppers. It would be ideal to bring over 2 chefs from Shu as well. One of Ji's shops operates a restaurant, and we shall introduce Shu cuisine. Additionally, I wish to open a winery and a medical clinic. The remainder can be managed by Lu Bo. We must ensure nothing remains idle. As for the estate, we shall cultivate grains entirely. We need to purchase grain seeds from the northern regions. Their grains are not only palatable but also high-yielding, and the price of the seeds is low. Bai Su nodded. Rest assured, I have noted everything. In truth, our own shops are quite profitable. Had it not been for the years spent with the Ji family, you could have saved a considerable sum. However, fortunately, many of Ji's shops have now come into our possession, allowing us to recoup our previous investments. But, miss, will you manage the shops yourself? Chu Fuhuan shook her head. I lack the energy for that. It must be entrusted to Lu Bo. I will review the accounts monthly and collect earnings biannually. That seems reasonable, Bai Su agreed. Lu Bo has been with the Duke's family for a lifetime, managing their shops without fault. Moreover, his contract remains in your hands, along with that of his son. Speaking of which, all newcomers in the residence, aside from the steward Ji, are bound by contracts. Last night, the steward Ji asked me if I would consider giving him a new name, as he feared the repetition of Ji Chong might be irksome to me. Chu Fuhuan pondered for a moment, feeling not particularly irked, but recognizing that within the Ji family, his line had become extinct. His adoptive father had long since passed, and he had never married, leaving him without children. To the Ji family, his branch held little significance. However, she could inquire if he wished to be removed from the Ji family genealogy. After all, he was merely a distant relative, hardly a direct line. The Ji family would likely not insist on retaining him. Yet, transferring his household registration might necessitate a trip back home, which could be cumbersome. Perhaps that will not be necessary, Bai Su suggested. I heard the steward mention that his name has never been recorded in the Ji family's grand genealogy. Only in the records of their branch. Now, he is the only one left in that branch, with no living person in sight. Thus, as long as he wishes, armed with his household registration documents, he can establish a new household in the capital and change his name at will. That would be ideal. Chu Fuhuan suggested that this matter be handled by Ji Chong himself, urging him not to hurry, but to proceed according to his own inclinations. As I have stated before, the surname holds no significance for me. If I were to fret over a mere character, life would indeed become exceedingly burdensome. At that moment, Chunyu entered, approaching to inform, Miss, Madame Ning has arrived, accompanied by the young master of the Ning family. Chu Fuhuan had an inkling that her aunt's visit was likely related to the illness of old Madame Ning. She promptly rose to change her attire and freshen up, bringing Bai Su along to the front hall. From a distance, she observed one person seated and another standing. The standing figure, a young man in his early 20s clad in a blue garment, possessed an upright posture, hands clasped behind his back, intently examining a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall behind the main seat. She quickened her pace and raised her voice slightly, prompting him to turn around. Crossing the threshold, Chu Fuhuan greeted Madame Ning with a bow, calling out, Aunt. The standing man also inclined his head in her direction, addressing her as Fuhuan. My younger sister. She responded with a smile. Cousin, it has been a while. Ning Zian, the legitimate son of the Ning family, was 2 years older than Chu Fuhuan, characterized by his simplicity and sincerity, exuding warmth and gentleness. Earlier, she had heard that the marriage proposal arranged for him was quite favorable, with the prospective bride's family being of slightly higher status than the Nings, yet without an air of superiority, leading to a harmonious interaction between him and Ning Zian, marked by smiles and ease in their encounters. However, she had not anticipated that the engagement would reach the stage of impending marriage, only to be disrupted by her own circumstances, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty towards her cousin. Thus, she bowed her head again, expressing, I have caused trouble for you, cousin. Ning Zian immediately waved his hand, stepping forward to assist her, stating, My matters are unrelated to you. Even if it were not for you, I would still carefully consider this marriage, given her pre-wedding hesitations. Madame Ning chimed in. Indeed, our Ning family, though only of the 6th rank, is not so lowly as to depend on the favor of others. Today, they may speak of the Chu family's shortcomings, but tomorrow, they could just as easily point out the flaws of the Ning family. There are always those who look down upon us. Chu Fuhuan settled beside Madame Ning, inquiring, Aunt, has your visit today a purpose? Madame Ning quickly replied, It is good news. The day I returned from your place, the next day, old Madame's condition showed improvement. Even the physician remarked that the blood clot at the back of her head has disappeared, stating that as long as the clot is gone, she may survive. Hearing this, the old lady felt rejuvenated and managed to eat half a bowl of porridge. Your uncle insists that this fortune is brought by you, and we must come to thank you. As she spoke, she gestured to the attendants who promptly approached with 2 trays. They contained common jewelry. I know you lack for nothing, but this is a small token of appreciation from the old lady. Please accept it. Madame Ning, beaming, grasped Chu Fuhuan's hand, adding, You must have heard the rumors circulating, claiming you bring misfortune. However, in my eyes, you are the most auspicious person. Even the old lady has remarked on your good fortune, particularly in benefiting our Ning family. Chu Fuhuan felt her aunt's flattery was somewhat excessive, especially the notion of bringing prosperity to the Ning family. Could that truly be the case? Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Madame Ning continued. Now that your engagement to General Ji has been annulled, we must consider the future. A woman cannot spend her life alone. She must find a good family and a suitable home. Coincidentally, your cousin's marriage has also been called off. I thought, rather than arranging matters for both of you separately, why not bring you 2 closer together? As your aunt, I am familiar with the Ning family, including your cousin, who you have grown up alongside. Chapter 41. Closer connections. The events surrounding the Ji family will undoubtedly not repeat themselves within the Ning family. You need not be told this, for you are already aware. Thus, consider the possibility of this beautiful union. Chu Fuhuan sighed, realizing her aunt's intentions had indeed arrived as anticipated. This aunt was delightful, yet at times excessively enthusiastic, persistently attempting to transform her niece into her daughter-in-law. Even before her marriage to Ji Han, her aunt had broached this subject numerous times. It was only after the Li Guogong's family had firmly rejected the proposal for the 6th time that she reluctantly sought another match for her son. She had thought this matter was long settled, yet here it was raised once more, eliciting both laughter and tears. Proximity should not lead to marriage. She earnestly explained to Madame Ning, I once heard from a highly skilled doctor that couples who are closely related often encounter issues with their offspring. Even if such problems do not manifest in the current generation, they may reappear in the grandchildren. I am not being alarmist, nor am I dismissing your good intentions. I genuinely believe this. Chu Fuhuan guided Madame Ning to reflect. It is well known that in the previous generation of the Ning family, cousins married, resulting in one child dying young, and another being less than clever. The less intelligent child remains in the household to this day, does he not? Madame Ning was taken aback, and Ning Zian, too, expressed astonishment. Are you referring to my uncle? Ning Zian had a younger uncle, the illegitimate brother of Lord Ning. During the lifetime of old Madame Ning, despite her objections, the old gentleman had taken a cousin as a concubine, resulting in a son and daughter. The daughter passed away at 6 months, while the son, to this day, remains a simpleton. This incident was a thorn in the hearts of the Ning family, and Chu Fuhuan's mention of it prompted deep contemplation from Madame Ning. Ning Zian lowered his head in silence, and after a moment, Madame Ning finally said, Very well. If that is the case, I shall refrain from bringing this matter up again. Fuhuan, do not overthink it. I only fear that you may not fare well on your own, which is why I wish to keep you close. Chu Fuhuan took the initiative to grasp Madame Ning's hand, assuring her, Aunt, do not worry. I will not compromise my own happiness. Should I have any plans in the future, I will certainly inform you and seek your guidance. With this conversation, the prospect of a union was entirely dispelled. Even though Madame Ning felt a tinge of regret, she understood that Chu Fuhuan had never harbored feelings for Ning Zian beyond that of siblings. As they departed, Ning Zian slowed his pace and gently tugged at Chu Fuhuan, calmly stating, I know you said that to spare me embarrassment. In truth, it is of no concern. I have long been prepared for this, and you need not trouble yourself over it. No. Chu Fuhuan shook her head. What I have said is the truth. If cousin does not believe me, he may inquire with the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. He would surely reach the same conclusion. However, throughout history, cousin marriages have been quite common. often regarded as a strengthening of ties, a favorable circumstance. This presents an opportunity for cousin to gain further insight, perhaps leading him to the same conclusion as mine. Ning Zian appeared as though he wished to say more but seemed to remember something, furrowing his brow, and ultimately withheld his words. In any case, I hope for your future happiness. He sighed softly, addressing Chu Fuhuan. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to the Ning family. We will support you. We have also heard about your aunt's situation. Pay her no mind. Should she trouble you again, my mother will address it directly. Chu Fuhuan slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, cousin. Indeed. There will be a poetry gathering at the Yingshulu tomorrow. Would you care to join? No, thank you. Chu Fuhuan smiled. I am not adept at composing poetry. Ning Zian refrained from further conversation and departed with Madame Ning in the carriage. Chu Fuhuan remained at the entrance of the estate, watching the carriage turn the corner before she returned indoors. Baisu remarked as they walked, at previous poetry gatherings at the Yingshulu, there were two individuals who captured the spotlight. One is Lu Xiaohua, the granddaughter of the esteemed Minister Lu, and the other is the former princess, Lu Hua. However, the Lu family girl preferred to remain in the shadows, recognizing that Lu Hua relished such occasions, thus she seldom attended. Yet General Ji frequented these gatherings, and she accompanied him. Reflecting upon it now, what business did a martial general have at poetry gatherings? Could he compose verses, or even comprehend them? It turns out it was all for Lu Hua. He had harbored feelings for her long before. Chu Fuhuan halted her steps. The sunlight today was fierce and somewhat blinding. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, causing Bai Su to mistakenly believe her mistress was in a melancholic mood. Regret washed over her for having brought up this matter, and she slapped her own face in frustration. However, Chu Fuhuan seemed to have remembered something, suddenly quickening her pace and dashing back to her room. Struggling to keep up, Bai Su entered to find Chu Fuhuan rushing to the table, seizing a brush and hastily inscribing a few peculiar lines. Do you recall many years ago I entrusted you with something? Chu Fuhuan had also suddenly recalled this incident, which occurred about 4 or 5 years prior at a poetry gathering. Lu Hua had composed a poem, and in a moment of inspiration, Ji Han had also penned a few lines. It was Ji Han's first attempt at poetry, and filled with joy, she had secretly kept that piece of paper. After pondering for a moment, Bai Su remembered it was still stored in a box, something she would have forgotten had the mistress not mentioned it. She hurried to search, and not only found that collaborative poem, but also a stack of letters Ji Han had written to Chu Fuhuan. Ji Han had been quite attentive to Chu Fuhuan back then, at least in terms of writing love letters and giving gifts, which he had never ceased. Yet, most of these were trivial items, even including a bamboo butterfly bought from the street. Alas, at that time, Chu Fuhuan did not perceive his frugality. She found it romantic and amusing. In hindsight, it was not only the bamboo butterfly that was overly cheap, but also Ji Han's insincere heart. Chu Fuhuan was now scrutinizing the poem from those years, but her focus was not on Ji Han's insipid lines, but rather on the portion penned by Lu Hua. The handwriting differed, yet the distinction was merely superficial. A closer examination revealed that certain idiosyncrasies in the strokes bore the mark of Lu Hua. She was certain that the lines she had emulated resembled the script she had seen that night in General Lu's tent by over 90%. Furthermore, she was convinced that the similarities were not a reflection of her own habits, but rather those of the letter's author. Therefore, that letter must have been written by Lu Hua. With this realization, everything became crystal clear. Indeed, it was Lu Hua. Her return from Xiliang explained her knowledge of matters related to that region. As for why she sought to threaten General Lu, Chu Fuhuan speculated that Lu Hua's objective likely revolved around the military encampment on the outskirts of the capital. But who is the ultimate target? Ji Han? No. It could very well be the Wang family of Chang'e. Lu Hua had always been an ambitious individual, and every endeavor she undertook was driven by a strong purpose. Hence, her marriage to Ji Han must surely serve a specific aim. The threat to General Lu was equally purposeful. The military encampment on the outskirts was a vital stronghold. Whoever controlled it held the lifeblood of the capital in their grasp. Lu Hua's ambition had never waned. It merely shifted from Xiliang back to Zhongjin, from the open to the covert. If this were the case, then Lu Hua's ambitions would not be confined to General Lu alone. She would undoubtedly extend her reach to many others. She had returned, and her influence would spread throughout Jiuan City, day by day, weaving an intricate web for herself. But for others, would it be a matter of alliance or control? Would there still be individuals like General Liu who had vulnerabilities in her grasp? Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall attend the poetry gathering. Bai Su was taken aback, for her mistress had just declared she would not go. A change of heart, perhaps a stroll, would do her good. The Yingshu Pavilion was nestled amidst a small lake, necessitating a boat ride to access it. This was one of the pavilion's remarkable features, drawing numerous literary figures who held it in high regard for its charming little boats. Little did they know that some merely savored the elegance of standing in a boat, relishing the passage from the shore to the base of the pavilion. If one were to inquire about the pavilion's other distinguishing traits beyond frequent poetry gatherings, they would be at a loss for words. However, Fuhuan could answer. Standing by the boat's edge, she turned to Bai Su and said, "The Yingshu Pavilion boasts a delicacy known as hibiscus cake, translucent and extraordinarily delicious." Bai Su's memories were rekindled, recalling the exquisite green dumplings made around Qingming, which were superior to those elsewhere. The tea served at the pavilion was also delightful, surpassing even the emperor's finest offerings. They prepared meat dishes, said to follow the Jiangnan style, simmered in yellow wine. As the two discussed the pavilion's culinary delights, their banter was so continuous that even the boatmen chuckled. While others came to the Yingshu Pavilion to discuss poetry, Fuhuan had witnessed individuals composing verses and reveling in wine, even crying and laughing. Yet it was her first time encountering someone who immediately launched into a discussion about food upon boarding. Perhaps the pavilion itself had not anticipated that its cuisine would be so fondly remembered. How could one not remember? Fuhuan remarked. They have engaged talented chefs to prepare the food, intending to let people know that the dining experience here is exceptional, encouraging them to return. Yet, for some unknown reason, the focus shifted, resulting in fewer diners and an influx of literary guests. These literati, being refined, would never mix poetry with the act of stuffing their mouths with meat. The boatmen seemed to envision such a scene and laughed. When they arrived, the Yingshu Pavilion was already bustling with patrons, both floors filled to capacity. A staff member approached to inquire whether they had an invitation, stating that without one, they could only remain on the first floor. Only those with invitations could ascend to the second. Just as this was being discussed, a familiar face descended from above. Pointing at Fuhuan, "She is one we have invited." The staff member hurriedly bowed, no longer daring to ask further. Bai Su stepped forward to greet Su Yang. "What brings you here?" Just then, another boat arrived, and a sharp female voice reprimanded the pavilion staff. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. If you neglect my lady, I shall overturn the entire Yingshu Pavilion." Fuhuan turned to glance, only to see a girl of about 16 or 17 being assisted down from the boat by the staff, resembling someone of her own age. She was adorned in a water-red long dress, the hem adorned with an entire circle of crystals that jingled as she walked, drawing attention. Many turned to look. Some even approached to ingratiate themselves, with individuals on the second floor descending to greet her warmly, calling her Xiaowan. As Xiaowan stepped off the small boat, she remained indifferent to the flattery, her gaze fixated on Fuhuan.
Oh.
Is this not the discarded woman recently expelled from the Ji household? How has the threshold of the Yingshu Pavilion lowered so? What manner of individuals can now board? She spoke with disdain, retreating a couple of steps as if proximity would taint her. Those who had come to curry favor followed suit, distancing themselves from Fuhuan. With some even inquiring of the staff, "Can she be removed? She is unworthy of entering the Yingshu Pavilion." Bai Su could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "The Yingshu Pavilion was originally an establishment for dining. What does it matter who is worthy or unworthy to be here?" Indeed it does. The Yingshu Pavilion has always only catered to cultured guests, yet look at her. How does she fit in? Once, she could cling to General Ji, but now, without him, she no longer deserves to stand here. Xiaowan, let us ascend. We must distance ourselves from her. She is nothing but a madwoman. The girl named Xiaowan huffed disdainfully and strode forward. As she passed by Fuhuan, she inadvertently collided with her shoulder, forcefully knocking Fuhuan to the ground. Bai Su gasped miss, and then saw Fuhuan sitting on the ground, hand pressed against her injured shoulder, tears brimming in her eyes. "I bear you no grudge. I do not even know you. Why must you treat me this way?" A mere exchange of words suffices. I have no desire for conflict and have remained silent throughout. Yet, why must you resort to violence? We are both women. Why must you make things difficult for me in such a setting? Is this how your family raises you? As she finished speaking, a figure in the crowd huffed in displeasure and turned to leave. Xiaowan, realizing this, attempted to pursue but was intercepted by a servant who handed her a purse. This is what you dropped by the shore. My young master sent me to return it to you. Chu Fuhuan remained seated, while Xiaowan clutched the purse, tears welling in her eyes. She glared at Chu Fuhuan with hatred, her expression fierce, as if she were about to pounce and tear her apart. Chapter 43. Who are you? However, Chu Fuhuan seemed entirely unfazed and calmly remarked, if you persist in this, you will only further disgrace yourself. Xiaowan stomped her foot and hurried upstairs after the person who had left. At that moment, Song Tingsher observed from above, noting that Chu Fuhuan remained seated on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, and he began to descend the stairs. Just as he moved, another person approached Chu Fuhuan, reaching out to help her up. He hastily withdrew his hand, slightly flustered, and accidentally kicked the railing. Perhaps sensing the commotion, Chu Fuhuan looked back and met the gaze of Ningxian, who was extending his hand toward her. She shook her head, saying, "It's all right. I can manage on my own." Rising to her feet, she brushed off her clothes and moved her arms freely, as if nothing had happened. Ningxian awkwardly retracted his hand, hearing a nearby attendant ask in astonishment, "Are you all right?" Chu Fuhuan replied, "I am quite well. But you were just sitting on the ground, holding your shoulder. I had an issue then. But now I do not." She tugged at Ningxian. "Come on, cousin, let's go upstairs." The attendant watched her light steps, confirming that she indeed seemed untroubled, and realized that these highborn individuals in the capital were truly exceptional. The drama unfolded suddenly, without warning. The staircase of the Yingshulu spiraled upward, rather lengthy. Chu Fuhuan slowed her pace and quietly asked Ningxian, "Who is that Xiaowan girl?" Ningxian replied, "She is from the Xianwei general's household, Lu's family. The sister of General Lu. Is she the same General Lu stationed at the large camp on the outskirts of the capital?" She understood now. It seemed that General Lu had succumbed to Lu Hua, and after successfully threatening him, the first task assigned to him was to suppress Chu Fuhuan. It made sense. Those recently brought under control would not be required to perform overly difficult tasks. Thus, this trial was entrusted to Lu Xiaowan. The second floor of the Yingshulu was spacious with a broad view, unlike typical establishments where private rooms dominated the upper levels. Here, the floor was entirely open, even lacking windows, surrounded by a lake with picturesque scenery. Lu Hua had already arrived, and to her surprise, Ji Han was also present. Today, Lu Hua donned a delicate gown of pink and white, the flowing sleeves adorned with soft feathers, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. She leaned against Ji Han, her long hair styled up, with pearl tassels sparkling amidst her locks, reflecting the shimmering lake, a vision of exquisite beauty. Ji Han's gaze seemed transfixed upon her, utterly unable to look away. Chu Fuhuan was aware that Lu Hua was indeed stunning. After 3 years of marriage, her beauty remained intact, now enhanced by an air of grace. In contrast, she herself appeared rather plain today, dressed in a simple light blue gown, with only a hint of makeup and a solitary white jade hairpin to adorn her head. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lu Hua held the advantage, especially with Ji Han, clad in his purple attire and dark hair, gazing adoringly at her. This made Chu Fuhuan seem almost laughable. Most of the attendees were old acquaintances and sensed an air of familiarity in the scene, albeit with a subtle shift. Someone spoke up, laced with sarcasm, "Chu Fuhuan, why are you not by General Ji's side? You used to follow him everywhere when you came to Yingshulu. Wherever he was, there you were too, standing by him even when he did not sit. Why do you stand so far away today? From where you are, General Ji cannot even see who you are." Another chimed in, "Ah, times have changed. General Ji would never bring Chu Fuhuan along anymore. In fact, he never wished to. It was she who shamelessly clung to him, leveraging the power of the Duke of Li's household, forcing him to endure her presence. Truly distasteful. Chu Fuhuan, what brings you to Yingshulu today? Who accompanied you?" Ningxian could no longer tolerate the remarks and stepped forward, stating, "I brought Fuhuan here. There are no rules prohibiting anyone from attending. Poetry gatherings have always been voluntary. Even if the second floor requires an invitation, anyone with a ticket may bring guests." He glanced at the group of women who had been taunting them, wanting to say something but feeling it inappropriate for a man to argue with a group of ladies. Thus, he swallowed his words. Bai Su shot him a glare, thinking her cousin was indeed spineless. She stepped forward, pointing at the women, who hasn't he faced a moment of embarrassment in their lives? "You, Chen family girl, didn't he once have a crush on a scholar? Later, when he eloped with a wealthy miss from the eastern city, you chased after them down the street. begging to be included. Have you forgotten that scene? And you, Qi family girl, daughter of the physician Qi, didn't you once have feelings for the fifth prince? You followed the kitchen cart into the eastern Xian palace, hoping to climb into his bed, only to be thrown out by him and left bruised for over a month. Have you no shame to scorn, my lady? She swept her gaze across the others. Should I remind you of your past indiscretions one by one? My memory serves me well. The group shrank back, none daring to respond, fearful of being exposed. The Chun family girl, incensed, shouted, "Who is this wild girl? Who allowed you to interrupt our conversation? Someone, slap her." Unfortunately, no one dared to step forward, not even her own maid. For Bai Su had been quite the troublemaker alongside Chu Fuhuan during their time in Jiuan City. With Chu Fuhuan handling her mistress, Bai Su took care of the servants. Many had experienced Bai Su's wrath. With no outlet for her frustration, the Qin family girl pulled the Qi family girl to attack Chu Fuhuan again. She glanced at Ning Zian and raised her voice. "I see how it is. You've resorted to this cousin-cousin routine. Chu Fuhuan, you truly are impressive. Just a few days apart from General Ji, and you've already found a new flame?" Finally, Chu Fuhuan spoke up, questioning, "Who are you insulting?" In the presence of General Ji, how could one utter such words? What about Princess Lu Hua's dignity? As for new flames, if they were to compare, they would certainly have ignited long before. A voice from the Qin family interjected, "How can men and women be the same? Then I wish for the man you marry in the future to indulge in the same antics." Chu Fuhuan's expression darkened as she stepped forward and took a seat. "By the way, which family do you belong to? Who is the Qin family? I seem to have no recollection at all." Chapter 44. Unable to defeat her, the Qin girl was enraged. "Chu Fuhuan, do not go too far. You actually do not remember me?" Chu Fuhuan, perplexed, replied, "Why should I remember you? We have only exchanged words." She shook her head. "Merely having spoken once is insufficient. I have conversed with many, and I cannot possibly recall them all. However, if you were to say that you had suffered my blows, then I might have a faint impression. It seems likely you have never been struck by me before, hence your ignorance. Shall I give you a taste now, so I can remember you, and you can learn a lesson?" The Chun lady seethed with indignation, yet dared not retaliate against Chu Fuhuan, knowing well that she would indeed strike. Instead, she vented her frustration on her maid, blaming her for not standing up for her like Bai Su did. The commotion on the second floor was lively, and Ning Zian, worried about Chu Fuhuan causing further trouble, quietly advised, "Let it go. Do not stoop to their level." However, Song Tingsher, after hearing Chu Fuhuan's words, wore a rare and charming smile. Upon witnessing his master smile, Su Yang was not surprised but muttered, "Only Miss Fuhuan can elicit such a reaction from His Highness." The smile vanished immediately as Song Tingsher shot him a glare, intending to reprimand him for his loose tongue. Just then someone brought up the fifth prince. The fire had finally reached him. "Chu Fuhuan, do not think that no one can restrain you," said the Qi girl, pointing to Song Tingshi's location. "The fifth prince is still here. Are you not afraid he will strike you?" The Qi girl harbored a blind admiration for Song Tingsher, but Chu Fuhuan quickly doused her enthusiasm. "If memory serves, the fifth prince has never defeated me. That was in the past. No one is accommodating you now." Song Tingsher leaned back, his gaze laden with meaning directed at Chu Fuhuan. The Qi girl was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Then why did you always lose before?" "Because I could not win. Not being able to win means just that." The Qi girl was unprepared for such an answer and felt discontented. "But what about now? After 3 years on the battlefield, surely you can win now?" Yet Song Tingsher shook his head, his expression unchanged. "Now I cannot win even more." The conversation had reached a deadlock, leaving everyone at a loss for words. The Qi girl felt so frustrated that she nearly cried, but her maid was adept at consolation, whispering, "My lady, do not be too disheartened. At least the fifth prince has spoken to you this time, which is a good thing." The Qi girl pondered and agreed. The previous fifth prince had never spoken a word to them. It seemed that the only woman worthy of conversing with him in the entire Jiuan city was none other than Chu Fuhuan. Though most of their exchanges were marred by disputes, any form of communication was a form of connection, and this alone had previously stirred her jealousy. Now, however, the situation had changed. Without the support of the Li Gua Gongfu, she had lost even the newly risen General Ji, and thus Chu Fuhuan no longer held any advantages. The fifth prince had lost interest even in sparring with her. This thought brought the Qi girl joy. Ji Han evidently shared her sentiments. As he spoke up with kind words, "For the sake of our past connection, I must remind you, One must learn to gauge the situation. You must realize that the you of today is not the same as the you of the past. Those years you relied on the power of the Li Gongfu to oppress many, and now many await to repay those grievances. Chu Fuhuan. The world of men is one of debts to be repaid. It is your time to settle them. Sitting beside him, Lu Hua said nothing, merely lowering her head, her delicate fingers playing with the feathers of her sleeve. Ji Han found Lu Hua to be exceedingly beautiful, and then glanced at Chu Fuhuan, thinking her coarse and unsightly. How had he ever married such a person? Yet this very person had fixated on him, suddenly revealing a cold smile that, though silent, exuded hatred and anger, causing him to shudder and avoid her gaze. We once had no bond, Chu Fuhuan began, her voice flat and devoid of warmth. Though we have been married for 3 years, you left for battle immediately after our wedding. We have not even shared a bridal chamber. After 3 years apart, I have nearly forgotten your visage, while you, on the frontier, have found a new love. With such a history between us, there is no bond to speak of. Her words ignited a flurry of whispers amongst the onlookers on the second floor. While most knew that General Ji had departed the capital on the day of their marriage, few were aware that they had never consummated their union, even when some occasionally mocked Chu Fuhuan for this. Others assumed it was mere fabrication aimed at belittling her after the decline of the Li Gongfu. Who could have known it was the truth, that Ji Han had indeed never even touched her? Laughter erupted, with many proclaiming that Chu Fuhuan had completely lost her mind, brazenly divulging such embarrassing details. Do you not feel ashamed? Do you truly not find it humiliating? Your husband married you, yet never touched you. And you think this is a matter of pride? Ji Han added, you, a woman who clung to me since childhood, forced me to marry you out of fear of the Li Gongfu. Yet I can grant you the title of wife. But I will never grant you the reality of marriage. If you wish to possess me, dream on. Chu Fuhuan laughed, her smile radiant, with a hint of relief. Thank you, General Ji, for affirming my innocence. Ji Han was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Chu Fuhuan was using this opportunity to inform the people of Zhoan City that, despite being married, she remained untouched. She was paving the way for her future. He had unwittingly acted as her witness. How cunning was Chu Fuhuan, while human joys and sorrows remain unshared. At the same moment Ji Han's face turned ashen with rage, Ning Xian and Song Tingshi exchanged smiles. However, as soon as Ning Xian smiled, Song Tingshi's eyes narrowed, feeling a pang of displeasure. Su Yong noted, I heard Lady Ning took young Master Ning to the Chu residence yesterday. Song Tingshi shot him a fierce glare. Silence. The gathered crowd seemed to grasp Chu Fuhuan's intentions, all furrowing their brows, feeling as though they had been unwittingly manipulated. In that moment, they shared Ji Han's sentiment, deeming Chu Fuhuan excessively cunning. Yet, Chu Fuhuan remained unfazed by the thoughts of the crowd, her wide, innocent eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, why hasn't the poetry gathering begun? It has been years since I attended the Shiyuan's gathering, and I am truly looking forward to it. Chapter 45. This color does not suit me. A neutral party emerged to mediate. Indeed, today is a poetry gathering. Let us focus on the poetry. With this arrangement, most people gravitated towards the windows, even Lu Hua pulling Ji Han along. Chu Fuhuan remained seated, while Bai Su huffed in the past. No one dared to show any disrespect to the ladies at this poetry gathering. Chu Fuhuan blinked her eyes. The past is the past, and the present is the present. We cannot rely solely on our former glories to sustain us. They were not entirely incorrect in their assertions. Indeed, I once depended on the influence of the Duke of Li's residence. However, it is never too late to learn to rely on oneself. After being muddled for over a decade, one inevitably requires an opportunity to awaken. I must express my gratitude to Lu Hua and also to Ji Han. She lifted her teacup just as Ji Han turned to glance in her direction. A smile graced her lips as she raised her cup slightly, as if offering a toast to Ji Han from a distance. Ji Han, perplexed by her actions, could not decipher whether her expression conveyed anger or amusement. Just as he contemplated probing further, he noticed that Chu Fuhuan had already averted her gaze, her inscrutable expression replaced by a cold detachment that he found unfamiliar. Someone came to summon Ning Xian to recite poetry, and although Ning Xian was concerned about leaving her alone, Chu Fuhuan stood up politely and assured him that he need not worry about her, urging her cousin to attend to his own affairs.
Today,
She was not brought by him. She could manage on her own. Her words were pronounced with enough volume for many to hear, including Song Tingsher, who appeared quite pleased. However, there were aspects of the day that displeased him, particularly Jihan, a man who harbors petty grievances, publicly chastising his ex-wife in front of so many. Hardly exemplifies masculinity. He found Jihan increasingly irksome. Thus, he beckoned Shuyang over and whispered a few words. Soon, Shuyang approached Jihan, standing beside him and declaring loudly,
General Ji.
The sudden exclamation startled Jihan, leaving others momentarily dumbfounded. Curiosity piqued towards Shuyang. Then Shuyang continued, Might I inquire if General Ji brought an extra set of clothing? I kindly request that you change. Jihan, momentarily bewildered, asked, What did you say?
I said,
Please change your attire, General Ji.
Why?
The surrounding crowd echoed his confusion, questioning the need for such a request. Shuyang swept his gaze over them, proclaiming, His Highness the Fifth Prince dislikes this color, hence the request for a change. Jihan was taken aback. What sort of reasoning was this? Surely, it could not be a jest. Yet, Shuyang's demeanor was entirely serious. Will you change or not, General Ji? I must respond to His Highness. And he cannot be kept waiting. Jihan felt a prickling anxiety and cautiously glanced towards Song Tingsher before quickly averting his gaze. I shall go change at once. He turned and departed. Lu Hua furrowed her brow, and others followed suit, all sharing the sentiment that the reasoning was absurd. Yet, given the source, His Highness the Fifth Prince, it somehow seemed plausible. What could they expect from the legitimate son of the Empress? Such expectations were laughable. The Fifth Prince had never been known for his rationality. Unless, someone glanced at Chu Fuhuan, musing that only the former legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li might possess the audacity to compel the Fifth Prince to reason. Yet, that was a matter of the past. The current Chu Fuhuan was no longer the same. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. As no one anticipated that the poetry recital would be interrupted by such an outburst from the Fifth Prince, seemingly directed at General Ji. Were there past grievances between them? Someone whispered, That shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't His Highness be grateful to Jihan? After all, Jihan's rejection of Chu Fuhuan could be seen as avenging His Highness. The remainder of the thought remained unspoken. Lu Hua narrowed her eyes and approached Song Tingsher. Upon reaching him, she offered a slight bow and addressed him. Fifth brother. Song Tingsher corrected her. You should refer to me as cousin. Lu Hua retorted. But I have always called you little fifth brother when we were younger. Song Tingsher reminded her. I corrected you numerous times during our childhood. Given your age now, there is no excuse for forgetting. Lu Hua, is your memory failing you? Lu Hua gritted her teeth in frustration but suppressed her anger, rephrasing, cousin. Very well. Song Tingsher nodded, satisfied with the clarity. Lu Hua took a deep breath, and as she released it, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. While I was in Xilyang, I heard that cousin had gone to Dingguan. I thought how wonderful it would be if you could come to Xiguan. Perhaps I could have returned home sooner and avoided the hardships I endured there. She wiped at the corner of her eye, acknowledging that her cousin had also faced difficulties in Dingguan. Song Tingsher remained silent for a moment before responding with a simple, Lu Hua was uncertain of the meaning behind his response and wished to say more, yet realized that conversing with him would yield no clarity. He might only ever respond with that same, monotonous leaving her with no other recourse. Thus, she turned away, returning to her previous seat. Song Tingsher's attention never lingered on Lu Hua. As soon as she left, he directed his gaze toward Chu Fuhuan. He observed her engrossed in another direction, where stood two figures, the young lady Shaowan, with whom Chu Fuhuan had previously quarreled, and a young gentleman, appearing around 18 or 19 years of age, who seemed vaguely familiar, yet eluded his memory. Chu Fuhuan regarded the scene with keen interest, watching as Shaowan stood before the young gentleman, her hands twisting a handkerchief in agitation, seemingly attempting to explain something. However, the young man remained indifferent, staring blankly out the window, refusing even a glance her way. Frustrated, Shaowan twisted the handkerchief into tatters, and upon realizing that she could not win him back, she shot an enraged glare at Chu Fuhuan. At that moment, Jihan returned, now donned in a fresh set of attire. In the capital, it was customary to carry an extra outfit when venturing out. As a military general, Jihan typically paid little heed to such trivialities, yet the matriarch had insisted he prepare one. What he initially regarded as an unnecessary precaution had proven fortuitous. As he returned to Lu Hua's side, He noticed Fuhuan glaring intently at Fuhuan, momentarily taken aback by the hostility between the two. Fuhuan quickly provided him with an answer, raising her voice to the gathered crowd. Let us continue our poetry recitation. I shall present a poem about life in the camp. Let us all listen closely. After clearing her throat, she recited, In the army's crimson tents, the plight of courtesans unfolds, their beauty tarnished, tears upon their handkerchiefs behold.
Alas!
Fate drifts like dandelion fluff, a mournful ballad for the heartbroken, the soul's cruel rebuff. At the conclusion of her verses, shock rippled through the audience, none having anticipated such a stark and somber depiction amidst their jovial gathering. What could the crimson tents and courtesans possibly have to do with the occasion? Suddenly, Fuhuan laughed out loud and pointed at Fuhuan, exclaiming, Do you all know where Fuhuan has been recently? The onlookers cast instinctive glances at Fuhuan, immediately turning their attention to the person involved after hearing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, another group, gazing at Fuhuan, felt their hearts flutter with anxiety, silently lamenting her reckless audacity. Regardless of the truth, such matters should never be spoken of in public. Even if she had no regard for Fuhuan's reputation, Fuhuan should have preserved her own dignity. What kind of words were those? It was unbecoming for a young lady to speak in such a manner in public. However, Fuhuan, clearly beyond contemplation, was driven to madness by Fuhuan, the man who had caught Xian's attention upon hearing Fuhuan's accusations against him while on the first floor, returned the purse she had gifted him. He had just declared that he would no longer speak with her, citing her poor upbringing, and insisted that his family would never accept such a girl. How could he claim she was ill-mannered? Her mother and brother had raised her with utmost care. It was all Fuhuan's fault. Everything stemmed from her provocations, and Fuhuan was determined to drag Fuhuan down with her, to reveal her true nature to all. She continued to smile, oblivious to the gravity of her words. Questions began to arise. Could such a thing truly happen? It was utterly shocking. Fuhuan immediately interjected, expressing her disbelief. I find it astonishing too. How shameless can one be? Fortunately, General Ji has separated from her. Otherwise, he would have been wearing a green hat. At that moment, Fuhuan spoke up, her tone laced with inquiry. But when this incident occurred, General Ji and I had yet to part ways. Therefore, the so-called green hat is one he cannot remove. Just then, Jihan returned, overhearing her words, and exclaimed, How dare you say that? Do you have no shame? Fuhuan's expression darkened instantly, her gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping past Jihan's face. You had the audacity to send your own wife to the Red Chamber. What do I have to feel ashamed about? The crowd was taken aback. Was it truly General Ji who had sent Fuhuan to the Red Chamber? Why would he do such a thing? Even if their marital relationship was strained, it should not have escalated to this extent. Surely, there were better ways to resolve their issues. If all else failed, they could settle it in court. To send his own wife to such a place was nothing short of self-degradation. I heard that one day, Fuhuan returned to the capital with 3 heads. Was that the occasion? A voice inquired, mustering the courage to ask Fuhuan. She nodded, affirming, yes, that was indeed the time. Those 3 ruffians who followed General Ji in the west claimed him as their commander, yet upon returning to the capital, they sought to dishonor his wife. Would you leave such scum alive for the new year? But were you truly dishonored? Fuhuan regarded the questioner with incredulity. I brought back their heads. Do you think they could have approached me? Reflecting on her past triumphs in Jiuan City, she wondered, did I rise to fame solely through the Duke of Li's influence? If I lacked true skill, would the 5th prince have been defeated by me repeatedly? Song Tingsher, suddenly mentioned, displayed a hint of pride. As others sought confirmation, he nodded, acknowledging that he could not best her. The crowd grasped the implications. Fuhuan was indeed formidable. If even the 5th prince was no match for her, how could the soldiers in the camp hope to contend with her? Thus, despite being sent to the Red Chamber, she had not only escaped but had also avenged herself by slaying those who had sought to violate her. Fuhuan was truly remarkable. The conversation shifted from astonishment at the incident itself to admiration for Fuhuan's fierce spirit. Yet, some remained skeptical, gazing at her with increasingly complex expressions. Bai Su, unable to bear the unfolding scene, stepped forward and declared, Regardless of whether you believe my lady's words, I implore you to think critically. The 3 heads were undeniably returned to the capital, presented before General Ji's very eyes, witnessed by countless onlookers. How could such a foolish person ever intimidate my lady? If you cannot comprehend this simple logic and continue to gossip, you will only reveal your own ignorance. Bai Su's words prompted reflection among the crowd, and after a moment, they recognized the validity of her reasoning. At this juncture, Chu Fuhuan turned her gaze to Xiaowan, her expression darkening, her eyes scanning Lu Hua as if seeking a target for vengeance. Lu Xiaowan, feeling a surge of panic, instinctively took a step back, only to hear Chu Fuhuan's chilling voice. This incident occurred within your brother's military camp. As the commander of the suburban garrison, he ought to account for allowing an unidentified woman to be sent to the Red Chamber without inquiry. He too must provide me and the court with an explanation. I am not the type to suffer in silence for fear of damaging my reputation, so do not expect me to let this matter rest. Chu Fuhuan, cease your threats. Lu Xiaowan retorted, her urgency palpable. You are merely attempting to save face. You have no backing anymore. Anyone here could easily crush you. Besides, this is the capital. Brute strength is of little use. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot contend with the intricate web of relationships here. She continued to speak, her words spilling forth uncontrollably, but at that moment, Song Tingshe rose. His movement was pronounced, the chair scraping against the floor evoking a collective gasp from the audience. He surveyed the crowd with a profound and fierce gaze. I thought this was a poetry gathering. Yet it appears to be a mere spectacle of women scheming against one another. How utterly tedious. He turned to leave, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. Just as he reached the staircase, he halted, turning back to Chu Fuhuan. What are you lingering for? Move. Chu Fuhuan smiled, rising without hesitation to approach him, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. This elicited a smile from him in return. Remember to bring a whip next time you venture out. With it in hand, there is no need for excessive words. When faced with those who displease you, a single lash will suffice. The Duke of Li's house may be gone, but I have returned. They walked side by side, and after a considerable distance, not a sound was heard from the second floor of the Yingshulu. Lu Xiaowan felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, bewildered, unable to comprehend the recent events. Ning Xian, regaining his wits, quickly followed suit and hurriedly left the premises. Many others, not wishing to linger, recognized the fifth prince's displeasure with the gathering, deeming it unworthy of their time. They were reluctant to contemplate the consequences of his dissatisfaction, while perhaps there would be none. Most preferred to avoid even the slightest risk of offending him. Several individuals cast discreet glances at Lu Hua. A girl from the Qin family sidled up to Lu Hua and whispered, Princess, what shall we do? Lu Hua, however, looked utterly perplexed, responding, What are you talking about? What should we do? I do not understand your words. The Qin girl quickly grasped the implication and lowered her head, retreating without uttering another word. Ji Han felt a sense of responsibility for the events that transpired today. It was all because of him. She had followed him here out of spite, unwilling to be cast aside. He grasped Lu Hua's hand, urging her not to be angry, insisting that today's missteps were entirely his fault. He reassured her that he would find an opportunity to reprimand her, ensuring she would not suffer unjustly. A small group of individuals who had not yet departed began to ponder his words. Perhaps, as General Ji suggested, Chu Fuhuan had come here out of a sense of resentment. After all, she was the matriarch of the general's household. Yet her fate had been reduced to this due to the return of Princess Lu Hua, who could remain unscathed in such circumstances. What was most perplexing was that the fifth prince, who had grown up alongside her, had chosen to stand by Chu Fuhuan today. Lu Hua returned to her residence, with Ji Han accompanying her to her chamber, repeatedly advising her not to harbor anger before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lu Hua maintained a calm demeanor, even allowing a smile to grace her lips, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. Her slender fingers idly traced patterns on the table, concealing her true thoughts from anyone who might observe her. Moments later, she suddenly erupted in laughter, a raucous sound that culminated in a crash as she swept a teacup off the table. Suyu immediately knelt, addressing her as princess. Lu Hua looked at Suyu, her fingers brushing against her cheek. That wretched Chu Fuhuan has entangled herself with Song Tingxi. How did I not foresee this? But dear Chu Fuhuan, your calculations are flawed. Song Tingxi has but a few years left to live. Relying on him is a fool's errand. Leaning back against her chair, she gently closed her eyes, memories from her previous life swirling in her mind. In the 42nd year of Tianshu, Song Tingxi would meet his demise at the Eastern Gate, never to return to the capital or claim the throne. On the very day of his death, Chu Fuhuan would be in Jiuan City giving birth. Rumors circulated that they were destined enemies. As soon as Chu Fuhuan bore a son, Song Ting-si would lose his life. Some even claimed that her child had siphoned away his life force. The empress fell gravely ill over this. Yet curiously, she did not punish Chu Fuhuan, believing the situation was due to Jihan's influence, as his military power was formidable. Thus, even amidst such rumors, the empress dared not act against Chu Fuhuan. Lu Hua chuckled again, rising to her feet, treading upon the shards of the fallen teacup. As Suyu cautioned her, "Princess, be careful," she began to pace the room. "Do not fret, Chu Fuhuan. In 5 years, your last support shall perish. Jihan must be mine, and mine alone. You shall never surpass me in this lifetime. Nothing occurs without reason. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I trust that it carries significant design. I shall not only reclaim all that Chu Fuhuan possessed in my past life, but also leverage Jihan to alter my destiny. Furthermore, I shall utilize Jihan's future power and military might to elevate the Wang family of Chang'e to its zenith. I shall undoubtedly become the true princess of Zhongjin, not merely a figure emphasized by Song Ting-si as a cousin in front of all." When Chu Fuhuan departed, she boarded Song Ting-si's carriage, while the carriage from Chu's residence trailed behind, carrying Bai Su. She handed Song Ting-si a piece of paper, a meticulous imitation of a letter, now with additional content detailing everything she remembered about General Lu's letter. "Though I forged it, I can assure you the handwriting matches over 90%. I have compared it with Lu Hua's writing. Despite some alterations, it remains recognizable as hers. You may verify it upon your return. Moreover, when the Chen and Qi girls confronted me today, I noticed their glances frequently darting towards Lu Hua. This suggests they were likely acting under her direction to create trouble for me. Of course, this might stem from my personal grievances with Lu Hua. She could be seeking to avenge Jihan. However, it is equally plausible that Lu Hua is assessing them, gauging whether their families are worthy of her alliance and service. Lu Hua is already in the process of gathering allies, whether through persuasion or intimidation. For instance, the Lu family is under threat. Given that General Lu's mother is from the Western Liang, she can easily manipulate them. Even if Lu's mother were to pass, General Lu would still be under her control, as he remains unaware of the extent of her knowledge regarding his family. As for the Chen and Qi families, the Qi family has long been allied with the Wang family of Chang'e, which is unsurprising. But why is the Chen family's matriarch's brother the left deputy minister of the Ministry of War? Chu Fuhuan nodded, understanding the implications. It became clear that Lu Hua's efforts to gather and control these individuals likely align with her earlier insistence on marrying into the family. Leaning forward, she inquired, "Fifth Prince, do you desire the military camp outside the capital?" Song Ting-si laughed, raising the letter in his hand. "I wondered why you were so composed during the incident at the Yingshu building. It appears you were merely biding your time here. Once I report this matter to the court, regardless of its veracity, General Lu will undoubtedly be apprehended and investigated. You were just humiliated by his sister at the Yingshu building, only for the Lu family to find themselves in trouble shortly thereafter. Soon, all of Jiuan City will know that Chu Fuhuan remains the same. She is still vengeful and not to be trifled with." Chapter 48. Why did you go to the Eastern Gate? The fifth prince is not to be underestimated. Chu Fuhuan lowered her head slightly, as the confidence of her youth had waned. Song Ting-si, unwilling to see her in such a state, tucked the letter away and cautioned her. "I know you are investigating your brother's matters. Be careful. Jiuan City is not as tranquil as it appears." She nodded. "I understand. I will take care." He lifted his hand as if to say something but paused midair before lowering it once more. The ambitions of the Wang of Chang'e had been tempered. He had observed their household for years, and his fervor had been extinguished. Yet, Chu Fuhuan remarked, "Lu Hua has not. It seems she has undergone significant changes in these years. I suspect her determination to marry Jihan is far from innocent. Of course, this conclusion does not stem from my own dissatisfaction with my failed marriage. I simply comprehend the situation." He interrupted her, waving his hand dismissively. "What marriage? Your union with him was nothing more than a farce." "It certainly counts," she retorted. "After all, the marriage rites were performed, and the marriage certificate was filed with the authorities. To everyone, I have already been wed." This topic weighed heavily on her, especially considering the potential doubts surrounding Jihan's earlier act of saving her life, deepening her unease. She shifted slightly, peering through the carriage window before turning back to Song Ting-si. "Please drop me off at the intersection ahead. Thank you for today, but I cannot always rely on you. We are not particularly close. Your assistance thus far has been greatly appreciated. He frowned slightly, regarding her in silence. As the carriage progressed, noticing his continued silence, Fuhuan called out to the driver, "Stop." She attempted to rise. In the midst of her unsteady ascent, she wobbled. But Song Ting-si quickly steadied her, grasping her wrist firmly to prevent her from falling. Fuhuan was not overly concerned, her mind drifting back to years past when, after consuming a bit too much wine at a banquet, she too had stumbled down the stairs, with Ji Han by her side, who had paid her no heed. However, Song Ting-shi reached out his hand to her, just as he did now, firmly supporting her. She had a minor quarrel with Ji Han over this matter, and Ji Han deemed her unreasonable, ignoring her for 3 days. Eventually, she took the initiative to apologize, bringing a generous gift to seek Ji Han's forgiveness. Reflecting on it now, she could hardly fathom the foolishness that clouded her mind at that time. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Song Ting-shi held on too tightly, making it impossible to pull away. With determination, she exerted force and finally broke free. "I can manage on my own. I cannot always rely on others for support." After finally dismounting the carriage, she abruptly grasped the window edge as it was about to leave. "Why did you go to Dingguan 3 years ago?" He gazed at her for a moment, lowered the curtain, and offered no reply as the carriage gradually receded. Fuhuan stood in the street, her eyes fixed on the departing vehicle. When Bai Su rushed over, she repeated the question she had just posed. Bai Su shook her head, uncertain. Perhaps no one truly knew. The 5th prince had suddenly gone to Dingguan, apparently leaving on the day of the young lady's wedding, missing the celebratory feast entirely. "What's the matter, miss? Is something wrong?" "Nothing. Let us go." Upon returning to the Chu residence, Ji Chong cheerfully informed her, "I have officially transferred my household registration from the Ji family, reinstating my original surname, Su. I shall be called Su Ping." Bai Su was delighted, exclaiming, "Then I shall refer to you as Steward Su from now on." Aside from the steward, who wiped his eyes with emotion, he said to Fuhuan, "Thanks to following you, I finally have the chance to restore my family name. This name was given to me by my grandfather, but sadly, he passed away before I was born. Afterward, my parents met with misfortune, leaving me all alone. In truth, when the Ji family brought me back, I was already over 4 years old. I remember my childhood, including when my adoptive father threatened my uncles in the Su family, asserting that if they did not allow him to take me, the Su family's business in the county would be doomed. I was forced into the Ji family. After my adoptive father's death, I was compelled to serve as a steward in the general's residence. Had I not still carried the Ji surname at that time, they would have undoubtedly relegated me to servitude, condemning me to a life of perpetual hardship. In any case, thank you, miss. I bow to you." He bowed as instructed, completing 3 formal gestures before returning to work. Bai Su remained indignant over the events at the Fuhuan that day, saying to Fuhuan, "Miss, you were right to silence Auntie. The young Master Ning is a good person, but he is too timid to protect you." Fuhuan responded with a hum. Believing that one need not rely on others for protection, one's fate must be grasped firmly in one's own hands to find true peace of mind. Bai Su stuck out her tongue, noting that throughout her life, Fuhuan had always controlled her own destiny, including her marriage to the general's residence. Despite the disapproval of the Duke and Duchess, as well as the eldest son, they still honored her wishes. Thus, when the miss spoke of seizing her own fate, Bai Su felt a twinge of concern. Fuhuan lightly tapped Bai Su's head, saying, "Your young lady has been foolish once, but she cannot afford to be so again. I have now discerned the people and matters worthy of attention. Going forward, I must live with clarity and purpose." Bai Su understood the notion of clarity, but questioned what purpose she referred to. Fuhuan's expression darkened once more. "My elder brother's death is a thorn in my heart. I must uncover the truth behind it. If there are no foul play at the border, he died a hero for the country, and I shall take pride in that. But if there was indeed manipulation, I will dedicate my life to confronting that individual." The flames of hatred ignited anew, like a seed breaking through the soil, destined to grow into a towering tree in her heart. The next day, at the hour of the snake, Fuhuan entered the palace once more. Due to her previous visit, the emperor did not dare to make her kneel at the palace gate again, instructing Zhou Qi to escort her directly into the Chongting Hall. However, upon seeing her, his mood soured, for she bore a striking resemblance to the late Duke of Li. The moment he laid eyes on Fuhuan, Memories of their past quarrels with the old man resurfaced. He believed that had she not stubbornly insisted on marrying Jihan, he would not have lost his temper and ignored the old duke for over a year. By the time he heard news of the old duke's demise, it was too late. The root of his anger lay in his youngest son's insistence on going to war, riding off on Chu Fuhuan's wedding day without a backward glance. The emperor's mind seethed with these recollections, and as he glanced at Chu Fuhuan kneeling below, he flung a decree at her, striking her on the head. Chapter 49. Heartache. In the early years of political turmoil, your father stood by my side, navigating through treacherous waters and surmounting perilous challenges. Consequently, he married and had children only at the age of 30, often lamenting during our drunken revelries that I had delayed him for far too long. As the emperor recounted those days, a profound sorrow washed over his eyes. Even Chu Fuhuan felt that every detail of her interactions with her father, every word exchanged, remained vivid in his heart, as if they had transpired yesterday. He said, "Your father's greatest dream was to have his children and grandchildren surrounding him in his later years. He claimed to be luckier than me, for he had but one daughter, and the bonds between them were the closest of all. However, I am different. I have many women and my children have different mothers, resulting in varying degrees of intimacy. I envied him immensely. Despite his constant jabs at me, I still envied him. I had thought he would continue to annoy me until old age, yet he departed far too soon. Far too soon." The emperor's voice grew heavy with grief as he pointed at Chu Fuhuan, his hand trembling. "From a young age, I believed you to be a remarkable girl, but I never anticipated your blindness. If those eyes of yours serve no purpose, it would be better to pluck them out and discard them." Chu Fuhuan knelt, keeping her head bowed, not daring to utter a word. She acknowledged the truth in the emperor's words. Indeed, her eyes had proven to be blind. Zhou Qi, in exasperation, counseled, "Your Majesty, the matter of the Duke and his wife is also a source of pain for Miss Fuhuan. Perhaps you should refrain from continually prodding at her wounds. Should this reach certain ears, it would be you who suffers." The old emperor, stifled by his emotions, nearly choked on his own breath. Enough. After a moment's reflection, he resolved not to dwell on Chu Fuhuan's faults. After all, she was merely a child. Having clung to her stubborn beliefs in her youth, she now faced the consequences, which could be viewed as divine punishment. He had watched her grow, and though he might scold her, he could not truly abandon her.
"Speak."
"What brings you before me today?" Chu Fuhuan bowed her head to the ground, grateful that her uncle was finally willing to see her. "Do not try to get close to me." Upon hearing her call him uncle, the old emperor's ire flared anew, as it reminded him of the late duke. "Speak plainly. I have decrees to attend to." Chu Fuhuan nodded, hastily clarifying her intent. A few days prior, General Liu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, acted outside protocol, sending me into a red tent, nearly leading to my disgrace. Had I not fought my way through bloodshed, the consequences would have been dire. I wish to accuse General Liu of dereliction of duty. The old emperor paused, surprised. "Did you not return with 3 heads last time?" Chu Fuhuan was momentarily taken aback. Did the emperor imply that since she had killed those 3 who attempted to insult her, the matter was resolved? Yet their actions had no connection to General Liu's misconduct. They were acting under Jihan's direction, and her conflict with Jihan was a personal vendetta, at most. It could be deemed revenge. General Liu was a high-ranking officer, commanding a crucial garrison, and he had blatantly disregarded military regulations, abusing his power to collude with Jihan. This clearly indicated his utter disrespect for military discipline. In the outskirts of the capital, a camp safeguards the fate of Jiuan City, governed by a singular individual. Can the emperor truly feel at ease? The old emperor squinted at Chu Fuhuan for a moment, recalling the reports of a conflict between her and General Liu's sister the previous day. Indeed, Chu Fuhuan acknowledged without hesitation. "Initially, I had no intention of bringing this matter before your Majesty, as it casts a shadow on my reputation. However, since General Liu's sister publicly aired this grievance in front of many witnesses, I felt it necessary to speak out. If I remained silent, the court would soon be rife with rumors about General Liu's disregard for military regulations. Whether or not your Majesty chooses to address this, it would appear excessively passive." The old emperor placed a hand over his heart, incredulous. "Should I be thanking you then?" Chu Fuhuan remained silent, but Zhou Qi interjected. "Your Majesty should indeed express gratitude to Miss Fuhuan, for she is correct. If General Liu is willing to flout military rules to curry favor with General Ji today, who knows what he might do tomorrow? The camp's significance cannot be overstated, and the mere thought is alarming. The old emperor furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of personal vendetta in Chu Fuhuan's motives, yet he could not deny Zhou Qi's valid concerns. Furthermore, Zhou Qi added, "One cannot ascertain whether General Liu is loyal to your majesty or to General Ji." Chu Fuhuan contributed. General Ji has returned with military accolades and has rescued Princess Liu Hua, thus positioning himself as a rising star in the court. Though General Liu's rank surpasses his, he will inevitably have to bow before the future prince consort. The old emperor concluded that Chu Fuhuan's vendetta was indeed substantiated. Yet, even if she had remained silent, he had long been contemplating finding a pretext to reprimand General Liu, which included the matter of the marriage decree for Ji Han and Liu Hua, a delay that also served to vindicate Chu Fuhuan. Last night, the old emperor dreamt of Lord Li, who pointed a finger at him, chastising him for not treating Chu Fuhuan well, calling him a scoundrel. Why was he a scoundrel? If he truly were, could he have allowed Chu Fuhuan to declare her wish for a divorce so freely? What kind of nonsense was that? Had anyone ever heard of such a thing? Would the emperor advocate for his subject's daughter? Chu Fuhuan's knees ached, and she was reluctant to remain kneeling any longer. If your majesty does not advocate for me, then I shall take my leave. Where do you think you're going? The old emperor was perplexed by her words. What did she mean by leaving?
Home.
Chu Fuhuan replied, I understand that your kindness towards me was merely due to my father's influence. Now that he is gone, I am alone and unsupported, and naturally, I am no longer favored by you. If you do not stand up for me, then kneeling here serves no purpose. Rest assured, I shall no longer trouble you with my presence, nor will I call you Uncle Emperor again. Even if I were to perish, I would not inform the emperor. With my father gone, everything has changed. The old emperor clutched his heart once more, realizing that Chu Fuhuan knew precisely how to strike at his vulnerabilities. Each utterance of my father pierced him deeply. Enough. He waved his hand. I shall make my own decisions regarding this matter. You may return. Chu Fuhuan bowed her head and rose to depart. It was not until she had exited the chanting hall that the old emperor grasped the situation, hastily instructing Zhou Qi. Quickly, go tell her that I will stand up for her, not to send her away. He could not allow her to return home in anger, lest she burn paper for her father. With Chu's temper, if she were to discover that her daughter had been wronged, there would be no mercy from beyond the grave. Chapter 50. Absolute. Zhou Qi hurried to convey the emperor's intentions to Chu Fuhuan. Upon his return, he found the emperor seated at his desk, sighing. He was genuinely vexed that Chu Fuhuan had set her heart on marrying Ji Han and simultaneously felt deep sympathy for the tribulations she had recently endured. He reflected on the events in the military camp, feeling a chilling apprehension. Should anything untoward occur, not only could the fifth prince be harmed, but the entire outskirts camp could face devastation. That was his most cherished and esteemed son. He could not force him into such peril. Once Zhou Qi finished speaking, he cautiously added, earlier, Miss Fuhuan was muttering something as she left. Initially, I thought it was mere complaints, but upon reflection, her words held merit. The old emperor inquired, what did she say? She remarked that now that the fifth prince has returned from the east gate, it is only prudent that someone trustworthy manages a place like the outskirts camp. She questioned why your majesty continues to rely on General Liu, suggesting that perhaps General Liu holds more of your majesty's trust than the fifth prince. Preposterous. The old emperor retorted, incensed. Who could possibly surpass my own son? He is my flesh and blood. Precisely. Zhou Qi stated, the fifth prince has returned. The old emperor's fury morphed into a wry smile. So, I am here advocating for this one and defending that one, while they are mutually assisting each other. One supports the other in divorce, while the other aids in the pursuit of power. Chu Fuhuan has played her cards well. With General Liu out of the way, the fifth prince will naturally step in. It is only logical. Zhou Qi nodded. So, what shall it be? Absolute or not? Absolute. The old emperor squinted, grinning like a cunning fox. Then let the fifth prince handle this matter. Let him procure justice for Chu Fuhuan. The young lady ought to reciprocate the fifth prince's kindness. In the residence of General Xianwei, it was already past the hour of Qin, yet Lu Shaoan remained in bed, cocooned beneath her blanket, occasionally kicking at the bedstead. The maid stood beside the bed, earnestly urging, Miss, it is time to rise, wash up, and have breakfast. You still need to pay your respects to the old matriarch. If you do not get up soon, it will be far too late. Lu Xiaowan was furious. She is my mother, not my mother-in-law, who decreed that a daughter must rise early each day to pay respects to her mother. What difference does it make if it's early or late? She is my own flesh and blood. I do not wish to rise, nor do I want to eat. I have suffered such great indignities. Instead of comforting or supporting me, she expects me to reflect upon myself. What do I have to reflect on? What did I say wrong yesterday at the Yingshu Tower? Do you believe you were not at fault? Then all of the old matriarch's teachings have been in vain. A matron entered, and upon seeing her, the maid quickly bowed in greeting. Madame Su. Madame Su shot a disapproving glance at Lu Xiaowan. The way you have been raised has led to this disposition. You bear some responsibility as well. Lu Xiaowan rolled her eyes. What brings you here, Madame Su? Madame Su served beside the old matriarch Lu. Though she had not been with her since youth, their bond had deepened over more than a decade. And she was highly trusted. However, Madame Su had a stern demeanor and rarely smiled, instilling a sense of fear among the household. While Lu Xiaowan was not terrified, she was not particularly eager to see her. Madame Su approached Lu Xiaowan's bedside, her expression displeased as she observed the girl lounging. I heard you say outside that you did nothing wrong yesterday at Yingshu Tower. I am but a servant and cannot judge my master's actions. But I must remind you not to act willfully and not to wallow in self-pity after a momentary setback. A Lu family daughter does not throw tantrums at home. Your brother is the esteemed General Xianwei, commanding the elite troops of the Chihua camp, with a formidable force of 70,000 under his command. Our Lu family has never been a target for bullying. The old matriarch has said that if anyone wrongs you today, you shall return the favor doubly in the future. That is the spirit of a Lu family daughter. Instead of behaving like a young lady who sulks behind closed doors, throwing things around and lying on the couch, using her refusal to eat as a means to coerce her family, what purpose does such behavior serve? Is she truly expecting the matriarch to intervene and resolve her issues? Lu Xiaowan felt even more aggrieved. Why can't my mother step in to assist me? She is my biological mother. Yet, Chu Fuhuan no longer has a mother. Su Mama remarked that if the Duke and Duchess of Li were still alive, the matriarch could naturally confront them. However, with no elders remaining in the Chu family, how could she approach anyone? Naturally, she would go to see Chu Fuhuan. Su Mama's expression darkened further, admonishing the young lady. Do you hear what you're saying? How can an elder personally exert pressure on a junior? What would become of our Lu family's reputation if word got out? The young lady is at the age for marriage. Such matters must be approached with utmost caution. Lu Xiaowan understood. Thus, when you were asked to speak, it was not to comfort me, but rather to criticize my mistakes from yesterday. But it was my brother who insisted that I not treat Chu Fuhuan kindly. I merely acted as he instructed. Just as she was about to continue, a maid rushed in. Miss Su Mama, you must hurry to the matriarch. Something has happened. A grave incident has occurred at the General Xuanwei's residence. When Lu Xiaowan and Su Mama arrived, they found the steward kneeling before the matriarch. Shards of a shattered teacup scattered on the ground. Su Mama immediately approached, quietly inquiring about the situation. The matriarch glared at Lu Xiaowan with a hostile gaze, accusing her. This is all you're doing. Lu Xiaowan was terrified, her legs trembling, and she too knelt on the ground. The matriarch was thin, almost emaciated, her frail body bearing the marks of age, and though not yet 60, her face was riddled with spiderweb-like wrinkles, her skin pale, and her eyes sunken, making her appear nearly 80. Merely sitting there, she instilled a sense of foreboding that she could pass away at any moment. Lu Xiaowan had always feared her mother. When she was born, her mother was already quite advanced in age, leading to ridicule during her childhood, with remarks that her mother was older than most grandmothers. She recalled how Chu Fuhuan had once defended her against such taunts. But that was only once, and it happened by chance when Chu Fuhuan happened to be passing by. In her memories, her mother had never smiled at her, always bearing a stern expression upon seeing her. Their conversations were devoid of warmth, often tinged with evident disdain. Because of this, she had frequently questioned whether her mother was truly her biological parent. Yet this notion was unfounded, as everyone in the household had witnessed her birth. All could attest that she was indeed the matriarch's daughter. What had transpired? Lu Xiaowan dared not inquire of the matriarch, but turned to the steward instead. The steward turned back to her and said, Miss, you may have caused trouble. Chapter 51. The accusation today. The general attended the morning court session. intending to return home after the assembly to share a meal with the matriarch before heading back to the garrison. However, when court adjourned, the family's coachman did not wait for the general to emerge. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that the general had been taken to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation by the fifth prince, exiting through a different palace gate. Lu Shaowan was alarmed. Why? What crime has my brother committed? Why is he being taken for interrogation? How can you still ask? The matriarch hurled another teacup at Lu Shaowan, striking her on the forehead. Lu Shaowan cried out in pain, and tears immediately followed. The steward softly urged, "Miss, please stop crying. The more you weep, the angrier the matriarch becomes." But why is my brother being taken for interrogation? Especially to the Ministry of Justice. Someone must be framing him. No one is framing him. The steward sighed. After much effort, we learned that the reason the general was taken away was due to his assistance to General Jihan in sending the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li into the Red Chamber. This matter was originally unknown to the court, and the Chu family's daughter had kept it private for the sake of her reputation. However, unexpectedly, you let it slip yesterday in the Shu building. Now that more people are aware, the news has reached the emperor's ears. Miss, although the Duke of Li is no longer alive, the bond with the emperor remains. The emperor may refrain from intervening in the private matters of the Chu family, but when it concerns military affairs, he must take action. Moreover, this incident provides an opportunity to seek justice for the Chu family, serving two purposes at once. Lu Shaowan knelt on the ground, instinctively exclaiming, "It's over." The dungeons of the Ministry of Justice were windowless, permeated by an odor of decay. Flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the cold stone walls, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. Song Tingsher reclined in a wide chair, his demeanor calm. Yet an innate authority seemed to grip the space, causing Lu General, bound before him, to shudder at every glance. "Your Highness, I am innocent. I did not collude with General Ji. I did not violate military regulations." Song Tingshi's voice rose icily, and without a word, Suyong dipped a whip into pepper water and struck it harshly across Lu General's back. "General Lu." Song Tingsher raised his gaze, an aura of menace emanating from him. "Are you foolish, or do you think me a fool? I was present in your camp that night. I was the one who extracted the individual from the Red Fire camp. You claim you did not violate military regulations? Then explain how General Ji managed to send someone into the Red Chamber. Did he hold a knife to your throat, forcing you to comply? Now tell me, what do the military regulations of Zhongjin state regarding the Red Chamber? Under what circumstances and what type of woman may be sent into the Red Chamber?" "What? You have no words now? So, did you amend the military regulations?" Lu General sensed the scent of death closing in on him. He cursed Ji Han 1,000 times in his heart, resenting how he had foolishly complied with Ji Han's request without recognizing that the woman he had sent was none other than the renowned legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li. Chu Fuhuan. How could he have failed to recognize her? He felt he deserved death. "Your Highness, please believe me. At that time, I truly did not recognize her as the Chu family's legitimate daughter. Jihan claimed she was merely a maid who had committed a capital offense. Moreover, he invoked Princess Lu Hua to intimidate me, and in my moment of negligence, I allowed him to send her in. Your Highness, you must believe me." Song Tingsher shook his head. Lu General still did not grasp that this matter had little to do with whether she was the Chu family's legitimate daughter. Even if she were merely a maid of the Ji family guilty of a capital offense, her being sent into the Red Chamber still constituted a violation of military regulations. Furthermore, General Lu, I ask you, what is more important to you, the military regulations of Zhongjin or her, Song Lu Hua? Lu General hung his head. Naturally, the military regulations of Zhongjin held greater significance. Then there is nothing more to discuss. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Su Yang to bring forth a confession. Lu General had violated military regulations and neglected his duties. Henceforth, you are stripped of your position as General Xianwei and demoted to a gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, Lu General exhaled in relief. Though demoted to a gatekeeper, he had at least preserved his life. Surviving under the fifth prince's command was already a rare stroke of fortune, and he dared not harbor any further hopes. He signed the confession presented by Su Yang, believing this would lead to his release. To his shock, the moment his seal was pressed, Su Yang's demeanor shifted, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. With a swift tug on the ropes binding him, Lu General was hoisted into the air. The whip marks on his body inflicted unbearable pain, while his life was spared. The fifth prince, seeking vengeance for Chu Fuhuan, had mercilessly lashed him for a whole hour. He is now almost devoid of intact flesh, and yet his mind incessantly wanders back to the night when Chu Fuhuan was sent into the Red Chamber, where the fifth prince strode forth and enveloped her in his embrace. At that moment, he had no inclination to ponder deeply. It was only now that he comprehended the truth behind the widely circulated rumor that the fifth prince and the Chu family's legitimate daughter were sworn adversaries. It was, in fact, a mere fabrication. The reality is that the fifth prince harbors affections for her, and it is highly probable that his sudden departure for the Eastern Pass was triggered by Chu Fuhuan's betrothal to Ji Han, inciting his ire. Suspended in midair, his thoughts spiraled chaotically as he observed Xu Yang placing the incriminating evidence before Song Tingsher, who regarded it with a cold smirk. Then, Song Tingsher intoned, "Once this matter is resolved, we shall proceed to another. Lu Qi, enlighten us about your mother's origins." Lu Qi's case had been under scrutiny for 3 days, and when Song Tingsher presented the evidence in the court, all were left astounded. In conjunction with Ji Han's role in escorting Chu Fuhuan into the Red Chamber, it could only be said that General Lu possessed extraordinary audacity. The significance of the military camp on the outskirts of the capital was paramount, and yet, he dared to engage in such flagrant impropriety. The revelation that his mother was a Xiliang native sent shockwaves throughout the court. Even the old emperor was taken aback. Was he truly a descendant of the Xiliang? Panic swept through the assembly. A Xiliang descendant commanding the military camp implied a grave transfer of power to the Xiliang. As Song Tingsher articulated, if he could flout military regulations so brazenly today, what might he contemplate tomorrow? The signs of trouble were beginning to surface, like a spark igniting a conflagration in the blink of an eye. Thus, we must extend our gratitude to Chu Fuhuan, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li. Had it not been for her predicament, this prince would not have unearthed Lu Qi's treasonous intentions or dismantled the Xiliang spies embedded within the capital. Chapter 52. Swiftly bestow a marriage. The Lu family had been unequivocally labeled as Xiliang spies embedded within Zhongjin. Regardless of their actual affiliations, the verdict was set. He was deemed complicit. Moreover, the evidence of Lu's mother being a Xiliang native was irrefutable. Not only did Lu Qi confess, but Song Tingsher had also meticulously traced her household registration, discovering a gap in records prior to her 20th year. This indicated that before turning 20, Lu's mother had no official status within Zhongjin. In truth, the assertion that Lu Qi bore half Xiliang blood was not entirely unfounded. Song Tingsher continued to amplify his claims, as the identity of Lu Qi's biological father remained uncertain. The deceased patriarch of the Lu family could only verify the parentage of his sister, Lu Shaoan. Based on Lu Qi's age, it was inferred that he was born during the period when Lu's mother's registration was untraceable in Zhongjin. Thus, the realization dawned upon the court. Lu Qi was likely born of a union between his mother and a Xiliang man. He was not even a Zhongjin citizen. A non-Zhongjin individual serving as a general, commanding the esteemed rank of Xianwei general and leading 70,000 elite troops to safeguard the capital. Was this not inviting disaster? Fortuitously, the fifth prince had uncovered this early, aided by the uproar caused by Chu Fuhuan. Eyes shifted towards Ji Han, who was then kneeling, trembling in fear. Especially upon hearing Song Tingsher inquire, "What collusion exists between you and Lu Qi? How could you assert that anyone could be sent into the military camp at your behest, even compelling Lu Qi to acquiesce unconditionally? General Ji, do I not have grounds to suspect your conspiracy with Lu Qi, intent on rebellion?" In a sudden motion, Ji Han's forehead struck the ground. "Your Majesty, please discern my loyalty," he implored. "Months ago, I captured a city from Xiliang. If I harbored treasonous thoughts, why would I risk my life for Zhongjin's glory?" A cold laugh from Song Tingsher silenced the court. After a moment of tense silence, he fixed his gaze on Ji Han, his voice dripping with an ominous tone, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "When you captured that city from Xiliang, was it truly for Zhongjin, or for Song Luhua?" Ji Han's mind erupted in chaos, every hair on his body standing on end. He who had been bowing in submission abruptly straightened, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Song Tingsher. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" His lips quivered, and his complexion drained of color, leaving him utterly at a loss. Yet, Song Tingsher felt this was insufficient. He advanced a few steps closer, leaning down to scrutinize Ji Han, whose face was beaded with sweat, sensing the fear that rendered him breathless, a smile gradually emerging on his lips. The more he smiled, the more terrified Jihan became. Despite his military achievements, he paled in comparison to the illustrious victories Song Tingshi had amassed over the past 3 years at the Eastern Pass. In those years, he had reclaimed territories lost to Zhongjin 2 decades prior, capturing 4 out of 6 cities, with his vast army suffering minimal losses. Such military prowess was beyond Jihan's reach. Thus, with Song Tingshi commanding a formidable force of 700,000, his mere presence was a tremendous deterrent to the entire court. He was not merely the empress's legitimate son, he wielded immense power as a general with substantial military might. Now, Song Tingshi had branded Jihan with such a grave accusation, and he understood all too well that if Song Tingshi desired, this charge could be solidified without question. His fate would mirror that of General Liu, condemned to a death cell, awaiting execution in mere days. Fear gripped Jihan, a visceral and uncontrollable dread. He found himself unable to defend his innocence, for in the face of the evidence under Song Tingshi's control, all counterarguments seemed feeble and insipid. Initially, it had been a fleeting thought to subject Chu Fuhuan to the same suffering experienced by Liu Hua. But he never anticipated that General Liu's mother would turn out to be a Xiliang native. Regret washed over him for his past decisions. The courtiers erupted in discussion, many casting suspicious glances at Jihan. Yet, a faction believed Jihan was wronged, attributing the circumstances to mere coincidence. The old emperor found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain of the implications of the fifth prince's words. Did he intend to implicate Jihan as well? He exchanged glances with Zhou Qi, both sensing the possibility. Whenever the fifth prince was involved with Chu Fuhuan, he became exceedingly obsessive. Even 3 years prior when he went to the Eastern Pass, was that truly where he belonged? For this matter, the Empress had suffered restless nights for half a year, constantly worrying. Now, with Jihan at the mercy of the fifth prince, should he resolutely seek vengeance for Chu Fuhuan, this issue could be magnified indefinitely. Jihan's life would then be in jeopardy. The old emperor hesitated. At this juncture, the Western Pass was in dire need of capable leaders. The death of Chu Fuxing had left a vacancy in command. Jihan was soon to return, and the court planned to bestow upon him significant responsibilities to continue the struggle against Xiliang. If Jihan were ensnared in this predicament due to Liu Qi, the Western Pass could face dire consequences. However, if the emperor refrained from allowing the fifth prince to act against Jihan, the entire Zhongjin might suffer. The old emperor buried his face in his palm. He realized that this matter required no further deliberation. In terms of personal value, battlefield utility, and the importance to Zhongjin, Jihan was incomparable to the fifth prince. Therefore, he needed no hesitation. He resolved to support his own son. The old emperor was prepared to extend a favor. Irrespective of Jihan's monumental achievements, for a single Liu Qi could strip him of everything. He mused that this could also serve as a means of avenging Chu Fuhuan, hoping that after he extends this favor, the girl will no longer harbor resentment towards him and will cease to blame the emperor for not aiding her. For indeed, the emperor had nearly been driven to his wits' end by her antics in the preceding years. The old emperor had opened his mouth, words on the verge of escaping, when suddenly his fifth son shifted the conversation's tone, proclaiming loudly, "Of course, this is for the benefit of the nation. General Ji is wholly devoted to his country. How could he possibly harbor selfish motives?" After this, he extended his hand towards Jihan, saying, "Please rise, General. The fault lies with Liu Qi. I understand that this matter does not concern you. After all, prior to my interrogation, no one knew that the matriarch of the Liu family hailed from Xiliang." He then turned to the old emperor, bowing slightly. "Father, General Ji has demonstrated unparalleled valor on the battlefield, not only capturing a city from Xiliang but also rescuing Princess Liu Hua. He is indeed a great benefactor." Upon hearing that General Ji exchanged his military achievements for the hand of Princess Liu Hua, he noted that they were only waiting for the emperor's decree to grant the marriage. "I believe that rather than waiting, it would be best for you to bestow the marriage decree today, thus alleviating General Ji's anxiety." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on the old emperor, causing the emperor to feel a chill run down his spine. In that moment, the emperor pondered whether he had fallen short in some way, or if he had neglected his son, considering it 100 times over. The old emperor was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend his son's intentions. At that juncture, Zhou Qi quietly reminded him, "You must respond promptly to the marriage decree for General Ji." Chapter 53, Severing Her Aspirations, Regaining His Composure. The old emperor nodded without a second thought. Very well. Draft the decree at once, granting marriage to my beloved Minister Ji and Princess Lu Hua. A profound silence enveloped the court, as everyone was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Those who had intended to defend Ji Han were momentarily stunned, their carefully prepared words stifled in their throats. People exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, Song Tingxi took the lead in breaking the silence. Clapping his hands thrice and addressing Ji Han, "Congratulations, General Ji." Understanding dawned on the assembled crowd. They joined in the congratulations, transforming the earlier awkwardness into heartfelt wishes for General Ji and Princess Lu Hua to enjoy a harmonious union and bear many children. Upon hearing this, Song Tingxi exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Ming'an, the magistrate of Jiao, and Duan Ming'an quickly caught on, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, the arrival of children is certain. I've heard that Princess Lu Hua is already 3 months pregnant. General Ji's joy is indeed doubled." This round of congratulations stripped Ji Han of whatever dignity he had left, the blatant mockery and humiliation rendering him utterly mortified, unable to raise his head. The old emperor's expression darkened considerably. Someone of Ji Han's caliber, who had achieved great feats at such a young age, was someone the court ought to cherish. He had already contemplated many prospects for Ji Han's future, only to discover that Ji Han had proven to be so disappointing. To squander his military achievements in pursuit of marrying Lu Hua, especially while already having a legitimate wife, and to bring forth the scandal of an unwed pregnancy into the court, left the old emperor feeling utterly humiliated. In a fit of anger, he stood to leave. However, before departing, he entrusted the military camp at the outskirts of the capital to Song Tingxi. No one dared oppose this decision. It was neither wise nor necessary to do so. The fifth prince wielded significant military power and was the highest-ranking martial officer in the capital. Furthermore, since he was overseeing the case of General Liu, his assumption of control was entirely logical. Given General Liu's precedent, it was widely believed that such a crucial position should be entrusted to a member of the royal family. While a prince might indeed stage a coup, such actions were distinctly different from an outsider's rebellion. Moreover, as the legitimate son, if the fifth prince desired the throne, he would need to resort to such underhanded tactics. He already commanded an army of 700,000. What more could he gain from the camp at the outskirts? With the eunuch's proclamation of dismissed, the assembly realized the emperor had already exited the Golden Flower Hall. Some remarked that he seemed quite angry as he left. Regardless, the general's residence and the Wang family of Chonglu received the imperial marriage decree that day. In truth, the old emperor felt no particular anger. Although Ji Han had disappointed him, he was still a subject, and one unworthy Ji Han could easily be replaced by another. What mattered most was his son's happiness. In the long pavilion, he rubbed his hands together and remarked to Zhou Qi, "Although my fifth son and Fuhuan have not seen each other in years, they still seem to have an unspoken understanding when it comes to matters. But why does my fifth son not seize this opportunity to suppress Ji Han? Why does he urge me to hastily grant the marriage decree to Ji Han and Lu Hua?" He found himself perplexed. Having always believed that his fifth son would exploit the situation to make Ji Han navigate a more arduous path towards marrying Lu Hua. But Zhou Qi, with clearer insight, explained to the old emperor, hastening the marriage for General Ji will effectively sever Miss Fu Huan's aspirations. Today, Chu Fu Huan had ventured into the streets with Bai Su. Having recently moved into a new residence, there were numerous items to procure. Although there were servants busy with arrangements, she still wished to stroll through the market herself. The renowned Qinyan Street in Jiao and was bustling with life, teeming with people. The cobblestone road was impeccably paved, flanked by shops displaying a variety of wares, their colorful signs swaying gently in the breeze. The wide thoroughfare was alive with the clattering of carriages and horses, and the cacophony of vendors hawking their goods filled the air. Small merchants pushed carts laden with vibrant sugar paintings, enticing a throng of children to follow in delight. Women adorned with flowers, men savoring tea, diners enjoying their drinks, and scholars immersed in the fragrance of ink and books created an atmosphere that left many first-time visitors to the capital in awe of its prosperity. Once, Chu Fu Huan had also reveled in such scenes. Qinyan Street was a repository of her memories, and she recalled a particular tavern famed for its roast duck, with a golden, crispy skin and tender, juicy meat, absolutely delectable and utterly unforgettable. In her teenage years, she had clandestinely dined there with Song Tingxi, even indulging in wine. Regrettably, that night, Upon their return, they encountered Jihan. Under the influence of alcohol, she had tugged at Song Ting-si, her steps unsteady, her gaze slightly hazy and languid. Jihan disapproved of her state, chastising her that as a woman, she should prioritize modesty and decorum. And how could she indulge like a man? Such behavior, especially in public, would surely invite ridicule and bring shame upon her family. At the time, she thought, would the Duke's residents truly feel disgraced by such actions? But she quickly realized that it was likely the Ji family that disapproved of such conduct, and hence it was they who would feel ashamed. Back then, she was unaware of how naive she had been, for rather than feeling angered, she was secretly pleased that Jihan had regarded her as family, considering her actions in light of their potential impact on the Ji family's reputation. She was elated, and from that moment on, she abstained from alcohol. Now, the tavern still stood, not far ahead, its sign already visible. Alas, the world had changed. She no longer drank, and those who once shared in her revelry would no longer accompany her in such folly. What do you plan to purchase today, miss? Bai Su inquired. I wish to buy some fabric. The servants have yet to make any clothes, and summer is fast approaching. Each person ought to have at least 2 or 3 sets. Chu Fuhuan found this reasonable, so they decided to visit the fabric shop, which was also located on this street. As they conversed and walked forward, they passed a jewelry shop, where Bai Su tugged at her sleeve. Miss, isn't that Jiru? Turning her head, Chu Fuhuan indeed spotted Jiru standing inside the shop, conversing with the shopkeeper. Let us go take a look. Bai Su became intrigued, noticing that it appeared she was witnessing a dispute between Jiru and the shopkeeper. Su Fuhuan was pulled by Bai Su to the entrance of the shop, where they indeed saw Jiru holding a white jade hairpin, expressing her dissatisfaction to the shopkeeper. In the past, credit was always extended. Why is it not possible now? The general's residence has always settled accounts monthly. At that time, you need only present the bill at the manor, and the payment will be made. Why can't I take the hairpin? The shopkeeper, with an air of seriousness, replied, what was acceptable before is no longer the case now. Previously, the mistress of the general's household was the second madam, whose credit we trusted, hence we were willing to extend credit to you. But now, the general's residence no longer has a second madam, and last month's bills remain unsettled. We are a small business and cannot afford to extend credit any further. Moreover, the general's residence does not even have a steward at present. Even if we were to pursue the accounts, we would not know whom to approach. Today, since the third young lady is here, may I kindly ask you to settle last month's payment? With a wave of his hand, the shopkeeper summoned an assistant, who promptly brought over the account. He presented it forward, saying, third young lady, please take a look. If all is in order, we kindly ask for your payment. Aye, what payment? Jiru panicked, asserting that household matters were to be managed by the family, and with her second sister-in-law gone, her elder sister-in-law would take care of it. It should not fall upon her. Go seek my elder sister-in-law. Yet, it seemed the matriarch of the Ji family was also in the midst of moving. The shopkeeper remarked, I saw your elder branch moving things yesterday, passing by the intersection of Qingyun Street. Are you sure the madam will cover this payment? How can I be certain? They have not finished moving yet. While residing in the general's household, one must manage the affairs of the general's household. If you want your money, seek them out. Do not bring it to me. Jiru pushed the bill back, no longer daring to take the hairpin. She considered throwing it down forcefully onto the counter, but feared that doing so might break it, which she could not afford. This sense of frustration was unprecedented. She felt humiliated and nearly fled the shop with her face covered by her hands. Unexpectedly, as she stumbled out in distress, she caught sight of Chu Fuhuan standing outside the door, and in that moment, she felt compelled to unleash her pent-up anger upon her. Chu Fuhuan, unwilling to share in her disgrace, turned to leave. Jiru, relentless, scolded loudly, Chu Fuhuan. Stop. Do not pretend as if nothing is amiss. If it were not for your past actions, our family would not be in this predicament. You are the cause of all this, and I will not let this go. In her fury, she even attempted to grab Chu Fuhuan. Chu Fuhuan harbored no fondness for Jiru, her former sister-in-law, and sidestepped her grasp. Jiru, undeterred, lunged again. This time, Chu Fuhuan did not evade. She met Jiru's hand, seizing her wrist and pulling her close. Jiru felt her wrist nearly break, the pain contorting her features. As she opened her mouth to curse, she was met with Chu Fuhuan's icy gaze and a chilling voice that articulated each word. Jiru, listen closely. In the past, I indulged you because you were my husband's sister. Now that I have divorced that shameless husband, why should I care what you are? Should you dare to act out before me again, I will use a needle to sew your mouth shut.
Dare to test me.
With that, she forcefully shoved Ji-Ru away. Ji-Ru stumbled and cried out as she fell, colliding fortuitously with a beggar in the street. The impact prevented her from hitting the ground. However, upon recognizing the figure that had obstructed her, she felt a wave of disdain and pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get away." This shove accidentally propelled the beggar toward Fuhuan. The beggar stumbled and bumped into her. Angered, he turned and reached for Ji-Ru's leg, causing her to retreat in fright. Amid the chaos, when Ji-Ru sought to confront Fuhuan again, she saw that Fuhuan had already distanced herself, leaving her unable to pursue. Due to Fuhuan's swift departure, Bai-Su struggled to keep pace, nearly breaking into a jog. Once they had completely lost Ji-Ru, she tugged at Fuhuan, gasping, "Miss, slow down. Ji-Ru is no longer in sight." Fuhuan's pace finally slowed. But Bai-Su soon noticed her mistress's complexion had paled, her expression bordering on panic. Even the hands clasped in front of her trembled slightly. "What is the matter, miss? It was merely an encounter with Ji-Ru. It should not have unsettled you to this extent." Fuhuan looked back and confirmed that Ji-Ru was indeed nowhere to be seen. However, her recent retreat had nothing to do with Ji-Ru. She opened her palm, revealing an object. It was a jade pendant. Bai-Su, perplexed, wondered whose it could be. The pendant was stained with blood, making it difficult to discern its design. Fuhuan then stated, "It belongs to my elder brother. It is the auspicious cloud pendant." Bai-Su's heart sank, and she hurriedly wiped the blood from the pendant, scrutinizing it closely, recognizing it as the very pendant that the eldest son of the Chu family had worn since childhood. Bai-Su was taken aback, utterly confounded as to how such an item had come to be in her mistress's possession after merely walking a short distance. Could it have belonged to that beggar? Yes, Fuhuan replied, her thoughts settling as she carefully tucked the pendant into her sleeve pocket before lowering her voice. "When that man was pushed into me by Ji-Ru, I felt he looked somewhat familiar. Yet, his disheveled appearance made it difficult for me to recognize him. However, when he hastily handed me the pendant, I recalled who he was." "Who is he?" "He is my elder brother's deputy, Zhang Duo." "Zhang Duo?" Bai-Su clamped her mouth shut, stifling an exclamation of shock. Zhang Duo was well known to them. He was not only the deputy of Chu Fusheng but also a trusted servant of the Chu family, the biological son of the previous steward. He had been chosen as Chu Fusheng's attendant due to his robust physique, training alongside him in martial arts before joining him on the battlefield. Zhang Duo was valiant and astute, fighting side by side with Chu Fusheng, earning numerous accolades. When the old steward passed away, they had been amidst a fierce battle. Zhang Duo did not have the chance to bid farewell to his father, and upon returning to the capital, the old duke had granted him his freedom, thus removing his status as a servant. Yet, he remained by Chu Fusheng's side, being his most loyal and reliable subordinate. Zhang Duo was of the same age as Chu Fusheng and Chu Fuhuan, and Bai-Su had essentially grown up under his watchful eye. Their bond was exceedingly close. The Chu family had never treated Zhang Duo as a mere servant, and Chu Fuhuan would always call him elder brother Zhang. Bai-Su, in particular, had been cherished by Zhang Duo. Whenever Chu Fuhuan ventured out with Song Tingxi, Zhang Duo would invariably accompany Bai-Su. However, this companionship did not last long, for when both he and Chu Fusheng reached the age of 16, he went off to war. Bai-Su had not seen Zhang Duo for many years. During this time, when Chu Fusheng returned to the capital to report on his duties, Zhang Duo did not accompany him. The situation in the west was precarious, necessitating that a trusted aide remain there. When the news of Chu Fusheng's demise reached Jiuan City, she had refrained from inquiring about Zhang Duo, partly due to the overwhelming circumstances, and partly clinging to a sliver of hope that Zhang Duo had survived. Now, it seemed he had indeed survived. Bai-Su turned to look but could no longer see the beggar's figure. She wished to run back and chase after him, but was stopped by Chu Fuhuan, who urged her not to go. Zhang Duo had dressed in such a manner that it was evident he was evading someone. He wished to conceal his identity, and we must ensure his safety. Trust me, refrain from going. We shall devise a plan later. Bai-Su trembled, yet Chu Fuhuan had already regained her composure. She informed Bai-Su that Zhang Duo's return and his delivery of the jade pendant to her indicated he had something urgent to discuss. I have long suspected that there were issues surrounding my elder brother's involvement in the battle at Xiguan, and now I shall finally uncover the truth.
Call me.
Let us head to the fabric shop, compose ourselves, and act as if nothing has transpired. The streets are bustling, and we must not raise any suspicions. Bai Su forced herself to calm down, following Chu Fuhuan toward the fabric shop. By the time they returned to the Chu residence, it was already nearing dusk. Having skipped lunch, Bai Su felt a pang of hunger, but by now, she was past the point of feeling famished. As the gate closed, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. The steward, Su Ping, was alarmed and hurried to assist her. What happened? Are you exhausted? Bai Su shook her head, her face pale, pushing the steward away as she hurried back to the small courtyard with Chu Fuhuan. Upon their return, Chunyu promptly set about preparing dinner. Noticing the somber expressions of her mistress and the maid, she dared not inquire further, serving the meal before retreating to the outer room, closing the door tightly and standing vigil outside. As Bai Su served rice to Chu Fuhuan, her hands trembled. Chu Fuhuan clutched the jade pendant, tears streaming down her face. Despite her repeated attempts to wipe them away, "My dear, eat something first," Bai Su urged, thrusting chopsticks into her hands. Regardless of the circumstances, she insisted on having her eat. Chu Fuhuan collected herself, stowed the pendant back into her sleeve, and silently began her dinner. She consumed 2 bowls, even more than usual, though most of the time, she only shoveled plain rice into her mouth. Were it not for Bai Su persistently offering her vegetables, she might have continued on a diet of plain rice until she was full. "I will go out later," she finally declared, setting down her chopsticks. "I am going alone. You must not follow. I need to see Zhang Duo." Chapter 55. Who truly wants you dead? In Jiuan City, spring nights still carry a chill. Tonight, the moon is absent, and the entire city is shrouded in darkness. A few faint stars do little to illuminate the vast capital, and even the patrolling guards feel the oppressive weight of the night. Yet, the darkness does not deter Chu Fuhuan. She utilized her lightness technique, the flowing blue gown tracing a graceful arc through the air as she soared through the night, heading northward. Zhang Duo had hastily given her an address when he handed her the jade pendant, and while she did not catch all of it, she had grown up in Jiuan City, familiar with every corner. Some places, just the beginning of the name would suffice for her to recognize them. In a desolate corner of the northern city, there lay a dilapidated temple, hidden amidst desolation and ruin, wrapped in the sparse, cool winds. It was here that Chu Fuhuan encountered Zhang Duo. However, upon her arrival, Zhang Duo was in a dire state. A portion of his arm had rotted away, and he was using fire to cauterize a dagger, carving away at the flesh with grim determination. The hardened warrior, fresh from the battlefield, endured the pain without uttering a sound, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he paused momentarily upon her entrance, before refocusing on his grim task. Chu Fuhuan felt a pang in her heart. She rushed forward, carrying a small medical kit filled with silver needles, ointments, and a vial of anesthetic. Yet, when she opened the vial, Zhang Duo pressed her hand down, shaking his head. "We cannot use this. If the anesthetic takes effect, I will be numb for over an hour. Should any danger arise during that time, I will be unable to protect you. I do not need your protection." Chu Fuhuan sniffed. "I am no longer a child. I can protect myself, and I can protect you." "That is still not acceptable," Zhang Duo insisted, shaking his head. "I have only just returned to the capital. I cannot afford any risk." "Then we shall use the silver needles." She retrieved the silver needles from her kit. "I will seal some acupoints for you. This will lessen the pain as you excise the rotting flesh." This time, Zhang Duo did not refuse. Watching as Chu Fuhuan carefully pressed around the injury to locate the acupoints, then deftly inserting the needles with precision, her technique reminiscent of a seasoned physician. After placing a dozen needles, she took the bloodied dagger from him, washed it with a small bottle of alcohol, then carefully cauterized the wound and resumed her work of excising the decayed flesh. Her movements were swift and practiced. Zhang Duo was somewhat bewildered. Was this still the young lady from the Chu family, once so naive that people worried she would fall prey to the world? When they had met on the street earlier, he had sensed she was injured, which is why she had brought these supplies. "Fortunately, I came," she said, trying to keep her emotions in check. "Bai Su was worried about you. She cried and implored me to bring her along, but it was not convenient for me to do so. The distance from the west of the city to the north is considerable, and at this hour, riding would draw too much attention. I utilized my lightness technique to ensure I was not discovered." Bringing Bai Su would complicate matters. I must prioritize your well-being. Why was Zhang Dege on Qingyan Avenue today? How did you return? The excision continued, and Zhang Duo's injury was severe. More than half of the flesh on his upper left arm had rotted away, and his forearm was swollen due to inflammation. His body was feverish. She could scarcely fathom how he had endured such a grave injury until now. As she tried to focus on treating the wound, tears streamed down her face, and she had to pause to wipe them away. Zhang Duo, witnessing her pitiful yet stubborn demeanor, was reminded of the days when she and Bai Su had wielded power in Jiuan City. When had the young lady of the Chu family ever cried like this? Save for that time she quarreled with Ji Han when he had told her not to follow him anymore and that he did not want to see her again. On that occasion, Chu Fuhuan had cried in such a way, gasping for breath. What about Gu Yi? He inquired. Do you think he knows you are out at this hour? You only mentioned Bai Su. What does Gu Yi think? After saying this, he frowned again. Has Princess Lu Hua returned to the capital as well? You do not have Gu Yi with you? Chu Fuhuan wiped her tears again. The mere mention of Ji Han had forced his own tears back. My marriage to Ji Han has been annulled. I now live alone in a residence that my elder brother once provided for me. I shall tend to your wound first, and once bandaged, I will take you back. You must allow your injury to heal. You cannot remain outside any longer. I am not at ease, and neither is Bai Su. Zhang Duo was wholly unconcerned about his injury, only frowning as he asked, what does it mean that your marriage has been annulled? Have you separated? Is it because of Lu Hua?
Damn.
I should have anticipated this. With your proud nature, how could you ever share a husband with another? When Ji Han proposed to marry you, he made a promise before the Duke and his wife, vowing never to take a concubine. Such promises are worthless. Chu Fuhuan said coolly, her movements hastening. My parents have long passed. How can he still regard his words as binding? Especially when he has claimed that youthful affections do not hold weight. Why should they not hold weight? Zhang Duo felt a surge of urgency and attempted to rise. But Chu Fuhuan swiftly pressed him back down. The past was behind them, she had moved on, and urged him not to revisit the matter at this critical juncture. What mattered now was his recovery, for there were myriad questions she yearned to ask him. I know what you wish to inquire, he began. I returned from the West Gate to convey this matter to you. However, I cannot accompany you back. It is too perilous. And I cannot allow anyone to discover that I have returned to the capital. As she meticulously cleaned the wound, applying medicinal powder, she pondered his words with confusion.
Why?
Zhang Duo replied, You asked earlier why I was on Qingyan Street. It was because I remembered a medical shop there that sells remarkably effective wound salve. I intended to procure some, but upon seeing you standing outside the jewelry store, I seized the opportunity to speak with you. However, I had to be discreet, lest anyone suspect my intentions. Coincidentally, you were embroiled in a dispute with another young lady, which allowed me to approach you and discreetly pass the jade pendant to you. At that moment, I had no other choice. I feared you might not recognize me in my current attire. I hurriedly mentioned the address, never truly expecting you would come. Chu Fuhuan sighed. How could I not have come? We often played in this vicinity as children. You even dressed as a ghost to frighten us at midnight. She sniffled, began to extract the needles, and proceeded to bandage Zhang Duo's arm. The hemostatic properties of the medicine prevented further bleeding, despite the silver needles being removed. Zhang Duo, perplexed, inquired, Have you been studying medicine in the city for these past years? He recalled her earlier statement about having traversed here using lightness skills. You are skilled in martial arts? Indeed, Chu Fuhuan admitted without reservation. I've known how to since childhood, though no one was aware. Where did you learn such skills? He asked, astonished. I have never heard that the Duke's residence engaged a martial arts instructor for you. It was not the Duke's doing. I learned in secret, and did not disclose it to anyone. As the needles were withdrawn, the pain from the wound resurfaced. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Duo's brow. Yet it was a far better sensation than the agony of flesh being excised. Come back to my residence, she implored once more. The wound must be redressed. And you are still feverish. You require recuperation. Moreover, you likely have other injuries that could worsen if you remain here. Zhang Duo shook his head, insisting. It is not advisable. If I am discovered, it would spell doom. Chu Fuhuan furrowed her brow tightly. Who seeks your demise? The leak may originate from Princess Lu Hua, he whispered, his voice low. I cannot be certain, but she could very well be involved. He wished to elaborate further. But Chu Fuhuan covered his mouth and gently shook her head. She then rose and circled outside the temple before returning to Zhang Duo. I am confident I can escort you to my modest abode where it will be safe for us to converse. However, if you insist on staying here, there are matters I cannot disclose. Zhang Duo paused, exhaling deeply. How could you possibly spirit me away unnoticed? By carrying you on my back, she replied with determination, turning around and allowing him to lean onto her. The reason I did not bring Bai Su is not due to my inability, but rather because I need to ensure both of us can return safely. Rest assured, I have been perfecting the art of nocturnal navigation since I was 4. There is no room for error. Indeed, as Zhang Duo found himself on Chu Fuhuan's back, soaring through the night with her lightness skills, he mused that not only was she unmatched in Jian City, but perhaps throughout the entire martial world. The Chu residence had few servants, with only 4 families residing in the quiet moonlight alley. At night, it was as silent as a tomb. Chu Fuhuan, carrying a person, stealthily entered her courtyard, where Bai Su was pacing. Upon seeing her return, Bai Su rushed forward and immediately noticed Zhang Duo on her back. With tear-streaked eyes, she cried anew at the sight of him. Chu Fuhuan quickly soothed her. Do not weep now. Let us assist him to the guest room first. She then inquired, what of Chun Yu and the others? They have already retired, Bai Su replied. I lit calming incense in their room, and they are sound asleep. Chu Fuhuan nodded and entered the guest room with Bai Su to inspect Zhang Duo's arm. Fortunately, there was no fresh bleeding. Zhang Duo was still processing the shock of Chu Fuhuan's remarkable agility when he noticed Bai Su, who appeared unfazed by her descent from the sky, suggesting she was already aware of her capabilities. He sighed, knowing that the eldest master had been preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Fuhuan as he faced his demise, expressing concern for her well-being while under the care of the Ji family. Now, with her remarkable skills and her departure from the Ji household, he could finally rest assured. Turning to Bai Su, he reassured her, do not cry. The young lady has treated my wounds. I am not gravely harmed. He added sternly, it is late and quiet. Your weeping may draw attention. I am a man, and it would be scandalous for a young lady to return home at such an hour with a male companion. Bai Su nodded, suppressing her tears, but reminded him, there are no outsiders here. Everyone in this house is trustworthy. Zhang Duo remained cautious, insisting that one must always tread carefully. Some individuals whom you deem reliable may, in fact, be the least trustworthy. Chu Fuhuan sensed the hidden meaning in his words, likely referring to matters concerning the West Gate. Bai Su, however, interpreted his words more naively, believing he spoke of Jihan. Brother Zhang is correct. Those who seem dependable are often the most untrustworthy, she lamented, her emotions erupting into tears once more. With both the eldest master and Brother Zhang absent from the capital, Chu Fuhuan felt a profound sense of injustice. Let us not dwell on the past, Chu Fuhuan urged, reaching for Zhang Duo's forehead. Finding he still bore a fever, though not dangerously so, it is inconvenient to procure medicine at this hour. I will draft a prescription at dawn for Bai Su to fetch. Zhang Duo refrained from exchanging pleasantries. Their familiarity rendered such formalities unnecessary. He had watched her grow up, and she felt like a sister to him. Yet, he could not help but notice how much thinner she appeared, even more so than during the passing of the late Duke and Duchess. This sight ached his heart. Despite his desire to inquire about Jihan, he refrained from doing so, recalling the adage, do not disturb a healing wound. Thus, he spoke of his return to the capital. I suspect it is Princess Lu Hua's people pursuing us, but I lack concrete evidence. In truth, I have not encountered any pursuers, however. An overwhelming sense of danger has lingered behind us. Our movements have remained discreet, allowing us to evade detection thus far. Bai Su gasped, Princess Lu Hua? Why would she seek to harm you? Zhang Duo shook his head and turned to Chu Fuhuan. Miss, before the eldest master's demise, he fought valiantly to protect me, solely to ensure I could return to the capital with this message. There was foul play during the battle at the West Gate. We were betrayed. Chu Fuhuan gripped the table, her body trembling with rage as her bloodshot eyes glimmered ominously. Your defenses have been compromised, she hissed through clenched teeth. Did you hear this from Jihan? Zhang Duo inquired. Impossible. Bai Su interjected angrily. After his return to the capital, he was solely focused on dismissing my lady, expressing intentions to marry Princess Lu Hua while neglecting to mention the eldest master's matters. My lady remained in the dark, unaware of anything, even moving out to intimidate the Ji family. It was only at this juncture that General Ji presented us with the eldest master's death certificate. She questioned him vehemently. Why did you not disclose such a critical matter sooner? To which he flippantly replied that he had simply forgotten. Bai Su's fury escalated. He shall not meet a good end. His future is bleak. I curse him to be torn apart by 5 horses, his remains scattered to the winds. Even the ancestral grave of the Ji family shall be unearthed. Chu Fuhuan lowered her head slightly, unable to shake off the memory of Ji Han's demeanor when he presented her with her elder brother's death notice. However, the news from the West Pass was not relayed to me by Ji Han, but rather by the 5th prince. He informed me that the defensive layout of the West Pass had been compromised, leading to my brother's catastrophic defeat in that battle. Yet, he has yet to ascertain who the traitor is. Brother Zhang, do you know who it might be? Zhang Duo nodded, aware yet perplexed. He knew from whom the secret had leaked, but was baffled as to how that individual had acquired knowledge of our defensive strategies. Miss, it was Princess Lu Hua, he revealed, having overheard the enemy's discussions. She thoroughly divulged our defenses, presenting the entire layout to the enemy commander. Strangely enough, our defensive plans remain intact, safely stored within the command tent. Prior to that battle, we were discussing where to reinforce our troops. Zhang Duo remained puzzled by how this could have transpired, as did Xu Fuhuan, whose immediate response was, how could Lu Hua have known the deployment of my brother's forces? She should have still been in Xiliang. It makes no sense. Indeed, it is nonsensical. Zhang Duo speculated that if Ji Han had a secret liaison with Lu Hua, it could be possible that the information was leaked through him. Yet this remains illogical, for Ji Han had not rescued Princess Lu Hua from Xiliang before the battle. They had never met. Our knowledge of Ji Han's relationship with Lu Hua was merely hearsay during our journey. Furthermore, Ji Han was only privy to a fraction of our defenses. The full strategy was known solely to me and the eldest young master. Moreover, there exists a third point. Neither Ji Han nor Princess Lu Hua had any motivation to disclose our defensive plans to Xiliang. Such an act would yield nothing but harm. Who would engage in such folly? Chapter 57. Everything as before the 3 fell into silence. Zhang Duo felt it inappropriate to remain in the young lady's residence and inquired if Bai Su had a guest room for him to rest. Bai Su nodded and led him to the guest quarters. Before departing, Zhang Duo informed Chu Fuhuan, I have secretly brought back a portion of my brothers. We suffered grievously in that battle. I returned to report, worried about those brothers who left with me. So I instructed them to disperse and disguise themselves upon returning to the capital. Once I recover, I will take you to meet them. We must devise a plan for their accommodation. He sighed, expressing that these matters should not trouble her. His intention was merely to inform her of the situation at the West Pass. Initially, he had hoped to ask her to inquire about news from General Ji. But he did not expect her circumstances to be as they are. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Our initial doubts about Ji Han have proven justified. The young lady has truly become remarkable, hence I feel at ease confiding in her. Henceforth, the course of action rests in your capable hands. Chu Fuhuan could not sleep that night, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Hua, Zhang Duo, and the fate of the soldiers outside the city. Returning to the West Pass was not an option. Zhang Duo was no fool. Soldiers leaving their posts without permission faced dire consequences. Had the situation at the West Pass not been untenable, he would not have taken such a risky gamble. But what made the West Pass so perilous? Zhang Duo had not clarified this evening, but she speculated that there might be forces there purging her brother's direct subordinates. Individuals like Zhang Duo, along with those who had left the capital with him, were likely targets of this purge. Thus, the origins of this matter might very well be aimed at her brother. Had her brother offended someone? He bore no grudge against Lu Hua. This dilemma troubled her greatly, leaving her in utter confusion. Regarding the accommodation of those returning to the capital, she feared that her earlier bold assertions might soon come back to haunt her. Just after telling Song Tingshi that she did not need assistance, she found herself contemplating seeking help. The thought alone was distressing. Yet, apart from the military camp outside the capital, she had no better place to shelter these individuals. In the entire capital, only Song Tingshi could ensure their safety. She resolved to visit the East Xian prince's residence at dawn. Zhang Duo had been running a low fever, and upon lying down, he fell into a semi-conscious state. Bai Su came to ask Chu Fuhuan what to do, and she explained that he had been under immense strain for months, and upon suddenly relaxing, he had collapsed. Moreover, With his wounds inflamed, despite her treatment, a significant portion of flesh had been excised from his upper arm. He would undoubtedly be feverish for some time. She could not casually summon a physician for fear of attracting trouble. She reminded Bai Su, "I will handle this matter at dawn. You remain here to care for Zhang Duo. If anyone inquires, tell them he is an old servant of the Li Guogong residence." Bai Su nodded. After all, Zhang Duo was indeed a servant of the Li Guogong residence, leaving a traceable history, and everyone in their household was discreet. As dawn approached, Fuhuan managed to doze off for a brief moment. By the time she rose, she washed, had breakfast, and then administered a set of acupuncture treatments to Zhang Duo. Calculating the time of court dismissal, she made her way to the East Xian prince's residence. Upon her arrival, the steward of the residence greeted her warmly, ushering her inside while exclaiming, "Miss, it has been many years since your last visit. Forgive my impertinence, but even this old servant has missed you." This steward was one of the palace eunuchs who had accompanied Song Tingsher when he established his residence. In her childhood, Fuhuan often visited the East Xian prince's residence, sometimes accompanying Song Tingsher for feasting and at other times chasing after him into the residence. Regardless of how she entered, the servants had never barred her entrance or shown her disdain. Even when she playfully wrestled Song Tingsher to the ground, no one reprimanded her or intervened. In retrospect, she had once joked about Song Tingshi's poor popularity, noting that even his family did not come to his aid. Now, she realized that it was not a matter of poor popularity, but rather that the staff of the East Xian prince's residence regarded her as a child and chose not to engage with her on such matters. "Master Cui, it has been a long time," she greeted him with a respectful bow, which moved Master Cui to the point of misty-eyed nostalgia. "There is no need for such formality. Young lady, when you used to come here, you would dash right in. When did you ever knock?" Fuhuan felt even more embarrassed. As a child, she had been naive and had caused quite a bit of trouble. Now, though still young, she was no longer a child. "In our eyes, you will always be a child, at the age when one should play and frolic," Master Cui replied. "From now on, whether you have business or not, do come often. The household has mentioned you recently, noting how the place has grown quite lonely since your absence. With His Highness away at the East Pass for 3 years, the residence has become even more desolate." As he spoke, he paused, noting that His Highness had just returned from court and should be in his study. The residence had not changed much over the years. The study remained in its usual location, and since the young lady was familiar with the route, she could find her way there herself. Fuhuan was taken aback for a moment. "I go by myself?" "Indeed." Master Cui chuckled heartily, his face crinkling with laughter. "Weren't you always running around the residence by yourself? Surely, you are more familiar with the path to His Highness's study than even I am. You need no escort." "No need. I shall go alone." He waved her off, then called out to other servants to attend to their tasks. Remarkably, he did not give her another thought. The other servants also treated her as if she were a familiar face, smiling at her and greeting her warmly. "Miss Fuhuan has come. Will you be dining with us here? I shall inform the kitchen to prepare spicy lamb for you." Some emotions blurred in her eyes, threatening to spill over, but she held them back with great effort. In these past 3 years, the Ji family has developed a distaste for spicy food, consequently forbidding her from indulging in it. Yet, the residents of the Dongxian Palace, despite not having laid eyes on her for 3 years, still recall her fondness for such flavors. Throughout this span, no one in the Ji family ever discovered her penchant for lamb, while those from the Dongxian Palace could effortlessly name her favorite dishes. It seemed as though she had married, yet simultaneously, it felt as if she had not. Some places she had visited left no trace behind, while others she had never set foot in were brimming with memories. She graciously thanked the young servant, but declined to stay for lunch, explaining that she needed to speak with the 5th prince before departing. The servant, however, insisted, stating he would instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal for her to take away. He dashed off, pondering why Bai Su was absent today. Knowing her love for stir-fried dishes, it was as if the past 3 years of estrangement had never occurred. She had waded through a mire of confusion and encountered a host of lunatics, yet remained untainted, as if everything had returned to its original state. Chapter 58. A reappearance of the past indeed. The Dongxian Palace had not changed. It still bore the familiar visage of yesteryears. The trees had grown taller and sturdier. Some flowers had been replaced, and a few pavilions had received fresh coats of paint. As Cui Gonggong had rightly observed, she was well acquainted with the paths of Dongxian Palace, especially the route from the front courtyard to Song Tingxi's study, which she knew intimately. As a child, she would often find him in his study, rushing straight there when she came to visit. The servants would not hinder her. They would merely smile and tease, asking where the prince had provoked Miss Fuhuan today, reminding her to be gentle when she scolded him and to strike accurately. She couldn't quite recall her response from those days, perhaps something along the lines of not hitting his face, but rather his backside. In hindsight, she realized that such a gesture might have frightened the servants even more. Yet, regardless of their perceived rivalry, the Dongxian palace had never kept a watchful eye on her. Rather, it welcomed her openly, allowing her free passage. In contrast, the Ji family, to which she was lawfully wed, imposed numerous restrictions, even barring her from certain areas of the residence. It felt as though she had returned to many years ago, traversing this path with her mind racing, contemplating how to converse with Song Tingshi, how to coax an admission of fault from him, and how to release her pent-up frustrations while also securing a delectable meal from the Dongxian palace. The mere thought of indulging in a delightful feast would lift her spirits. Children are often like this. No matter how splendid their own possessions may be, they still yearn to savor the treats of others, as if the food from another household is inherently more fragrant. Arriving at the study, encircled by a grove of bamboo, there were no walls or signs. Merely a seemingly casual abode that she had adored for its fragrant bamboo scent since childhood. Today, however, no one was present to guard the entrance, as Su Yang, who typically stood watch, was absent. Standing before the door, she hesitated, raising her hand to knock, only to lower it again, repeating the action in uncertainty. In her youth, she never bothered with formalities. She would simply push the door open, regardless of what Song Tingshi was engaged in inside. The door had always swung open at her touch, often accompanied by a book hurtling towards her, followed by his familiar reprimand. "Chu Fuhuan, can you not behave like a civilized person?" The joy she had felt at the prospect of a sumptuous meal would dissipate in an instant at his words, and she would retaliate, engaging him in playful combat that often spilled from the room into the courtyard, sometimes resulting in the loss of a few bamboo shoots. She had spared him on numerous occasions out of affection for the bamboo. Since then, he had planted even more bamboo around the study. As memories flooded back, Chu Fuhuan chuckled, realizing she had been overly sentimental lately. Who hasn't he experienced a carefree childhood? Back then, she had never contemplated the differences in status between herself and Song Tingshi, nor had she considered the disparities between the Ji family and the Duke of Li's household. In her youthful spontaneity, she had been blissfully unaware, only to have the realities of life catch up to her as she matured. Indeed, the universe is just in its own way. Determined, she raised her hand once more and gently tapped 3 times on the door. The sound was so soft that, had the room not been enveloped in silence, it might have gone unnoticed. Yet, even with the stillness, no response came after her third knock. Puzzled, she knocked again, this time with slightly more force, yet the silence persisted. Confounded, she wondered if Song Tingshi was absent from the study. Instinctively, she raised her foot, her childhood habit surging forth as if guided by fate. Without much thought, she kicked the door, a customary act of frustration to express her discontent. Perhaps she felt that, with no one inside, she could indulge her true nature without consequence. To her surprise, the door swung open at her kick, and the familiar scene unfolded. A book flew towards her forehead, accompanied by Song Tingshi's voice. "Chu Fuhuan, can you not behave like a civilized person?" She stood frozen, momentarily disoriented, unable to grasp the passage of time. The figure within the room emerged, standing before her, taller than she remembered, requiring her to tilt her head back to see him clearly. His features remained familiar, though the childish innocence had given way to a more rugged maturity. Stunned, she blurted out, "You were wrong. You said it incorrectly. When you threw a book at me as a child, you said, 'Chu Fuhuan, can you not behave like a civilized person?' Not can you behave like a civilized person?" Song Tingshi, taken aback, bent down to pick up the fallen book, stepping back a few paces before raising his hand to strike. The book once again collided with her face, and she heard him exclaim, "Chu Fuhuan, can you not behave like a civilized person?" Tears streamed down her face, and she cried so loudly that it startled even herself. Song Tingshi sighed, stepping forward to grasp her shoulders and pull her into his embrace. "Enough now, don't cry. I'm getting drenched in your tears." They had played this scene out since childhood, and now, nearly 20 years later, it was all happening again. She only cried louder, and he found himself at a loss. gently patting her back while murmuring, "Why do you cry so much?" all the while enduring her tears soaking his chest. A breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, sending a waft of fragrance through the air. He recalled a time when his father, disguised, traveled to Jiangnan, accompanied by the Duke of Li. His father had taken him along, while the Duke had brought Fuhuan. Shortly after leaving Zhouan City and traveling less than 100 miles, they had to take to the waterways. At that time, Fuhuan was merely 6 years old, blissfully unaware of the events of Lantern Festival when she was rescued by Jihan. They had playfully fought aboard the boat, and to quell their antics, the Duke had warned that if they continued, the boat would capsize, endangering everyone on board. Fuhuan had been frightened into silence, and he had laughed at her, while she had urged him to be gentle, so as not to rock the boat. That journey to Jiangnan had marked her first encounter with bamboo and its fragrance, a memory that lingered with her long after. Upon returning, he had enclosed his study with a grove of bamboo. Every time Fuhuan sought him out, she would behold the bamboo grove and inhale the fragrant scent of bamboo. After 3 long years apart, the bamboo had grown taller, and she wondered why her tears flowed so easily. Song Tincture gently ruffled her hair, which had lost its childhood softness. In her youth, Fuhuan resembled a delicate porcelain doll, nurtured by the Duke's household to be lively and exquisite. Yet, these past 3 years had left her worn and weary, as if the Ji family had ground her down. She had become remarkably thin, and leaning against him felt uncomfortable. Her hair had become coarse, and her eyes were sunken in. The Ji family deserved scorn. Chapter 59. He felt pain finally coaxed inside. Fuhuan felt as if her throat might become hoarse from crying. She did not understand why she had turned into someone so prone to tears. She wept at the thought of her elder brother crying, at the grievances she had endured over the years, and at the memories of friendships lost.
Now,
she found herself even shedding tears at the mere thought of Song Tincture. What a strange fate. Stubbornly, she wiped her face, disregarding her appearance, just as she had in her childhood. Song Tincture watched with a smile and rose to instruct the servants to bring tea. The study was attended by servants who usually remained unseen unless summoned by Song Tincture or during a significant crisis. Thus, when Fuhuan had first arrived, they had not even acknowledged her presence, treating her as if she were one of their own. When tea was finally served, it was presented in large bamboo tubes along with bamboo cups. Fuhuan had never encountered tea served this way before. Upon tasting it, she found the tea imbued with a subtle bamboo fragrance, quite refreshing. Unfortunately, she had no time to savor it, for she had serious matters to attend to at the East Xian Palace. "Please lend me a doctor," she implored. Having quietly entered the Chu residence through the back door in search of Bai Su, to assist in treating external wounds. Song Tincture raised an eyebrow. "Who is it?" "Zhang Duo," she rushed to reply. "He has returned, gravely injured. I have tended to his most severe wound, but there are surely many others. And he is running a fever. I cannot examine him myself, nor can I risk his news leaking if I seek a doctor." After much contemplation, I had no choice but to turn to you. Song Tincture was taken aback. "Zhang Duo? He is alive?" Not lingering on questions, he promptly stepped outside to summon help. When he returned, he informed her, "I have a reliable military doctor who accompanied me from the East Gate. I will send Su Yang to escort him to your residence, so you need not worry." Fuhuan exhaled in relief. "That reassures me." Fatigue washed over her. "My elder brother fought valiantly at the last moment to protect Zhang Duo and ensure he could return to the capital with news." She recounted the information she had brought back about Zhang Duo, including details about the people outside the city, without withholding anything. It was peculiar. Despite the importance of the military report and the need for secrecy regarding the group, she spoke to Song Tincture with calmness and candor. "I have yet to meet them, nor do I know where they are hiding or even who they are. However, Zhang Duo mentioned they were from the same group that left the capital with my brother, so they should be familiar faces. I can only guess who they might be. I have no place to shelter them, nor can I allow them to risk returning to the West Gate, which is why I sought your assistance. Given that you control the military camp on the outskirts of the capital, it would be the safest option for them. Although there are people from the Ji family there, your presence will deter them." As she spoke, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having come to him, especially after vowing to rely on herself and not burden him further. Song Tincture waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't merely leaning on me. The command of the Red Fire Camp was a result of your own strategic machinations, so you have essentially helped yourself. Fuhuan chuckled. You certainly know how to comfort someone. I never noticed this before. Before? Song Tincture's expression soured at the mention of the past. Back then, your gaze was never upon me. Fuhuan's head drooped lower, wishing to convey that she had indeed noticed him, just not in the right way. Song Tincture, however, interjected, when do you plan to go to the outskirts of the capital? Once Zhang Duo is in better condition, he must take me with him. Very well, he nodded. When the time comes, summon me to accompany you.
All right.
After uttering that word, she realized there seemed to be no further serious matters to discuss. She stood up. I should take my leave. With a sigh, he replied, then let me see you off. She quickly waved her hands. No. You attend to your affairs. I have already disturbed you enough. It won't take but a moment. As they walked toward the front courtyard, they encountered a young servant running toward them. Upon seeing Fuhuan, he exclaimed, I was just about to tell you, miss. The dishes are ready and packed in a food box, already sent to your carriage. Will you not stay for lunch? There's still leftovers. You could have something warm. She shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thank you, but I cannot stay. I appreciate you preparing the food box for me. She continued to express her gratitude until the young servant, flustered, scratched his head and replied, Miss, you never used to say thank you. It's only natural for us to prepare your meals. Should you ever wish for something, feel free to come by any time. If you're not inclined to move, just send a servant, and we'll prepare it for you. Fuhuan continued her thanks, leaving the young servant flabbergasted, as if he had seen a ghost. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Fuhuan noticed Song Tincture pressing his hand against his heart, his concern evident. He suddenly regretted leaving Ji and City 3 years ago. With Ji Han gone, and both the Duke and Duchess deceased, how had she endured? Lost in thought. Time slipped away. When Fuhuan realized he had not continued walking, she assumed he intended to accompany her no further. She thus bowed slightly, saying, Thank you for today. I shall take my leave. Only then did he snap back to reality, noticing she had turned to walk away, and an anxious feeling surged within him. He quickly stepped forward, grasping her wrist, and led her to the door. The coachman, a new young servant at the Chu residence, was taken aback to see his young lady being escorted by the 5th prince, an encounter that felt somewhat overwhelming. Having never interacted with such high-ranking figures, he was astonished that he, a mere servant, could have any connection to the East Xian Palace. He felt as if life had taken a shocking turn. He quickly turned his head, choosing to avert his gaze, only to hear the 5th prince command, Get in the carriage. As Fuhuan departed from the East Xian Palace, she remained silent throughout the journey, her mind flooded with memories from her childhood. A large food box was placed in the carriage, containing not only spicy lamb but also a variety of 8 dishes stacked high. She recalled a time in the East Xian Palace when she had been unwell and, driven by greed, had overeaten. The result was a bout of vomiting that left Song Tincture covered in the aftermath. He had disregarded his freshly made robe and, without hesitation, had held her in his arms, calling for the physician, showing no disdain for her at all. It seemed that throughout her life, apart from her family, only Song Tincture had never looked down on her. The carriage came to a stop, and the young servant announced, We have arrived. As she descended, the young servant had already set a small stool for her and offered his arm, saying, Be careful, Mississippi. However, Fuhuan did not take his arm, merely smiling at him, which made the young servant feel a bit shy, scratching his head in embarrassment. The tall food box was lifted from the carriage by a young servant, prompting the doorman to rush over and assist, all the while inquiring, Is all this filled with food? This is the largest food box I have ever seen. Chapter 60. What more tokens are needed? Steward Su approached, instructing others to carry the food box to the young lady's room and to send someone from the kitchen to inspect its contents. If anything is missing, it should be replenished. If not, the provisions would suffice for lunch. The young servants busied themselves, while Steward Su lowered his voice to ask Fuhuan, Will the young lady be visiting the guest house? Fuhuan nodded, her pace unbroken. Has the doctor arrived? He has been here for some time. Miss Bai Su is keeping him company over there. Is everyone in the household aware? Pretty much, Steward Su replied. The doctor and that young man entered through the back door, so it wasn't widely noticed. However, the one recovering from injury will need to be fed at noon, which cannot be concealed. Our household is small. The kitchen will certainly notice an extra person dining. But fear not, the household is united. No one will speak out of turn. Moreover, Miss Bai Su mentioned he is from the former Duke of Li's residence. Chu Fuhuan acknowledged. He was my brother's former close aide. No need to mention it, Steward Su waved his hand. We shall follow the young lady's lead. After escorting Chu Fuhuan to the guest house, Steward Su returned to his duties. Bai Su emerged to inform her that the doctor was still inside. She hurried into the room, finding Su Yang standing by the couch conversing with Zhang Duo. Upon hearing the commotion, they all turned to look, and the doctor also rose. Chu Fuhuan stepped forward to bow, expressing gratitude. I understand you accompanied the fifth prince back from the Eastern Pass. I truly appreciate your assistance. The doctor quickly returned the bow, saying, There is no need for such formality, young lady. I have served the prince in the Eastern Pass for 3 years. Returning to the capital with him was merely part of my duty here. He shifted slightly, indicating, This young man's wounds have already been treated. They are not severe, but he will need daily dressing changes. I have brought some medicine from the Eastern Pass. A young servant can assist with that. The wounds are not serious. They should scab over within 3 to 5 days. After speaking, he glanced at Zhang Duo's arm. The previous bandaging had been removed, and fresh dressings had been applied. The doctor remarked, I heard that you treated this arm, young lady. I had not expected you to possess such medical knowledge. Your treatment was both swift and meticulous, and I understand you use silver needles for acupuncture instead of anesthetic. I am truly impressed. He continued, I have changed the dressings and thoroughly examined the area. Further intervention is unnecessary. With proper care, new tissue will grow within half a month. Chu Fuhuan sighed in relief, saying, With your reassurance, I feel at ease.
Thank you.
The doctor waved his hand. No thanks necessary regarding matters of the fifth prince. Chu Fuhuan personally escorted both men to the back door, offering the doctor a fee for his services, though he declined to accept it. Su Yang remarked, There's no need for such courtesy, young lady. Uncle Jiang has been with the prince for 3 years, treating his every injury, big and small. Chu Fuhuan frowned at this. Has Song Tingsher sustained grave injuries in the Eastern Pass? Wasn't he known for his valor in battle, excelling in every engagement? Su Yang chuckled. Being skilled does not preclude injury. In such places, merely surviving is no small feat. Over the past 3 years, we have reclaimed 4 cities, but lost 10,000 men. The prince has endured injuries that are too numerous to count. Thankfully, he has persevered through it all. His light-hearted tone contrasted with Chu Fuhuan's furrowed brow. A lingering sense of dread gnawing at her. The death of her elder brother had instilled in her a fear of the battlefield, yet it was accompanied by a stubborn yearning to confront it. Some grievances must be avenged personally to bring closure. No life should be extinguished in vain. The truth will eventually come to light. After bidding farewell to the doctor and Su Yang, she returned to see Zhang Duo. Zhang Duo sighed. Seeing the fifth prince still concerned for you brings me relief. Otherwise, I would worry about you being left adrift after leaving the Ji residence. Especially with the duke and his wife both absent, I fear you may be bullied in the capital. Bai Su lamented, Indeed, we do face bullying. Yet, she added, but our young lady is not one to be trifled with. Those who attempt to bully us have never met a favorable end. Chu Fuhuan seized upon his words. You say the fifth prince still cares for me? What do you mean by that? Hasn't he always been concerned for you? Wherever you went, he followed. Thus, whenever you found yourself in trouble, the duke never had to intervene, as the fifth prince dealt with everything. Is that so? She felt her memories muddled, as if many events from a different perspective would reveal an entirely different narrative. Yet, she was reluctant to dwell on the past. There was no time to revisit what had already transpired. The past was behind her, and it was best left there. She asked Zhang Duo, How many returned from outside the city? Zhang Duo replied, Not many, only 17, including myself, making 18. Most perished, and a few were gravely injured, unable to be saved. 2 more died during the escape, leaving us with this number, but thankfully they are all in good health, and their injuries are not severe. Chu Fuhuan nodded. If you trust me, please share their hiding place. I will send Su Yang and the doctor to check on them and provide some medicine. If you do not trust me, we can wait until you recover and then go together. However, I have already promised the fifth prince that he will accompany us. Zhang Duo chuckled. What are you saying, young lady? Trust? You are the eldest daughter of the Chu family. I have watched you grow up. The 17 outside are also companions from childhood. They are brothers in life and death. Why would you not trust them? Why have you become so cautious? Bai Su began to tear up again, but Chu Fuhuan pushed her playfully, saying, Why are you crying? Such weakness. Then she turned back to Zhang Duo. This is a significant matter, and I fear that making a rash request may raise your concerns. If you have no reservations, let us proceed as I suggested. Currently, the Chihua camp is under the 5th Prince's management. I have considered that I personally have no means to accommodate you. Moreover, leaving the Western Pass without permission is a grave offense. Only once the 5th Prince takes charge will no one dare gossip. If you provide me with the address, I will have someone deliver a message to the Wang residents of Dongxian. Zhang Duo wrote down an address for Chu Fuhuan, but she felt it was inadequate and asked, "Is there any token? Perhaps we should leave one?" Zhang Duo was perplexed. "What is the matter with you, young lady?" She was baffled. "What do you mean, what matter? Isn't it appropriate to keep a token for such an important matter?" Zhang Duo shook his head. "But did you not just say to have Su Yang go? If Su Yang is already there, what need is there for a token?" Chu Fuhuan suddenly understood. Yes, since Su Yang was already there, what further token was required? Just as she stood before Zhang Duo, everyone was present. What need was there for tokens? They had grown up together, their bond forged in life and death. What more token could suffice? Chapter 61. An ominous premonition that afternoon, Su Yang set out from the city with a military doctor. As they passed through the western city gate, a guard casually inquired, "Where are you headed, Brother Su Yang?" He replied, "To the Chihua camp." Given that the Chihua camp was currently under Song Tingxi's command, Su Yang entered there with a military doctor without raising suspicion. No one doubted Su Yang's true intentions for leaving the city, just as no one knew that once night fell, he would leave the camp again with the doctor. One man, one horse, they traveled to a secluded ravine 35 miles outside the capital. Nestled among the mountains, the ravine was alive with the sound of rushing water and the chirping of insects. The towering trees encircled the area, their branches intertwining to form a natural barrier, effectively isolating the disturbances from beyond the mountains. Su Yang was well acquainted with this mountain gorge. In his childhood, someone had informed Jiang Lin that treasures lay hidden within its confines. The allure of treasure hunting captivated the children, and Jiang Lin eagerly led Chu Fuhuan and others to the gorge daily, regardless of the likelihood of success, simply for the joy of the adventure. For several consecutive days, they immersed themselves in this pursuit without fatigue. Upon hearing of Chu Fuhuan's arrival, Song Tingshi joined them. This gorge became a cherished secret among their group of children, who excelled at keeping it hidden from other factions. However, the fervor of childhood is fleeting. Within a few months, the notion of the treasure was forgotten as they turned their attention to other amusements, and they ceased to visit the gorge. The entrance to the gorge was modest, resembling a door barely wide enough for a person on horseback to pass through. Yet within, it opened up to a breathtaking expanse. A babbling brook meandered through, flanked by sheer cliffs, and the narrow sky above transformed into a spacious clearing where the moonlight and starlight softened significantly. The military doctor, gazing at the scene, marveled at discovering such a place near the capital, exclaiming that it could easily be considered a paradise on earth. But where, precisely, was the person we sought?
Su Yang.
Can you find them? Su Yang nodded, believing they would still be at the old spot. The old spot he referred to was a shallow cave, barely large enough for 2 or 3 people. In their youth, they had huddled together for amusement, finding delight in their closeness. Later, Fomley proposed constructing a secret camp outside the cave using branches and animal skins. The children worked diligently for several days, and indeed, they created a makeshift camp that resembled something substantial. They even set up a fire pit outside to roast wild rabbits hunted from the mountains. Su Yang urged his horse to move faster, nostalgia flooding back as he anticipated returning to that familiar place and seeing those he recognized. Following the brook, a faint light gradually flickered ahead. Su Yang's horse quickened its pace, while the military doctor struggled to keep up. Eventually, Su Yang halted, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of many breaths could be heard, yet no one dared to speak first. The earlier glimmer had vanished, and the once bright moon was now obscured by dark clouds. With the moon hidden, darkness engulfed the gorge, rendering everything indistinct. A sense of presence lingered ahead. There were undoubtedly many people, but whether they were friends or foes remained uncertain. Ultimately, Su Yang broke the silence, lowering his voice to say, "Brothers, it's me." He did not disclose his identity, nor did he announce his name. Yet, upon hearing his voice, a wave of restrained cheers erupted from the front. Someone visibly relaxed, exclaiming, "It's Su Yang." Soon, a bonfire reignited. By its flickering light, Su Yang recognized familiar yet weary faces. There were fewer than 20 individuals, each of whom he could name. Particularly, those seated at the front were childhood companions who had once explored the gorge with him, and he recalled their significant contributions to building the secret camp. These were all long-lost acquaintances who had embarked on a journey from the capital years ago alongside Chu Fuxing to the battlefield at Xiguan. The years had flown by, and their reunion unfolded in this dramatic setting. The military doctor dismounted, retrieving 2 large medical boxes from his horse. Su Yang snapped back to reality and approached, both of them moving to the fire, where he crouched down to assist the doctor in opening the boxes and arranging their contents. No one spoke. Words were unnecessary. Occasionally, they exchanged glances, and everything was understood without utterance. The doctor meticulously examined everyone's injuries, treating wounds and applying medicine with practiced speed. For those severely injured, he advised Su Yang that immediate relocation was necessary, as the dampness of the gorge was not conducive for recovery. Someone tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, asking, "Have you seen Zhang Duo? How is he?" He sustained a severe injury to his left arm, and it seemed likely he might lose the use of it. Before Su Yang could respond, the doctor interjected, "I saw Zhang Duo earlier today at the Chu family's estate. I treated his wounds. There is no significant concern. However, the injury to his left arm was already addressed by the Chu girl. I merely changed the dressing and rewrapped it. Rest assured, it will be preserved. Has he found Fuhuan?" The mention of her name ignited excitement among the group as they clamored. Did Fuhuan take him back to the general's residence? That's good. With Fuhuan looking after him, Zhang must be fine. The doctor added, "What general's residence?" "It's not the general's residence. It's merely the Chu girl's small abode." Su Yang patted the shoulder of the person beside him, saying, "It's a long story. Fuhuan no longer resides at the general's estate." That night, Chu Fuhuan found herself unable to sleep. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, an inexplicable sense of panic. She paced her room restlessly, prompting Bai Su to advise, "Miss, you hardly slept last night and only dozed a bit this morning. If this continues, you will wear yourself thin. It's best to sleep early." Yet Chu Fuhuan inquired, "Regarding the general's hideouts on the outskirts of the city, did you confirm that the information reached the Dong Xianwang residence before being relayed to Su Yang? Were there no others present at that moment?" Bai Su replied, "Only the 5th prince was there alongside Su Yang. There was no one else." Fuhuan appeared puzzled. "Is there a problem with this matter?" She waved her hand dismissively, unable to articulate her concerns, merely feeling an instinctual unease, as if something was amiss. Her words made Bai Su anxious, fearing whether Su Yang or the soldiers were in danger, or perhaps all of them were at risk. Chu Fuhuan shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's nothing. You should rest." Bai Su hesitated to leave, but Chu Fuhuan insisted, "If you're not tired, go stay by Zhang Duo's side. I must find a way to get 2 guards for the residence. My mind feels unsettled without anyone watching over it. Please keep an eye on Zhang Duo. I fear he might have another fever." Bai Su, persuaded, left, but after her departure, Chu Fuhuan quietly slipped out of the house, employing her lightness skill to dash towards the West City Gate. Chapter 62. Enemy attack. The location Zhang Duo mentioned was over 30 miles from the capital, making it impossible to reach solely by lightness skill. She did not wish to expend too much energy on the journey, fearing that something might occur within the gorge, leading to her becoming fatigued. Thus, upon crossing the West City Gate, she commandeered a horse from the guarding soldiers. The swift steed galloped, the night wind howling in her ears. Throughout the journey, ominous thoughts plagued her mind. She took a deep breath, attempting to quell the sudden surge of panic. Yet unease persisted like a heavy stone pressing down upon her. Her foreboding grew increasingly intense. Holding onto the shimmering dream of stars, the whip coiled around her wrist, ready to fend off any enemy assault. Fortunately, no attack came, and she entered the gorge safely, the surroundings remaining calm. Chu Fuhuan exhaled in relief, believing her worries to be unfounded. The news Zhang Duo had brought was shared only with her and Bai Su. Although Bai Su had conveyed it to the Dong Xianwang residence, there had been no pauses along the way, nor had she spoken with anyone else. The message had reached Su Yang without fail, and in the presence of Song Tincture, what could possibly go wrong? Enough. Let it be that I simply come to see everyone. After all, sleep eludes me, and perhaps I might assist the military physician. Chu Fuhuan urged her horse towards the cave, pondering whether the guards would make a fuss upon discovering a missing steed. Naturally, any commotion would not trace back to her. Yet she feared the soldiers might face unwarranted punishment. If she could leave early, she would quietly return the horse, hoping it had not yet been discovered. The ravine appeared unchanged, and following the stream would lead her to the cave. She could even discern where the wildflowers had bloomed from the seeds she scattered in her youth. At last, she caught sight of the cave, the flickering campfire, and the moving shadows of people easing her worries. It seemed her concerns were unfounded. Perhaps it was the lack of sleep from the previous night that made her imagination run wild, culminating in a false alarm. She urged her horse to move faster, ultimately finding it too slow, and decided to abandon it, employing her lightness skill to soar towards the cave. In her flowing black dress, she resembled a woodland spirit. She had even prepared her opening lines, eager to joyfully reunite with everyone, to say, "Brothers, you have finally returned," and to ask, "Do you think I am even more beautiful than before?" She wished to present her finest self to them, hoping to alleviate, if only momentarily, the pain brought about by the battle at Fuhuan. She longed to inform them that Zhang Duo was well cared for and that there was no need for concern. Yet, as she prepared herself, she discovered, behind the campfire, unfamiliar faces. Some of those faces wore smiles, others were fierce, some gaped as if to swallow her whole, while others squinted, mocking her impulsiveness and ignorance. A buzzing filled her mind as she realized she had been deceived. She immediately retreated, her movement inadvertently igniting a flame. The once silent ravine erupted into chaos. Countless figures surged from every direction, as though to fill the ravine to its brim. Weapons rained down, blinding her with their brilliance. Instinctively, she squinted and unleashed her weapon, the starry dream. Thus, her premonition proved correct. Was this night to be one of desperate survival? A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and a cold smile formed at the corners of her lips. The starry dream writhed in her grasp like a silver serpent, forming an impenetrable barrier within its reach. The weapons captured by the starry dream clanged to the ground, producing a crisp sound, and she heard someone exclaim, "This woman possesses remarkable skill." She found this utterly laughable. The world knew her, Fuhuan, as a formidable force, yet they assumed she relied solely on the influence of the Duke of Li's household to act with impunity. They were unaware of her true prowess. Those who dared to provoke her had survived solely due to her benevolent heart. How absurd that some would speak ill of her, claiming her to be heartless. If she truly were so, countless lives would have been lost in Jinan City long ago. If she truly were so, even Lu Hua would not have lived to this day. In the blink of an eye, several fell to the ground, never to rise again. The barbed tail of the starry dream pierced their throats, splattering her with blood. Someone shouted, "We need to take her alive." The enemies, who had rushed forward, began to ease their attack, attempting to capture her alive. Yet, Fuhuan sensed an opportunity. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, she surged forward, claiming another 10 heads. Upon realizing the situation was turning against them, the opposing forces sought to alter their strategy, only to hear Fuhuan's clear voice echoing through the valley. "Where are my people? Where have you taken them? Return them to me." Her voice, infused with internal energy, drowned out the clamor of 1,000 shouts, resonating clearly in the ravine. Someone laughed heartily in response. "We've already sent them to meet the King of Hell. Now, it's your turn." A massive hammer descended from above, aimed directly at her head. Fuhuan, agile as ever, deftly evaded the strike. However, several comrades of the hammer wielder were thrown her way, meeting their demise under the weight of their own weapons. Anxious to ascertain the safety of Shuyang and the others, she had no desire to linger long with these foes. Instantly, she channeled her internal strength and leaped into the air, stepping upon their heads as she began to search the ravine. But the more she searched, the heavier her heart grew, for the enemies were too many, if not 1,000, then certainly 800, dark figures crowding the ravine. She could not catch a glimpse of Shuyang or the others. Yet, she could not cease her search. The dread of something happening to Shuyang consumed her. Not to mention, they had grown up together as companions. Even if they had not, Shuyang had taken risks to assist her, accompanied by a physician not well versed in martial arts. If anything were to happen to them, how could she face the two? How could she explain it to Song Tingshi? And what of those who returned to the capital with Zhang Duo? Their bonds were forged over years, after finally returning to the capital from Fuhuan. If they were to perish here, how could she face her elder brother? Fueled by determination, Fuhuan called out, "Shuyang! Shuyang!" Her voice, bright and clear, echoed throughout the ravine. It seemed she heard a faint response, though not discernible. The clash of weapons drowned out that sound, making it impossible to determine its source. Anger welled within her, and with the starry dream at her side, she swiftly dispatched several armed foes. At last, Shuyong's voice reached her ears. Southwest corner, 50 paces. Her eyes brightened as she dashed toward that direction. A multitude of enemies surrounded her, yet they could not hinder her agile movements or divine whip technique. Until she beheld the bloodied Shuyong, who shielded behind him a group of familiar faces, all wounded. Chapter 63. She seeks vengeance. In that moment, the embers of suppressed hatred within Chu Fuhuan ignited fiercely, for in the reflection of a long sword, she spotted among those besieging Shuyong a leader with a plum blossom mark behind his ear. That was the insignia of the Western Liang assassins. Her elder brother had once told her that the assassins used by the Western Liang royalty bore a plum blossom mark behind their ears. The flames of vengeance blazed within her, transforming the distant blood feud, which had felt unattainable within the capital, into something palpably close. Almost frenzied, she plunged into the fray, unleashing the starry dream, which sparked against the blade's edge. The assailants surrounding Shuyong numbered over 100. Without a doubt, they were all assassins. Their martial prowess was formidable, their combat strength far surpassing that of the several hundred opponents targeting Chu Fuhuan. Fengyang, accompanied by 17 wounded soldiers and a physician lacking martial skills, found himself struggling against the onslaught of 100 foes. Approximately 20 of his men had already fallen. Yet Shuyong too bore numerous injuries, his body marked with gashes, blood streaming down, obscuring whether it was his blood or that of the enemy. Chu Fuhuan's arrival alleviated much of his burden, yet it also brought forth hundreds of ordinary assassins. Shuyong felt overwhelmed. He had fought battles in Dingguan where they were outnumbered, but never to this extent. Moreover, in traditional warfare, strategy and formations mattered more than individual skill. Yet now, it was a duel between masters. The 17 men behind him had no opportunity to even engage with the 100 or so assassins. The entire group of elite assassins relied solely on Shuyong, who felt that if Chu Fuhuan did not arrive, he might perish there. They were all masters. Caution was imperative. He called out to Chu Fuhuan and leaped to her side. The two fought side by side as more adversaries surged from the periphery. Chu Fuhuan turned to the 17 remaining. "Are you all right?" One stepped forward and declared loudly, "We want to die. If you want to die, then deal with those minions. Remember, if you can run, flee towards the Chihua camp. You must preserve your life. Today, anyone who dares to die here will not be recognized as my brother. Don't expect me to honor them with a grave." Without waiting for their response, she swung her whip and charged towards the group of assassins. Seeing this, Shuyong did not hesitate and followed suit. He could already hear the laughter of the assassins. To them, he and Chu Fuhuan were like mice besieged by a pack of cats, with no escape in sight. They could even afford to toy with them. Even though 20 had already fallen by his hand, the assassins still regarded him with disdain. The numerical disparity was overwhelming, even with Chu Fuhuan's aid. What difference did it make to fight 1 against 100 or 2 against 100? Those 17 behind them would meet their doom against the hundreds ahead. Thus, Chu Fuhuan had ordered them to flee, seizing the opportunity to escape. As long as they reached the Chihua camp, survival was assured. But could they truly escape? The valley was teeming with foes, leaving scarcely a foothold. Gritting his teeth, Shuyong resolved to fight. At worst, he would die. Even in death, he wished to take a few heads with him. Chu Fuhuan had her sights set on one particular individual, the leader of the assassins, a gaunt man resembling a skeleton. Clad in a dark purple robe, wielding a sharp claw in his right hand, lunging at her whip. She wished to warn Chu Fuhuan to be cautious. Yet at that moment, all that filled her mind were 3 words: Shiliang people. Those 3 words were enough to fuel her resolve to slaughter everyone before her. The whip. Starry Dream had already begun to leave after images. Each clash of weapons sparked vivid flames. The assassins were highly skilled, each wielding a deadly blade, their eyes fierce, as if they were hungry for flesh. Yet Chu Fuhuan remained unfazed, fixated on the leader, directing her whip solely at him. Those who attempted to breach her relentless assault were flung far away by the force of her strikes. Shuyong discerned her intent and positioned himself beside her, one attacking while the other defended. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fuhuan stood before the silver-clawed man. Retracting her whip, she lunged closer. The silver-clawed man laughed darkly. "You seek death. Xu Yang was startled and almost called her back, but he witnessed Fuhuan's wrist twist and several silver needles shot forth from her fingers. The silver projectiles flew with astonishing speed, forcing the silver-clawed man to alter his approach, narrowly evading the barrage. However, in doing so, Fuhuan unleashed her whip upon him, exclaiming, "Today, I shall use the blood of your kind to honor my deceased kin." With a powerful flick, the silver-clawed man was hurled to the ground. Fuhuan's onslaught did not waver. She seemed frenzied, fixated on one target. The silver-clawed man, having been thrown back, realized too late that this woman's skills surpassed even Xu Yang's. He had underestimated her. Seeking to turn the tide, it was already too late. Fuhuan was akin to a ferocious beast, driven by deep-seated vengeance, determined to fight to the death. Meanwhile, any who attempted to assist him were intercepted by Xu Yang. Perhaps spurred by Fuhuan's presence, Xu Yang fought with renewed vigor. His sword trembled in his hand, its tip pointing skyward, each strike accompanied by bloodshed. The discrepancy in numbers seemed insignificant to the two of them. Even the ultimate goal of escaping alive had become secondary. Fuhuan was driven by a singular purpose: to kill. She sought to eradicate the Xiliang people. She yearned for vengeance for Chu Fusheng. She wished to unleash all the grievances she had endured. The teachings of her master over 12 years surged within her like a tidal wave. Those martial techniques and strategies forgotten over 3 years of marriage were awakened in a moment of clarity. Starry Dream transformed in her hands into a constellation of strikes. The assassins felt that although there was only one Fuhuan, her whip seemed to emanate from all directions. No matter where they sought refuge, they could not escape the barbed tail of her whip, nor the fierce winds that sliced through flesh and bone. Especially the silver-clawed man, who had never encountered such a formidable opponent in his life. 80 against 2, yet it felt as if she was battling 200. He attempted to switch from defense to offense, but Fuhuan's silver needles continued to soar. After several attempts, he realized they were the silver needles used in acupuncture. It seemed that she possessed an endless supply. Every time a needle flew, someone fell. Within moments, another 30 or 40 lay defeated on the ground, either unconscious or too weakened to rise. Recognizing the urgency, he shouted, "The hidden weapons are poisoned. Be careful." But what good was caution? Fuhuan's silver needles seemed to have a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing them. Although she was persistently attacking the silver-clawed leader, the needles were sporadically flung in all directions, seemingly haphazardly, yet none struck Xu Yang. He did not need to dodge. He could even counterattack with the force of the silver needles. His sword swept through the throngs, sending foes staggering back several paces. The Xiliang assassins could scarcely believe their eyes. 100 elite fighters were being decimated by merely 2 individuals. Was this truly a battle? It resembled a one-sided slaughter. What manner of beings were they facing? The silver-clawed man began to ponder this question. They had merely intended to pursue a handful of Chu Fusheng's subordinates fleeing from the West Pass, deploying such numbers to rendezvous with their commander and establish a foothold in Zhongjin for long-term plans. Even if they left some behind at the camp tonight, they had not anticipated encountering a woman. They had expected a commander from the Blazing Sun camp. He had no idea who Fuhuan was, only that she seemed vaguely familiar. However, he recognized Xu Yang, as their commander had provided images of key figures in Zhongjin, including him. Xu Yang was indeed formidable, yet he had only killed 20 of them. 100 men could not be slain by Xu Yang alone. But this woman was different. Not only was she fierce, but she also amplified Xu Yang's strength. Even those few soldiers seemed to regain their vigor upon her arrival. As more of their comrades fell, the silver-clawed man grew anxious, locking his gaze on Fuhuan and shouting, "Who are you?" Fuhuan let out a cold laugh. "I am your ancestor." As she closed in, the whip was retracted, and the silver-clawed man thought his opportunity had arrived. Little did he know, Fuhuan seized a long sword from a dying warrior, and with a flourish, her form became so swift that he could barely discern her movements. Xu Yang, catching a glimpse of her, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He was aware of her martial prowess, yet he had not fathomed its true extent. Just moments ago, he had been worried about her safety and regretted her decision to follow him. Now, however, he felt a measure of relief, knowing at the very least that Fuhuan would not suffer at the hands of the silver-clawed man. Nevertheless, the sheer number of enemies weighed heavily on his mind. He feared they would ultimately be overwhelmed. Yet Chu Fuhuan was oblivious to the possibility of exhaustion. Her heart was consumed by vengeance, and having finally found an outlet for her rage, she descended into a state of frenzy, forgetting her surroundings and fixating solely on the thought of annihilating her foes. The silver-clawed man fled, using his companions as shields. A throng of warriors surged toward her, preventing her from pursuing. But this was fortuitous. Chu Fuhuan thought. This is for the best. Slay all these Shiliang men, leaving none upon the soil of Zhongjin. Avenge her elder brother, and also those valiant soldiers who perished at the Western Pass. She no longer fixated on the leader, instead joining Su Yang in a relentless slaughter. The starlit dreamscape within the mountain gorge swirled with the howling mountain winds, claiming many lives. The carnage numbed her senses. She and Su Yang were drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was their own or that of their enemies. Blood seeped into her eyes, blurring her vision. Chu Fuhuan felt fatigued, yet hatred forbade her from pausing or yielding. She envisioned the severed heads of the Shiliang men and saw her brother Chu Fuxing ensnared in battle, unable to escape. She recalled her masteress' words, "If one is willing to forsake their own life, then none can escape their grasp." Unbeknownst to her, Su Yang began to count the fallen. "You have 30, I have 40, but I've already accounted for 20 beforehand. Keep going." The ranks of the warriors dwindled, and Chu Fuhuan too began to tally her slain foes, counting from 30 to 45. Su Yang exclaimed, "That's it." Chu Fuhuan shook her head. "There are still the escaping silver-armored men." She could not afford to hesitate. The priority was to vanquish the larger force. Indeed, hesitation was not an option. No matter how valiant the soldiers, they could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds against their meager 17. Turning back, she saw some injured, some fallen, and others being attacked by dark-clad figures brandishing swords. She flung out her silver needles. The attacker's arm went numb, halting his assault. The two rejoined the fray, rescuing their beleaguered comrades. This time, the task was considerably easier. The skill of these foes paled in comparison to that of the 100 elite warriors. Chu Fuhuan surged through the throng like a specter of blood, wreaking havoc as day turned to night. Time became indiscernible until suddenly, silence enveloped the area. The cries of battle ceased, and the clashing of weapons faded away. There were no more anguished screams, nor blood splattering the ground. Someone uttered, "It's over." They were all dead. Chu Fuhuan turned to the speaker. "What did you say? All dead?" The individual nodded vigorously. "Yes. All dead." "Fuhuan, you are incredible. When did you learn such martial skills? I had no idea you possessed such prowess." "Fuhuan, our brother has perished. The foes that day were countless compared to now. We were powerless to save him." Fuhuan scolded us. "We failed to protect him." The 17 warriors knelt, some already collapsed, struggling to kneel. One by one, they wept uncontrollably, their tears flowing like children. Even the iron-willed Su Yang felt a lump in his throat. Yet Chu Fuhuan did not weep. She addressed them. "It is not over. There is still one left. The beasts of Shiliang must not escape." She began to scour the gorge, initially believing it would be a daunting task, only to discover that the silver-clawed man had not fled at all. The same hatred ignited within him, and he sought to slay Chu Fuhuan, to avenge his fallen brothers. The two resumed their fierce struggle, their forms intertwining, each clash resonating with violent intensity. The 17 soldiers, horrified, yearned to assist, but were halted by Su Yang. "In this scenario, you cannot intervene. Not even I can. What if Fuhuan is in danger? That silver-clawed man possesses extraordinary skill. Fuhuan's skills are also formidable. I observe she has maintained the upper hand. Su Yang, she must be safe. She cannot come to harm. If anything happens to her here, we would have no face to present to Brother Chu." Su Yang shook his head, gesturing forward. "She is fine. She is merely venting her fury. That silver-clawed man will eventually meet his end." Chapter 65. Do not fear. I have returned indeed. He would meet his end, and not long thereafter. When Song Tingsher arrived with 1,000 soldiers from the Chihua camp, he beheld a blood-soaked girl, wielding a dagger she had scavenged, relentlessly stabbing a lifeless black-clad figure. A fire blazed in the gorge, illuminating her tear-streaked yet resolute face. Her blood-stained garments were indistinguishable from their original hues, with both hands gripping the hilt. The bloodied tip of the dagger rose with each thrust, the disdain and grief swelling within her chest with each breath. The gorge fell into silence. All eyes fixed upon the scene, sharing in Chu Fuhuan's immense sorrow as she plunged the dagger repeatedly into the body, each stab accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The collective despair seemed to permeate the air, and in that fleeting moment, everyone felt her profound anguish, her shattered home, and her unutterable sorrow and despair. Though victory was at hand, it thrust her deeper into darkness. It felt as if existence itself had dissipated, leaving only the repetitive motion of killing as her means of liberation from the abyss. Blood and flesh splattered, painting a harrowing tableau of unfathomable sorrow. At times, the dagger lodged too deeply within the corpse to withdraw easily. Chu Fuhuan gritted her teeth, pulling with a heartrending cry. Unable to bear witness any longer, Song Tingsher dismounted and strode toward her with heavy steps and a solemn expression. Upon reaching her, he knelt and embraced her from behind. His large hands enveloped hers, which clutched the dagger, as a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Do not fear. I have returned." Finally, tranquility descended. Chu Fuhuan knelt on the ground. The dagger fell from her grasp, yet her arms remained raised, frozen in place, trembling slightly in Song Tingshi's support. Su Yang and the others gathered around, the 17 warriors kneeling beside Chu Fuhuan once more, watching as her arms were gradually lowered by Song Tingsher, witnessing the tears welling in her eyes, her light extinguished. As she became engulfed by hatred, suffering, and madness, they were at a loss as to how to offer comfort, knowing only that annihilating the Xiliang people was the sole means for Chu Fuhuan to confront this brutal reality. Song Tingsher held her tightly, repeatedly whispering, "Do not fear. It is all over. Do not fear. I have returned." Yet she continued to tremble, unconsciously murmuring, "Kill them all. Avenge my brother." His heart ached for her, pressing her forehead against his chest, reassuring her, "We shall avenge him together. One day, I will lead you into Xiliang to make them pay in blood for their debts." She grasped Song Tingshi's hand, her words choked by tears. "My brother will never return, Song Tingsher. My parents will not return, and neither will my brother. I am so afraid. I fear that one day, everyone in this world will leave me. I fear I cannot support Fuxing, and in the end, the Chu family will be left with only me. What should I do, Song Tingsher? I am so worried about Fuxing. I fear he will die suddenly, like my brother. I didn't even see my brother one last time. I didn't visit his grave. I didn't burn incense for him. When I received news of his demise, I didn't even burn paper money for him. Song Tingsher, am I truly useless? I have learned so many skills, yet in the end, I cannot protect anyone. Song Tingsher, I want to kill Lu Hua." Chu Fuhuan fainted, the phrase "kill Lu Hua" becoming a haunting obsession within her. Song Tingsher lifted her in his arms, surveying the kneeling crowd before asking Su Yang, "Can you endure?" Su Yang nodded, indicating he had no mortal wounds. "Take them back to Chihua camp. The rest should clear the battlefield, bring all the corpses back to Chihua camp." He strode forward, leaping onto his horse, departing the ravine. That night, news of hundreds of Xiliang soldiers appearing near Zhoan City spread swiftly. By the next day as court session, all the ministers were discussing the matter. Some suspected General Liu was colluding with the Xiliang people, leading them into the heart of Zhongjin, while others believed the defenses at the Western Pass had weakened, allowing the Xiliang to seize an opportunity. Most suspicions fell upon General Liu, given that he had just been deposed and imprisoned when this incident occurred, making it hard not to associate the event with a possible revenge for him or an attempt to rescue him. In any case, it was a significant matter. Yet for Song Tingsher, it was also a great achievement. He omitted references to Chu Fuhuan and Zhang Duo in his report, only mentioning that Su Yang had detected unusual movements in the outskirts of the capital. He led troops to encircle and exterminate 600 Xiliang soldiers and 100 Xiliang assassins, ensuring the safety of Zhoan City. While people breathed a sigh of relief, they also remarked that after this battle, the fifth prince's position was unassailable. The emperor entrusted the matter to Song Tingsher, commanding him to investigate thoroughly. After the court session, Song Tingsher approached Ji Han, towering over him and glancing down with narrowed eyes. "General Ji, what is your view on the incursion of Xiliang troops near the capital?" Ji Han furrowed his brow, unsure of Song Tingsher's intent. However, as he was a general from the Western Pass, he thought perhaps Song Tingsher sought to understand the situation better. After some contemplation, he replied, "With General Chu deceased and his troops significantly diminished, it is likely that the defenses at the Western Pass have weakened, allowing the Xiliang to penetrate deep into Zhongjin." Song Tingsher chuckled. amused that even months after Chu Fuxing's death, he could still be a topic of discussion in the capital. Since you claim the defenses at the Western Pass are lax, I believe you should return there immediately to safeguard your post, rather than remain in the capital, indulging in romance while neglecting national defense. After all, you are a fourth-rank general responsible for the safety of the Western Pass. If trouble arises there, it is your duty. Ji Han was taken aback, wanting to retort but unsure how to respond. It seemed Song Tingsher was entirely correct. He pondered for a moment and finally found a way out for himself. I will certainly return to the Western Pass, probably in 2 months. Too long. Song Tingsher replied with a stern face, clearly displeased. 2 months is ample time for many events to transpire. It is sufficient time for a new wave of Shiliang assassins to breach the defenses and infiltrate the capital. 2 months is enough for a blade to pierce your throat. Ji Han inexplicably felt a sharp pain in his throat, especially when met with Song Tingshi's gaze, as frigid as the frost lingering in the early winter dawn. Devoid of warmth, that sensation left him breathless, as if a knife truly had pierced him. Perhaps you should leave on your wedding day. Song Tingshi's voice resounded again. You may perform the 3 bows of the wedding ceremony, and immediately after, you must depart. After all, this is what you excel at and enjoy the most.
Is it not?
Chapter 66. The wedding date. Ji Han was drenched in sweat, finally realizing the purpose of Song Tingshi's inquiry about the Western Pass. He had been waiting for this moment. Thus, it was settled. Song Tingsher smiled subtly, his charm exuding an enchanting allure, and Ji Han, caught off guard, momentarily perceived the 5th prince as a mesmerizing beauty. It was the first time he truly recognized how strikingly handsome the 5th prince was. When Ji Han returned to his senses, Song Tingsher had already walked away. Someone approached him, offering consolation. The 5th prince was merely speaking. Do not take it to heart.
Ji.
The court likely won't send you back to the Western Pass so soon, nor would they allow you to leave on your wedding day. After all, you are marrying Lu Hua, the emperor's niece. After this remark, the person chuckled and departed. Though intended as comfort, Ji Han felt the words were laced with mockery. He snorted coldly and swept away, increasingly convinced that the court was far less straightforward than the military camp in the Western Pass, where one could discern who was human and who was not. When Chu Fuhuan awoke, it was already afternoon. Bai Su sat by her bedside, weeping uncontrollably, causing her a headache. As she struggled to sit up, she realized her entire body ached. She felt some parts of her body wrapped in cotton, and the sensation of movement tugged painfully at her wounds. Bai Su quickly cautioned, Miss, do not move. You have far too many injuries. The doctor said you should lie still for at least 10 days to 8 days. Chu Fuhuan touched her neck and found it also bandaged, albeit lightly. Yet, the sensation was uncomfortable, reminiscent of someone choking her. It reminded her of a night when one of the assassins had used a long whip, and in a moment of carelessness, she had been ensnared, resulting in her wound. Bai Su wiped her tears, saying, The doctor has examined you. You have a total of 21 wounds, all treated with medicine. Fortunately, they are merely superficial injuries. Though some are deeper than others, none have harmed your muscles or bones, which is somewhat reassuring. Chu Fuhuan recalled the military doctor. The chaos of the battle made her uncertain how he fared. Was it the doctor who treated Zhang Duo? She inquired. It was not him. It was a female physician who came to see you, Bai Su replied with a sigh. I mentioned 27 wounds. How could a male doctor have treated you? The female physician was brought by the 5th prince. She was very attentive and thorough with the medicine. As for the doctor you inquired about, I shake my head. I don't know. The 5th prince did not mention it. Chu Fuhuan felt an undercurrent of worry. The 5th prince had said she should rest well and not venture outdoors in the coming days. He would manage external matters, ensuring she had no cause for concern. At this point, Bai Su began to cry again, asking, Where did you go last night? Why were you injured? You possess such formidable skills. How could anyone inflict such harm upon you? Bai Su's words pulled Chu Fuhuan's memories back to the events of the previous night. She recalled that she had been counting heads, but in the midst of it all, she lost track. All she knew was that after the massacre, she could not halt the momentum, as if she had pierced a person through with countless holes. Taking a deep breath, she informed Bai Su. There was an ambush in the west of the city. The Shiliang people followed Zhang Duo's trail and made their way to the outskirts of the capital. I couldn't sleep last night, feeling that something was amiss, so I went out to take a look. Thankfully, I did. Bai Su covered her mouth in shock, rendered speechless. She understood her young mistress well. In mundane matters, the girl could describe them with vivid detail. Yet, in serious situations, she had a tendency to downplay them. The gravity of the current situation was distinctly understated in her words. Bai Su's heart tightened, but she was relieved to see her mistress sitting before her, unharmed. You must be hungry, right? I'll call someone to prepare the Dragon Boat Festival meal. Since you're up, it would be good to move around a bit. See if anything feels uncomfortable, and then we can summon the doctor. Just avoid any sudden movements. We don't want to strain your wounds. Chu Fuhuan was aware that there was no real danger, just some superficial injuries, with only a few deeper ones. Go fetch Steward Su. I have matters to discuss with him. Bai Su nodded, instructing someone to prepare the meal while she went to summon Steward Su. When he arrived, the scent of medicine clung to him. Upon seeing Chu Fuhuan, he said, I just came from Zhang Duo's side, reapplying medicine on his wounds. The efficacy of the medicine is remarkable. Several wounds are already healing. He then inquired about Chu Fuhuan. How is the young lady? Is your neck all right? It's fine. Chu Fuhuan replied as she settled into a chair, pressing her hand against her neck. It hurt a bit, but it was nothing serious. Have you heard about the situation outside? Steward Su looked perplexed. What situation, young lady? Have you heard about the marriage between Jihan and Princess Lu Hua? At this, Steward Su's heart sank. Was she still hung up on that? Chu Fuhuan quickly waved her hand. You misunderstood. I meant to ask if their wedding date has been set. Su sighed. It has been confirmed for 10 days from now. This morning, while I was out shopping, I happened to encounter a servant from the Ji family who mentioned that Princess Lu Hua is going to offer incense at Jiaoda Temple tomorrow to bless the marriage. General Ji was supposed to go as well, but later said he wouldn't, for reasons unknown. Chu Fuhuan's brow furrowed slightly. Jiaoda Temple? My parents' tablets are still enshrined there. Steward Su was at a loss for words and could only say, Young lady, please take care. After he left, she lowered her head in contemplation before telling Bai Su. Prepare, we shall also go to Jiaoda Temple tomorrow. Bai Su was puzzled. What does the young lady intend to do there? She replied, I must take my elder brother's tablet to be placed beside my parents. This has been long overdue. Partly because I have been unwilling to confront the reality of my brother's death, and partly because I simply haven't found the time. Now that Zhang Duo has returned, I can no longer avoid this truth. Then let's choose another day, Bai Su urged. You know Princess Lu Hua will be there tomorrow. Why put yourself in the same place? It would be distressing and inauspicious. Chu Fuhuan chuckled softly. What is there to be distressed about? If anyone is to be upset, it should be her. She is merely a trash collector. I cannot hide from her forever, nor let anyone think I fear her. But you are injured. Bai Su expressed her concern, unwilling for Chu Fuhuan to venture out at this time. The physician advised her to rest for at least 10 days. And even the fifth prince said she should not be allowed to exert herself. Please, young lady. Jiaoda Temple lies in the west of the city, and you just mentioned an ambush occurred there last night. What if those individuals haven't been completely eradicated? It's far too dangerous. Chu Fuhuan was well aware of the risk and knew that some must have escaped from the ravine last night. Yet, some truths can be uncovered only in the face of peril. Chapter 67. Exile the next day, at the hour of the rabbit, Chu Fuhuan set out with Bai Su. Another carriage left at the same time, carrying Zhang Duo. Originally, a messenger from Song Tingsher had come to escort Zhang Duo to the camp. But upon seeing Chu Fuhuan preparing to leave, he was nearly brought to tears. He kept muttering that the prince had forbidden the young lady from going out, urging her to stay home and recover. But it's only been a day, and she is already leaving the city. How am I to report this back to the prince? He will surely have my skin. Chu Fuhuan reassured him, you needn't worry. Just don't tell him. Simply say you came too early, and didn't he see me? The man, with a woeful expression, replied, Is that all right? Of course it is. She smiled. What young lady rises this early? As the carriage set off, Bai Su incessantly reminded the two drivers to ensure a steady pace. Being slow was acceptable, but stability was paramount. The passengers were injured and could not withstand jolting. Zhang Duo lifted the carriage curtain to speak with Bai Su, emphasizing, Please take good care of the young lady. Bai Su nodded, then paused, saying to Chu Fuhuan, I'll go bid farewell to Brother Zhang. Chu Fuhuan permitted her to do so. Bai Su hurried to Zhang Duo, lowering her voice, When you see the fifth prince, please tell him the young lady has gone out to Jiaoda Temple to offer the tablet for the eldest master. It's crucial that you mention Princess Lu Hua is also going. It seems the young lady's intention is to confront her directly. I am uneasy about this. So please inform the fifth prince. Once he knows, we will all feel reassured. Zhang Duo nodded, I understand. Then, raising his voice slightly, he ruffled Bai Su's hair. Once this matter is resolved, I will return to see both of you, safe and sound. Bai Su felt a lump in her throat and waved him off, allowing his carriage to depart before returning to Chu Fuhuan's side, adding another layer of blanket to the seat in the carriage. Chu Fuhuan sensed Bai Su was creating a cozy nook, but Bai Su insisted it would help cushion the ride. She thought to herself, fine. As long as this girl doesn't keep nagging me about not going out, let her make her nest. Settling into the nook, she could continue to rest. The battle against the Xiliang had drained her greatly. Had it not been for Princess Lu Hua's upcoming visit to Zhaoda Temple, she would not have stirred from her bed. The timing of Lu Hua's departure from the city could not possibly be for the sake of offering prayers. The brothers returning from the Western Front claimed that the defense plans had been leaked by Lu Hua, leading her to suspect that the nearly 1,000 Xiliang soldiers might be connected to her. She had to see for herself. As fatigue began to overtake her, she felt her eyes slowly closing. The carriage moved steadily, yet there were still slight jolts, which she found comforting. The gentle rocking reminded her of her mother cradling her as a child, lulling her to sleep. Soon, she would reach Zhaoda Temple and see her parents. She clutched a bundle close to her chest, which contained her brother's tablet. She had written it herself after moving out of the Ji family home. Typically resting in the small ancestral hall at the Chu residence, she had brought it out today to be offered at Zhaoda Temple. Such a significant matter should have included Fuxing, but this time it was different. With Lu Hua present, there were countless potential dangers. She could not bear to let Fuxing face even the slightest risk. She could not endure the pain of losing him again. Drowsily, she dozed off until the carriage exited the city, disturbed by a commotion outside that jolted her awake. She turned, wincing from the pain in her body. The carriage curtain was drawn back, and a chill mingled with the lingering dew in the air. The official road was flanked by trees awakening from their winter slumber. Yet the serene scene was shattered by the heavy clinking of iron chains. A group of individuals, shackled in iron chains, clad in tattered garments and bearing weary expressions, were being urged onward. The escorting officer occasionally cracked his whip to hasten their pace, warning that if they did not reach the inn before nightfall, they would be forced to spend the night on the streets, where wolves might attack, without anyone to rescue them. The air was filled with a cacophony of quarrels, shouts, and cries, mingled with the mutterings of a coachman from the Chu household, lamenting their misfortune in encountering such a group. Bai Su joined the crowd, observing for a moment before exclaiming, "They are from the Lu family." Chu Fuhuan also recognized familiar faces and pointed out, "Is that Lu Shaoan?" The person she indicated had unkempt hair, and although her clothing was not entirely ragged, it was in disarray and filthy. Her face was smeared with dirt, and there were signs of a recent fall. At that moment, she was berating the officer ahead. "Why the rush? Are we hurrying to reincarnate? Do not think that just because our family has been confiscated and exiled, we are easy prey. I tell you, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, our Lu family will surely rise again. And when that time comes, the first to lose his head will be you." The officer laughed at her bravado, replying, "Let us wait until your Lu family rises again before you speak such words to me. Now behave and move forward. If you lag behind, do not blame my whip for showing no mercy." With that, he cracked his whip against the ground, startling Chu Fuhuan. At that moment, Lu Shaowan noticed an approaching carriage. She turned her head and immediately spotted Chu Fuhuan leaning against the carriage window. She froze, then suddenly shouted, "It's you. You are the one who harmed my entire family. Chu Fuhuan, may you meet a wretched end. I will fight you." Saying this, she attempted to rush forward. The officers, not to be trifled with, responded to her madness with a flurry of whip strikes, bringing Lu Shaowan down to the ground before they ceased. However, after a moment of struggle, she gritted her teeth and stood up again, cursing, "Chu Fuhuan, may you never know peace. Chu Fuhuan, you deserve to be abandoned by General Ji. I curse you to live a life of solitude and misfortune, with no happy ending." Chu Fuhuan frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "I have heard there are numerous skilled individuals from Xiliang appearing in the outskirts of the capital. I wonder if this incident is related to the Lu family. How curious that the Lu family encounters misfortune just as these Xiliang people show up." A woman nearby approached Lu Shaowan and slapped her across the face, saying, "If you seek death, do it yourself and do not drag the whole family down with you. Lu Shaowan, this is your final warning. Close your mouth." Hasn't the Lu family suffered enough already? Lu Xiaowan, agitated, pushed the woman away, retorting, "Spare me your nonsense. Do you truly believe we can reach our place of exile without incident? I tell you, most exiles perish along the way, whether sooner or later, they die. Why should I not curse her? It is not I who has harmed the Lu family, but her, Chu Fuhuan. I merely scolded her a few times at the Yingshu building, and the next day, our family suffered this calamity. Why should she be spared?"
Why?
Lu Xiaowan burst into tears, while the woman stepped back, gritting her teeth and saying, "You know it would be as easy to deal with you as crushing an ant, yet you still refuse to learn. I truly wonder whose foolishness you have inherited." She turned to the officers. "Just kill her. If you won't, then give me the whip, and I will do it. The Lu family has no room for such fools." Chu Fuhuan lowered the curtain of the carriage, turning away to look elsewhere. The carriage continued on, and the commotion had chased away her drowsiness. She turned to Bai Su and asked, "Who was that woman just now?" Bai Su glanced back one last time before responding, "If I am not mistaken, that should be General Lu's wife. With the Lu family's downfall, it is ultimately the women and servants who are exiled, while General Lu and his mother are detained for further interrogation." Chu Fuhuan nodded, tidying a few stray strands of hair. She had spoken of this matter only out of anger towards Lu Xiaowan and also to facilitate the transfer of the camp in the outskirts to Song Tingxi. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the Lu family might not be entirely innocent. In the earlier years, when I was still flaunting in the capital, I seldom encountered members of the Lu family. Not only was Lu Mu rarely seen, but Lu Xiaowan was also a rare sight. The number of times I had seen them throughout my life could hardly be counted on two hands, which had led to my failure to recognize her that day at the Yingshu building. In the official residence of Jiuan City, particularly among the women, it was rare for one to lead a secluded life, as they were constantly engaged in various banquets, either bustling about for their children or managing social interactions on behalf of their husbands. The Lu family seemed to lack such social engagements, even when General Lu was promoted. I had no recollection of it. Although it had occurred merely 3 years ago, such a significant event could not possibly escape my notice. It was evident that the Lu family had maintained an excessively low profile, which begged the question, why were they so discreet? Bai Su followed her train of thought and quickly reached a conclusion. When things seem amiss, there must be a reason. Therefore, aside from Lu Mu's identity as a Xiliang person, it is highly likely that she has been in contact with Xiliang for years. Otherwise, the fifth prince would not have had her arrested for severe interrogation. Then Bai Su pondered. How did the young lady know that Lu Xiaowan had feelings for that gentleman at the poetry gathering? Reflecting on that day, Bai Su remained puzzled. What I saw was clearly an act for that gentleman's benefit. Chu Fuhuan chuckled, recalling that while waiting for a boat on the other side, she had seen Lu Xiaowan blushing as she conversed with that gentleman, even handing him a pouch. At that time, I did not recognize Lu Xiaowan, but I had previously encountered that gentleman. He was the second son of the left Vice Minister of Rights, named Fang Shujian. The Fang family placed great emphasis on propriety, instilling in their descendants the importance of maintaining decorum in public, regardless of their conduct behind closed doors. Such teachings were deeply ingrained in the Fang family's ethos, and thus Lu Xiaowan's actions would surely be looked down upon by the Fang family. Even if Fang Shujian had harbored some feelings for her, this incident would have likely extinguished any lingering thoughts he had. Bai Su listened in astonishment, noting how swift the young lady's thoughts were. Were it her, she might not have reacted at all. By the time they reached the entrance of Zhaoda Temple, the hour had already passed. Zhaoda Temple was built against the mountains, boasting 168 rooms arranged in a vertical line leading to the peak. Not only was it grand in scale, but the highest hall was enshrouded in mist, adding to its aura of mystery and solemnity. Today, Chu Fuhuan donned plain garments complemented by a black arm veil. The bundle containing the tablet of Chu Fusheng was held by Bai Su. As the two stood before the mountain gate, gazing up with a profound sense of sorrow. This place had been a frequent visit for them last year, as they had come to offer the tablet at Zhaoda Temple following the passing of the Duke and Duchess. They would recite scriptures on significant days, after 3 sevens, 5 sevens, 100 days, Qingming, and Memorial Days. When the old Duke's memorial birthday approached, the Ji family had become reluctant to allow her to leave. The old Madame Ji even pretended to be ill, effectively confining Chu Fuhuan at home. Subsequently, Chu Fuhuan felt stifled, falling gravely ill. while Jiru had summoned the doctor she had invited to her own chambers for diagnosis, nearly causing Fuhuan to perish from a high fever. Bai Su, recalling this, felt a surge of anger, repeatedly stating, "We must not let the Ji family off easily. They are truly despicable." Fuhuan cast her a sidelong glance, her expression serene as she replied, "The Buddhist sanctuary is a place of tranquility. We must keep our minds at peace and not add to our own troubles."
With that,
she stepped forward, preparing to ascend the steps. Just as she passed through the majestic gate, Bai Su tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "The young lady from the Qin family has also arrived." Fuhuan turned back and indeed saw another carriage stopped outside the gate. The young lady from the Qin family, whom she had encountered at the Yingshu building, descended the carriage accompanied by 4 maidservants, chattering excitedly. The young lady from the Qin family donned a flowing peach-red gown, adorned with jewels and pearls, her wrists encircled by 2 jade bracelets that chimed melodiously with each movement. Recently, this style of jade bracelet has become quite fashionable in the capital, characterized by its slender quality, which produces a delicate, clear sound when the bracelets collide. On a previous visit to the Yingshu pavilion, she had observed many others sporting this trend, including one girl who, perhaps for the first time wearing them, deliberately shook her wrist to produce a sound, only to shatter her bracelet in the process. This incident occurred during a poetry gathering. While the broken bracelet was of little consequence then, the current occasion of visiting a temple for Buddhist rituals prompted a frown from Fuhuan at the sight of the Chen lady's attire. Naturally, the manner of others was of no concern to her, and she pulled Bai Su to leave. Just then, the Chen lady raised her gaze, exclaiming, "Fuhuan? What brings you here?" Bai Su, seething with indignation, felt the urge to rebuke her, wondering why, having questioned their presence at the Yingshu pavilion, she now questioned them again, at the Zhaoda temple. "Is this temple owned by your family? Do you presume we cannot come here just because you are?" Silence. The Chen lady retorted coldly, "What right does a maid have to converse with me?" After delivering her scornful remark, she turned back to Fuhuan, a sly smile playing on her lips, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Fuhuan, are you also here to seek the Buddha's blessings? Perhaps you wish for him to grant you a favorable marriage? You are certainly placing a heavy burden on the Buddha." Bai Su was ready to confront her, but Fuhuan restrained her, then smiled at the Qin miss, taking a moment before saying, "Miss Qin Iran, correct? Your uncle is the left vice minister of the Ministry of War." After leaving the Yingshu pavilion, I pondered for a considerable time before recalling your family background. However, once I remembered, everything became clear to me. Qin Iran was taken aback, sensing a deeper implication in Fuhuan's words. "What have you discerned?" Fuhuan smiled. "I now understand why you were so closely following Lu Shao on that day. One is the sister of a general from the Qihua camp, and the other is the niece of the left vice minister of war. They are indeed intertwined." Qin Iran grew agitated. "What nonsense are you speaking, Fuhuan? Who is associated with her?" The Lu family was in turmoil, entangled with the Western Liang, and now, in the capital, they were universally condemned. Regardless of whatever relationship Qin Iran previously had with Lu Shaoan, she must now distance herself from her at all costs. Fuhuan found it amusing, reflecting on her own past experiences, which also seemed rather ludicrous. Among the young ladies of high status in the capital, many had behaved similarly to Qin Iran, flocking around her with flattery, though she could hardly recall their names. The mere fact that they expressed joy in her presence, or exchanged a few words, was a source of pride for them, something they would boast about for weeks. However, once the Duke of Li's household fell from grace, those individuals vanished as if they had never existed, not even appearing at the morning rites. This feeling was all too familiar. Let us maintain some decorum. "This is a temple, not the Yingshu pavilion," she admonished, then turned to leave with Bai Su. Chapter 69. The lowly omen Qin Iran, frustrated, stomped her foot behind them, wishing to continue the argument, but fearing that Fuhuan might once again link her to Lu Shaoan. A nearby maid whispered, "Miss, perhaps it would be wise to hold your tongue." The Lu girl merely boasted at the Yingshu pavilion for a fleeting moment, and the next day, her family faced calamity. Rumors abound in the capital that her downfall was due to provoking Fuhuan. Regardless of the truth, we should keep our distance from her at this critical juncture. After fuming for a while, Qin Iran took the maid's advice to heart. She lingered by the temple gate, waiting until Fuhuan had ascended most of the high steps of the Zhaoda temple before she followed, accompanied by her entourage. From the mountain gate to the temple, there were a total of 168 stone steps, each crafted from white jade, meticulously polished to a mirror-like finish, requiring utmost caution when traversed. The smoothness of these steps ensured that all who ascended the Jiao temple did so quietly and carefully. In this sacred space, tranquility enveloped them from that moment forth. In the spring, the countryside was awash with wildflowers, particularly vibrant and lively along the sides of the stone steps leading to the Jiao temple. It was said that these flowers bloomed under the Buddha's protection, a symbol of blessings. Thus, when descending, it was common for visitors to gather a few blooms to take home for their children. No one would stop them. Even the monks occasionally picked a few to offer to the devotees. The wildflowers of Jiao temple thrived year-round, occasionally sprouting even in winter, a wondrous sight. Upon arriving at the summit, Fuhuan and Bai Su ascended the 168 steps in one breath. Bai Su was slightly winded, while Fuhuan appeared unfazed. Looking back, she saw that Cheniran had become fatigued and was resting midway. Fuhuan paid her no mind and continued onward. Upon alighting from her carriage earlier, she had caught sight of several figures at the top of the steps, likely Lu Hua. She had set out at dawn, evidently arriving a step behind Lu Hua. The day was overcast, and even at this hour, the sun had yet to break through the clouds, which loomed ominously as if threatening rain yet holding back. Many who had come early to light incense were now departing. Upon recognizing her, a familiar monk approached, reciting a Buddhist chant before inquiring if Fuhuan intended to visit the main hall first. Fuhuan nodded, informing the monk, "My brother fell in battle at the frontier. I have come today to place his spirit tablet beside my parents' tablets. Additionally, I wish to arrange a ritual for his release, to guide him to the Pure Land." The monk paused, then recited another chant, offering his condolences. Fuhuan nodded and followed him toward the grand hall atop the mountain. Halfway there, she casually inquired, "I believe I just saw a familiar face. Did Princess Lu Hua arrive?" The monk promptly replied, "Yes, she has just arrived, following closely behind you." After a brief hesitation, he added, "Princess Lu Hua's visit is to pray for the fulfillment of her impending marriage. According to protocol, one should not meddle in worldly affairs. But I recall you visited Jiao temple before your own wedding several years ago, and I remember distinctly that you drew a low omen. The abbot personally interpreted it for you, advising you to reconsider, informing you that the marriage you sought was not a true union, but fraught with calamity." Fuhuan acknowledged this with a hum, recalling the incident vividly. The omens of Jiao temple were renowned for their accuracy, particularly concerning marital matters. Before her wedding to Jihan, she had specifically come to draw a favorable omen, believing wholeheartedly that she would receive a blessed sign. Convinced that her fate with Jihan was predestined, he had saved her life on that fateful snowy night, appearing as her savior. Surely, that was a match ordained by heaven itself. How could it not be a good omen? However, when she drew her fortune, her confidence was shattered. Instead of the auspicious sign she expected, she received a low omen. What she had anticipated as a blessed sign turned out to be a dire warning. The abbot had personally interpreted her fortune, cautioning her that her path was fraught with misfortune and that she should not marry. In her fury, she nearly uprooted the entire hall. Her companion, Fuxing, had cried in fear, grasping her arm and pleading with her not to marry Jihan, insisting that her father and brother had both warned her against him. Yet, Jihan had sworn before her mother that he would never take a concubine and would treat her with the utmost fidelity, which had swayed her mother's opinion of him. Unbeknownst to her, after 3 years of marriage, it seemed that fate had indeed dealt her a cruel hand. Noticing that Fuhuan had fallen silent for a while, the monk felt his words had caused her discomfort and quickly offered an apology. It was unwise of this humble monk to speak. Fuhuan shook her head, absolving her master of blame. "I merely reflected on some past events and realized how gravely mistaken I have been. I would appreciate it if you could inform the abbot that I wish to meet him to offer my apologies in person." The monk replied, "There is no need for apologies. The abbot bears no grudge against you. However, if you wish to see him, I shall convey your request shortly." Upon finally entering the grand hall, Lu Hua had just finished offering her incense and was turning to leave when she unexpectedly spotted Fuhuan, pausing in surprise. Fuhuan's gaze locked onto Lu Hua's eyes, where she could distinctly perceive a raging inferno of hatred, as if it aimed to reduce her to ashes. Even Lu Hua's typically composed demeanor twisted under the strain, her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves. Narrowing her eyes, she spoke with an expressionless tone. "Lu Hua, congratulations." Lu Hua remained silent, merely brushing past the serene Yu and approached Chu Fuhuan. Leaning slightly forward, she drew near, her alabaster fingers tracing a circle on Chu Fuhuan's face. As she leaned closer, her breath brushed against Chu Fuhuan's ear. Her tone soft yet laced with venom. Chu Fuhuan, your parents are dead, your brother is dead, and I have taken your husband from you. Why do you still have the courage to exist in this world? Do you not realize that the one who truly deserves to die is you? Why should you enjoy a life of ease while I suffer in Shiliang, married to the wrong person? If only you were to perish, everything would come to an end. With that, Lu Hua straightened up, a perfect smile gracing her lips. Fuhuan, what a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter you here. Are you here to offer incense as well? Please step inside. It was as though her previous words had never been uttered. Chu Fuhuan managed a smile, responding in a similarly gentle tone. Very well. As Lu Hua brushed past her, a surge of hatred flooded Chu Fuhuan's eyes. Impossible to conceal even in the presence of the Buddha. Chapter 70. Only she lived differently while venerating the tablet of Chu Fuxing. The Zhaoda temple hosted a memorial service. Chu Fuhuan carried the tablet step by step into the Chongqing Hall, where the monks had already invited the tablets of the Duke and Duchess of Li. Kneeling before her parents, she wept inconsolably. Father, mother, I have brought my elder brother. Bai Su, beside her, was also in tears, their sobs drowned out by the rhythmic chanting of the monks, bringing a semblance of peace to the hall. Zhaoda Temple, a royal monastery, though open to the public, did not permit just anyone to enshrine tablets within its walls. When the Duke and Duchess of Li passed away, it was by imperial decree that Chu Fuhuan was allowed to bring their tablets here for veneration, setting a precedent for future generations of the Chu family to reunite with the Duke and Duchess. At this moment, Chu Fuhuan thought that when her own time came, her tablet too would find its place here, alongside her parents and her brother, ensuring that their family would be whole once more. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, considering that Fu Xing was still young and deserved a long life. For now, the family need not be reunited. She must care for Fu Xing properly. As Chu Fuhuan's mind raced with thoughts, she had anticipated a profoundly sorrowful moment, yet the monks' chanting brought her a surprising calmness. Even Bai Su ceased her tears, instead murmuring prayers for the Duke and Duchess to bless their daughter with favorable fortune, ensuring she would not encounter any scoundrels again, and that her future matches would be worthy. Chu Fuhuan recalled how her father had always opposed her marrying Jihan, and even her mother had remarked that Jihan was not a suitable match. What had they said? Yes, they claimed Jihan's gaze lacked warmth, devoid of love, and that the fifth prince regarded her with more earnestness. Chu Fuhuan shook her head, wondering why she was thinking of Song Tingsure again. Regrettably, she had paid no heed to anyone's advice back then, nor had she pondered why the emperor had suddenly turned against her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Jihan and dreams of the Ji family. Back then, old Lady Ji and Ji Ru had not revealed their true natures. They had treated her kindly, often holding her hand and inquiring about her well-being, occasionally sending her food from the Duke's residence. In retrospect, that food was hardly worth anything, merely leftovers from the household. The Ji family had always employed these trivial gestures to win her affection, and at that time, she had found it endearing, believing it showed their sincerity rather than a mere exchange of meaningless currency. The monks' chanting grew louder, interrupting Chu Fuhuan's reverie. As she regained her focus, Bai Su said, "Miss, it has concluded." Chu Fuhuan bowed thrice before the tablet and rose, following a monk to meet the abbot. She had brought a substantial offering of incense money. As she always did, the merit stone tablet at Zhaoda Temple bore the names of her family. First her parents, then her brother, and now her own name. Passing the merit tablet, she paused to examine it closely, spotting Song Tingshi's name among them. The monk, noticing her gaze linger, informed her, "This benefactor has consistently sent offerings to Zhaoda Temple every year, without fail." Chu Fuhuan inquired, "What about the past 3 years? Did he send money while in Dingguan?" "Indeed," the monk nodded. "The steward of the Dong Xian Wangfu delivers it." Chu Fuhuan ceased her questioning. It dawned on her that while everyone else had adhered to the rhythms of their lives over the past 3 years, she alone had experienced a different existence. That evening, she dined in the refectory, where she did not see Lu Hua but did encounter Chen Yiran. Chen Yiran appeared more subdued than in the morning, refraining from provoking her further, though she occasionally shot Chu Fuhuan furtive glances. Yet, upon catching Chu Fuhuan's gaze, she quickly looked away, hesitant to engage. Chu Fuhuan found this amusing. Before Lu Hua embarked on her marriage alliance, there seemed to be little interaction between her and the Qin family. The Qin family, after all, did not quite compare to the Wang family of Changlo. However, now that Lu Hua had returned, Qin Yiran seemed eager to ingratiate herself, striving to prove her worth by creating difficulties for Chu Fuhuan and thereby establishing her position in Lu Hua's eyes. What had Lu Hua conveyed to Qin Yiran's uncle? It did not appear to be a matter of alliance, but rather a threat akin to that posed by the Lu family. Qin Yiran's father seemingly held no official position, and the Qin family managed to thrive in the western precincts of the city, presumably thanks to the assistance of a certain vice minister of war. Thus, she did as her uncle instructed. But what leverage did Lu Hua possess over Qin Yiran's uncle? Chu Fuhuan racked her brain, unable to comprehend the full picture. Her primary confusion lay in understanding how Lu Hua had amassed such extensive information during her 3 years in Xiliang. What had she been engaged in during that time? And regarding the leaked defensive plans for the Western Gate, what had been her source? Had there been a traitor within the military? Finishing her last bite of food, Chu Fuhuan stood and departed with Bai Su. Bai Su glanced back after a few steps and whispered, "The Qin girl has been watching us closely. What could possibly be her issue? We have not harbored any deep-seated enmity before." Chu Fuhuan countered, "Do you know what her family situation is? Does her father hold any significant position?" Bai Su shook her head. "After the literary gathering that day, I did make an effort to inquire about the Qin family. Her father had not held a respectable official position in years, relying on her uncle's influence to serve as a mere vice minister in the Ministry of War. The entire Qin family depended on her uncle for their livelihood." Chu Fuhuan felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired, "Whom did you inquire about these matters?" Bai Su chuckled. "Who else but Su Yang? I've been confined indoors these years, and aside from occasionally hearing a few murmurs from Ji Ru at the Ji residence or enduring the ramblings of the old matriarch, I had no other sources of information. Recently, I have seen Su Yang more frequently and took the opportunity to ask him a few questions." The young lady had mentioned previously her desire to hire 2 skilled bodyguards, and Bai Su mused that they would not only need to be adept in martial arts but also possess a deeper understanding of the capital. This would facilitate their inquiries, preventing them from merely encountering familiar faces without recalling their identities. The past 3 years had brought considerable changes to the capital. Many people and matters were no longer as they once were. Chu Fuhuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Bai Su's point, but she feared they would still need Song Tingxi's assistance. Why did she always have to rely on Song Tingxi? When had her connections in the capital become so limited? If Song Tingxi had not returned from the Eastern Pass, would she even survive? The nights in the mountains still carried a chill. As dusk approached, the coolness enveloped her. Sitting on the porch, Bai Su urged her to come inside, yet she found the mountain breeze refreshing. The wind here bore a hint of sandalwood, soothing to the soul, unlike the previous night by the mountain stream, which had been thick with the stench of blood. She wondered how the aftermath had been handled, hoping the blood of those Western Liang men would not stain the lands of Zhongjin. Chapter 71. Do I perform well? Bai Su sat at her feet, and the two occasionally exchanged words, reminiscing about the past and discussing recent events. However, they tacitly avoided mentioning the intervening 3 years. As night deepened, a monk arrived with water and informed Bai Su, "The kitchen has prepared some vegetarian pastries. Would you like to fetch some?" The pastries had been taken from the main hall, infused with incense, a rare treat during the day. Bai Su recognized these pastries, offered at the highest hall of Zhaoda Temple. They were placed there during the day to receive blessings and could be taken down at night for the devotees. Many families with sick children, facing ailments deemed incurable, would specifically seek these offerings from the temple, finding solace in the belief they might help. Although the efficacy was uncertain, it provided a psychological comfort. Bai Su turned to Chu Fuhuan and said, "I wish to fetch some pastries. Will you be all right here alone?" Chu Fuhuan chuckled. What could possibly happen? This sanctuary of Buddhism is hardly a place where violence would intrude. Nonetheless, Bai Su remained unconvinced, insisting, "You should come inside. You still bear wounds. After a day of exertion, I worry your injuries might have reopened. I will return with the pastries for you." Chu Fuhuan entered the room, and Bai Su accompanied the monk to the kitchen. Their residence was near the mountain's peak, not far from the main hall. But there was a considerable distance to the kitchen, requiring a descent down the mountain and a subsequent climb back. This round trip would take some time. Chu Fuhuan sat quietly in her room, calculating that once Bai Su returned with the pastries, she would eat a couple and then set her plan in motion. She needed to keep an eye on Lu Hua. The witching hour was the most opportune time for clandestine meetings. If all went according to plan, Lu Hua would surely meet someone tonight, either within Jiaode Temple or outside its walls. If it could be confirmed that the Western Liang individuals encountered by the stream were connected to Lu Hua, then Lu Hua would be implicated in the affairs of the Western Pass. At that point, she would need to consider whether to report this to the court or handle it discreetly. Should it be made public or kept private? In the guest chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, and a string of prayer beads was absent-mindedly twirled in her hand, a gift from the presiding monk after a ritual. She had spent the afternoon in quiet contemplation, yet now an inexplicable restlessness began to stir within her. A subtle sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the night. Approaching her guest room, the footsteps echoed on the stone path, measured and deliberate, heading straight for her door. Fuhuan furrowed her brow in surprise. Rising to cautiously approach the door, she reached into her pouch, retrieving a few silver needles between her fingers. The footsteps drew nearer, finally stopping at her door. After a brief silence, a knock came, accompanied by a man's voice. "Is Miss Fuhuan there?" Fuhuan remained silent, and after a moment, the man continued. "I am one of the fifth prince's attendants. The prince has arrived and wishes to see you." She sighed in relief, her wariness dissipating upon hearing the mention of the fifth prince. She opened the door to find a man clad in purple, dressed as an attendant of Song Tincture.
"Miss,"
he said upon her appearance, "the prince has urgent matters to discuss with you." She nodded. "Lead the way." The attendant walked in front, with Fuhuan following closely behind, descending the mountain. After a while, they turned down a narrow path, eventually arriving at a secluded chamber. The attendant gestured for her to enter, and then disappeared from view. Fuhuan watched him for a moment, sensing something amiss. As she gazed into the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candles barely illuminated the small space. And with the waning moonlight, shadows enveloped her surroundings, obscuring her vision of what lay within. She approached the door and pushed it open. A wave of potent odor accompanied by an ominous premonition washed over her. Panic surged within her as she realized she had been deceived. She attempted to retreat but was too late. The scent clouded her mind, rendering her head heavy and limbs weak, causing her to stumble backward. It felt as though someone caught her and dragged her into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and her vision blurred as her body grew increasingly unresponsive. The person who caught her tossed her onto a couch and stepped back. Moments later, she heard soft footsteps approaching, as if another person had entered, standing beside her and giving her a gentle push. Fuhuan remained still, her eyes closed. The one who pushed her seemed satisfied and lowered their voice to converse with someone nearby. "It appears she has completely lost consciousness. Our medicine proves quite effective." This Fuhuan is a headstrong one. Without the drug, it would be challenging to get close to her. Despite being married to Jihan for 3 years, he never even touched her. Thus, she remains an untouched maiden, and it seems you have found an easy target. The other person expressed evident excitement, thanking the woman for the favorable turn of events. "Do not worry, I will ensure the task is completed," allowing Fuhuan to experience an unforgettable night. "As for the silver you mentioned, once the deed is done, you will receive it. Once you have your reward, make sure to leave and never return to the capital." "Rest assured," the woman replied, "by then, even if you wish to keep me, I would not dare to stay. I fear for my life after having spent the night with the eldest daughter of the Chu family." She chuckled, then leaned closer to Fuhuan, pinching her cheek. "It seems I had to invoke the fifth prince to persuade you." "Oh, Fuhuan, how did I not realize this sooner? Who would have thought you and the fifth prince shared such potential? Did you not loathe him since childhood? Did you not always find yourself at odds with him? Yet, why does he continue to assist you at every turn? How could you end up in such a wretched state while still possessing such a powerful ally? Fuhuan, why did you publicly disclose my most embarrassing moment in the Yingshulu? You deserve to perish. Not only do I wish for your demise,
but many others do as well.
However, simply succumbing to death holds no significance. You must be utterly disgraced. Your latter years must be spent with everyone calling for your downfall." Fuhuan recognized the voice. It was Chuniran. Indeed, she had come with a mission, otherwise it would not be so coincidental that she followed Lu Hua here. Fuhuan was certain that her arrival at the Jiaode Temple had not been leaked beforehand. The only explanation for Chuniran's presence was that Lu Hua had anticipated her intentions and made prior arrangements. What a pity! What a pity! A smirk crept across Chu Fuhuan's lips as she opened her eyes and flashed a radiant smile at Qin Yiran. Unfortunately, her master was a master of poison. Ever since childhood, she had bathed in the concoctions prepared by her master. Her body had long since become immune to all toxins. A voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell resonated in Qin Yiran's ears. Did I perform convincingly during the fainting process? Chapter 72. Deceived my lady. Today's pastries appear quite delectable, Bai Su remarked as she entered with a food box, pushing the door open. Accompanying her was a monk, holding a lantern with a flickering candle that seemed on the verge of extinguishment. No one responded inside the room, and Bai Su paused momentarily before placing the pastries on the table, intending to check if the lady was in the courtyard. Just then, the monk who had returned shouted,
"Ah!"
Miss Fuhuan is missing. Chu Fuhuan is gone. After shouting, he turned and fled, calling out loudly, "This is dire. Miss Fuhuan from the capital is missing. Everyone, please come out and assist in the search." Bai Su was infuriated, wanting him to silence himself. Could such matters be so casually announced? Yet, the monk had already sprinted far away, disappearing in the blink of an eye while his voice still echoed. Bai Su quickly realized that the monk was suspicious. The monks of Zhaoda Temple always referred to them as benefactors and had never directly called her Miss Fuhuan. Furthermore, her lady was simply not in the room. How could she be declared missing? Perhaps she was in the courtyard or had gone to relieve herself. It was hardly a reason to assume she was lost. Moreover, the monk's speed was astonishing, clearly employing lightness skill. The volume of his voice was too loud, indicating the use of inner strength. He was certainly no monk. She had been deceived. Bai Su panicked. The appearance of a false monk at Zhaoda Temple indicated that the situation was far from simple. It was likely premeditated. From the moment they sent her to fetch the pastries, it had all been a trap. Regrettably, she had fallen into it and lost track of her lady. Bai Su searched the courtyard again, scouring every likely spot where Chu Fuhuan might have gone, yet still found no trace of her. At this moment, Zhaoda Temple was in chaos. Both monks and pilgrims were stirred, and many had donned their garments to join the search for Chu Fuhuan. With no other option, Bai Su dashed down the mountain to the square, where the crowd was most concentrated. She quickly spotted Lu Hua, encircled by people, dressed in a flowing blue gown. Lu Hua's brow was furrowed, her expression anxious, yet she seemed well prepared. Loudly addressing the monks and pilgrims, Miss Fuhuan is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Li in the capital, of noble birth, and we cannot afford any negligence. It is already past the hour of high. To lose a noble lady from the capital at this time is a grave matter. As she spoke, she scanned the bewildered pilgrims, continuing her explanation. Ordinary daughters know to take good care, but noble ladies are even more meticulous in such matters. If any mishap occurs, their reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. I have known Fuhuan since childhood, and I am more anxious than anyone else about the situation. I understand that should this happen, even if she has experienced nothing, the rumors will be relentless. I cannot bear to see matters escalate to such a point, so I earnestly implore all of you to assist in finding her. Lu Hua thanks you all. With that, she bowed deeply, even managing to squeeze out a few tears. The pilgrims, upon hearing her words, deemed her kind-hearted for thinking of others, unaware of the hidden schemes and calculations behind her so-called empathy. Speculations began to arise. Could she have been abducted by thieves? If that were the case, even if she were found, her life would be in jeopardy. Ultimately, she would either become a nun or meet a tragic end. Yet, this was Zhaoda Temple, a royal temple. Who would dare to abduct a noble lady here? Perhaps the lady herself had wandered off somewhere, especially on such a dark night. Wouldn't you agree? The insinuation was vague, yet everyone understood its meaning. Some even laughed, saying, "Then we need not search. Finding her would only ruin her family's reputation. Let us search together. Princess Lu Hua is kind-hearted and cannot abide such occurrences. Let us do this for her sake." In no time, opinions varied, and Lu Hua continued her charade, incessantly assuring that she would not allow Chu Fuhuan to meet a tragic fate. Regardless of what happened, she would plead for Chu Fuhuan. Bai Su, listening to the pilgrim's repugnant remarks, trembled with rage, her heart filled with endless anxiety and fear. She wanted to declare that Lu Hua was a despicable person, that she was deliberately amplifying this incident, intertwining Chu Fuhuan's disappearance with her reputation, attempting to thrust Chu Fuhuan into a vortex of disgrace and destruction. However, she had no evidence. Lu Hua was a princess, backed by the Wang family of Changlo. Bai Su could not accuse her without proof. She needed to devise a plan to locate her lady and prevent these people from spreading their baseless rumors. The gossips had now dispersed, loudly calling out Chu Fuhuan's name as they scoured Jiao Temple. At this moment, Su Yu, who was by Lu Hua's side, glanced over at her and took a few steps forward, a hint of mockery evident in her indifference. Although no words were exchanged, Bai Su felt as if she had heard 1,000 unspoken sentiments. She inhaled deeply, understanding that anxiety and anger would not resolve anything. What she needed most was composure. It was through intellect that she could uncover her lady's whereabouts, reveal the truth, and expose the sinister forces lurking in the shadows. Suyu had returned to Lu Hua's side, and the two of them began to search as well. The people who had initially lingered nearby, upon hearing this, turned back to follow Lu Hua. Observing the direction they were heading, Bai Su noticed that those who had been in front had discreetly maneuvered to fall behind Lu Hua. Instantly realizing there was something amiss, she sought out the monk who had led them up the mountain earlier and hurriedly implored, "Please help. This matter appears to be a meticulous scheme aimed at harming my lady. The one who first spread this news was a false monk, I am certain of it. Please report to the abbot and investigate thoroughly. This incident occurred in Jiao Temple, and they must provide us with an explanation." After voicing her concerns, Bai Su departed. She had no time to waste and needed to follow Lu Hua, who clearly had ulterior motives, to ascertain her true intentions. The night grew deeper, clouds obscured the sky, and the moon flickered in and out of sight. Lu Hua's demeanor suggested she was searching diligently, yet in truth, she merely brushed past each building they encountered. The crowd moved swiftly, as if heading toward a specific destination. Bai Su, filled with urgency, hurriedly pursued Lu Hua, raising her voice to inquire, "Where is the princess headed? Are you aware of my young lady's whereabouts? Why does the princess have such a clear objective, paying no heed to the other houses we pass by? Shouldn't the princess clarify her intentions to everyone?"